advisor. They've helped over 1 million families relive their wedding days, babies' first steps, and family road trips. Just fill Legacy Box with your VHS tapes, film reels, or pictures. Legacy Box digitizes it all by hand right here in the USA, and then sends it back on a thumb drive or the cloud. Future-proof your recorded moments today so you can gather the family and begin the trip down memory lane. Plus, for a limited time, they're offering 55% off. Go to legacybox.com/value to get 55% off. That's legacybox.com/value.
When you went car shopping, you meant business. You aced vehicle history searches and test drives. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
I'm Monica Ricks. It's Vice President Harris's big night at the DNC in Chicago. Her campaign's communications director, Michael Tyler.
What tonight is an opportunity to fully introduce herself to a wider slice of the electorate, right? Tell her story. Growing up the daughter of a working mom, working at McDonald's while she was at college, the work that she did before she became vice president and senator, working as a prosecutor and as attorney general, what the through line has been, always working for the people.
Governors Gretchen Whitmer and Roy Cooper and former Republican Congressman Adam Kinzinger are also among tonight's speakers. The Trump campaign focused on immigration and border issues today. Vice presidential hopeful J.D. Vance in Georgia.
Come through the right channels, because as soon as Kamala Harris is booted out of office, and it's going to happen in just a few short months, as soon as Kamala Harris is booted out of office, we are not open for business to illegal aliens or to the Mexican drug cartels anymore.
Former President Trump's campaigning on a similar message in Arizona. Both following the indictment of a Guatemalan national today facing charges in a human smuggling effort that ended with 53 dead migrants in San Antonio, Texas. U.S. Attorney Jaime Esparza.
Not only do we seek justice for the deceased and those who are injured, but we aim to send a message to others involved in smuggling of humans.
Some 10,000 workers are locked out of freight operations in Canada that could have lasting effects here in the U.S. CBS's Jolene Kent explains.
Economists are telling us that for every single day of the shutdown, it will take 3 to 5 days to recover for businesses that are expecting these goods to arrive by rail.
Goods, including food and gas. The next round of ceasefire negotiations have begun between Israel and Hamas in Cairo. CBS's Remy Inocencio's in Tel Aviv.
Sticking points, Israel does not want what they're saying a total ceasefire, but Hamas does. Israel wants to keep its troops in Gaza, but of course Hamas does not. And Israel wants to keep control of Gaza's southern border with Egypt. That is the Philadelphia corridor. And Hamas says absolutely no to that.
The U.S. says these talks could stretch into the weekend. And help could be on the way now for women going through menopause. Here's CBS's Wendy Gillette.
The new study published in JAMA finds the non-hormonal drug elinzanetant relieves moderate to severe menopause symptoms, including hot flashes, night sweats, and disturbed sleep. About 80% of women experience hot flashes during menopause and 60% sleep issues. Hormone therapy was often used to treat the symptoms until a large study found possible risks of heart disease and cancer.
If approved, it'd be the second drug of its kind on the market. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Weather sponsored by Morgan & Morgan.
Overnight, clear conditions, 59 the low. Nice to be able to give the air conditioner a break. Mostly sunny tomorrow, high 83. Saturday, warmer and partly cloudy with a high of 86. And mostly sunny on Sunday as well. So it's going to be a great weekend. By Monday, we might see some showers in the afternoon.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get ready for our Politics and Pints with Donald Trump Jr. Everyone is talking about it. Be with me on September 12th as we talk about the election, politics, and all things Trump. It's huge. Politics and Pints with Donald Trump Jr. September 12th, Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood. Get your tickets now at 1210WPHT.com. That's 1210WPHT.com.
WPHT HD WOG Kayal HD3 Philadelphia from the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app. The revolution will be broadcast. This is the next generation of talk. Now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, Rich Zeoli.
All right, it is day number 4 at the Democrat National Convention here in Chicago. Welcome to the show. Glad you're here. 855-839-1210. On Twitter, at Rich Zeoli. Great to have you with us. The 4th and final day, thank God. And tonight, of course, the big night. Kamala Harris takes the stage. The question, of course, is what will she be wearing? What color pantsuit will she be wearing? Great to be with you, and so excited that my buddy David Urban stopped by again to kick off the show with me. My man.
Back again.
You went viral yesterday for your comments on CNN. You went viral on
Which one?
Twitter.
I don't know which one.
When Gina Raimondo came out,
yeah,
I've got the clip queued up, actually. This is what she said, and then you said this, and the Trump War Room tweeted out the clip of you responding, and I actually had it in my cut sheet. I said, I don't want a clip of Urban saying it on CNN. I want him saying it live right here.
I got you right here. I'm here, my friend.
Exactly. So here, this is what Raimondo said last night, cut 24.
When you hear that, do you potentially think that this new numbers could be a liability for this campaign?
No. When I hear that, first of all, I don't believe it because I've never heard Donald Trump say anything truthful.
It is, though, from the Bureau of Labor.
I'm not familiar with that.
It's her bureau.
Well, the Bureau of Labor Statistics. She works. She's the Secretary of Commerce. She's not familiar with the jobs number or maybe the administration. I'm not quite sure. She seems to be like Kamala Harris. She's a part of the administration, but not really a part of the administration, right? Now that Joe Biden has kind of gone on vacation, quote unquote, right? He's gone on vacation. Everybody's running like rats from a sinking ship. It just strains credibility, right, Rich, that she's like, I'm not familiar with that. Everybody, I promise you, everybody in this arena was familiar with those numbers because they suck so bad, right?
Yeah.
They just for your listeners, the Department of Bureau of Labor Statistics yesterday put out the downward estimate. They said, by the way, the past 5 of 6 yearly estimates, they've estimated downward, right? So they've overestimated every year in the Biden administration how many jobs created. So it's like on the front page they say 500,000 jobs created, hooray! And then a year later they say, yeah, we got that wrong. We didn't create 500,000 jobs. So they said basically at some point during this administration, this year, not the whole administration, but just this past year, 23. They've claimed to create 884,000 more jobs than they created. I mean, that's not like by a little mistake. That's 883,000 people who they're saying are working aren't working, which is just mind-boggling. And it's such a bad number. The economists, everyone was like, wow, the upper end was 1 million. That was the worst they'd ever thought it would be. Some people said, it was going to be 250,000. It was 885,000 or whatever, close 883. And the fact that she's claiming not to have known it, I promise everybody knows it in this building. Also, along with that report, unemployment's at an all-time high for since 2009. 11% of credit card holders are now in default. So the notion that Bidenomics is working is just complete, to use Joe Biden's word, malarkey, right? It's malarkey, Joe. And interestingly, the candidate here in this arena is trying to run as an outsider. She's conveniently not part of this administration.
She's a tour guide.
She's a tour guide.
Yeah.
I just was on CNN. I said, what was she like? Her title, I said, she's Madam Vice President. She's not like a potted plant sitting in the in the East Wing. She has a title. She's a powerful woman. Now that means either A, she during the past 3.5 years, she chose to just sit around and do nothing, right? Or B, that the Biden administration ignored her. Either case is really bad, right? If they ignored her, they must have thought, well, she doesn't have anything to add. We're just going to ignore her. And if she didn't choose to kind of speak up, well, then shame on her for not using her position. Rich, I know if you or Matt or anybody, right, in Philly had that job, you wouldn't just go sit in the OEOB and kind of drink coffee. You'd
like Veep.
Yeah, she is like Veep. It's like Veep is a documentary.
But your point, though, which is valid, it's either if you were Veep and ostracized to the old executive office building, the Eisenhower executive office building, that's not good either because there's a reason for that.
Yeah, the president and the people around him think like, oh wow, she's not very competent, so we're not going to listen to her. We're going to let her be in charge of the three countries in the Northern Triangle. By the way, She claims she wasn't the borders. Okay, well, you weren't the borders. So what were you in charge of? I was in charge of trying to limit the flow of people from Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador. Well, how'd that go?
Yeah.
Terribly, because 10 million of them decided to come across the border. So I'm not quite sure what she did accomplish in the 3.5 years.
We heard a lot of fear mongering last night, David Urban, and everybody from Shapiro to Waltz to everybody else. Trump's going to take away this, take away that. I mean, it's really this dystopian America that they paint, and also acting like he's still in charge. It's time to turn the page on Trump. I mean, he's not president.
He hasn't been president for 3.5 years. Listen, I think they mentioned Trump 285 times yesterday or something. They mentioned the border like 4, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it is. Listen, Rich, when you have no policies to run on, right? When you have nothing substantive to run on or say, like, just bash Trump, right? Kamala Harris has become this, she's like this empty vessel that everybody pours all their TDS into, right?
Trump derangement syndrome.
Yeah. and then they like channel it via her. She's got no policy. She's got nothing. She's joyful.
What do you expect her speech is going to? I mean, listen.
I've heard they're going to talk about her plan for immigration. I almost choked. I said her plan for immigration. Are you kidding me? Like, her plan. What has she been doing the past 3.5 years? Literally, I don't know what she's going to say. This is what I'm doing immigration.
Why haven't you done it?
Or this? How about this? You still got 5 months. Start tomorrow.
Yeah.
Donald Trump had a great line in Bedminster last week on one of his pressers where he said, your day one was 3.5, because she keeps saying, I'll be ready on day one. Your day one was 3.5 years ago, lady. Right? Like, you do not get it. Like, this isn't like Groundhog Day where you get a redo every day. She's burning through her opportunities.
Excellent reference. Groundhog Day, of course, the Pennsylvania Classic.
Punxsutawney crosses. It's more on our side of the state than yours, but it's okay.
It's all right.
By the way, I did on the roll call. I hope you noticed this. They played they had 2 songs for Pennsylvania, right? They had Black and Yellow, right, for the Steelers, and they had, I can't remember what the Philly song was. Do you guys recall?
Did you remember the song they did? No.
They had like a Philly song. They had they had to split up the states so they wouldn't. It's like the old. Remember in the day when during World War II they had the Steagles.
That's right.
That's right. The Steagles, the Steeler Eagles, because they couldn't field the team because of the war.
Had to combine them.
That's always my fantasy football team name.
Is it really?
Yeah, I always pick the Steagles.
Yeah, that's good. I like that. That's good. By the way, have you had a Chicago hot dog yet since you've been out here?
I'm trying to live, Rich. You trying to kill me?
Yeah, I want your spot on CNN. So,
I want to live. I'm trying to keep my cholesterol down, right? I'm eating salads and nuts and fruits and.
There was a time when I was reading this Politico piece. They said, there's a time when Democrats tried not to talk about abortion. I kept thinking about, Bill Clinton in 1992 comes out and says we want to keep abortion safe, legal, and rare. They haven't shut up about it this entire week. And the lie last night that Waltz said that Trump would impose a national abortion ban, he even had to go on Fox News this morning and say, I'm not going to do that. I'm not doing that.
It's such a lie, right? This is the problem. This is the problem here. If we want to have a debate about, let's have a marketplace of ideas, a real debate. But you can't get up there and say, this is Project 2025 is the blueprint for Donald Trump's administration. I was with the president on Saturday. He and I talked about it. If I can't tell you what he said because it would just be one giant bleep, right? I learned that yesterday. Sorry for the tech guys who had to bleep me out.
That's all right. We're happy to do it.
But so
keep your hand on the dump button, Jimmy, just in case.
Well, I promise. I'm trying hard, Jimmy. So when Trump I talked to him about 2025. He said, look. I don't know who these these ideas some of these ideas are crazy. I'm not embracing this. This is a bunch of people's ideas. Unless it comes from Donald Trump's mouth, do not believe what people are selling you. And so this abortion stuff, Rich, you're right. I said to people, I said this on CNN, I've said this repeatedly on other outlets. This is lots of African-American women, lots of abortion, right? They must find those. That's what's going to motivate their base. That's what they need to turn out. That's great. But, as James Carville said, maybe we talked about this, you got Philly, Pittsburgh, and Alabama in between. I'm not seeing a lot for the Alabama part of our state, right? There's not a lot of guys up there with Bass Pro hats on and, going to Cabela's and talking about the Steelers or the Eagles or, Flyers, the Penguins. And there's not a lot of alpha males in this building, right? And I don't mean that I do mean that. I do mean that in the most disparaging way.
Well, it's true, though. I mean, the beta male thing, they even made, I think it was Dana Bash who made that comment last night, right? About, the low testosterone men or whatever it was.
True.
I mean,
it's true.
I was joking about Doug Emhoff he'll be known as B. Modus, the beta male of the United States of America.
That's good. You should trademark that.
I should trademark
quickly, because I'm sure that's going to be a bunch of guys going to be selling those shirts tomorrow on the internet, and you're going to be like, darn it, I should have got that trademark.
But there's a good point there to that. I mean, we heard a lot of millionaires, and we heard a billionaire last night come out and talk about how hard it is in America. But I didn't hear a lot of common people,
Yeah, well, listen, it is the, Chris Cuomo pointed it out. He said, look, they were down here on the floor. They're all talking about, they're railing against, corporate greed and everything. And you look up at the boxes, they're all paid by corporations. And all the money the DNC solicited from corporations. So it's the duality of the political beast. But here it's a little bit more ironic than most, right? Because the hate, I thought the funniest point of the moment was Bernie Sanders up there wanting to say we're going to eviscerate all these billionaires. And then, ladies and gentlemen, Governor Pritzker. I'm like, oh my God. It's like the worst timing. I'm like, who's doing this?
Bernie goes, billionaires are the worst. And Pritzker comes out and goes, I'm a real billionaire.
Yeah.
And Trump's not. And then somebody else comes out and says, and Trump's a billionaire. It's like, could you people figure out what your talking point is?
I love the Obamas railing against generational wealth. And they're like, really, guys? Are you that tone deaf? You're not really.
Your daughters never have to work again, and their kids never have to work again.
And I'm sorry that your gardener's waking you up with your leaf blower. Sorry, President Obama.
Well, soon they'll ban those. So
listen, their president. I don't know. I think on Martha's Vineyard they have to have electric leaf blowers. So I don't know. They don't even have gas powered ones. So he probably needs somebody writer put that in because he probably hasn't heard of a leaf blower in like 10 years. Lives in all those communities with gas. Gas powered's taboo.
David Urban's with me, of course, CNN contributor, former chief of staff to our inspector, and senior advisor to President Donald Trump, all the way back to 2016, and still going, helping to win Pennsylvania. Well, look, I mean, you've won statewide elections, including Trump's in 2016. You helped them do that. The energy issue still, I mean, they're still running away from this. Shapiro, who and I know you have great respect for him, but yesterday he was at the Politico Grill and he's talking about this and he goes, oh yeah, it's going to be fine. Kamala Harris, it's all good. It's all fine. Just like his relationship with John Fetterman. It's all fine. It's all good. I mean,
he did have a good line about it. He said, ask Fetterman's comms director. Oh yeah, but she may not tell you whatever that line is about.
She may not know.
She may not know. He's got a new comms director. It's pretty funny. Listen, I like Josh a lot, but he's trying to paper over this ginormous hole in their platform where she's the queen of the Green New Deal, right? Loving EVs, and then somebody slips a piece of paper under your door one night saying, psych, I'm now for fracking, right?
I heart fracking. She can have a T-shirt that says that tonight.
Until she stands up someplace in the Commonwealth, presumably on a wellhead out in southwestern Pennsylvania. I'll take her to one. I'll give her the platform. She can explain to us how she's had this conversion on the road to Damascus. That now she embraces fracking.
Yeah.
And she thinks it's cool. I think it's political expediency, the worst kind of duplicitousness that people in Pennsylvania will see right through. I think, Jen O'Malley Dillon yesterday was out, I think maybe Politico at the Grill as well, saying about how they don't really have a super clear path to 270, that Trump's still ahead. Mm-hmm. And that's right, because they know that when they start explaining these things, right, when they have to start trying to explain their policies, which they have none, people are going to ask them tough questions. They're going to come up really short. And look, Kamala Harris will give a good speech tonight. She's on a teleprompter. She can read it. She's a smart woman. And but when she's got to answer questions, right, questions about complex policy issues, which she's had, she's on both sides of all these issues, right? Fracking, guns. I mean, Van Jones was telling me this morning, she's really a conservative, David. She was a conservative when she was.
I'm sorry. You tell me that right before I take a sip of water? I almost spit it all over you.
Well, this is what he said. He said she was a conservative when she ran in Northern California, there in San Francisco. She didn't get along with the progressive community. I said, wow, I guess that was news to her colleagues in the Senate, where she was ranked the most liberal senator other than Bernie Sanders. And that's news to the voters who watched her in 2019 and 2020 run the most progressive campaign, getting rid of, your health care. She's like, just get rid of it. You're going to have single-payer system. Single-payer system is, again, code for government-run health care.
Right.
You know, if you're working in the oil and gas industry, well, you're just going to have to quote unquote transition. Now that doesn't mean from male to female. I hope. I think
Although rule nothing out with this party,
yeah,
David.
exactly. Well, the transition I think she was saying was like you're going to have to find another job. Well, good luck. Good luck if you're working your entire life. If you're a welder or a pipe fitter.
What if you like doing those jobs,
Yeah.
right? I mean, people have a right to work the kind of job they want in this country. I thought.
You know, guess what? Pennsylvania is like sitting on an incredible supply of natural gas that can help our country and the world for the foreseeable future. And these people, I mean that in a pejorative fashion, people who embrace this Green New Deal at all costs, you know, they want to deny everyone a chance to work, like you're saying, and a chance for us to have like clean energy. Like gas is clean.
You're damn right it is, and it's what our biggest industry in the state besides agriculture. I mean, it's kind of important for our state. But let's think about what Van Jones is saying here, because what I hear him saying is she's politically expedient.
Well, that's what I said to him. I said she's on every side of every issue. So like.
So she just go with the wind?
Yeah, who's going to show up? That's what I'm interested in. People, it's like, what are you waiting to see? I'm like, I'm waiting to see who shows up tonight. Is it the super liberal Kamala Harris, who was rated, you know, other than Bernie Sanders, the most liberal senator? Is she the Kamala Harris that embraces, you know, the government stealing your guns from you? Or is she the Kamala Harris that's now like the Democratic leadership, that, you know, the blue dog Democrat that you wouldn't recognize? So I'm not quite sure. It's going to be interesting to hear what she says and try to listen without laughing.
David Urban, I always appreciate your time, your thoughts. I'd be remiss, though, if I did not bring up with you one of the other things that I think has been a consistent theme throughout this week, and that is Israel. I mean, you know, the Democrat Party. I felt bad for Josh Shapiro because I know that, you know, a lot of people think that they passed him over because he's Jewish, and I know that your colleague Van Jones had said that initially, though he might have walked it back. I don't know. All I kept thinking last night when Shapiro was speaking was, I'm glad they didn't pick him. I'm really glad that they went with Tim Walz.
He's a talented guy.
Well, yeah, and he's a
Josh
great
is
speaker.
A talented guy.
And
he got. Listen, I gave somebody the phone yesterday, and I said, "Who do you think this is speaking?" Like, it sounds like Barack Obama. I'm like, "Yep, that's Barack Obama right there going on." Baruch Shapiro, right. I mean, when you listen to him speak, you I don't know if you've seen that mashup where they put Obama's face in Josh's voice. Indescribable. You'll never see them in the same room together, kind of thing, right?
Maybe it's CGI. You know, that's possible.
Josh is very gifted. He's a gifted orator, gifted politician.
Where has Israel been during this convention?
It's inconvenient.
Yeah,
right? Rich, that's where it's been. It's been inconvenient for them to talk. I was outside listening last night to a group of pro-Palestinian protesters who were sitting outside here. I was listening to them talk, and they are completely unsatisfied with their party inside this building, and I think that'll reflect in the polls coming up. But listen, the Democrat Party has to make a decision. Do you stand with Israel, or do you stand with the terrorists? I mean, it's pretty simple. It's a binary choice.
Yeah.
Look, I feel sorry for the Palestinian people who are suffering, absolutely. But they've got a choice to make, too. You can reject the Hamas terrorists who put you in this terrible situation, kick them out of your neighborhoods, you know, kick them out of your lives, and embrace peace, right? If Hamas wanted to end this all, they could release the hostages and accept a peace deal, right? Except they won't, because that's not what they want. They want to end the state of Israel as we know it. They want to end anybody who does not agree with their bizarre future of the world. They want to end your life. If you're a Zionist, they'll kill you. They don't care if you're Israeli or not. They don't care if you're Jewish or not. They don't want you to exist. And that is just an evil that we haven't seen since kind of, you know, Adolf Hitler days. And so for people to say, well, we want to hear their voices, I don't want to hear their voice.
Yeah.
Here's what I want to hear. We surrender. Hear the hostages. That's what I like to hear. And listen, again, we talked about this yesterday. Kudos to our junior senator for being so strong on this and such a strong voice for Israel, taking a lot of grief from his party, but he is standing strong with Israel, and I got to admire him for that. It's not an easy place for him, and so good for John Fetterman for doing that. And listen, Josh has been very strong on it, right? He's been in a very strong position. He's, you know, gotten beaten back on this, like you said. Who knows whether it contributed to him not being the VP pick? I will say this: there'd be a lot more protesters outside if Josh Shapiro was on his ticket.
Yeah.
We all know that. We all know it's factual.
And then Biden goes off script the other night and says, the protesters outside make a lot of great points. And then I heard that was off script.
Yeah. Well, they don't make any great points. Here are the points they should make. The people who committed 10/7 are criminals, right? They're terrorists. We will not negotiate with them because they're terrorists. We do not negotiate with people who kill, rape, mutilate women, children. People want to live a peaceful existence. These people are terrorists, and they need to be dealt with as such. And they don't get to have a voice. You don't get to have a seat at the table if you're a terrorist. We don't. That's not how the world works.
All right, last question for you, David Urban, because I know you got to get back on national TV because you're a big shot. I appreciate giving time to your local radio station.
I love Rich Cioli for years, man, for years. I remember I called you from the Air
Force One. Yeah, you and Kellyanne Conway.
You're like, what? I'm like, hey, we're about to take off.
No, you guys were in the air.
Yeah, I can't remember. It was pretty
you
crazy.
guys were in the air. I could barely hear you at first. I was like, is this a joke? Tomorrow, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is going to get out of the race.
Okay, I think it's
Bobby
important.
is going to back Trump.
I love it.
Think this helps?
Hell yeah. Oops. Sorry.
You can say hell.
Okay.
That's all right.
Oof,
Hell's all right.
Okay, gotcha.
You get a pass.
I don't know. FCC, what if they change their thing? So, listen, I think Bobby Kennedy is welcome in the party. Listen, have you ever listened to the guy? If you take back, just, again, it's incredible because people just, the media paints people in such ways that if you're just the average person, casual, everyone's life is busy, right? You're raising your kids, you're working hard. So you just get little snippets in your life, right? And if you just listen to the media without listening to Kennedy, you think he's some lunatic, right? Mm-hmm. I sat because I was I followed him on Aaron Burnett's show one evening. And so I listened to what was amounted to a 30-minute interview, uninterrupted. He's an incredibly bright guy. Listen, he's got some crazy ideas, said some crazy things in the past, but, the fact that he, one of the things he said is, 56% of Americans can't put their hands on $1,000. So when the check engine light in your car comes on, that's a crisis for you, right? Crisis for your family. We need to think about that, right? Americans need to think about that. When people are going to pull the lever for Democrats, they're taking more money out of your paycheck every month. Let's think about that, people. When you want more money in your pocket, because you'll have them in the Trump administration. He talks about diabetes and the battle for obesity in America. And how we spend more money on diabetes drugs than we do on defense, and how all these kids today, because we don't have gym programs and they have poor nutrition, they're overweight and they're obese, and so we need to do things to address. I mean, he's a smart guy, has a lot of good ideas, so he is welcome in the party, and I hope that his voters will consider, voting for Trump, not staying home. We need them in the race. We need them on our team, and so look, in a state like Pennsylvania, where we're going to win by, tens of thousands of votes, not hundreds of thousands of votes. We need all those Kennedy voters. We need them on our team. Join up with us. We need you. Let's link arms and change the world.
Well said, my friend. Yeah. Well said. David, how can everybody follow you on social media?
Listen, follow me. I've got an anemic social media account. It's at davidjurban.com.
Follow him.
It's funny. It's the last that you correctly pointed out. I woke up this morning. I was on super late last night. I was on till 1. I agreed to do it. I thought they meant 1 p.m. this afternoon. Then they said, no, it's 1 a.m. So, oh, boy, I didn't remember what I agreed to. So, anyhow, I did a hit at 1 a.m. I woke up this morning. I saw that the Trump War Room had tweeted it, and then Don Jr. retweeted it. So, I've got some good content on there. So follow me. Happy to keep you entertained.
David J. Urban, always a pleasure, my friend.
Rich,
I appreciate it. Keep up the good fight.
I wish I could be around a lot. I wish I was in Philly. I'd come by all the time.
Anytime you want.
I'll come back and tell our own Spectre story someday.
You can do that too.
That's great.
We may have to wait till after November for that.
Exactly. Yeah, we'll get some free time. By the way, he was a great guy, and I always think this. I'll let you go. I always think boy, I wish he was around today because I'd love to hear his perspective on a lot of things. He was a great, great mentor to me. Just a great man and a great treasure for the state.
Well, would he see any room for himself in this Democrat Party today?
He was. So, the good part about Arnold Specter is I always said he was an independent guy. He should have registered as independent, been an independent, because he really was an independent voice for Pennsylvania. He was a very smart guy. He was always in kind of the right spot at the right time, really made the most of his representation of Pennsylvania, and Pennsylvanians are better off for it. And I just miss him. I miss the guy, and I miss now his wife passed away. Joan passed away. He was a really sweet woman, and got a lot of admiration for the Specter family. So,
well, yeah. I'm glad the Trump campaign has tapped you, my friend.
Okay,
to help
thanks,
them.
Rich. Appreciate it.
All right, buddy. Thank you. Yeah. We'll be right back live from the Democrat National Convention here in Chicago. Don't go away.
The Rich Cioli Show on Talk
when
Radio
you go on vacation,
1210
does
WPHT.
it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano at Batteries Plus Bulbs in Mount Laurel and Northfield. My great friend Roy is looking for help. A handy do-it-yourselfer would be ideal. Great low-pressure part-time job. Customer service is the key. If you're willing to do what it takes to help, you need to talk to Roy. Be part of the team. They power it, they light it, they fix it. Roy says tell them all the time, we fix things, phones and all of that. Give them a call at 856-638-0778. Batteries Plus Bulbs, Mount Laurel and Northfield.
Labor Day signals that fall is fast approaching. Apple picking, fall leaves, and chilly nights are on the horizon. With Legacy Box, you can cozy up and watch something special this fall. Your family's home movies. Legacy Box is the simple, safe, all-inclusive solution for preserving your family's memories trapped on videotapes, film, even photos. After 10 years in business, Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer. They've helped over 1 million families relive their wedding days, babies' first steps, and family road trips. Just fill Legacy Box with your VHS tapes, film reels, or pictures. Legacy Box digitizes it all by hand right here in the USA, and then sends it back on a thumb drive or the cloud. Future-proof your recorded moments today so you can gather the family and begin the trip down memory lane. Plus, for a limited time, they're offering 55% off. Go to legacybox.com/value to get 55% off. That's legacybox.com/value.
Fantasy freaks and geeks. What's cracking? It's your boy James Koh back with my brand new project, the Sleeper King Football Podcast. Look, I get it, okay? There's a lot of fantasy pods out there, but we're going to keep this one light, 15 to 20 minutes, 4 to 5 times a week. And man, we are going to pack it with all the info you need. Season long, weekly projections, and of course, sleepers. Follow and listen to the Sleeper King Football Podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Zeoli is live from the DNC in Chicago on Odyssey's #1 talk station, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, welcome back. We are live at the Democrat National Convention here in Chicago. Appreciate you being here today. 855-839-1210 on Twitter at Rich. Jimmy, if I got access to your musical skills, can we not play this garbage? Can we play good music? Is that all right? This is the kind of stuff I expect from people that don't know music. Because this is, please.
Well, this is Pink. She's coming tonight.
I could care less if she's standing right here. In fact, if Pink was on this, if she was sitting in the co-host chair, I still wouldn't want you to play her. I'd be like, oh, Pink's here, but we're going to listen to something else right now. So that would be awkward, but nevertheless. Come on, you're a musical genius. You're a DJ, for God's sake. You know this audience doesn't want to hear that garbage. You know that.
That does sound like something I would come back with.
Sure. Yeah, Matt, can you set it up for?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm on the air right now. Hang on 1 second. I can't hear you when I got the headphones on. Let me play a clip for you. This is Donald Trump was asked a question about if RFK Jr. endorsed him. It's cue up cut number one. That is the rumor that's going to happen tomorrow. I just talked to David Urban about that if you missed it. Here is the former and future president of the United States, cut number one. Got it, Jimmy? Jimmy.
So I've known him for a long time.
He's
as you know, he's a little different kind of a guy. Very smart guy. He's a very good person. If he endorsed me, I would be honored by it. I would be very honored by it. He really has his heart in the right place. He is a respected person. Women love some of his policies, and I guess some people don't like some of his policies. But overall, I thought the Democrats, he was a Democrat. I don't know what he is right now, but he was a Democrat. They treated him very badly. I think he would have, he goes around saying he would have beaten Biden in the primary. I think there was a good chance. What they did
Matt,
to
Trump
him
is speaking right
was
now.
what they
Someone to
did
go to it.
Biden. They really were harsh and threw him out.
Here,
They
let's
wouldn't
pot
let him
it
go to the
down.
vote. I mean, they made it impossible.
I'm going to come back to this, but President Trump is speaking right now in Cochise County, Arizona, down at the border, talking about the job numbers, among other things. Let's take a listen.
And they did come out, and I really, the whistleblower or whoever it was that got them to have to do it, somebody today, a high official said, well, we don't really believe those numbers because Trump gave them. I didn't give them. I got them from the administration, from the Labor Bureau, and these are the stats that were just let out. In fact, officially, I mean, they just came out. They were released in, officially released. Those are official numbers. Has nothing to do with me. I just happen to be playing the role of a reporter for a change. But I hope you're going to do something with it because I think it's a serious thing. It's the same as everything else. And I'm so glad that we decided to do this. It's a little dangerous to do. I hate to tell you, you guys are in danger with the kind of weaponry that we have, but I felt it was important to do. And this kind of stuff that they put up to shield us, I'm going to make you feel not so good. It doesn't mean a thing compared to what comes through there, but at least they can't see you. But it's dangerous territory, and these people have an unbelievable courage. The Border Patrol, ICE, the police, local law enforcement, unbelievable. I don't even know how they do it. They talk about, I was courageous. These people are courageous. They go through this every day. And the amount of horrible injuries sustained in fights and shootings are just incredible. Not reported, but incredible. We're here today on the southern border in Arizona where Comrade Kamala Harris, I call her comrade because she is a radical left Marxist. She wants open borders. She wants our country. I don't understand why anybody would want it, but she wants our country to be open to the world's criminals so they can come in and rape and pillage and do whatever they have to do. But she's the most radical left person who has ever run for high political office in our country's history. And by the way, the governor, who's done a poor job as governor, Minnesota, Walz, he's done a poor job, very poor job. His numbers are horrible. People are fleeing his state. I love his state. We should have won his state twice, but a lot of hanky-panky goes on there. Hasn't been won since 1972. Richard Nixon was the last one to win it. But every time I go in there, we have massive crowds and everything's good, but nobody seems to be able to win it. So I know why we didn't win it. People don't like to talk about it. But he's a horrible governor, has bad job numbers, bad numbers for leaving, a lot of people leaving the state. And he's insisted, he put a bill, I'm sure the sheriffs would be very happy when they hear this. He signed a bill fairly recently where boys' bathrooms have to have tampons in boys' bathrooms. I don't even like to bring this subject up, but it's a subject you have to hear about. That's what he wants. He's a radical left guy who lied like hell last night, and she'll lie tonight. We're doing a review of her tonight on Truth because she'll lie just like the rest of them lied. They talked about what I said about soldiers. I never said anything. I love our soldiers. They made the story up. It was fiction. We had 26 people countering it, but nobody cares. They made up everything, so many different stories. They made up about Project 25. They've been told officially, legally, in every way that we have nothing to do with Project 25. They know it, but they bring it up anyway. They bring up every single thing that you can bring up. Every one of them was false. He brought them up. But they've unleashed a deadly plague of migrant crime on our country by not doing their job. And all of that plank and all of that very expensive wall, it's also got tremendous electronic capability inside of it. It's got wires for cameras and everything else that you can have. It's the Rolls-Royce of walls, I can tell you. It's very hardened steel outside, 7,000-pound concrete inside, and rebar inside of the concrete, all different, all very hard to get through. And it's sad to see it sitting here. We have crime going on up the road. In this direction, it's as far as you can see is wall. We have no problem there, but they come in where they refuse to put it up. That was when I first realized that they want open borders. I thought nobody could be so foolish or stupid to want open borders and have the world's population, the world's criminal population pour into our country. That's what's happening. But it shattered so many families' lives and stolen so many incredible young lives. And it's also really badly hurt our black population and our Hispanic population because these people are taking their jobs. The jobs now are down, way down for the black population and the Hispanic population because we have millions of illegal aliens that have poured into our country. They've taken the jobs of African Americans and Hispanics. And that was obvious to me. Next is going to be unions. You watch. The unions are going to start going wild because those jobs are going to be taken too. We're honored to really be here with these incredible people, and in particular with some grieving families. And this is a group of people that I've gotten to know. They're incredible people. They've lost a loved one, and thousands of others are out there, and they are grieving also. But they're not out with you and sitting in this hot sun. I will say this, that at least it gives us a good reason. We're doing something for those incredible people that we'll be talking about very shortly, because we can't let it happen to other people. We can't let what you're going through happen to other families. And you know what you're going through, as we discussed, nobody's ever seen anything like it. All for no reason whatsoever. And these are hardened criminals pouring into our country. And then they always say, Sheriff, oh, the illegal immigrants don't commit crimes like people that live here. It's so wrong. They don't report them, but it's so wrong. They make our criminals look like babies. That's about the only thing good. Our criminals all of a sudden don't look so tough to us, right? These are the roughest people, and they're the roughest people from all over the world. Their jails are being emptied from all over the world. Their criminals are being taken from their cities. And by the way, their crime rates are way down. Their crime rates came way down. Venezuela, all of these countries, their crime rates are down. Their prison population's down. Soon they won't have any prison population because 100% of it will be in our country. With the statement, if you ever come back, we will kill you. That's the statement they tell them. If you ever come back to Venezuela and other countries, we will kill you. But it's all over the world. The Congo in Africa, many prisoners let go from the Congo in Africa. Rough prisoners. All over Europe they come, from all over, rough sections, the jails. You have to see jail populations are way down. So we've done a lot of trips to the border over the years and told a lot of stories about border victims, including the stories of the amazing angel moms who have never been appreciated. They're incredible women, what they've gone through. They're going through a similar
thing. This is former
and
President Trump speaking at the border. I'm going to take a quick break. We'll come back and hear a little bit more about this. But I do have to keep on schedule here. We got a lot. It is our final day here, but we'll come back and hopefully we'll take some questions. The big story of the hour brought to you by our buddy Dr. Mike Veneria, VeneriaDental.com. Go see him today for your perfect smile, VANARIA, VeneriaDental.com. And I want to thank my friends at Emmons Roofing and Siding for their incredible support and the great work they've done in my home. You know, I can tell you that when it comes to your home, protection and peace of mind are paramount. That's why Emmons is your go-to contractor for roofing, siding, and windows. Your home will not only look stunning from the curb, but will also be energy efficient, secure, and ready to withstand the elements. With Emmons, you know you're getting top quality materials and the finest craftsmanship in the area. So, whether it's a durable, lifetime warranted Owens Corning roof that stands up to severe weather, siding that keeps your home insulated and looking sharp, or new windows that blend functionality with style, Emmons has you covered. And because Stephanie and Matt know that times are tough for many people, they're offering each and every one of my listeners an inflation relief discount of 10% off roofing, siding, and Anderson window replacement. So don't wait. Choose the company that I've used in 2 different homes over the course of 8 years. That's Emmons, 856-885-6677. 856-885-6677, or check out their website at emmonsroofing.com. Upgrade your home with confidence today with Emmons Roofing and Siding, and make sure you tell them I sent you.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Thanks, Rich Santaro, who said Mama's.
Yes, Mama's on Belmont. That thing had to weigh 12 pounds. Not me, the steak sandwich.
By the way, speaking of that talk, Thomas wrote us last night, and he said, can you please do something about the high schoolish attempt at humor on the morning show?
Oh.
I try to listen, but it's so much like Beavis and Butthead that I changed the channel. We'll stop. We'll get more.
Never me. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right.
Hey, if you're looking for riveting radio, Mark Levin will be up in about 12 hours.
Oh, boy.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we are offering the C40 lease for 36 months for under $500 to qualified buyers. This is a really fun Volvo to drive. We also have a huge selection of certified Volvos. And what about $15,000 off when leasing a 2024 XC90 hybrid? This is an incredibly fabulous Volvo. It's the Volvo I drive. Visit us here at Cherry Hill Volvo for the attention and respect you deserve.
Here's retirement phase expert Phil Cannella with today's report.
Americans in their 60s have a buffet of options when it comes to deciding how much and when they receive their Social Security benefits. Throughout their working careers, Americans pile retirement investments onto their plate, and at age 62, they finally gain access to that dessert, Social Security. In this week's expert report, we will identify Americans' full retirement age and how retirees can get a bigger slice of the Social Security pie. Now, according to the calculations from the Social Security Administration, the majority of Americans collect Social Security before the age of 66, which is the full retirement age for individuals born in or before 1954. Collecting your benefits before your full retirement age will decrease your Social Security payments and could reduce your benefits by 30% if you collect immediately at age 62. Now that the full retirement age is incrementally raising for individuals born after 1955, eligible recipients must plan whether to file early at their full retirement age or delay filing for benefits until age 70 when you get a much bigger slice of that Social Security pie. By meeting with a licensed retirement phase expert, you can make an educated financial decision to when you should order your Social Security dessert and enjoy the peace of mind in retirement.
To hear more stories that will impact your financial future, join Phil Cannella and Joanne Small this Saturday at 11 a.m. on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter, on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
All right, we're continuing along here live from the Democrat National Convention. President Trump is speaking right now. We're gonna go back into that, but I'm waiting for him to take some questions. We have a lot of audio from last night I want to get to as well. So we're monitoring the president's speech, but he's basically saying right now, Harris is overseeing the border invasion. I may have a guest on. I may actually have a Democrat who wants to come on my show, a friend of David Urban's, and a West Point guy who is the Deputy Secretary of Homeland Security under this administration. So I'll ask him flat out, how can you guys justify what's going on at the border? I'll keep it civil because I'm a gentleman. As you know, Mama Zioli's listening, I know, and Mama Zioli texted me and said she loves David Urban. I told David Urban that, and he was grateful. He was appreciative of that. But I have a lot to play up. First of all, I want to play for you a clip last night of Governor Tim Walz. Now, the Midwestern goofball, I was calling him the Midwestern doofus. Either way works. This guy, we're going to cue up cut number 4, Jim, okay? This guy has got a lot of nerve. I'm telling you, man. He comes out last night and he says, we respect our neighbors and the personal choices they make. I want to remind you of something. During COVID, Tim Walz set up a hotline for people to rat out their neighbors. That's right. He set up a hotline where you could call up and you could rat out your neighbors. So if your neighbors were having a party, say, and they had more than the state amount of people, like 10 people, whatever it was, you could drop a dime on them, all right? But we're supposed to believe this guy really is sincere when he says to everybody to mind your own damn business. And this is how Democrats are. They decide for you when it's your body's autonomy. Only matters with abortion. That's the only time they ever scream about freedom. Everything else they want to control, from what you eat to where you go to whether or not you can play sports, and you better have your COVID shots and everything else. And during COVID, these people locked people in their homes, and they killed people in nursing homes. And Walz was at the center of this. So the nerve of this guy to say this last night, cut number 4.
Because in Minnesota, we respect our neighbors and the personal choices they make. And even if we wouldn't make those same choices for ourselves, we've got a golden rule. Mind your own damn business.
You don't mind your own business. No, mind your own business unless your neighbors have 11 people over. Then call up our state hotline and drop a dime on them, and we'll have the police come and shoot paintballs at them. That's not mind your own business. This guy's full of it. These people, they decide when you have freedom and when you don't. They are so full of it. You know what else they're full of, too? Saying that they save democracy. So Nancy Pelosi, the vampiric one, who came out last night, she had a piece of toilet paper under her shoe. That was the best part of the entire convention so far. Pelosi comes out, the vampiric one, with a piece of toilet paper under her shoe. Now, don't be misled here. Vampires do not use the bathroom. I know this for a fact. They do not use the bathroom. What the vampiric one was doing was cleaning up blood from her meal. And it accidentally dropped down and she stepped on it. But this is Pelosi, who, remember, literally was engaged in a coup. According to journalist Seymour Hersh, who's a brilliant guy who exposed how the United States of America was complicit in the bombing of the Nord Stream pipeline along with Ukraine, Pelosi and other top Democrats threatened Biden with the 25th Amendment to force him to drop out of the race. And despite this, Pelosi says she's actually the one who cares about democracy. All right? And she goes on about the January 6th nonsense and the usual nonsense. They literally shivved the President of the United States in the back. They did that to this guy and shoved him off the stage. That's what they did. Don't forget what these people did to Joe Biden, all right, because they knew he was going to lose. Barack Obama getting up there and going on about his great friend Joe and what a great decision he made picking him as his running mate. Please, how stupid do these people think we are, that we don't know what they did? Not a single Democrat primary voter, think about this now, voted for their Democrat nominee for president. Not a single one. And yet we're supposed to believe these people care about democracy. Give me a freaking break. Cut number 9. Cut 9.
January 6th was a perilous moment for our democracy. Never before had a president of the United States so brazenly assaulted the bedrock of our democracy, so gleefully embraced political violence, so willfully betrayed his oath of office. Let us not forget who assaulted democracy on January 6th. He did.
He did.
But let us not forget who saved democracy that day. We did.
We did, yeah. Let us not forget who didn't call for the National Guard. You did.
And
let us not forget who was in charge of security at the Capitol building.
House of Representatives then.
Yeah. Let us not forget who was in charge of Capitol the security on January the 6th, and that's you. Your vampiricness, that's you. All right? So you can have your fangs out all you want. We know the truth. And don't stand there and tell us about democracy. Give me a freaking break, all right? Oh, by the way, I gotta mention you. There's this clip that's gone very viral. And I knew this was a joke when I heard it the first time. I just knew that this is too good to be true. The guy is great. It's a comedian. He's actually going to be on the show tomorrow. But guess who's not going to be? Me. It's not my fault. I wanted to be, but the flight got changed, and now I got to fly back tomorrow. So I had to call up Opelka. Opelka's coming in tomorrow. There's no way I could do the show and get home. It just doesn't work out timing-wise. That's okay. It's all right. We'll be okay. But this comedian spoke to the BBC, dressed up as a total lefty whack job, and his actual name. He's going to be on with Opelka tomorrow. So let me pull it up for you, so you can know that this is a joke before I get to it. His name is Alex Strenger. Alex Strenger. He's going to be on at 3:30 tomorrow on my show. The nerve of Opelka to book him for my show without my consent. This guy, I'm telling you, Opelka is dead to me. I personally think he's dead to me. And I know he's going to be in for me all next week because I'm on vacation. But let's be honest, he's dead to me.
Why? What did Mike do?
I just told you what he did. He booked this comedian on my show. He scooped me on my own show. What if I wanted to have the guy on?
Well, I don't know. He's being kind enough to fill in for you tomorrow because you have more flight issues.
I'm sorry, what is this? We don't have the 13th Amendment? It's not slavery. We are paying the guy. Not much. Basically slave wages, but still.
Who wants to work on a Friday in the summer, though?
Well, I was going to, but then they changed my flight.
You have the worst luck with flights.
Oh, I really do. They change it twice on Sunday, and now they changed it. I was going to fly home tonight, but now they change it to tomorrow, and it's not going to work. So, anyway, this is what number is this now? I have this now. This is what did I do with it, Matt? Oh, okay, cut 32. This is a man at the DNC convention who declares he's a proud white dude for Kamala Harris. This is great. Cut 32.
What brought you out here today? No, listen, my name is Noah Shorts. I use he, they pronouns. I'm just really excited that we have, the first black woman that could be the president of the United States. And, my wife, right, we're in a polyamorous relationship. The lover that my wife took is African-American. And, I've learned so much about the struggle that people of color go through as a result of my wife's boyfriend. And so I'm excited to really do my part to show solidarity for my marginalized communities. And, the best way to do that is to get the first woman of color to be the commander-in-chief. And I'm really excited. I'm so pumped. Were you this pumped and excited when Joe Biden was the nominee? I mean, listen, I would vote for a corpse over voting for Donald Trump because he's a disgusting fascist, white supremacist pig. But now, we get to really make history. We have, like I said, we have the first woman of color to be president of the United States. And, our country, it was founded on the values of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And in Kamala Harris, nothing embodies those values more than a Kamala Harris presidency. So I'm pumped. I'm ready. I am so excited. I'm a proud white dude for Kamala Harris, baby. Let's go. Woo! Have you seen any excitement at a Democratic event like in this stadium? Or? No, listen. This is amazing. You can't generate. I couldn't see any more excitement. The only way there could be any more excitement is if, maybe you had an artist or a celebrity performing or opening for Kamala, but no, this is amazing. This is celebrity level of excitement. This is a rock star. And then, the thing that I'm the happiest about when it comes to Kamala Harris presidency, it's the economy. And, I'm really excited about how she finally wants to put a cap on prices at the grocery store. And, look, even if price controls, may lead to shortages of food and basic goods, the shortages will lead to rationing, and rationing, that leads to equity, and we need to be a more equitable place in America to dismantle our legacy of white supremacy. So thank you so much for hearing my voice and so many voices like me.
I mean, that was to the BBC, and they thought he was real, and that was an actual clip on the BBC. So this guy totally stumped them, and good for him. He's a comedian, and he'll be on tomorrow at 3:30 with Opelka. Oh, look, Eric Swalwell's in the building, Matt DeSantis. Your favorite member of Congress.
Excited.
Do you think he'll come on our show and break wind live on the show?
I think there's probably a less than 0% chance, but oh man, I have to get a picture with him.
You got to get a picture with the tutor, Eric Swalwell. You got to get him on. President Swalwell. Can we get him? Get him on? No, probably not. Huh? All right, I'm going to get in trouble. I'm yelling again. I'm getting dirty looks. Thank God it's our last. Hey, they hate me. They hate but they're really going to hate me when I start doing Josh Shapiro and King Philip the Unaccountable. Then they're really going to hate. I got the trumpets ready, queued up. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come right back. We're live in Chicago at the Democrat National Convention. Don't go away.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me. 40 days up to 40 pounds. Shed that summer vacation weight by reaching out to NJ Diet. You will lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days and without any shots. NJ Diet is all natural. They use your hair, saliva, and blood work, along with bioenergetic scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements that get your body into the fat-burning zone so you can finally lose that weight. Then, NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep it off. Best of all, it's contractually guaranteed. You're fully supervised the entire time to make sure you are burning fat and not just losing water. You even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Locations in Newark, Delaware, King of Prussia, and Cherry Hill, or available worldwide with live online video consultations. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or schedule your consultation today by going to njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
We buy any car. Why sell your car at WeBuyAnyCar.com? Because when you trade in, you're dealing with a dealer. And sure, they're interested in a good deal. For them, not for you. Come to WeBuyAnyCar.com instead. All we do is buy cars. You get in, get out, and get paid at a fair price. So don't take chances with a trade-in. Go to WeBuyAnyCar.com for a free online valuation. Find out how much your car's worth at WeBuyAnyCar.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Bucks County native Pink will be performing at tonight's Democratic National Convention in Chicago. SEPTA is launching a new police unit to address bus and trolley safety ahead of the new school year. And the winner for Best Philly-inspired Hers potato chip flavor goes to Romano Stromboli.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You've heard me talk over the years a lot about FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sportsbook. Well, we have something a little bit different for you. Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then with the YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime. So just visit FanDuel.com/Dom to download America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT. You have to be 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds, terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
WPHT, WPHT, HD, WOGL, HD3, Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app. The revolution will be broadcast. This is the next generation of talk. Now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, Rich Zeoli.
All right, we're live at the Democrat National Convention. President Trump is speaking, and there is an urgent manhunt on a man who threatened to kill him that is happening right now in Arizona. There's a man suspected of making threats against Trump's life. Welcome back to the show. Glad you're here. 855-839-1210 on Twitter at Rich Zeoli. Arizona authorities have launched an urgent manhunt for 66-year-old Ronald Lee Servood, who allegedly threatened to shoot Donald Trump during his upcoming visit to the southern border in Cochise County, Arizona. Servood is also wanted on several other charges, including DUI, failure to appear in court, failure to register as a sex offender, and felony hit and run. This follows the attempted shooting of Donald Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania. Trump is speaking outside right now. It's an outdoor event in Cochise County, Arizona. We're going to dip in here and take a listen to what the president's saying. He's down at the southern border. He's speaking about the open borders. Apparently, Kamala Harris is going to focus on immigration tonight. I can't imagine how, given this atrocious record of the border. But let's jump in here. This is the big story of the hour, brought to you by our buddy Dr. Mike Veneria, VeneriaDental.com. Go see him today for your perfect smile. VANARIA, VeneriaDental.com. Let's jump in here and hear what President Trump has to say.
That they may have wanted to do that as quickly as
it looks like they've jumped out here in
because
Fox News. So we'll keep monitoring this for you. We're hoping he's going to take some questions, and we'll bring that to you live. But it looks like they've cut away from him and talking about the manhunt right now of this guy who looks like a real piece of work, this, according to the Cochise County Sheriff's Office. This is one of the things about last night that infuriated me personally was listening to Oprah Winfrey lecture us about how hard it is in America. Oprah Winfrey is a billionaire, okay? She's a billionaire with a B. And much like how the Obamas came out and talked about how hard it is in America, I just kept thinking about, all the houses that Oprah Winfrey owns, the land, the company she's invested in, and she goes on and lectures us. And she also takes shots at Donald Trump last night. And she talks about how she's been on the receiving end of all of the different isms in this country. You know what I mean? All the different isms. Her net worth, just so you know, is $2.7 billion with a B. $2.7 billion with a B. But here's Oprah last night playing up the, oh, woe is me card, cut number 12.
From the redwood forest, love those redwoods, to the Gulf Stream waters, I've seen racism and sexism and income inequality and division. I've not only seen it, at times I've been on the receiving end of it.
I've been on the receiving end of it. She's worth. So what does that tell you about America? The fact that Oprah's worth $2.7 billion. If America was such a racist, horrible country, that we're a racist, sexist, misogynistic country that everybody on the left thinks, how did Oprah get $2.7 billion of net worth? It's because America is the land of opportunity and possibilities. And, she used to be friends with Trump, too. In fact, Trump was on her show. We have a flashback for you of, this is cue up cut 15. This is back in 1988, talking about countries ripping America off on trade. And even Oprah suggested that Trump may run for president someday. And you could argue that Donald Trump helped Oprah get to where she is, cut 15.
Last year, criticizing U.S. foreign policy. What would you do differently, Donald?
I'd make our allies, forgetting about the enemies you can't talk to so easily, I'd make our allies pay their fair share. We're a debtor nation. Something's going to happen over the next number of years with this country, because you can't keep going on losing $200 billion, and yet we let Japan come in and dump everything right into our markets and everything. It's not free trade. If you ever go to Japan right now and try to sell something, forget about it, Oprah. Just forget about it. It's almost impossible. They don't have laws against it. They just make it impossible. They come over here, they sell their cars, their VCRs, they knock the hell out of our companies. And, hey, I have tremendous respect for the Japanese people. I mean, you can respect somebody that's beating the hell out of you, but they are beating the hell out of this country. Kuwait, they live like kings. The poorest person in Kuwait, they live like kings. And yet they're not paying. We make it possible for them to sell their oil. Why aren't they paying us 25% of what they're making? It's a joke.
This sounds like political presidential talk to me, and I know people have talked to you about whether or not you want to run. Would you ever?
Probably not, but I do get tired of seeing the country ripped off.
Why would you not?
I just don't think I really have the inclination to do it. I love what I'm doing. I really like it.
Also, it doesn't pay as well.
No, it doesn't. But, I just probably wouldn't do it, Oprah. I probably wouldn't, but I do get tired of seeing what's happening with this country. And if it got so bad, I would never want to rule it out totally, because I really am tired of seeing what's happening with this country, how we're really making other people live like kings, and we're not.
That's from 1988, and that's something, and you could tell it was not an ambition for him. He ran out of frustration. All right, I have my first Democrat on the show.
Yeah, hey.
From the Democrat National Convention. I want to welcome John Teen. Am I saying that correctly?
Yeah, you're saying it correct.
Deputy Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security and a West Point graduate.
Well, former. I was in the Biden-Harris administration 2021, 2023.
Okay, so former
right,
Deputy Secretary. All right, well, good for you. You got out.
Yeah.
And West Point graduate?
West Point graduate.
Thank you for your
class of
service.
1987. Yeah, our
All
country was strengthened. That was our motto.
Well, you're a friend of David Urban, so there you go. Now we're going to keep it civil because I'm a nice guy. You're a nice guy.
Yeah.
And you're the first Democrat to be brave enough to come on my show. So I'm honored.
Well, look, hey, Rich, I give you credit. You're here in Demopalooza. Like, you're inside the big tent. We open the tent to everybody. We're the party of hope and joy and inclusion. You know that.
Well, I appreciate that. Is this your water? I don't want to take
That's
your water.
water.
That's my water. Okay, good.
But you know what? I would drink from it.
That's how close. That's how bonded.
How inclusive I am.
That's how we are. I love it. Now, you listen. I got to ask. I mean, Trump is at the border right now, and he's talking about the border crisis. You were in the Department of Homeland Security. One could argue, guys didn't exactly do the best job. I'm not saying you personally. I don't want to put this all on you. But we have a bit of a crisis down at our southern border right now. Would you agree?
You know what I wish President Trump would be doing right now is taking a look at the fact that there aren't that many people, illegal migrants, trying to come across the border right now. The numbers, and they're out there, right? Customs and Border Protection will tell them that the numbers are the lowest since before President Biden came into office.
Well, those are the ones they're
so
counting.
3.5 years. No, those are the numbers. This is how the U.S. Customs and Border Protection is run by mostly 99% great civil servants, many of them who I know well. And they produce. There's guys who are on the border. They got their sidearms. They got their 9mm. They got their bulletproof vests. They're driving in, armored vehicles when they need to. And I will tell you what, they have a bunch of guys in the back office who produce the statistics and count the people coming across. The numbers are the lowest. Rich, you can't have it both ways. You can't say, look how high the numbers are. And then the next day when the numbers come out from the same exact Office of Statistics. That's a little wonky, sorry, but I'm a Democrat, right? So
Well,
I like policy, right?
Okay, that's
and
fair.
I like wonky statistics. Is that same office producer says the numbers are the lowest they've been in 3.5 years. And by the way,
You have Democrat Senator John Fetterman, Democrat, saying that you have the population of Pittsburgh crossing into this country illegally every single day. Are you saying he's wrong?
I'm saying, what Senator Fetterman is saying is he knows what's happening in Pittsburgh, so I'm going to defer over to him.
No, he's saying that's the people crossing the border every day.
Yeah. What I would say to this is President Trump, when President Trump was in office, the numbers were in 2019 were higher than at any time in the first couple of months during the Biden administration. So apples to apples.
Wait, what year was that?
2019.
Well, it just got there. I mean, it was they were building the wall. Why did Biden undo so many of those executive actions, like remain in Mexico, for example?
Well, 2019. Let's be fair.
Right.
Trump had been in office for 3 months, so for 3 years. So all of the different policies he supposedly had in pre-COVID, like you got to take COVID out. Title 42. All those, the Health Act that says you can't come in. I mean, that pretty much stopped everything. What would have happened whenever? What was your question?
Why would Biden take away remain in Mexico, for example? A policy where if you want to seek asylum in the United States, you have to remain in Mexico. That sounds like good policy. Why would he undo that?
Effectively, we ended up doing much of that same thing, remain in Mexico with AMLO. And the other thing we should be talking about here is the government of Mexico has been incredibly cooperative over the last 3.5 years with the Biden-Harris administration. And I think really going forward, they will be again. They are a great ally. And, it just kills me every time I hear President Trump speaking poorly about this great ally to our South, who's one of our biggest trading partners.
Well, he's saying they need to step up and do more to stop drugs coming to this country. You probably agree with that, right?
They are doing a ton of work to go against counter cartels. Look what the Homeland Security investigation, everybody always wants to talk about ICE and the removals, and that's certainly one of their prescribed duties. But the other big prescribed duty, they have HSI, Homeland Security Investigation. And this is essentially the organization that took down, with the cooperation of the Mexican government and the Mexican civil and law enforcement authorities, they took down those two leaders from the Sinaloa cartel. And by the way, the numbers on fentanyl overdoses dropped for the first time in 3 years over the last 60 days.
The Washington Post had an article about how fentanyl comes to this country. It's produced in China, brought to Mexico, the cartels assemble it, then they go into Los Angeles, they stay in B&Bs, and then they flood our streets with fentanyl. I mean, you're not sitting here, Mr. Secretary, and saying that we don't have a fentanyl crisis in this country, are you?
Hey, by the way, I'm former deputy secretary.
Well,
so,
I can call you that out of respect.
I appreciate the honorific. I appreciate it. I'm always a Colonel Armor retired after 24 years in the Army and 3 combat tours.
You have my respect.
I'll take that one.
I appreciate that. 2 combat tours?
Three combat tours. So
unlike Tim Waltz, you saw combat. So
Operation Desert Storm. Operation Desert Storm. Operation Desert Storm. And 2 OIF tours.
Thank you.
I'll answer the question on fentanyl. Since you brought up Governor Tim Walz, Master Sergeant retired Tim Walz. Here's what I will tell you, and I've been talking to a lot of folks, and out in the veterans community, and whatever veterans are out there. Number one, thank you for your service, whether
Absolutely.
you went in combat or didn't go into combat. We all know if you were a veteran, if you were active duty, Army, Marine, National Guard, whatever, in that time period that the Trump Vance ticket wants to keep talking about, 2003 to 2005 or so, right when he decided to retire, we didn't know what any of our units were doing. In 2004 was my first Iraq tour. President George W. Bush, who I was a director for in the National Security Council as a civil servant, part of the civil service that Schedule F and Project 2025 wants to take down, that was my job at the time. I was eventually became a director of the NSC for the Bush administration, George W. Bush. And the president went on, who I love and respect, President George W. Bush. He said, mission accomplished. Remember that? He went out on the aircraft carrier and said, we're done. And what that effectively told the rest of us was, okay, we'll stand down. We'll go into, tabletop exercises, and we'll train and go to tank gunneries and things of that nature. And so the National Guard unit that Governor Tim Walz was in, that he was the command sergeant major for, retired as a master sergeant, right? They didn't know what they were going to do, right? There were warning orders, what was on the patch chart.
That's not what his guys are saying.
That was all, no, look.
I mean, the guys who serve with him said that
some of those guys are saying, some of the other guys are saying, we didn't know what was going to happen. I can go back. I can tell you, this is firsthand knowledge. I was not in the National Guard. I was active duty. And we were saying, are we done? I was in the 1st Armored Division. And they were the ones who were really had taken control of Baghdad Airport, Karbala, and some other places in Iraq and central Iraq. And effectively, they were told, okay, you're going home. They had been in country for about a year. I was actually training, getting ready to go forward. I was at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, getting ready to take over my command, Task Force 237 Iron Dukes, to any Iron Dukes out there. And then they said, okay, you'll meet the unit in Germany when they come home. Then I get this call from Colonel Pete Mansour, who's now at Ohio State University. Big West Pointer, a lot smarter than me, for sure a lot smarter than Dave Urban.
A lot smarter than me, that's for sure.
And he said, hey, John, you got to get over here because guess what? We just got extended indefinitely. We don't know what's going on. And, Muqtada al-Sadr, this is the Shia are kind of rebelling here. And we're going to and what happened? We stayed there for another, 10-plus years. And to some extent, we still have some forward deployed forces. So we didn't. Anybody who was in the active Army National Guard didn't know what was going to be happening, and I would guarantee you that the folks in that National Guard unit didn't know if they were going or coming. And really, where are we coming off? And this is not you, Rich, or MAGA, or anybody else. Literally anybody else who's saying the guy signed up at 17 years old. He had to ask his father for permission. He served for 20 years, and then what happens 9/11? Now, a lot of folks could have said, "Oh, look, I did my 20 years. I'm done. I'm moving on." A lot of people did that. What did he do? He re-enlisted. You got to give the guy credit. No one's giving the guy credit.
No one's taking that away from him. Okay. I think it's more about the fact that he said, weapons of war, which I held in war, should be banned in our streets. I don't like when people try to take away my liberty or my freedom by using something that's not true. You know what I mean? If he had been in combat and said that, okay, but he wasn't, and that's what bothers me. But listen, I don't want. Let me ask you this: as a colonel,
he deploy in support of Operation Enduring Freedom.
He went to Italy and ate pasta. Look, I mean, come on. The pasta is good there.
You know
he
what?
Got lucky.
Yeah, look, I like pasta too. My wife's gluten free, so I can never.
You poor son
the
of a.
only time I can get anytime I can get gluten is when I go on travel. I'm trying.
You have to hide it in the back.
I'm dying to get out of this convention center so I can go find some Italian beef. So if you know of any Italian beef,
actually, my producer Matt DeSantis just said, "Where'd you go, Portillo's?" Portillo's. He loved it.
That's supposed to be good.
He loved it.
So,
Colonel, you got it. The withdrawal from Afghanistan, 3 years now. Kamala Harris said she was the last person in the room. I mean that is a stain on this administration. No question about it. The withdrawal from Afghanistan. Would you agree on that was a disaster?
Okay, let me remind you something about Rich, and you probably looked at my bio.
Yes.
I was the director for Iraq in the George W. Bush administration.
Yes.
Then President Obama kept me on to be the senior director for Afghanistan and Pakistan. I know the Afghanistan-Pakistan policy well. And when President Trump went on and spoke to and effectively had another West Pointer. We're everywhere, man.
You guys are everywhere. All my Navy friends listening right now are cringing. There's a lot of people cringing just because you're a Democrat. But no, I'm happy you're on the show. I appreciate it.
Those guys just need to read more in the Navy.
Do you go to the Army-Navy games a lot? Do you do that?
I do.
Yeah.
And we always win when I go. So, but when when Secretary of State Pompeo, West Point class of 86, same one as Dave Urban, and I love those guys, but God, there's a lot of 86 guys. I don't know what they did, but they must have doubled their numbers or something. But Secretary of State Pompeo met with the head of the Taliban and essentially negotiated the peace. And so when President Biden came in, this is something we should be celebrating across lines. It used to be this saying. You're old enough to remember this. Politics stops at the water's edge, right? And Afghanistan should have been one of those issues where President Trump said, "I'm going to Mullah Baradar." That was the guy. There's this famous picture of Secretary of State Pompeo standing next to Mullah Baradar, about as close as you and I are standing now, and are sitting now. And it's essentially said, "We're going to pull out of Afghanistan. Here's the deal. Don't attack us, and we'll get out of here." And then when President Biden came in, he effectively said, I agree with President Trump. He goes, this is a forever war. We need to get out. It's costing us blood, treasure. We've given 20 years of democracy, essentially, to Afghanistan. And, we believe that the government of Afghanistan is going to be, this is both Republicans and Democrats gave hundreds of billions of dollars over to Afghanistan, built up a force of 325,000 government of Afghanistan national security forces. And by the way, the intelligence community were pretty in lockstep with this, believed that it was at least another year to 2 years, and it would be more warlords than it would be the Taliban. As it ended up being, the Taliban were able to roll the government of Afghanistan and the national security forces. And to this day, I still look back. I was in the Situation Room when we found out that we had lost So I got to pause here a second. When we lost our 13 service members, right, 11 Marines, 1 soldier, and 1 sailor. And by the way, we never talk about 100 Afghan national or civilians when they left. So really, we should be celebrating the fact that this was effectively a bipartisan decision to leave Afghanistan.
Well, I agree with ending the war. I think that was the right move, but it was the manner in which we left that is the problem. And, the questions around, did the administration have a sniper in their sights that could have taken out that terrorist at Abbey Gate? And those 13 service members would be alive today. Knowing the intelligence had changed, should we have left all of our stuff there? I mean, they were parading around the streets with our stuff. That's got to burn a guy like you who spent his life serving this country for multiple administrations, bipartisan.
Again, to my fellow veterans out there, to anybody who's been outside the wire, outside of Forward Operating Base, like I was with 1,100 of my great soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines in Iraq, especially Talaf and Ramadi of 607. There's a lot of friction on the battlefield, right? And I was Department of Homeland Security, so I was responsible for Operation Allies Refuge, and then Operation Allies Welcome. I wasn't in charge. It was obviously a whole of government effort, but DHS had the lead on that. And this was getting these fellow patriots, effectively interpreters and others who support us in the embassy and at Bagram and at Kandahar, but Afghans effectively out of the country as safely and as securely and as responsible way as possible. And so I'm not going to sit here and second-guess the Department of Defense. It was a really difficult mission. We asked them to do a lot. We said you have 15 days to get folks out there, and they did it. It was really impressive. And we should be celebrating that. We should be celebrating the fact that we got civilian aircraft came in. We should be celebrating the fact that Transcom, who doesn't get a lot of love, right, because they're not CENTCOM or PACOM or something like that. They don't get a lot of love. They did a great job in pulling out 120,000 Afghan civilians who are living better lives. And probably some of the best, better than me probably, citizens of our local communities are going to be these Afghans who are over here in the United States of America.
Well, I agree with that point. But, I sat down with some of the Gold Star families at the Republican National Convention. Some of them said they've still not even gotten a call from President Biden to, say, I'm sorry for your loss. I mean, that's very sad, to think that they did not get that courtesy.
These are some of the same Gold Star families in general, and thanks for talking about the Gold Star families that President Trump has disrespected multiple times.
Oh, no, you're not doing that on me, are you?
Well,
Come on, with debunked,
all right. Then we'll just talk about suckers and losers. Do you want to?
He didn't say that.
Do you want to talk about?
Are we still going with that
General
now?
John Kelly.
Come on,
General John Kelly.
Come on.
Well, okay,
26 people there said that's not true.
Well, let's do these facts. General Kelly.
You got to wrap it. All right, we got to wrap it. All right, good. That's okay. We'll wrap
General
it.
John Kelly. General John Kelly. General H.R. McMaster.
You guys got to stop.
General
with
Mattis.
that.
And really, look. By the way, McMaster, another West Pointer.
Shout
out to my guys in Annapolis.
This has really been a West Point commercial. I hope they've sponsored your appearance here today.
Right,
former Deputy Secretary John Teen, Colonel, retired United States Army. Thank you for your service to our country. This was fun.
Thanks, sir.
I enjoyed having the conversation.
All right,
and
take
thank
care.
you for being the first and only Democrat to come on my show, the entire DNC.
Well, come on. This is we're the Big Ten party.
You get it. You should just get another medal for this.
Hope and joy.
I'm very joyful.
All right, take care.
I appreciate it. All right,
Bye.
we'll come back live from the Democrat National Convention here in Chicago. President Trump is speaking right now about the border, at the border in Cochise County, Arizona. We'll take some of that live for you upon our return. I do want to thank our great friends. Well, I got to thank Mama Zioli for telling me about one of the greatest finds of my life, and that is Dr. Mike Veneria. As you know, my entire family goes to Dr. Mike, whose level of care and commitment to dental excellence is unmatched. If you've been putting off seeing a dentist or getting that complex dental procedure done, I don't want to sound like Mama Zioli, but what are you waiting for? Dr. Mike is the best, and taking care of your teeth is so important to your overall health. Plus, Dr. Mike and his staff make it so easy to have that beautiful, healthy smile. Dr. Mike has been named a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He also has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. I promise you will not be disappointed with Dr. Mike. If you haven't been to the dentist or you're on the fence about getting that dental procedure done, reach out to Dr. Mike today. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, schedule your appointment for free implant consultation for your perfect smile. Call 856-786-2020, 856-786-2020, or visit veneriadental.com. It's Venaria, veneriadental.com. Dr. Mike Veneria. We're coming right back.
High school football is back. High school football is back. And so is the Friday Night High School Football Scoreboard Show. Join Daryl Dobis, James Bailey, and Matt Dentz. Friday nights 10 till midnight for a rundown of all the big high school games in the region and expert analysis. The Friday Night High School Football Scoreboard Show. Friday night at 10. Only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Don't miss The Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
At Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, get wholesale club pricing for everyone on the 2024 Jeep Wrangler 4xE. Or choose the 2024 Jeep Compass and lease for as low as $298 per month for 27 months. Go to TriCountyCDJR.com to see our great inventory. We're easy to find off the Limerick exit of 422. Visit TriCountyCDJR.com today for more details and experience the Tri-County difference.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wawa has new Southwest flavors. Try them in a burrito, bowl, or quesadilla and build it just how you like it. Gotta have a Wawa.
Philo's got a world of entertainment for you to explore with just one subscription. Sign up today and start watching all the networks you love, like A&E, MTV, Discovery, Lifetime, Hallmark Channel, and so much more. Featuring current seasons of all the best drama, true crime, reality, and family-friendly shows you can't afford to miss. And with up to 3 streams at once, you'll never have to fight about what to watch. Get started today and unlock our library of over 75,000 movies and shows, and save all your favorites with the unlimited DVR so you can rewatch them anytime, anywhere for up to a year. Philo now includes access to AMC Plus. You can discover your next obsession from its collection of hit originals like Mad Men, The Walking Dead, Killing Eve, Orphan Black, and tons of blockbuster movies. There are no contracts, no commitments, and no hassles. For just $28 a month, Philo's a better way to watch TV. So what are you waiting for? Visit philo.tv and sign up today to start your 7-day free trial. That's philo.tv.
Zioli is live from the DNC in Chicago on Odyssey's #1 talk station, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Okay, put the camera on for me. All right, welcome back. We are live at the Democrat National Convention. Just had my first and only Democrat on the show. That was fun. Nice guy. But I want to welcome to the show. We have a guest right now, and he is somebody that I'm excited to talk to. And he is the former Lieutenant Governor of California, Abel Maldonado, former Lieutenant Governor of California. How are you today, sir?
I'm doing great, Rich. How are you? Thank you so much for having me on your show.
No, listen, I'm very happy to have you on the show. I got to ask you, I'm trying to understand, you're former Lieutenant Governor of California. Do you still live there, and do you need to have psychiatric services every day to get through the day, or did you get out?
You know what? I actually happen to be a farmer and been a farmer my whole life here in Central California. And I can't pick up my land, Rich, and move my land to another state. If not, we probably would have been gone already, because this state is really gone off the deep end on many levels. And who's been at the top of the government here? Kamala Harris. Pretty simple, to be honest with you.
Yeah, well, that's true. And you are the last member of the Republican Party to serve as Lieutenant Governor of California. And you know what? You've got such an impressive background. And you know Kamala Harris. You know what she's done to your state, and you've seen it firsthand. And we're all pretending right now like she has no political background whatsoever, like she wasn't part of this administration, that she was not a senator from California. I mean, it is remarkable, this gaslighting that we're all witnessing here.
You know, Rich, I've known her for over 20 years. Served right next. I mean, I was a constitutional officer right just next to her, and obviously in Sacramento, her watching San Francisco. And we go out to dinner out here. We get together, and we all chuckle on how can she really pull the wool over the eyes of the American people, especially Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Let me tell you something. It's easy to campaign in California when you're a Democrat, and you can have all these issues that, remove straws from restaurants, ban fracking, ban offshore oil, ban this, ban that, price gouging. We've seen this game. We've seen this for 15, 20 years, and now she wants to take it to the national level, Rich. We're just like in shock. We're in awe that she's even close. But you know what? She's gotten a free pass, a free ride, and I'm hopeful that after this convention we can find the real Kamala, because this notion of not talking to press, they do that here all the time. That's normal in California. You don't talk to the press, and if you want the press to answer a question from you or you to the press, it's via email. They don't talk to anybody here because they don't have to. The question is can they get away with this on a national basis, on a national level? I don't know. I hope not.
I hope not. I hope not. And this is a short election window we have, so we have to talk about this. And I just had a guest on, nice guy, but he's telling me border crossings are down. So I'll ask you. I mean, you're in California. You were the lieutenant governor. How's the border situation down there? Is it really so much better under this administration? Because that's the next thing we're being gaslit to believe by them.
Anybody who would say that, or anybody who would believe that, can really just have something examined, my friend, because the border is wide open. She was appointed the border czar, and the border is wide open here in California. Not only was so, I want to just backtrack a little bit, Rich, because when she was a district attorney of San Francisco, she created a sanctuary city in San Francisco, and in that sanctuary city, she allowed people to create crimes, to allow them to make crimes, and when she was supposed to pick up the phone to call INS, to call ICE, she never did. She never picked up the phone and said, "Hey, we have an undocumented, we have an illegal alien here who just robbed somebody. We got to get him out of our country." No, she never picked up the phone. And eventually, these criminals killed people. They killed triple murders. And I want people to know that, because we saw this with our eyes. And all of a sudden now, I wouldn't be surprised tonight she's going to come out and say she's going to close the border. I wouldn't be surprised, because right now she's changing her position like we change our channel on television at nighttime. It's crazy. And people are allowing her to do that. We cannot allow that to happen, because this is important to me. I mean, because I can take it here in California. We're so used to it. I mean, this morning I drove by a gas station, $5.25 for a gallon of gas.
Oof,
boy, that's
brutal.
joyous. Boy,
Yeah.
that's joy for my family, right? I mean, go try to buy a piece of meat in California. Is that joy? That's not joy for my family. It's not joy for our families.
Well, we're allowed to buy meat, because she also said she wanted to ban cheeseburgers. I mean, every position she's taken, I talk about this all the time. I mean, I broadcast out of Philadelphia, Lieutenant Governor, and I've seen it firsthand, where she said she wanted to ban fracking, and she has not walked that back. The campaign's walked that back. We've not heard Kamala Harris say that. So tell us, when she was out there, I mean, she was a green warrior, was she not?
I mean, she is for the New Deal. She's a green warrior. We're going to eliminate plastic straws. We're going to eliminate plastic bags. It's about the environment. It's just ban, 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 ban. And now she wants Pennsylvania, and she's going to go to Pennsylvania and say, you know what? I really was wrong the whole time. You watch. She is going to transform herself in the next. And the question is, are we going to let her? That's the question. Are we going to? Because let me tell you something, Mike. Last night we had Waltz speak, and I stated to you that I'm a farmer. Let me share something with you, Rich. Here, if you wear boots, jeans, a camouflage hat, and you wear a Carhartt jacket, and you hold pigs at the state fair, you do not put tampons in fourth grade boys' breast.
Bravo.
He's
Bravo.
a fake. He is a fake. He is a huge fake. And Kamala's not far behind. She's going to transform herself, and she's going to say, I'm moderate. I'm moderate on this. I'm going to close. She's not. I want people to just look at San Francisco, what she did to San Francisco. California is a mess, and we need to remember, California was governed by socialist, latte-loving people in San Francisco. Kamala Harris, Nancy Pelosi, Jerry Brown, Dianne Feinstein, Barbara Boxer, all San Francisco. Just look at what they've done here. It's a mess.
Abel Maldonado is with me, the former lieutenant governor of California. He knows Kamala Harris's record. You know, I'm so grateful you joined me today because I agree with you 100%. She's a phony, and she's flipping positions on every policy. And quite frankly, I've had it with the gaslighting. We are being gaslit, just like we were being gaslit with the Biden administration when they were telling us he's fine. There's no cognitive decline. 48 hours before he drops out of the race, he tells us it would take an act of God to get him out of the race. These people must think we are the biggest idiots. You know what I mean? Like, we're not.
Right.
And I'm tired of them insulting our intelligence.
She's been there for 1,309 days. 1,309 days. And tonight, she's going to tell us that on day one, she's going to start to lower the food prices of America. And then she talks about the gouging. Rich, let me tell you what they do on gouging here. They did it to Chevron, and Chevron just left California because they overtaxed Chevron, they overregulated Chevron. Once Chevron had to raise their prices for all the taxes and regulation, then Kamala sued Chevron for price gouging. You know what Chevron said? We're gone. They're gone to Houston 2 weeks ago. It's what they do. So guess what? Since the gouging didn't work in California, last week the governor came out here and said, you know what? Okay, forget about the gouging. We're going to force businesses to stock inventory. So, for example, Chevron, you got to stock a lot of gasoline because we don't want price, because you're gouging our people, but since we can't get you for gouging, we're going to make sure you stockpile fuel. I mean, the government is crazy here in California. Now, I just want people, Rich, and that's why I'm appreciative that you have me on your show. People need to know what they've done here. They're not going to change their stripes. When you got a football coach that passes the ball, he's not going to all of a sudden wake up one morning and run the ball. She has been a liberal, diehard for her whole life. She's not going to change.
I'm grateful you joined me today. I hope you'll come back on the show. I loved hearing from you. Where can people follow you so we can get all of your thoughts on politics going forward?
You know what, Rich? I just followed you on X. I'm on X as well, and I'll come on your show whenever you want me for the next 70 days because this is important to me. It's important to my family, and I want America to know what she's done to California. And you do not want her to do to Pennsylvania what she did to California and San Francisco, to be very sincere with you.
Well, I so appreciate it. So I'm following you back on Twitter, and we will have you back. Abel Maldonado. Did I say your name right? Did I nail it or what?
Yes, you nailed it. You're good.
I nailed it. Abel Maldonado, the former lieutenant governor of California. Thank you, my friend. Come back and talk to us again. I appreciate you giving us a warning from California. It's something everybody needs to hear. So thank you. Appreciate you. Have a great day. Bye-bye. All right, and we'll continue along here live at the Democrat National Convention. Talk to my buddy Guy Benson from Fox News. He's going to stop by. We got a full show for you. We're loaded up, and I do want to tell you we have President Trump's questions that he took in Arizona queued up as well, and we're going to have that conversation as well. All right, so don't go away as we continue along here live from Chicago. Coming right back.
Weather sponsored by Robert Half.
Overnight, clear conditions, 59 the low. Nice to be able to give the air conditioner a break. Mostly sunny tomorrow, high 83. Saturday, warmer and partly cloudy with a high of 86. And mostly sunny on Sunday as well, so it's going to be a great weekend. By Monday, we might see some showers in the afternoon.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Our recruiting professionals utilize an award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Talk Radio 1210's Huge Politics and Pints with Donald Trump Jr. is Thursday, September 12th. Be there as Dom Giordano talks to Donald Trump Jr. about the election, politics, and all things Trump. Thursday, September 12th at Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood. Your tickets include a copy of Letters to Trump by former President Trump. A cash bar will be available. Get your tickets now at 1210WPHT.com.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
People are talking about Window Nation. One customer said,
We couldn't be happier. This was a great experience.
Window Nation is about value, and this August, they're giving you a great value during their anniversary sale. Buy 2 windows and get 2 free. There's no limit on how much you could save. Plus, pay nothing for 24 months. Act now and get an extra $250 credit. Hurry, sale ends August 31st, so schedule a fast in-home estimate right now at 866-90-NATION or at windownation.com.
You have key decisions to make about your money. Most investors don't beat the market, and neither do the hedge funds, who take a share of your profits. What if there was another way? A way for you to keep total control over your money where the interests were aligned. That's what the exclusive crash-proof retirement system is all about.
Mike Bizaccia here from Logan Township, New Jersey. You can't follow the market because nobody can predict it. What you have today could be gone tomorrow. That's the way it works, up and down, and your money goes up and down. That's what led me to see if there was another alternative. Crash-proof retirement gave me that alternative. With crash-proof retirement, the money you make is credited to your account, and that money's yours. No ifs, ands, or buts, no worries, no fees. We had a high point of 13.5%. Once it's credited, it's your money to keep. That's a big deal.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn, September 17th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
Chip Snappers moving from Kensington to Delco?
My uncle used to sell his gallstones at the Bazaar of All Nations out on Baltimore Pike. Had a nice establishment here, 3 different dart teams and 4 leagues, video poker, and hard-boiled eggs, pickled eggs. We keep them right out on the bar there.
See Joe Conklin in Delco at the Media Theater with the City Rhythm Orchestra, Saturday, November 16th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
It's the Rich Zeoli Show, live from the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Kidding. Oh, good, a little Blues Brothers. See that? See Guy Benson, we got a little Blues Brothers action for us. Chicago. Have you had a Chicago hot dog yet?
I don't like them.
No?
I lived here for 7 years, and I'm just, you know what? No.
No.
Same on the pizza. Sorry.
Oh, no, pizza's not pizza.
It's a casserole.
It's a casserole identifying as a pizza.
That's right. And some of it is good.
Yeah.
So, like, there's a place called Pequod's.
Yeah.
Before you leave, you should go. It's really good. But pizza should be foldable. Right?
Agree.
Like, thin slice, fold it in half, and eat it this way, not, this deep and eating it with a fork and knife. That's just how God intended it.
I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, and it's interesting that we're a city where a casserole can identify as a pizza with a party that thinks that a person can identify as a pizza. So it probably is very, very fitting that we're here.
And I do like, I went to school here. I lived here for 7 years. It's a great place. The weather has been as good as I've ever seen it in August. So
it's been fantastic. It's nice. You can smell all the protesters. It really brings out the smell. Guy Benson's with me, of course, host of the Guy Benson Radio Show on Fox News Radio, and a frequent guest on Fox News. And he and I were together most recently on Jimmy Fallon's show, Fox News Saturday night.
Yes.
So it's good to see you. Typically, we are competitors. Technically, you're on 3 to 6 p.m., so I appreciate you taking a break from your radio show to come on my show.
Friendly competitors, of course.
Friendly competitors. You were on America's Newsroom this morning. You were talking to Perino about how this administration, they're acting like Kamala Harris was never in the White House. I mean, I've never seen anything like this before, this gaslighting that they're doing to us.
Well, this whole convention, and I think the campaign to come, is going to be kind of built around this story, or at least this perception that they're trying to create, that the Biden-Harris administration, of which she is the Harris, never really happened. Right? They are campaigning, and they are framing things at this convention as if the incumbent is Donald Trump, and they're the challengers on the outside, and all the things that are bad in the country are Trump's fault, and they're going to come in and they're going to fix it, like the border and the high prices. And I'm like, what the hell? Like, you're in charge. You've been in charge for 4 years, and she's been there for all of it by your own admission. She was the co-pilot for this stuff. She was the tie-breaking vote for a lot of the inflation, and they were just kind of trying to elide all of it and run as the challengers, even though they're the incumbent party. It is remarkable.
And of course, they're getting a pass from most of the people in the media, not Fox News, of course, but they're giving them a pass on this. And it's either, which is it? Is Kamala Harris Veep, and she was just isolated to the Eisenhower Executive Office building for the last 3.5 years, or was she part of this administration? Well, either way, it's terrible for her.
They put her in charge of the border, which they now claim they didn't, but they did.
They're also now claiming border crossings are down. I had a surrogate on from the campaign. He's now they're claiming that.
Well, they've had 10 million of them, okay? 10 million. It's hard not to go down from that number. And they did a few things that they said they couldn't do until they finally did it right before an election.
Right.
Yeah, subtle.
Right.
But 10 million of them, and she was put in charge of that, so you can't just say she did nothing. And then also, even if she did camp out in the EEOB or at the Naval Observatory the whole time and went around and had those weird moments with school children and talked about Venn diagrams and school buses and coconut trees. If that's all she did, she came back to the U.S. Senate 32 times to break ties, 50-50 ties. And on 2 of them, they were for huge bills to spend tons of money that fueled inflation. One of them in particular, their own economists were saying, don't do it. Don't do it. It's going to be really bad on inflation. And they said, middle finger, we're doing it. There's no inflation. Oh, it's here. It'll be transitory. And now it's like, we'll fix it with price controls, and Donald Trump will raise prices. Like, it is absolutely shameless. But I will say, at least up to this point, it's working. Right? They have this wave of relief across the Democratic Party and the media, because that's the same, that they no longer have to prop up Joe Biden, and so they're super energized here. They never really liked her. I mean, you talk in D.C. to Democrats, like, they all tell you unimpressive, not serious, not the future of the party, and then it's like, surprise, she has to be. And so flip the light switch on, and boy, I mean, they are telling us how joyous they are, and they feel for the first time in a long time like they can win this election, and they can.
Yeah, they can. You're right, and that's what's scary, is that this is a lot closer than it certainly would have been if Joe Biden had remained. And so that enthusiasm...
I think that was over. I think that election would have been over.
Oh, yeah, in a heartbeat. Trump would have won in an electoral landslide.
At least, like, by today's standards.
Yeah.
Right?
Like, not Reagan standards, but by today's standards of what would count for a landslide. But and to your point, if they keep trying to hide her record or her as the willing accomplice of this administration, and they keep painting Trump as the bad guy who's going to take away all your rights and freedoms, and they run this Hollywood-style campaign, we only have, less than 30 days until early voting begins. I mean, they're really trying to run out the clock here. I guess the question is, can she get through a debate with Donald Trump without talking policy? Can she avoid the media for the next month and a half without talking policy, getting really substantive questions?
I think she can largely but not completely avoid it. And the other thing I'll say about the debates, because it's September 10th, ABC, and I guess there's another one later on NBC.
Well, she won't do the Fox News
one.
She won't
do Fox.
Shocking.
Yeah, yep. So, look, Trump won his debate against Joe Biden in June by default. Joe Biden just collapsed intellectually and cognitively, and it was
a setup to get him out. Yeah.
Whether you believe that or not, and I think there's probably truth to it. Just by being there and being aware of his surroundings and able to talk, Trump won that debate, right? And he had a few particularly good moments where he was able to argue on policy and substance, but also highlight a huge flub by Biden. And so he won. But that is, this is the point I'm getting around to, that was, June 27th, the only general election debate Donald Trump has ever won, based on the polling. He lost all three to Hillary. He lost both to Biden last time in 2020. I think a lot of his supporters overestimate his ability as a debater. In a Republican stage with that type of base audience, he's very good. It's different when you're talking to the whole country and trying to persuade these middle voters. And Kamala Harris, if you think back to 2020, I think Mike Pence beat her, and I think the polls show that he narrowly beat her, but she was fine. Like, she did not have an embarrassing debate performance. So I think the idea, like, all she can do is, I think she will prepare like crazy for that debate. And I think if Trump does not seriously game plan for that, I think that he could be setting himself up for an assist to her, because she's got a pretty low bar in some ways to clear.
He does need to prepare for this debate, because we saw how she savaged Joe Biden in the debate in 2020. You remember, I was that girl, Joe, little girl on the school bus. I mean, she single-handedly worked to paint Joe Biden as an absolute racist in that debate. So she's savage in that sense. So, yeah, he's got to be prepared for that, no question about it. And you know, Guy Benson, they are going to try to get him into a position where he can come across extremely unlikable to women vote. Right, that's what they're going to try. That's the trap they're going to set for him. He's got to anticipate that. He really needs a good debate coach. Now, I helped him in the primaries, but not the general, so I can't take any credit for him losing in a general election debate. But he's got to take that seriously, because that's what they're hoping for, is that they can paint him as an unlikable guy with women voters in the suburbs who are on the fence. That's going to be their strategy.
For sure. And I think what's important for him to know backwards and forwards, if he can commit himself to getting into these details, I mean, she has presented the case against herself in her own words when she ran for president last time. And even some of the new stuff that she's saying, it's really wild out there stuff, but especially last time. I mean, I can chapter and verse do it, because I've been watching these clips and writing about them and playing them on my show, and I know you've been talking about this stuff. Trump needs to, the team around him, they need to figure out, okay, what are the most toxic elements of things that she has said, direct quotes, and then challenge her on them and bring those to a large debate audience, many of whom don't really know that much about Kamala Harris. And when the news media goes into their fact check moment, you at least force the conversation onto the terrain of the things that she has said, things that have come out
like
of her
ban
mouth.
fracking, for example.
Banning fracking.
You said you wanted to ban fracking,
Right.
and that would destroy jobs in Pennsylvania and America's energy independence.
Right.
Why did you say that? Because they're acting like she's reversed position on
Right.
that, but she hasn't said anything on that.
And even if she's okay, because they put out some statement, oh, she doesn't believe it anymore. Even if she comes out and says, "I don't believe it anymore," the clips of her emphatically,
day one, I will absolutely ban it. I will ban it. Yeah,
and it's horrible and poisoning neighborhoods and all this stuff. She believed it. She went on the Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon, and she did this Slow Jam the News where she talked about getting rid of. She said it repeatedly on national television. She believes it. And just saying, here's a sentence to the New York Times, print this. This is her new position. They're doing that on everything.
Yeah.
It is wild, with no explanation whatsoever on any of it from her. And the one time they asked her to explain her new economic policy, which is price controls and this crazy goosing demand for housing with a massive giveaway on assistance for down payments or something, someone asked, okay, you said you're going to do this stuff. They're saying it could cost $1.5 trillion. Just that. Forget all the other stuff, Green New Deal, socialized health care, all of it. How are you going to pay for that? And she gave this 1-minute word salad answer where she said return on investment 4 times.
Right.
Meant nothing.
Never answered the question.
No, because and then she came around to it saying it'll pay for itself. That was her answer. That was her answer. And it is laughable. It's a laughable response. Never believe a politician when they say that. Nothing is free. And that was her her only foray into any substance at all in a month.
Uh-huh.
And she's right. And like, I've been asking questions. I've had, these Democrats on the show, and I just want to say, it wouldn't kill you. You're allowed to I know you want her to win, and I know you're whatever. It wouldn't kill you to say, yes, she should do interviews. She should have done more than she has, and she should do a lot of them now because voters.
But what do they say? Because they're not coming on my show, really. So what are they saying that she's going to? Because I keep hearing that, right?
Well,
eventually she's going to sit down with the media.
Yeah,
and
so she's going to. The one I got today was she's doing a more important interview with the American people.
Oh, my goodness. Great. You know what? It's more believable at Chicago Pizza's Pizza. Guy Benson, thanks for coming on the show, buddy. It's good to see you in person. I appreciate it very much. All right, we're coming back. We got 30 minutes of nonstop talk for you. Phil Kerpen's going to stop by, and Trump just answered some questions down in Arizona. Don't go away.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano for my friend, dentist and board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz and the Bentz Dental Group. His state-of-the-art facility makes your dentistry as easy as can be. Recently, they had a permanent tooth put in. And you know how it is. In the past, you bite down, it's too high. It's always too high. The back and forth getting it just right. Well, not this time. With Dr. Bentz, it fit perfectly the first time. Call the Bentz Dental Group now, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com, 610-272-6949.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me, 40 days up to 40 pounds. Visit NJDiet.com or call 855-5NJ-DIET. That's 855-5NJ-DIET. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Don't miss Borgata's $1.5 million Summer Showdown. Now through August 31st, 1,500 winners will earn a share of $1.5 million. Plus, 2 lucky players will win a 2024 Ford Bronco or Jeep Rubicon. Earn entries for drawings held every Saturday, including 2 grand prize drawings on July 27th and August 31st. The $1.5 million Summer Showdown, only at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Must be 21 or older. Players must be present to win. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
WPHT HD WOGL HD3 Philadelphia, from the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app. The revolution will podcast. This is the next generation of talk. Now, this is The Drive at 5. 30 minutes of non-stop talk with Rich Zeoli.
All right, so we are live at the Democrat National Convention. 2 hours to go. Thank God. I'm counting down every second of it. I can't wait to just get out of here. I got to be honest with you. But I have had one Democrat on all week. I was very nice to him because Mama Zeoli was listening. I was very polite. But I did push back on his nonsense. I think I did a good job of pushing back on everything. Welcome back, 855-839-1210 on Twitter, at Rich Zeoli. Do we have Phil Kerpen? Is he there? I don't see him on the call screen. I don't know. Is our guest there, Jim? Just say yes or no if our guest is there. Not yet. Okay. All right. I want to play a clip for you. This is Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. So we've been hearing over and over again how Kamala Harris has changed her position on fracking. And I was just talking to Guy Benson about this because we have not heard Kamala Harris say that. We have heard Kamala Harris say multiple times that she supports banning fracking on day one. And I didn't really know what he was talking about with the Jimmy Fallon thing where she slow rolled that thing. I know that's a bit he does. I just don't really watch that show, but we'll try to find that audio. But Governor Josh Shapiro was asked about her changing policy positions on this. The problem, though, is that we have not heard her officially say that she has changed her position on this. So here's Governor Josh Shapiro, whose state would be devastated if there was a fracking ban. We are talking about a massive industry for Pennsylvania. And here's what Governor Shapiro said regarding this, cut 36.
Let me ask a couple of questions on that score, important to Pennsylvania, and how Pennsylvania responds to a Democratic ticket. Vice President Harris has had to explain her record on fracking, where she was previously opposed to it, now made clear that she has an open mind. You yourself, although you're a supporter of the Biden administration, had been publicly critical of them for trying to, as I understand it, to control or limit exports on LNG.
Yeah, I just thought they should move quicker in their process, yeah.
You thought it was going too slow?
Well, they put a pause. I said the pause should be quick. We got to get people to work, yeah.
How will these energy issues play out in the fight for Pennsylvania?
Energy is a huge issue in Pennsylvania. I'm an all-of-the-above energy governor. We are a net energy exporter. Energy puts people to work in Pennsylvania. Energy puts food on the table and creates family-sustaining jobs. Energy is a big reason why we've got so many members of the building trades in Pennsylvania doing incredibly important work. And I must tell you that the fact that the vice president, now our nominee, heard that from people in Pennsylvania and made clear that she's evolved on that position, I think is really a sign of strength, a sign that she's listened to the importance of energy in Pennsylvania and that she's going to continue to help us be a net energy exporter and put people to work.
Okay, well, we have not heard her say any of those things, though, Governor. That's the problem. I want to welcome to the show Phil Kerpen, president of American Commitment. Phil, have you heard Kamala Harris say any of the things that Josh Shapiro just said she said?
No, it's interesting. I've heard her take every crazy left-wing position you can imagine when she was running in 2020, and I've seen statements in the press attributed to unnamed campaign officials that say she's now disavowed every single thing she ever said in 2020, but I've never seen from her mouth any actual policy reversals on any of it, including the fracking ban. So maybe I missed something, but I don't think it's come out of her mouth. And I don't even think they've given us the names of the campaign officials who are telling the press that she's reversed on basically everything she ever said.
Yeah, no, they just literally put out a statement. It wasn't even attributed to anybody, I don't believe.
Yeah, that's what they've been doing. They did it on the banning private health insurance. They did it on the fracking ban. They did it on, you name it. She's got a laundry list of insane left-wing policies, and supposedly we're to believe she no longer supports any of them.
You have the unfortunate problem of having to be in the swamp. What do people think about Kamala Harris in Washington, D.C.? Because I have a suspicion that they think of her a lot like the character on the show Veep. But now we have to believe like she wasn't even in the White House. She may have gone on a tour or something, but she had nothing to do with this administration. She had absolutely no say. But I don't know, because it doesn't sound like you want to really pretend like you were Veep and ostracized to the OEOB and not allowed to have any input on policy either. So What do people really think about her role in this administration?
Well, I think she's generally seen as a lightweight, and that it's mostly staff people that are making the calls. But one of the weird things about the situation that we're in right now is, we've got a mentally incapacitated president, basically, and we don't know. We don't know who's making the decisions. We don't know if Kamala Harris is effectively the president these days, or if it's just some unnamed staffer. We don't know who the commander-in-chief. There were some reports last week. I don't know if you said there were some reports last week that Antony Blinken was ordering troop movements. He's not even in the chain of command. He's the State Department. So Who really knows what's going on? It's such a mess. It's so wrong. But here's the thing. Here's how I look at it. Either she's the one making the decisions and she's really effectively the president already, or she's okay with whatever unnamed person is really making the decisions because she hasn't invoked the 25th Amendment, which constitutionally is her responsibility to do. So she's responsible for the state of affairs that we're in either way. And I would also add to that for the economic problems that we've had, she's the cause of them, whether she's functioning in the executive branch or not, because she was the tie-breaking vote for all of the big spending bills. In her legislative role as the presiding officer of the Senate as vice president, we got her vote for the American Rescue Plan and the Inflation Reduction Act and all the rest of the bills that have caused all the economic problems that we've had. So she owns all of the negatives of the Biden administration, regardless of whether she's actively making decisions or not at this point, which it's pretty disturbing that we don't know who's making the decisions, who's actually doing the job of the president. The only thing we're kind of sure of is that it's not Joe Biden.
Phil Kerpen's with me, president of American Commitment. Follow him on X at Kerpen. So that's a great point you make about the tie-breaking votes. And I know you're a numbers guy and you love policy. All the trillions of dollars that this administration has spent, which has driven up interest rates and contributed to the massive deficits and debt that we're dealing with as a country. And her solution to all this is to impose price controls on food, which is so incredibly stupid and also communist that it's hard to believe that that's actually a policy that she would roll out. I haven't heard her talk about it much. We haven't heard her talk about anything actually much, I should say that. But you think they're still going to go with this? Like, is she going to talk about that tonight? Is she going to talk about price controls tonight in her big speech?
It's a good question because what they've basically done is they've got the Democrat economic kind of brain trust going out and telling people that, well, she doesn't really mean it. She wouldn't really do something that dumb. It's too dumb. It wouldn't actually happen. This is really what they've got, people like Jason Furman out saying. And, I kind of think they're going to back away from it because even the liberal press came down really hard on them, especially the Washington Post, just attacked them. Yeah. And so I think that they're going to go back to sort of more of a content-free campaign. At least that's what I would do. So I don't think we're going to hear a lot about the price gouging thing. But I'll tell you, the inflation issue is a huge problem for Kamala for the issue for the reason that I just said. She was the tie-breaking vote for those bills. And there's actually a new study that just came out a couple of days ago from Casey Mulligan, University of Chicago. You can get on unleashprosperity.com. But he looked at the inflation impact of the Kamala Harris votes, and just the two biggest spending bills. He looked at those, and just the two biggest spending bills, the American Rescue Plan and the Inflation Reduction Act, those are directly responsible for more than half of the excess inflation that we had in the Biden era. And she wanted to spend a lot more during COVID. She actually introduced a bill, a pandemic universal basic income bill, it was like $2,000 per month per person, for 3 years or something like that. And he estimated the inflation impact of that would have made inflation like 2.5 times worse than it was. So instead of 20% inflation, we would have had 50% inflation if the bill that she wrote had passed. So this is somebody who not only was responsible for the inflation that we had, but who, if she had had her wishes, inflation would have been much worse.
Mm-hmm. You know what, Kerpen, that's a great point because she is so left on these things, so far to the left on every issue. So I'm sure the campaign spokesman say she no longer supports the bill she introduced in 2020 or whatever. But look, you got to judge someone by their actual record, not by what you're being told about them now. look, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if she flip-flops on her own price gauging control speech that she gave. Price gauging, I love that. I wouldn't be surprised if she flip-flops on that, because why not? If you're already flip-flopping on everything else, if you're changing policy positions, why not change the one you rolled out a week ago? Why not just add it to the list? You know what I mean?
Right, yeah, why not? Maybe she will. I don't know.
And then on the energy stuff, I mean, fracking, we talked about that, but I mean, between her and Tim Walz, I mean, we're talking about two very extreme people who are green warriors here, are we not? I mean, two people combined between his policies as governor of Minnesota and her ideas as a U.S. senator and vice president of the United States. We're talking about, between the two of them, draconian ideas on dealing with fossil fuels.
Yeah, I mean, they're captive to the very far left of their party, so, I mean, there's no question in my mind on that. Look, Tim Walz is, he makes her look reasonable. I mean, this guy is completely nuts, and I don't think he's ever said a truthful word in his life, as far as I can tell. I mean, I've never seen someone who lies about every single thing. I saw somebody say this guy would lie about what he had for lunch. I think it's probably true. I mean, everything about his biography doesn't check out. I've never seen anything quite like it. So, I think that it's very hard for them to get away from their record. And that's why you're seeing essentially a content-free campaign. We don't believe in anything. We don't have any policies. Donald Trump is bad. And most remarkably, we're going to solve all the economic problems, and we're just going to pretend that, somehow the Republicans caused them, even though we're the party in power. I don't know if they can get away with it, but that's essentially what they're trying to do.
It is a Hollywood produced show, no question about it. I mean, the whole campaign is. And the point we have to remember is that early voting begins in about a month. So they're just trying to run out the clock here. I guess the question I'll ask you, Phil Kerpen, I asked Guy Benson this earlier, how does Trump handle this when he debates her on September 10th?
Well, I think that they need to give him specific quotes of things that she's said on all of these issues, and he should carry them in on cards. I know he doesn't like to use notes, but when she says something or makes a claim, he should say, on whatever date this is what you said, on whatever date this is the vote that you cast. We can't trust someone who denies everything she's ever believed in. We can only go by the record, and we can only assume that what you've done in the past is what you'll do in the future, and we can't have 4 more years as bad as the 4 that we've just had. And I think if he does that, if he focuses on her record and brings facts to bear that are indisputable, quotes from her, things she's done, he'll win pretty handily, because I don't think she is capable of defending her record, which is why she's trying to pretend it doesn't exist.
Phil Kerpen, president of American Commitment. Follow him on X at Kerpen and AmericanCommitment.org. I appreciate it, my friend. Thanks you for making the time today from the Democrat National Convention. And I know D.C. is the swamp, but you don't want to be here for this, trust me. So consider yourself lucky.
I do, and thank you for reporting from the belly of the beast out there.
All right, buddy.
It's the 5 o'clock happy hour on the Rich Zeoli Show. Brought to you by the Oceanfront Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey. A premier full-service resort and conference center. GrandHotelCapeMay.com.
Yes, we are our happy hour. I want to remind you, we're going to be live at the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey, coming up on September 6th, Friday, September 6th, for our next live show. And this is the perfect time for you to book your fall getaway at my happy place, the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey. I didn't know what Guy Benson, I had not heard Kamala Harris slow roll the news and talking about banning fracking. So I'm glad that Guy brought it to my attention. We found the audio of that. We pulled it up for you. This is Kamala Harris on Late Night with Jimmy Fallon. I want to make a point here. Jimmy Fallon is much better. But I did hear a story, though, which I did like, which is that when Jimmy Fallon got his Saturday night show on Fox News, Jimmy Fallon sent him ice cream. Because I guess Ben & Jerry's made a flavor about him called, I don't even know the flavor. And I hate Ben & Jerry's for a lot of different reasons, but mostly for their standing with Mumia, the cop killer. But nevertheless, he sent a case of ice cream to Jimmy Fallon. and congratulated him on getting his show. And he said to him, first it starts with a Saturday night show and then a weeknight show. And I thought that was a classy move. So, and a cool story. Jimmy's wife, told me that story backstage when we were in the green room. So, but that was kind of neat. Anyway, this is Kamala Harris slow rolling the news. I guess they do kind of like a poetry thing. I don't watch the show. I don't know. Do you watch it? You don't watch the show, DeSantis, do you? So.
Oh, of course not.
No,
I'm not wasting my time with that. By the way, the ice cream flavor you were looking for, the Tonight Dough.
Oh, the Tonight Dough. It's like a cookie dough kind of ice cream, I guess, right? I'm old school. I just eat raw cookie dough. I throw caution in the wind. I don't care. You know what I mean? I'm not afraid. I'm a man. I can handle it.
I wouldn't recommend that.
I'm not a soy boy. I'll do it. You probably eat lactose-free soy ice cream, don't you, DeSantis? You do.
No, I'm not. I like a good ice cream. Yeah, I'm just not eating raw cookie dough. That's where I draw the line. That's disgusting. You're going to get all sorts of diseases.
Good. How do you know I already have them?
You probably do if you're eating the raw cookie dough.
I'm not afraid. All right, so take a listen to her, and then, again, she's going to have to answer for this at some point, I think. Go ahead.
Not y'all. But what's the first thing we need to do to give us all some relief?
Well, let me start by saying this. Climate change is the single greatest threat facing our world today. That's why I am committed to passing a Green New Deal, creating clean jobs, and finally putting an end to fracking once and for all.
Mama La Kamala just don't give a frack.
Mama La Kamala just don't give a frack.
It's a MILF, a mother I'd like to fix.
The planet is a MILF now. All right.
All right.
When it comes to climate, she's a real front runner. She's heating up like it's still hot girl summer.
I like the way you're working, Kay Higgity. But I gotta ask, lately this country's been so divided, sleeping on opposite sides of the bed. Why do you think we can't all just come together?
Well, it's my opinion that we need a president who fights for the best of who we are. And over the past 3 years, Donald Trump has done the exact opposite.
Hold up. So what you're trying to say is that Trump's the bad guy?
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. You can stop it. Thank you. All right, so we need to keep that audio of her talking about fracking, and then Mamala Frackula, whatever the hell he called her. We need to keep that handy. We're going to need that, along with her originally saying yes on day one. Yes, on day one, I would ban fracking. So we gotta hang on to that as well.
Do we really have to hear that again?
Yes. Yeah, we're going to have to hear it a lot because we need to get answers to how then you go from making jokes about it on Jimmy Fallon's show to then suddenly just completely reversing policy on that. I also want to mention something else, too, about Kamala Harris, too, which is that she's flip-flopped on pretty much every policy under the sun. You understand this, but when you got a guy like Shapiro out there acting like this is some great policy shift on her part, and she was out there absolutely saying that fracking is something she's going to the extent that she would make this a point on live national television on multiple times, multiple cases, this is somebody who is sincere in her beliefs. So either she was lying then or she's lying now. Shapiro's trying to spin it like, oh, we've educated her. Educated her on what? If you hate fracking, you hate fracking. What is there to educate you on? It's like saying, if you hate fossil fuels, you hate fossil fuels. What is there to educate you on? I think the governor of Pennsylvania is gaslighting us too on this whole thing because either you hate oil and natural gas or you don't because you're a sane, logical person. But if you hate these things, how do you do a 180 on that? What's changed? Oh, now I suddenly don't think they're heating the planet? I don't think they're contributing to climate change. Is that what Kamala Harris is now? Does she now believe that? I mean, is Kamala Harris going to come out and give a policy speech and say, I no longer believe these things are contributing to climate change? I no longer believe in climate change? Is she now going to come out and say that she doesn't believe that climate change is man-made? Like, how do you evolve your position on oil and natural gas? How do you evolve your position on fracking without doing a 180 on the fact that you've been saying that they contribute to climate change? So that's what I don't understand. So is she going to come out now and turn around and say that they no longer contribute to climate change, Matt? You think that'll be it? She'll just take that policy position?
Anything is possible. I wouldn't rule anything out.
Maybe she'll come out tonight and say she doesn't believe climate change is real. I mean, what the hell? Whatever she has to say, I guess. I don't know.
Would help with moderate voters.
Because how can you possibly now, you got educated and now you no longer want to ban fracking. What did Josh Shapiro tell her? What secret document did he show her that she didn't have access to all these years when she wanted to ban it? You know what I'm saying?
Well, Don Jr. said on the show yesterday, I'm sure you remember, that in 2020 they all raised their hand on the Democrat primary stage saying that they would ban fracking. Then once the general election rolled around, Biden walked that position back, and then day one, no Keystone Pipeline.
Right.
So
they're going to say whatever they have to say, and then so if I'm Shapiro, I'm worried about that. I'm just saying, if you're the governor of PA, you should be worried about that big guy. I don't believe a word she says. Hey, Kirk, how long is the Trump Q&A from Arizona? Just out of curiosity, how long is that segment? Do you know?
It's pretty long. I can answer
pretty
for
long.
him. It's a little bit long.
A little bit long?
We can play a little bit of it, though, I think, right?
Yeah, we'll do that at 5:35, I think. I want to play a couple other clips here from that I have for you, and that's this here. This, let's see. This is, I got everything all over here.
The double-sided pages are not your friend.
No, they're not my friend at all. I don't like that. Donald Trump okay, no, this is it. This is the one. Senator Amy Klobuchar with the most cringeworthy moment of the night. I think we all agree on this point. This is the most cringeworthy part of the night. The only way it could have been worse is if they had Klobuchar's aide come out and shave her legs on national television. She's allegedly that's what happened, right? The aide had to shave her legs.
I mercifully don't remember that one.
I'm pretty sure that's the allegation.
I remember hearing an aide forgot to get her a fork for her salad, and Klobuchar, berated the assistant and then ate the salad with a comb. Now the leg shaving thing, I don't know where that came from, but
right, you got to Google that.
I don't want to. I don't want to. That.
I don't want to. I refuse. This is cringeworthy. This is Senator Amy Klobuchar last night. Cut 35.
So psyched to see all of you. I decided instead of the MAGA movement, we're going to start the MAMA movement. That is Make America, Michigan, and Minnesota again. So,
now
I do bring you greetings from my state where the women are strong, the men are good looking, and all the vice presidents are above average.
Oh, okay. All right. So it was a joke. Thank you. You can stop it. That comes from the show Veep. It was a joke about shaving a lawmaker's legs, and it was inspired by a rumor about Amy Klobuchar. We're going to start the Mama movement. Make America, Michigan, and Minnesota again. Ha, ha, ha. And then America's doofus. I said yesterday, B modus of the United States, beta male of the United States of America. That, just so you know, that's Doug Emhoff, the biggest beta male out there. Well, Tim Walz is, let's see, DOTUS, doofus of the United States. That's if he becomes vice president. Normally you'd call it V POTUS. We're going to call it DOTUS, doofus of the United States. The whole thing with this guy, and he's a creep. I'm sorry, but he's a creep. I get a creepy vibe from him. Okay, thank you. He's a creepy guy, and I get a creepy vibe from him. But the thing about Walz is he's full of it. But the CNN Dana Bash, cue up cut 32 for me. And this is very, very, not 32. Where's the, okay, 25. Cue up cut 25 for me. So Tim Walz went on this whole rant about alpha males, okay, about alpha males, and Doug Emhoff did too. And I consider myself to be an alpha male. An alpha male is a strong man. What are you laughing at? Are you seriously laughing at that right now?
Sorry, no, of course not.
You better not be.
It was something else. Something else.
I would hope so.
Yeah, I thought it was something funny. I heard a joke earlier.
All right, that's enough. I'm gonna mute your microphone.
Right,
you just sit over there and you work on whatever it is you're doing over there. I am an alpha male. I'm a man. I'm a confident, strong man. That's why I'm a nationally recognized talk show host in a top 10 market with a huge following. DeSantis, you keep it up. You're gonna be back on the morning show.
Oh no, please don't send me back
I'm just saying, you better be careful right now. Be very careful.
They have enough producers. They won't send me back there.
Believe me, they need one more voice on that show. Here's cut 25. Dana, I don't know, arguing that Democrats are trying to speak to men who may not be this type of a man, cut 25.
But they are doing so in trying to put forward male figures, Tim Walz being one of them, Doug Emhoff last night, who can speak to men out there who might not be the sort of testosterone-laden, gun-toting kind of guy who wants to listen to Hulk Hogan and the kind of players that came out at the RNC, or might want to listen to that, but also, in addition, understand that it's okay in 2024 to be a man comfortable in his own skin who supports a woman. And that's something that they really are trying to work on with male voters beyond the base.
Let me translate that for you, all right? We're giving up on the guys who fish and hunt and the guys in Cabela hats. We're giving up on the guys who actually are men. We're not trying to win them over anymore. We're now trying to seek out the beta males who will go out there and vote for this ticket because their wife or their girlfriend tell them to, or because they think it's going to impress a date. And we're not even trying, because for years Democrats have said toxic masculinity. That's been a big thing with them, how men are toxic, and they've spread lies about rape culture and everything else. So when I tell you that they are looking for, because you got two big beta males here, Doug Emhoff and Tim Walz, two big beta dudes, goofy, and so that's what they're going for here. But it's a problem for them, and I'll tell you why. James Carville said this. He said, I'm a man, and I'm 48% of the electorate. How about somebody talk about me for a change? Well, not all guys, by the way, are white. Some men are black. I know this is shocking to the Democrat Party. You got a lot of black guys out there who do not want to hear that what you should be right now is a man who's not a tough guy. All right? And you go to the barbershops in Chicago, you go to the barbershops in Atlanta, which the Trump campaign has done. You talk to these people, you talk to these guys. These are men, all right? These are guys. And this is not a party. This Democrat Party is not catering to them. They're catering to the guy who walks in the house and goes, hey, my pronouns are he, him. All right? That's the part. That's the kind of guy this party is catering to. So you understand. All right, listen, we are coming to you live from the Democrat National Convention. Big story of the day brought to you by our buddy Dr. Mike Veneria, VeneriaDental.com. Go see him today for your perfect smile, Venaria, VeneriaDental.com. And I got to tell you, if you put on some summer weight, don't worry, you can still lose it thanks to the great work of NJ Diet. NJDiet.com, that's where you want to go. You can lose the weight for good, 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days' time with NJ Diet. And it's guaranteed to work. Guaranteed weight loss of 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. 40 days. Just say it with me. NJ Diet's all natural. They use your hair, your saliva, and blood work along with bioenergetic scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements that get your body into the fat-burning zone so you can finally lose that weight. Then NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. And best of all, it's contractually guaranteed. You are fully supervised the entire time to make sure you are burning fat and not just losing water. So what are you waiting for? Reach out to them today. Plus, you don't want to take the shots. There's all kinds of side effects. And the new thing now is there's problems with the skin from people who get the shots. 855-5NJ-DIET. Locations close by in Newark, Delaware, King of Prussia, and Cherry Hill. Or online at NJDiet.com. NJDiet.com and lose the weight for good.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano, and yes, you knew it. We're headed back to the Summer White House. Mulligan Shore Bar in Wildwood will be there next Friday, August 30th, for our last fling of the year. Great guests, always great food and drink, and even better people. No better way to start the Labor Day weekend and celebrate the end of summer and maybe continue it. Be there next Friday, August 30th, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
For eligible individuals, 18 and older only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
How are your hearing aids sounding now?
A little tinny.
Okay, 2 seconds.
With Jabra Enhanced Selects Premium Package, better hearing doesn't happen in a doctor's office. It happens at home, all done remotely from initial testing to adjustments.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. So much better. You get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional support you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. And if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week, no charge.
Oh, you people are wonderful.
Our premium package includes hearing aids, 3 years of follow-up care, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage, and a 100-day money-back guarantee.
I hear better than I ever thought possible.
Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to JabraEnhance.com/try. That's JABRA Enhance.com/try. JabraEnhance.com/try.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-580-7766. 800-580-7766. That's 800-580-7766.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you are never involved in an accident, we mean it. But if you're injured in an accident, we will work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say it won't cost you a dime up front, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Are you looking for a place to call home? Say hello to hassle-free home loans with American Heritage Credit Union. Our team will guide you through every step from pre-approval to closing. And with the MyCU Home Connection program through American Heritage, you can unlock exclusive benefits, including a $500 lender credit, cash rewards, and discount when you buy or sell a home. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/Home Connection to learn more. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. NMLS 433838.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
It's the Rich Zeoli Show. Live from the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, you know what? I may not agree with a lot of positions, but you're great on privacy, by the way. Senator Wyden, thank you for your stance on... You probably wouldn't agree with me on much, but you are great on privacy. Keep up the good fight. Yeah, in Philadelphia. Philadelphia. I would love that. That would be great. Would love that. Yeah, this is my producer, Matt, Senator Ron Wyden. I'm a big fan of your work on fighting for Americans' privacy rights. Oh, well, good. All right. Well, I would love that. That'd be great. Nice to meet you in person. Thank you. Yeah. What's that? Privacy and surveillance? Excellent. Good. Good. Well, he's a true warrior on that, and I love when he partners with Rand Paul and stuff. I think it's great. So, good. Very nice to meet you. So I'm live on the air right now in Philadelphia, but very nice to meet you. Rich Zeoli, thank you. I appreciate you guys fighting the good fight for the First Amendment, so thank you very much. And we got to protect ourselves from our deep state, the intelligence community, so thank you. See, I'm a nice guy. I reach across the aisle. No, really, Wyden and Rand Paul are terrific together. I'm fighting this stuff. I think it's great, and we need people on both sides of the aisle to stand up against, the spying on Americans, the NSA metadata gathering, the CIA, and all their crap, and the censorship and everything else. So, we'll get them on the show. That'd be terrific. All right. President Trump spoke today, future President Trump spoke today at the border in Arizona, and he took some questions, and we queued it up for you since we had a guest come on, but I wanted to play for you the back and forth with the press as he was down in Arizona, in Cochise County, Arizona. Take a listen.
You said that local law enforcement will be able to help find the bad undocumented migrants.
Yeah.
How will your administration go about mass deportation of millions of migrants across the country?
We'll work with locals, and they're going to bring them to us, and we'll get them over the border, and we'll make arrangements with the countries, and the countries will accept them back. And if they don't accept them back, we do no trade with those countries, and we charge them big tariffs.
Mr. President, can you comment on the very end of RFK Jr.'s campaign? Did you talk to him in the last couple of days? Does he plan on endorsing?
I haven't, but I'm hearing reports. I have a lot of respect for RFK Jr., you know that. I've known him a long time. Very smart, a little bit different, and that's okay. But he's a very smart guy. He's loved by a lot of people, and I'm hearing that he wants to leave. Don't forget he was treated very unfairly. I think he would have beaten Biden in a primary. The Kennedy name and him in particular. I think he would have beaten Biden in a primary, and they made it impossible. They said you have to get 70% of the vote just to qualify or something. They created standards that nobody could have met. Biden couldn't have met them. And I think he would have lost Biden, and they really treated him very badly. Then he went out as an independent, and it's a tough thing to do, independent. It wasn't set up that way, the country. It's really a two-party system, whether people like it or not, Republican, Democrat. And I have spoken to him in the past, over the last number of months, but not recently. But there are rumors that he's going to make an endorsement. That would be a great honor for me. Great honor.
Mr. President.
Tomorrow at your rally outside of Phoenix?
I don't know. I can't say that. But I know we're in the same state, so we're not very far away. But I can't tell you that yet. No plans have been made at this moment. Brian?
Yes, sir. As a parent, I'm hearing these stories. You're a parent yourself. What was going through your mind when you're hearing all these just horrible stories about losing their children?
What was going through my mind is that, and I almost hate to say it in front of them, I don't know how they take it. I don't know how they can take it. You understand that? I think probably most of the people still. No. How do you take it? How do you do it? It's, it's like devastating when you see what happened. And these are incredible people. These people are incredible people. I got to know them. They're unbelievable, and they loved like as much as you can love someone. I spent time with all of them, and what goes through my mind is I don't know how the hell they take it. Yes.
When you talked about Edinburgh, Texas earlier, visiting them, it was a big deal for those small border communities. It's a big deal when you come here. Obviously, the border means a lot to you.
A lot.
Your campaign.
Always has.
So why not support that bipartisan border security bill? And how do you get people on board with all the things that you talked about, the policies that you just laid out? How do you get people to come to the table?
Ready?
Yeah.
The bipartisan, and it wasn't bipartisan, they had a couple of people on the other side. It was weak, it was ineffective, and it would have allowed, as you know, millions and millions of people to pour through, and largely unvetted. It was a horrible bill, it was a weak bill, and they don't need a bill. All Biden had to do is look to the border and say, close the border. He didn't need a bill. He knows that. They didn't want a bill. The bill was terrible. If it was good, I would have approved it. If the House passed a bill before that, I'd approve that bill right now. That was a real bill. But this bill was a weak bill, and it was a shame that they got a Republican. They got somebody who's a very good person, by the way, but they got him to lead it. But it didn't make any difference. If they wanted to close the border, which they don't. They'll have 100 million people come in and totally destroy, ruin our country. If they wanted to close the border, I didn't have a bill. I said, close the border. I said, Brandon, close that border, Brandon. And what happened? He closed the border. They all did. Paul, the whole group of them, this group is incredible. They closed the border. I looked at him, I said, we don't have a bill, we don't need a bill, close the damn border. They closed the border. they could do the same thing.
Oh, it's happening now, though. The encounter numbers are extremely low right now, so that's
No.
what's been done?
Right now, what's happening is people are waiting to see what's going to go with the election. And wait till you see what happens after the election, one way or the other. But right now, you take a look at the numbers for the last year, they're horrendous, absolutely horrendous. And it's also election time, don't forget. I want to put on a little bit of a squeeze. All they do and all they want to do and all they have to do is say, Biden, although I'm not sure, you take a look at, nobody even knows where he is. He's on a beach someplace, but he could even do it from the beach. Close the border, and the border is closed. They will close the border immediately. That's what I did. But we had great people. We've lost a lot of those great people because they want to be respected, and they weren't respected because of this administration. And the worst person in, far worse than Biden, was Kamala. That's why I call her comrade, because she's a radical left person who really wants to have an open border. She'll never close the border. She'll never drill for oil and gas. She's not going to do it. She might do it for a couple of months. She stopped, and that's where the inflation came in. Then she went back to the Trump policy. What they don't say is that if I were there, I'd be now 4 times higher than I was at that moment. But the gasoline prices are still very high right now. But they would have been double if they didn't go back to the Trump policy of drilling. But we would have been close to 4 times higher. We would have been energy dominant. We were energy independent. They would have been energy dominant. But if I want the border closed, if I'm the president, I don't need a bill. I just have to say close the border, and they close the border.
Mr. President, if you get back to the White House, are you confident that you can reach a consensus with Democrats and how to fix the border?
Well, I think right now you look at it, and I'm one that believes that we want to unify our country. But when you have an issue like this where some people, and I don't happen to believe it's the Democrats. I think it's Democrat leaders that want the open borders. I think it's Democrat leaders that say, we don't want voter ID. We talk about elections. I always start, okay, we start with voter ID. We don't want voter ID. I said, no, everything has ID, identification. They said, we don't want any identification. We don't want it. Now, there's only one reason, so we can't even negotiate after that, because they don't want voter ID. So I say to them, why don't you want? Well, we just don't want it. We think it's discriminatory. They have all sorts of excuses. They don't want it because they want to be able to cheat. And we want voter ID. And we want same-day voting. And we want paper ballots. And we want proof of citizenship. Very simple. France did it. France went to 38 million votes, and they did it because they had mail-in ballots, and they were very unsafe, very bad. They had tremendous problems, and they went 2 years ago with an election and worked out incredibly. 10 o'clock in the evening, they had 37 million votes. They were all counted, and there were no problems. That's where our country should go. But the Democrats don't want to go there because it doesn't allow them to cheat. Okay, how about one more?
Mr. President, you have a lot of support from your policies.
Today there was a manhunt going on in this county. Somebody made death threats to you. Did you hear about that before coming?
No.
And what are your thoughts coming down here? Some people told me it's dangerous for you to be here.
I've heard it's dangerous, but I also have a job to do. I heard it's very dangerous. I haven't heard about that. They probably want to keep it from me. Thank you for telling me. Let's get out of here right now. No, thank you very much for saying, but no. And I have great respect for Secret Service, the job they do, including a month and a half ago when they were jumping on top of me with bullets flying right at them. So the mistakes were made, and they're going to learn from the mistakes, but I have great respect. But no, I haven't heard that, but I'm not that surprised. And the reason is because I want to do things that are very bad for the bad guys. So
Mr. President,
I have heard it's very unsafe to make this trip. There were some people that really didn't want me to make it. Yeah.
you have a lot of support.
Families and children under your mask.
Yeah, we'll work on that. They're missing so many children right now under this administration, over 300,000. Many of them are dead, you know that. Many of them are dead. Many of the hostages in Israel are dead. This is why Hamas isn't talking. Hamas doesn't want to negotiate very much because I think they probably don't have very many alive right now, and so they don't want to really get into too much of a negotiation because I think many of those hostages, unfortunately, are dead. But the 300,000 children that are missing, many of them are dead, and many of them are in sex rings and all sorts of things going on. It's a terrible thing. They have done such a bad job in this government in terms of everything, foreign relations, border, crime, jobs. And today you found out that the job numbers are fake on top of everything else. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very
Mr. President,
much.
you have a lot of support for your policies here. Sheriff Daniels is someone that I've spoken with, I've interviewed before.
Yes.
He's very much in support of your policies. But when it comes to something like mass deportation, how would you work with blue states and blue cities that might not be as supportive as some of the folks here?
Let me tell you, they're much more supportive than you think. I've watched New York, Eric Adams. I've watched the body language. A lot of people that are in charge of that, they want to straighten it out. They can't live like this. New York has hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants in their midst. Many of them are very, very hardened criminals. And I've watched the mayors, I've watched governors talking, and it's almost like they're talking because they're demanded from Washington. They want it out much more than people would understand. They want them out. They don't want to see their cities overrun. New York is overrun, Chicago's overrun. They're all, and you would be surprised. And the people, including Democrats want to have a secure border. Democrats want to have a secure vote. It's the leadership that doesn't. So I think that'll be a very easy situation to solve. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, that's former President Trump at the border. I'm not taking a break, but I do have to catch up here on a live read and remind you that we're going to be at the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey, coming up on Friday, September 6th. Not taking a break here. Stay with me. Don't go anywhere. I love the beach. You love the beach. We love Cape May. Cape May in the fall is absolutely gorgeous. And you should book your stay right now because they have special midweek packages you can enjoy this fall without breaking the bank. Stay 2 nights, save 10%. Stay 3 nights, get 10% off and $55 a night in resort credits. Stay 5 nights, get 10% off and $65 a night in resort credits that can be used at Hemingway's for food and drink or at the gift shop. The Grand offers guest rooms, suites, and townhouses equipped with kitchenettes, and they have 2 huge heated pools, 1 outdoor, 1 indoor. I'm telling you, the Grand is my happy place. You won't be disappointed. Book directly with them for the best rates. Book your stay today by calling 800-257-8550, 800-257-8550, or visit them online at grandhotelcapemay.com. All right, so a couple other observations for you, and that is that this has been by far the most substance-free spectacular I've ever seen before. Democrats have nothing to run on, but you notice what Trump just did there? A press conference. Again, another press conference. He faces the press all the time. J.D. Vance has done, I believe, 5 or 6 interviews in the last 24 hours, 48 hours, something like that. And we have not seen Kamala Harris. She wasn't even there last night, you know. She wasn't even in the arena. She was literally back in her hotel room when her running mate was on the stage with his Midwestern doofusness. And I'll get into some of what he said last night in terms of trying to scare everybody into believing that Donald Trump is, you know, this totalitarian nightmare. But I'll get into that. No news at the 6th, right? No. Okay, good. We're just trying to catch up here on a couple things. I also want to mention, I don't have time to play it, but I talked about this earlier with David Urban. Now, Chris Cuomo, the lesser Cuomo, had a good point. He's still the lesser, but his point was, you know, when you talk about a uniparty, we are strangled by the money reality in politics. Those suites, the suites here at the Democrat National Convention, as you get people like Oprah and the Obamas and everybody else whining about how tough it is out there, those suites started $500,000. $500,000 have a corporate suite here at the Democrat National Committee. And by the way, good luck getting to the suite level here at the United Center without a suite badge. Because you may be able to cross this country illegally, but you're not going to be able to. And by the way, if you notice when I had that guy on earlier in the show, and I said to him, is Senator John Fetterman wrong? You know, remember your party who said that every day the population of Pittsburgh is crossing the border illegally, and he completely tried to, and then I get into fentanyl, and he completely tried to change the subject. But that's the thing. They don't want to have policy-specific conversations. And in some ways, the strategy here that they're, not some ways, what they're doing is try to run out the clock. Make this about likability, personality, likability. The problem for them, though, is Fox News went into the south side of Chicago. They did. They went into the south side of Chicago, and they talked to some black voters there at a Walmart. They were asking them about the policies of Trump, and guess what a lot of these people were telling them? Trump, pretty damn good. Yeah, they had black voters at the south side of Chicago at a Walmart telling Fox News Digital that Trump can't be controlled. And all these other people can be controlled, but not Donald Trump. It was great. And this is very similar to what you hear when you go to the black barbershops in Atlanta, Chicago. You talk to these guys there. These guys tell a much different story about Trump than the story you're hearing at this convention. I'll tell you that. And that's a story of a guy who can't be controlled and a guy who's fighting for small businesses. So as much as you hear the nonsense over and over again about how he's a threat to America and this is about joy and everything else, just keep in mind this is devoid of policy specifics. But the debate, if handled well, is an opportunity for Trump on September 10th to confront her with what she said on this. Do it in a polite, respectful manner, of course, but confront her dead on about what she said on these various issues. And the votes that she's cast as Vice President of the United States of America, which has directly contributed to the inflation problem. The study that Phil Kerpen referenced earlier in the show today, her two tie-breaking votes, which have spent trillions of dollars directly responsible for about 60% of the inflation that we're dealing with in America, just based on those two tie-breaking votes. So she's absolutely directly part of this, no question about it. All right, big fourth and final hour coming up. I got to get into Shapiro's speech. His Royal Rugness, King Philip the Unaccountable, made an appearance, and privacy, more censorship, more Biden administration censorship. We'll talk about that as well. But, you know, our friends at Cherry Hill Volvo, they're outstanding. I so appreciate their support. Even when we're on the road, we're still broadcasting live from the Cherry Hill Volvo studios because our heart is there. And that's the thing about Cherry Hill Volvo. They stand with us every single step of the way. And you can save up to $15,000. That's right, a $15,000 discount off the lease of any in-stock 2024 XC90 hybrid, or qualified buyers can lease the incredible C40 for 36 months for lease, or lease that for less than $500 a month. Cherry Hill Volvo is the most accessible Volvo dealer to Philly and South Jersey, right across the bridge. Judith, Yosef, and the entire team look forward to meeting you. Cherry Hill Volvo is where you should go. Absolutely. They're the only Volvo dealership that stands with us. And saving $15,000 off a brand new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo, in stock lease. Oh man, you can't beat this. It's the car we drive. Beautiful family car, 7-passenger sedan, the safest SUV, safest SUV in that size on the market by far. Judith, Yosef, they will take great care of you because that's what they do at Cherry Hill Volvo. So remember, there's only one Volvo dealership that stands with us at Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. That's Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Josh Shapiro spoke, channeling his inner Barack Obama.
You can go vote, but he gets to pick the winner. That's not freedom.
The more enthusiastic he gets, the more Obama he is.
You know what, Democrats? We are the party of real freedom.
But that vaccine mandate, bro.
The kind of real freedom that comes when that child has a great public school with an awesome teacher because we believe in her future.
It's younger Barack Obama.
It is.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
The following is a paid commercial message.
President Biden's big inflation problem is still here. The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette reported, quote, more working Pennsylvania families are struggling to make ends meet. But instead of helping us, Senator Bob Casey backed President Biden's disastrous agenda. Casey voted with Biden 98% of the time, including for trillions in wasteful spending. All of that Washington spending made inflation worse, making families pay more. If that wasn't enough, Casey also voted repeatedly in favor of higher taxes on Social Security benefits. That's right, Senator Casey voted in favor of higher taxes on seniors' benefits, leaving seniors with less money in their pockets. Higher taxes for seniors and higher prices for everyone. Call Senator Casey at 202-224-6324. Tell him to put Pennsylvania families first and fix his inflation disaster. Support S575, the Fight Inflation Through Balanced Budgets Act, paid for by One Nation, onenationamerica.org.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you constantly searching for an extra energy boost? As we age, our bodies produce less of the natural fuel needed to combat fatigue. Discover Rescue Orosine. From Rescue Natural Supplements, Rescue Orosine helps enhance energy production at the cellular level, supports a healthy heart, and maintains optimal blood pressure. Plus, right now, our exclusive radio listeners can take advantage of a special offer. Buy one bottle of Oracine, get another completely free. All that you have to do is use the code FUEL when placing your order. To place an order, visit res-q.com or call 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. Don't miss out on this limited time offer. Remember, use that code FUEL at checkout. Again, mention the code FUEL when you call or use it at res-q.com to get that second bottle of energy-boosting Rescue Oracine totally free.
This is Larry Sinus with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows, and you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Sinus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Bucks County native Pink will be performing at tonight's Democratic National Convention in Chicago. SEPTA is launching a new police unit to address bus and trolley safety ahead of the new school year. And the winner for Best Philly-inspired Hers potato chip flavor goes to Romano Stromboli.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more. Philo's got a world of entertainment for you to explore with just one subscription. Sign up today and start watching all the networks you love, like A&E, MTV, Discovery, VH1, TLC, Lifetime, Hallmark Channel, and so much more. Featuring current seasons of all the best drama, true crime, reality, and family-friendly shows you can't afford to miss. And with up to 3 streams at once, you'll never have to fight about what to watch. Get started today and unlock our library of over 75,000 movies and shows, and save all your favorites with the unlimited DVR, so you can rewatch them anytime, anywhere, for up to a year. Philo now includes access to AMC+. You can discover your next obsession from its collection of hit originals like Mad Men, The Walking Dead, Killing Eve, Orphan Black, and tons of blockbuster movies. There are no contracts, no commitments, and no hassles. For just $28 a month, Philo's a better way to watch TV. So what are you waiting for? Visit philo.tv and sign up today to start your 7-day free trial. That's philo.tv.
Weather sponsored by Morgan & Morgan.
Overnight, clear conditions, 59 the low. Nice to be able to give the air conditioner a break. Mostly sunny tomorrow, high 83. Saturday, warmer and partly cloudy with a high of 86. And mostly sunny on Sunday as well. So it's going to be a great weekend. By Monday, we might see some showers in the afternoon.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. Protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
WPHT, HD, WOGL, HD3, Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app. The revolution will be broadcast. This is the next generation of talk. Now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, Rich Zioli.
Josh Shapiro says he and John Fetterperson are besties again. I don't believe it, though, do you? Welcome back to the show. Glad you're here. Our fourth and final hour at the Democrat National Convention here in Chicago. No, I still have not gotten a Chicago hot dog. I know. I've tried. Look, I've tried. It's not my fault. I just, the problem is, quite frankly, by the time I leave here, I'm so exhausted. I just go back to the hotel room and crash, basically. But maybe tonight will change all things. I'm thinking about possibly doing a little boat cruise around Chicago solo. And I'm not taking DeSantis with me, of course, because that would be weird. No, he's got to get back. DeSantis has to get back. He's driving. I'm flying. My flight's tomorrow, and I was originally going to do the show tomorrow. However, the flight changed again, so you're going to have the talk radio stylings of Mike Opelka on a Friday. Then I'm off all next week. Taking the family away on a vacation. Got to do this stuff, before the kids go back to school. Claire's birthday, September 2nd. I'm going to really do my best to stay off social media while I'm away. I know how well that works out. And we'll see. I'll still be posting all my videos because the company that helps me with that will still be posting them. But nevertheless, I'm going to try very hard to decompress because I know that once we get back, the fall is going to be insane. And I don't want to, I don't want to have to deal with that. Anyway, Josh Shapiro's speech last night, he had a lot to say, and he did his fake Obama accent last night. I'm telling y'all.
Please welcome Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro.
Yay! The lesser VP choice. Woohoo! I mean, I'm so glad they didn't pick him. But listen to that crowd erupt, huh? Am I right? Listen to that crowd erupt for Shapiro.
Thank you.
No, he has to ease into it a little bit.
2.5 centuries ago.
No, he doesn't.
In Philadelphia.
Never mind.
A band of patriots.
2.5 centuries ago, I say, here we are. It didn't take him more than a few seconds, DeSantis, for him to start with his Southern Baptist preacher thing. I thought it was going to take a little bit longer. All right, let's go.
Declare their independence from a king.
And I say that king is now across the river from me in New Jersey. His royal rugness, King Philip the Unaccountable. He's here today. Sorry, keep going.
Ourselves on a path of self-determination.
Self-determination.
Generation after generation has embraced that responsibility. Ordinary Americans rising up, demanding more, seeking justice. And in every chapter of our American story,
yes,
we've made progress and advanced the cause of freedom.
Not that much progress, considering that they wouldn't pick you since you're Jewish. I mean, let's be honest. The Democrat Party has not made all that much progress, Gov. If they did, and this is the big story of the hour, brought to you by our buddy Dr. Mike Veneria, VeneriaDental.com. Go see him today for your perfect smile. If they did, you would be in a much different position right now. You'd be the guy out there on the stage on Thursday night, prime time. Even though there were 18 people that spoke before the introduction to Governor Tim Walz and 42 that spoke after. Oh, I got a retweet from Dana Perino last night, my buddy. It was very nice of her. She retweeted my one tweet. My joke was that now we're going to hear from a guy who once went to the same grocery store as Tim Walz. Because they were trying everything they possibly could, I think, to make sure America was in bed before they rolled out the Midwestern goofball. I was calling him the Midwestern doofus, but I think Midwestern goofball works better. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's because it's the beginning of the fourth hour and I'm just mentally fried. I don't know. Hard to say. But either way, here's a little bit more of our governor of Pennsylvania, who thinks he's the governor of, I think, Alabama. I'm not quite sure.
Today?
Yes.
Well, today we find ourselves writing that next chapter. Will we be a nation defined by chaos and extremism?
I don't know. You tell me. I just went by chaos and extremism on the way over here a few hours ago. Chaos and extremism with your party out on the streets with Palestinian flags and lots of cops out there. So when you tell me that this is the party of chaos and extremism, or that the Republicans are, dude, I was at the RNC. All right? The only thing I saw were cheese curds and beer. A lot of cheese curds and a lot of beer. And I had so many. My cholesterol is still up by 300 points. It's that much cheese. And here in Chicago, the cheese curds, you broke into them and there was something missing. It was called, what's the word for it? Cheese. Right. All right, keep going.
Will we choose a path of decency, honor, and continued progress?
I say decency.
Kamala Harris, well, she has spent her entire career making progress. Donald Trump, a man with no guardrails, wants to take away our rights and our freedoms. And listen, while he cloaks himself in the blanket of freedom, what he's offering isn't freedom at all.
Okay, what is it?
Because hear me on this, it's not freedom to tell our children what books they're allowed to read.
Whoa, actually,
No, it's not.
we tell our children what movies they can't see. For the record, like, I'm not letting my kids go see Rambo. Not that Rambo's playing in theaters, but you get my point. We have R ratings on movies. Why? I don't understand. And my son has to read a book this summer for school, so we actually do tell our kids what to read all the time. Just for the record, your southernness. We do tell our kids what they can and can't read, like, all the time. I mean, if a kid tries to go buy a Penthouse, I don't know, do they still sell those? I don't even know. You got to have an ID for it. So we're not telling the kids what books they can't read. That's actually not what we're doing, because kids can still buy whatever the hell they want on Amazon. What we're doing is we're deciding school curriculum, and we're saying that we shouldn't show our children graphic books that have, I don't know, pornography in them, as part of the curriculum, Governor, as part of the curriculum.
And it's not freedom to tell women what they can do with their bodies.
Except if I'm telling them to get a COVID shot if they want to go to Home Depot or Applebee's. In which case, it's totally fine for me to tell those women what to do with their bodies. Keep going. Oh, he's got the pink crowd on their feet.
This, it sure as hell isn't freedom.
Oh, did he curse?
Say you can go vote, but he gets to pick the winner. That's not freedom.
What? You can go vote, but he gets to pick the winner? What does that even? I don't even know what that means. What is that? Who gets to pick the winner? I'm trying to understand that. It's not freedom to say you can go vote and he can pick the winner. Who? The person counting? I'm trying to understand who picks the winner. What does that even mean? Like a tricky tray? Wait, you go vote by putting your raffle tickets in a basket, hoping to get the purse, and you find out that you didn't get it because they pulled the wrong number? Like, what are you even talking about?
But you know what?
What?
You know what, Democrats?
What?
We are the party of real freedom.
Oh, real freedom.
That's right. The kind of real freedom that comes when that child has a great public school.
When that child has
awesome
a school
teacher, because we believe in her future.
But that's why I've retreated on school choice. He's such a fraud. I mean, we believe when that child has a great school. But if that child's in a failing school, even though I ran on school choice, I'm now abandoning that position because I want to be a star in the Democrat Party on the national stage. Even though here my Jewishness seems to keep getting in the way because the Democrats hate me. But somehow Trump's an anti-Semite. Stop. Dude, if you really believed any of this, if you believed that failing schools were keeping our children behind, then you know what you would do? You would go back to your original position on school choice. All right? That's what you would do. But I'm just saying.
Real freedom that comes when we invest in the police and in the community so that child can walk and from school and get home safely to her mama.
I say that child can go to hell, mama. Her mama?
Real freedom.
What year is
freedom
this?
that comes when she can join a union, marry who she loves, start a family on her own terms, breathe clean air, drink pure water, worship how she wants, and live a life of purpose where she is respected for who she is.
Point of personal privilege, Governor. What if she wants to drink spring water and not pure water? Because just some people like the spring water better than the purified water. I'm just pointing that out there. In terms of taste, the minerality, a lot of times they put a lot of minerals in the pure water. So I'm throwing it out there. If she wants to have a Nestle water, who are we to say you must drink Dasani? I believe in a world where you have Poland Spring available at all times, coming to you straight from Maine. I'm just sorry. I'm just trying to understand this insanity. Go ahead. Yes! Freedom, marry who she wants, because it's 1967.
Real freedom.
Real freedom.
Real freedom comes when she can look at Madam President and know that this is a nation where anything and everything is possible. That is real freedom, and that is what we are fighting for.
And that is why I identify as Barack Obama. All right, you know what? We have a guest coming up, so I'm gonna take I got more to say on this in just a moment, but hang on one second here. Hang on one second. Yes. Yes.
You know, Kamala and Tim's names may be on the ballot.
Kamala
but
and
it's
Tim.
your rights. It's our rights. It's our future and freedoms that are on the line. And you have the power.
I think he's pulling a Rocky IV here. I really do. But if you can change, and I can change, we all can change. But Rocky, but with a fake Southern accent, kind of, I think is what he's doing. It's Rocky in Russia.
Shape the future of this country.
Yes.
Just like our ancestors who fought for freedom on the battlefield and sat in at lunch counters so our kids could stand up.
Our kids could stand up.
Now,
and while you're at it, I'd like to go to a lunch counter right about now.
It's on us.
Yes.
It's on us, my friends, to organize in our communities and on our For You pages.
And our what?
Around three
my OnlyFans
basic
page?
American...
Wait, is he talking about my OnlyFans page? DeSantis, how does the governor know I have an OnlyFans page? Does he subscribe? And is it the feet? Is that what did it for you? I'm sorry.
Principles. We value our freedom.
Yes.
We cherish our democracy.
Yes.
And we love this country.
We do love it so much. And I'm here to support a candidate who's going to destroy my state with a fracking ban. I said fracking. I say fracking. Not fracking. You dropped the G.
We love this country.
Right.
And listen.
Yes.
Despite our challenges.
Right.
Hear me on this. I want you to know I have never been more hopeful because I see in all of you, the enduring promise of America.
Yeah.
E pluribus unum out of many.
I'm throwing out the Latin card. I tell you what, he's multilingual. He speaks fake Southern and now Latin. Now throw out some pig Latin and maybe I'll consider voting for you. If you throw out a little Ipshin, Ashin, Bashin, I think am I speaking pig Latin correctly?
It's not merely a motto from the past, it's our direction for the future.
We are one. E pluribus unum. I saw that on $1 today.
You all give me hope.
You all.
And you all have the power.
Y'all.
So let's use that power. Let's do the hard work necessary
Y'all come back
to win
now,
this
you hear?
election and write the next chapter in our American story.
If you say y'all come back here now.
Are you ready to protect our rights?
Yes.
Are you ready to secure our freedoms?
Yes.
And are you ready to defend our democracy?
Yes.
And are you ready to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz?
No, that's where you lost me. Sorry.
America, let's get to work.
That was a bridge too far. Like I healed 95 with my hands. I touched 95 and it was reopened with my hands, my golden hands. I said 95, you open right here. All right. But his Royal Rugness Murphy came out last night too. I'm kind of embarrassed. I'm a little embarrassed, honestly, by the fact that these people are from our region of the country with the grandstanding. I'm just saying. It's kind of embarrassing. It's a little bit, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a little much. It's a little much. But the governor of New Jersey came out and he had, a really zippy little line for everybody. And of course, you got to come out with a fake farmer.
New Jersey, how do you cast your vote?
Everybody, I'm Governor Phil Murphy.
Oh!
We're from Jersey, baby. And you're not.
Oh, sick burn, yo. We're from Jersey, baby, and you're not. But I think it's very appropriate, don't you think? If we were to properly, I mean, the king is in Chicago, and I'm just saying, it would be. Peasants, gather around! His Royal Rugness, King Philip the Unaccountable, wishes to welcome all of you to Chicago. Perhaps you forgot your ID, you filthy peasants, in which case, get out and go to the park. That's probably now. Yeah, that's not bad.
Everybody, I'm Governor Phil Murphy.
But hang on. It's really not. It's not right. There's something missing here. Let's try this again. Peasants, gather around! His Royal Rugness, King Philip the Unaccountable, would be introduced by a multi-billionaire named Bruce Springsteen, who pretends he is a mere peasant tilling the fields like you. I like that. That's not bad. I like that. Yeah,
We're
there we
from
go.
Jersey, baby, and you're not.
And then everyone else had a collective sigh of going, whew, we're not. Wow, okay. And then, of course, he had to bring out somebody from the Alphabet Soup department.
We care about protecting women's rights and lifting up vulnerable communities.
And killing whales. We're not for saving whales because whales don't vote. Dead whales don't vote.
My name is Dr. Joey Perella. Pronouns she, her, hers. I'm a proud resident of the Garden State. I'm proud to stand with Kamala Harris and Tim Walz because they stand with the LGBTQ community.
Okay. Remember, dead whales don't vote.
It's time to turn the page on Trump. Thank you.
Dead Democrats do. They have that button. We need your pronouns, sir. Pronouns. We need pronouns. I'm not getting pronouns. I need pronouns.
2 votes present and 142 votes for Kamala Harris.
Did you have to show ID for that? I'm curious if you had to show ID to cast your vote for Kamala Harris to get into the convention. I'm asking for a friend. Asking for a friend. I've not heard any pronouns. Still not hearing pronouns. All right. Very good. All right, we got a lot more to get to as we continue along here at the Democrat National Convention, our final night. But it's a good thing the show is almost over because I'm definitely getting thrown out of here. No question about it. We'll be right back.
Hey everyone, it's Donald Trump Jr. Join me and Dom Giordano Thursday, September 12th at the Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood, New Jersey for the next Politics and Pints with WPHT. We will talk all things Trump, the 2024 election, and my father's book, Letters to Trump. South Jersey and PA suburbs are hugely important to electing Donald Trump president. Just head to 1210WPHT.com for tickets right now. Hope to see you there.
Hey, it's Greg with Kayal and Company. You've heard us talk a lot about FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. We have something a little different for you. Now, through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then, with a YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime. Trust me, I have NFL Sunday Ticket for YouTube TV. You get picture-in-picture, so you can watch multiple games. If you have a little skin in the game, it makes it that much more impressive. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to download America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT. 21 and over, present in PA. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after the free trial. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Summer is here, which means pool days, beach trips, and yeah, you guessed it, traffic jams. Oh yeah, and heat waves. Don't let summer catch you by surprise. Get the local news you need, no matter what you're up to, with the free Odyssey app. And never miss a beat with alerts on breaking stories sent directly to your phone. Listen today on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
If the turmoil in our country has taught us anything, it's that we need a source of news that tells us the truth. We need a network unbound by ties to the powerful elites. We need a network where censorship is a thing of the past. We need Levin TV on the Blaze TV network. As we see all these fumbles to cover the number of suspicious circumstances surrounding the Democrat Party 2024 nominee, we are and will be deciphering the facts. And in the midst of the corrupt media covering for every misstep, we at Levin TV on the Blaze TV network will be here to uncover their constant lies. But we can only continue our mission with your support. Your help enables us to delve further into investigative journalism, expand our lifestyle content, become more independent from big tech. So right now, go to levintv.com, LEVIN-TV.com, use code Levin, get $20 off a year-long subscription to Blaze TV. That's levintv.com, code Levin, Levin. Get $20 off a year-long subscription to Blaze TV. Join us today. Do you know why the IRS is targeting you and everyday people and not the super wealthy? Because they have tax attorneys and you don't. Here's 2 reasons why I recommend Tax Network USA. They have a preferred direct line to the IRS, and Tax Network USA knows that for a limited time, the IRS is waiving $1 billion in penalties. Call 800-245-6000 or visit tnusa.com/Levin, tnusa.com/LEVIN.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Rich Zeoli is live from the Democratic National Convention on Odyssey's #1 talk station, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Democrats' secret plot revealed what they're really going for. I can tell you because my buddy Dawn Stensland sent the article to me this morning right before I went on her show. Welcome back. It is night number 47 here at the Democrat National Convention in Chicago. At least it feels that way anyway. Final night, and then we're out of here. But I got to tell you, there's more censorship coming out along the Twitter files, and we're going to talk to our buddy Paul Thacker about that a little bit later in the show before we conclude here from the Windy City. But I want to mention this, 2 things. Number one, the mayor of D.C., Muriel Bowser, says Kamala Harris will work to make D.C. the 51st state. I've long told you that's the Democrats' secret plan, right? For absolute control, you make D.C. the 51st state. The mayor of D.C. also said that Kamala Harris is committed to ending the filibuster. Now, you make D.C. the 51st state, and again, I know that the Constitution technically prohibits it, but Democrats don't care about the Constitution or the rule of law. So just go with me here for a second, what their plan is. Their plan is you make it the 51st state, you get 2 more Democrat senators, and then you kill the filibuster, you have absolute control over the United States Senate. Then what you do, of course, is you keep letting illegal immigrants into this country. You count them towards apportionment, which is how we decide the seats in the House of Representatives. So you flood the zone with illegal immigrants who technically, as of right now, can't vote, although they'll work on changing that. But even if they don't, you'll allocate more seats to blue areas. That's why Democrats are fake protesting when Republicans send illegal immigrants to their cities, because they know that it's only going to count more towards them getting extra seats in Congress, in the House anyway. So then you have more Democrat control in the House. You have the Democrats controlling the U.S. Senate. Maybe you throw in Puerto Rico as a state just for kicks and giggles. And you have 2 more Democrat senators that way too. Kill the filibuster so no Republican can stand in their way. And you have absolute tyranny. Absolute tyranny. And then you expand the size of the Supreme Court, make it 14 justices, as Count Grandstangela, Spartacus Booker, and the Tears of Rage band wants to do. Then you have a mini legislature, an unstoppable mini legislature. And that's really what they ultimately want to do. That's ultimately what they want to do. You know, it's funny because as Bill Clinton was up there last night and he was speaking, I kept thinking two things. Man, that dude has not aged well. And number two, I remember when Bill Clinton accepted the nomination in 1992 for president, and he said, we are going, with abortion, we want to keep it safe, legal, and rare. Democrats now can't stop talking about abortion. They went from being the party that basically doesn't talk about it to now they can't shut up about it. Politico had a piece about this too. Abortion was long taboo. Democrats now want everyone to talk about it. Democrats this week spotlighted stories of unwanted pregnancies and men who feared they'd lose their wives because they couldn't obtain emergency abortions. They're trying so hard right now, and this has been every theme you've had about the Republicans will take away your rights. You know, the lie by Tim Walz last night that Trump's going to impose a national abortion ban, which of course he has said he's not going to do. And he went on TV this morning to say he's not going to do that. So that was a flat out lie last night, a flat out lie by Tim Walz. And Trump said that. He said, I'm not looking to turn around and impose a national abortion ban. They know that. That's a lie. Oh, and by the way, you know, speaking for everybody who's out there saying to Trump, you know, you got to tone it down with the insults and the nicknames and everything like this. He does make a good point about how they're always coming after him with insults and nicknames. I mean, he does kind of make a good point.
Did you see Barack Hussein Obama last night? Take little shots. He was taking shots at your president.
Shots.
And so was Michelle. You know, they always say, sure, please stick to policy, don't get personal. And yet they're getting personal all night long, these people. Do I still have to stick to policy? Sir, you must stick to policy. You'll win it on the border. You'll win it with inflation. You'll win it with your great military that you built that they gave away $85 billion worth of it in Afghanistan. Sir, you're going to win it on crime. The crime is running through the streets like never before. You're going to win it on all.
Yeah, look, and I understand that there's a significant number of people who are saying, yeah, he should just stick to policy. I get it. But they have said some pretty mean stuff about him all week. I'm just throwing it out there. And Tim Walz was out there lying his goofy Midwestern face off last night when he was out there lying about what Trump's going to do.
To build the kind of life they want. But not everyone has that same sense of responsibility. Some folks just don't understand what it takes to be a good neighbor. Take Donald Trump and J.D. Vance.
Hang on a second. I got to ask a quick question to the governor. Sir, is it a good neighbor if I rat out my neighbors for having more people over their house during COVID? Like, does that, in your eyes, make me a good neighbor? I'm just curious. Like a good neighbor, I'll rat you out. What do you think, DeSantis? Is that a catchy theme song? Like a good neighbor, I'll call the Minnesota State COVID hotline and rat you out. Hi, are you here to borrow some sugar? No, I'm here to call the police on you. You have 12 people at your house. Is that, I'm asking for a friend. I don't know what it's like. What defines good neighbor?
Their Project 2025 will make things much, much harder for people who are just trying to live their lives. They spent a lot of time pretending they know nothing about this. But look, I coached high school football long enough to know and trust me on this.
Okay, we don't trust you on anything, and you really didn't coach. You were a volunteer coach because you couldn't get hired as a coach because of your criminal background with the DUI. All right? And also, I don't want you anywhere near a locker room if my kids are in it. I'm just saying. By the way, you know why he was late last night? They found a couple boys' bathrooms in Illinois that weren't stocked with tampons. Did you know that? He was out there stocking them. True story. No joke, folks.
When somebody takes the time to draw up a playbook, they're going to use it. And we know if these guys get back in the White House, they'll start jacking up the costs on the middle class. They'll repeal the Affordable Care Act. They'll gut Social Security and Medicare. And they will ban abortion across this country with or without Congress.
That's not true. Trump has already said he's not going to do that.
It's an agenda nobody asked for. It's an agenda that serves nobody except the richest and the most extreme amongst us. And it's an agenda that does nothing for our neighbors in need.
Like a good neighbor, I'll rat you out. By the way, he's lying about that. The Republicans don't want to do that. Donald Trump has said it before, and he's said it again. And he said it this morning on Fox and Friends. You know, this is not something I want to do. They're lying about this. And also gutting Social Security and Medicare. You know, I mean, where is that coming from? This is the fear factor. This is what I mean. They all come out with fear because they can't run on issues. They can't. So they have to run by scaring everybody. And they even brought out a comedian last night to help with that. They brought out a Saturday Night Live comedian, Kenan Thompson, who brought out this giant book of 2025. This is all part of the fear thing, and in a funny but scary way, wants you to be afraid of this. This is the Democrats' message. Be afraid, be very, very afraid.
You ever seen a document that could kill a small animal and democracy at the same time? Here it is. You know how when you download an app and there are hundreds of pages there that you don't read, it's just the terms and conditions, and you just click agree, right? Well, these are the terms and conditions of a second Trump presidency. You vote for him, you vote for all of this. Let's take a look. You ever seen a document?
And he slams it down on the podium. Very, very funny. Kill a small animal and democracy at the same time. Very, very funny. All right. As we continue along here at the Democrat National Convention, that's all they have. They have fear. Tonight's policy speech by Kamala Harris, as I've been saying throughout the show today, it's going to be very, very light in substance. You're not going to hear a substantive speech because they can't get into policy specifics. It's going to be a lot of grandiose promises and a lot of fear factoring. And that's been really what this whole convention's been about. A choreographed Hollywood show with celebrities scaring you, making you afraid, but very, very light on policy, very light on specifics. And as joyful as they pretend to be, the whole thing was quite terrifying, complete with a vampire with a piece of toilet paper stuck to her shoe. We'll be right back.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-515-6608. 800-515-6608. 800-515-6608.
Sneezing, coughing, stuffy nose, runny nose, postnasal drip, interrupted sleeping. I was groggy at the end of the day.
Allergies and sinus congestion were making Jana miserable. Then, a friend recommended Navage. Navage provides immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Navage helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
Navage gave me instant relief. I didn't have to wait 30 minutes. I didn't have to wait an hour, 90 minutes. I didn't have to wait a minute. I ran the rinse and I felt better.
Stop suffering from congestion and start breathing and feeling your best again with Navage. Navage.
I've had people ask me how I find relief, and I tell them Navage immediately. This thing is amazing.
Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid.
1210 WPHT Sterling every damn night, featuring lesbians.
Why is it the women can stare at each other for 40 minutes and not make a move?
Philadelphia weather.
Sterling every damn night weather from Miami to Mendocino.
And you.
You say things that I thought I was the only one who thought about it. And I thought, oh, wow, he's weird, too.
Live every night, 9 o'clock during the week, 10 o'clock on Sunday, 1210 WPHT Sterling every damn night.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
I am Judith Krupnik, president of Cherry Hill Volvo. I drive an absolutely fabulous XC90 hybrid, the best of both electric and internal combustion. It's really an incredible Volvo. We are offering a $15,000 discount when leasing any 2024 XC90 hybrid in stock. If ever an XC90 was on your list, now is the time to visit Cherry Hill Volvo. $15,000.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This is Mark Levin with an urgent message. We are living in grave and dark economic times that are going to get worse. We just saw an abysmal jobs report while unemployment shot up to the highest level since the end of 2021. Meanwhile, the stock market looks like a gamble. Many banks are getting crushed as recession fears mount. The S&P Banks Index fell 2.4% in a single day. That's a lot. Regional banks fell nearly 3%. That's even more. These are bad signs. Even the Fed is talking about rate cuts. You need to protect your wealth. That's where diversification and gold comes in. It's been a bedrock of wealth preservation for centuries. And the best company I know of is Advantage Gold. Their experts can help you protect your savings from economic chaos. Call now, 800-900-8000 for a free gold investment kit and see if you qualify for $1,000 in free silver. That's 800-900-8000. Don't wait. Call now. Tell them Mark Levin sent you. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Zioli is live from the DNC in Chicago on Odyssey's #1 talk station, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, joining me now to discuss the latest on the Twitter files, because it always seems like we have more and more censorship. We're learning more about it, and I don't care about the hoopla of a convention. We're not going to let this story go. Welcome back to the show. Glad you're here. 855-839-1210 on Twitter, at Rich Zioli. Joining me now, Paul Thacker. He's over at Substack. He's got a great, The Disinformation Chronicles. You better subscribe to it. It's fantastic. Hey, Paul, thanks for joining me. I know you're in Spain, so I appreciate your time.
Hey, man, thanks so much. I think it's a really important story because we were told for a long time, especially by Democrats, that Twitter was independent. They didn't cave into pressure from the Biden administration. But I think what these these emails show that's really not the case.
Yeah, so the latest piece, and this is very key, emails show Twitter coordinated closely with Biden administration and allied lobbyists on censorship problems. Now, this is key because we've talked a lot about the Biden administration working with Twitter, now X. This is pre-Elon Musk days. But I didn't realize about the lobbyists who were involved here as well. So tell us more about that.
So what happened was I had noticed that when I first looked at Twitter last year, I noticed there's a lot of criticism of Musk for how he handled problems involving foreign countries. And one of the first things that I noticed, I had some emails that showed when the old Twitter back in 2021 had problems with India, what they did was they hired a PR firm to then work with the Biden administration to deal with that. And they worked very closely with the Biden administration on this. So the idea that they did not coordinate with the Biden administration is totally false. Now, what's interesting about that PR firm is that PR firm is called Albright Stonebridge. And Albright is from Madeleine Albright, who's the former Secretary of State. And she was also on the board of a group called the Atlantic Group. And the Atlantic Group was working very closely with the State Department at the same time to censor people. So what happened with the India stuff, with India coming after Twitter, is it drove them right into the arms of lobbyists allied with the Biden administration and right into the arms of the Biden State Department. And so the idea that somehow Twitter was divorced from the Biden administration is just totally false. I mean, there's no, they were reliant on the Biden administration to help them deal with problems in India, which was their third largest market.
The third largest market, you said?
Their third largest market is India.
Okay.
It's America. I don't know what's second, but their third largest market is India. And so they were very reliant on working directly with the Biden administration to deal with their third largest market. So the idea that they would somehow ignore, referrals coming from the State Department and just ignore that when they were actually actively working with the State Department to deal with India, it's just total nonsense.
And according to these released emails, when India pressured Twitter to censor accounts, Twitter hired Albright Stonebridge, as you point out, to lobby Biden's State Department for help. And this is a key from the email. This is John Hughes from Albright Stonebridge Group, the commercial diplomacy firm founded by former Secretary of State Madeleine Albright. Twitter's lobbyist wrote that to Deputy Assistant Secretary Laura Stone, who oversaw U.S. policy with India. We are wondering if you or somebody on your team would be available tomorrow for us to brief you further on this issue and to seek your advice on how to approach and whether the embassy would be willing to raise this with the Indian government. So basically, as I understand it, our own government is working to censor. And meanwhile, the same company that's being pressured by our government to censor is hiring a lobbying firm to deal with censorship that is trying to be imposed by another country. Is that an accurate summary of everything?
No, that's totally it. But it's even more than that. The firm that they hired was working very closely with the Biden administration. 10 of the top, 10 so of the many people that went to the Biden administration, 10 of their senior people came out of that same lobby shop. So this is a lobby shop that's very closely working with the Biden administration. Had a lot of Biden administration loyalists. And so to me, the idea that somehow Twitter was divorced, independent, could make its own decisions, irrespective of what the State Department told them to do, it's just total nonsense because they were reliant on State Department to deal with their third largest market on the planet.
The other point, too, which you point out in your piece, Paul Thacker, and I'm grateful that you're joining me here today, and you should subscribe to the Disinformation Chronicle by Paul Thacker, is that, Elon Musk gets in a lot of trouble. Like, he shut down operations of X in Brazil. And why did he do that recently, so people understand that?
He did that because it's the same thing was happening in India. He was getting legal notices that he had to take certain actions, and he refused to do that. And so he basically pulled out of Brazil. Now, some of the same things are happening. The thing you have to understand is that, every country can impose its own laws. Even though this is an American company, it operates globally. So every country can impose their own country's laws. And the question, and so the issue is that under the old Twitter, what Twitter did was they began working very closely with the American government, even as they were trying to say that they were independent of the American government, right? And now what we have is Elon Musk being harassed, not just by Brazil, but the EU now is going to come after him. And my concern is, what is the American government doing right now? Are they trying to help an American company the way they tried to help the old American, the old Twitter, when it was operated not by Elon Musk? Because they worked very closely with them to try to deal with India. Are they doing the same thing now? As Elon Musk is being harassed by the EU, as Elon Musk is being harassed by Brazil, my guess is probably that they're not doing
No, I think that's an accurate guess, Paul Thacker. And it's frustrating because with everything that we're dealing with right now, with the censorship of the American public and what we're learning about this, I think what's very obvious is that this coordination of censorship that occurred was not just in the United States, it was global. But the forces around it are still very much involved in our government, and they're still very much involved in the establishment. You know, I think about Bernie Sanders calling them out the other night from the podium of the Democrat National Convention, you know, the billionaires and the elites and everything like this. I mean, this is the same class of people in Washington and in international diplomacy and in lobbying, and they're all having steak dinners together. And they're very much okay with making individual citizens give up their liberty in the name of whatever global cause they're advancing, whether it's COVID or I'm sure at some point it'll be climate change. I mean, and we know the World Health Organization and we know that the bond villains at Davos want to have coordinated efforts on this stuff going forward. So what concerns me about this and why I wanted to have you on the show today is, as you know, we hear them go at their annual conferences and they talk about having these international pandemic treaties, and is that you could very easily see this international effort of censorship under the guise of keeping us safe from, you know, MPOX or keeping us safe from fossil fuels or really whatever they want it to be. And the forces that are aligned here will just do this either for the sake of money or power or whatever else. But these people don't seem to be operating out of principle.
Well, I think one thing to think about is that there's a myth out there that the people being censored right now are conservatives, which is not true. There's people across the political spectrum. There's quite a few people on the left that have also been censored over the years. And the thing to understand is that the censorship is coming from people in power. And the people in power essentially are people who are aligned politically, ideologically, culturally with those who are center-left, right? The corporate Democrats, however you choose to describe them. And they're the ones that are setting sort of standards on what is true and is not true. And what we need to think about is that, like, yes, I mean, I wake up every day and I deal with stuff that's like nonsense, that like is not true. I just think it needs to be censored and shut down. It should not, people should not have an opinion. And I think that's the problem we're dealing with. Is we're dealing with a situation in which the ideas that we're allowed to think about and the words we're allowed to read are being narrowed. And why is that? And I think it's literally because of power. Oftentimes, like ideological power or maybe corporate power or financial power. But we should allow people from like far left to far right to have a point of view and to allow those views to be considered. And then what we often do, which I do every day, is I ignore them. That's what I do. Every day I see stupid things on Twitter and I ignore it. That's what I do. That's the adult thing to do, is ignore it. Not to say, you're not allowed to say that. That's what we do to children,
Agree. But I guess the last question I have for you, Paul Thacker, is why does the censorship still occur? I mean, we've exposed so much of this. You've done a great job over the years exposing this. Why does it still happen? Is it because the powerful are afraid of opinions on the right or the left that challenge them?
I think it's a way for what's happened in the media is the media has lost power. Mm-hmm. It's not. It doesn't have the ability to determine what people think and shape ideas anymore. And so the way they've sought to try to buttress that power is by censoring other ideas. Some of those ideas are, by the way, are crazy and make no sense. But what you can do is you just turn the page or ignore that. But it's really about trying to buttress the power of people who have power already.
Paul Thacker, I appreciate your time today. The Disinformation Chronicles. Subscribe today. Paul, what's the best way for people to find your site and then subscribe?
Just Google the Disinformation Chronicle and then get on there and subscribe.
All right, my friend. I appreciate making the time today. All the way from Spain, calling into Chicago at the DNC. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, man. Thanks for having me on.
All right, that concludes it for us here at the Democrat National Convention. What a perfect way to end the week with talks of censorship, which obviously the left loves. Have a great rest of your night tonight. The great one, Mark Levin, is up next. I'm sure I'll be tweeting during the big speech tonight. The question still on everyone's mind is, what color will Kamala Harris be wearing? What color? Will she be going wolf in white pantsuit? Will she be going black? Will she be going red, blood red like Pelosi? By the way, the toilet paper under her shoe, still the best part of the DNC. In my opinion, toilet paper under the shoe, the vampiric one, by far the absolute best moment of the DNC. Hey, have a great tomorrow. Have a great week next week. And look forward to being back with you after Labor Day as we will begin a very busy and hectic election season. Thank you so much for listening.
If the summer heat hasn't convinced you to replace your old windows and doors, then maybe my good friends at Guided Door and Window can help by giving you an extra month to do so at their best prices of the year. Take advantage of Guida's big summer sale and receive 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all expertly installed high-performance triple-pane windows. And 40% off any high-quality door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can easily buy now and pay later with Guida's low monthly payment plans or interest-free financing up to 18 months. Don't wait until fall like everyone else to replace your windows and doors. You need to go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these huge savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires at the end of August. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA. Or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. And one thing I've learned is that you buy a house, but you make it a home. Because with every fix, update, and renovation, it becomes a little more your own. So you need all your jobs done well. For nearly 30 years, Angie has helped millions of homeowners hire skilled pros for the projects that matter. From plumbing to electrical, roof repair to deck upgrades. So leave it to the pros who will get your jobs done well. Hire high-quality certified pros at Angie.com.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7. And we guarantee, if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Discover the 2024 Tundra at Tri-County Toyota. Right now, get $1,000 customer cash or enjoy financing starting at just 1.99% APR. Or choose the all-new 2024 Tacoma and lease for $279 per month. Or choose rates as low as 4.99% APR. We're easy to find off the Limerick exit of 422. Visit TriCountyToyota.com today for more details and experience the Tri-County difference.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me, 40 days up to 40 pounds. Visit NJDiet.com or call 855-5NJ-DIET. That's 855-5NJ-DIET. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm just a kid. I'm 6. I'm 9. I'm 4.5. And I've got asthma. You know just how upset I can get when I have an asthma attack. And I know that you want to do all that you can do to help me. But you might not know about all the different stuff that can make me have an asthma attack. Or all the simple things you can do to fight my asthma. You can fight it with a bear. You can fight it with a duck. You can fight it with a wrench. Put my teddy bear in the freezer to wipe out dust mites. Dry off rubber duckies and fix leaks to get rid of mold. 'Cause mold can start my asthma attacks too.
Discover other simple ways to prevent an asthma attack. Visit noattacks.org. A public service message brought to you by the U.S. EPA, the Ad Council, and this station.
Thanks for doing all you can to help me out. 'Cause I don't want to feel like a fish with no water.
President Trump says Newsmax is terrific. Mike Huckabee says he's tuning in like millions of Americans. Newsmax is now the fastest growing cable news channel in America. Watch Newsmax on cable, streaming, or on the free Newsmax app. And Newsmax has announced it plans to go IPO soon. For a limited time, eligible investors can even buy preferred shares in Newsmax, and they come with a 7% dividend. Get the details about Newsmax's planned IPO and shares. Just go to newsmaxinvest.com. Forbes says Newsmax is a news powerhouse. Get Newsmax shares. You can even buy shares with a credit card at newsmaxinvest.com. Whenever making an investment decision, you should consult your attorney or financial advisor, and investors are responsible for conducting their own due diligence regarding investments and for all tax and other risks and obligations. Don't miss out. Find out more at newsmaxinvest.com today.
Picture streams in our community. That's where our kids play and dogs splash. And some of these streams provide the water we drink. But is the water in these streams clean and safe? The truth is, for most local streams, no one knows. That's a problem. One the Isaac Walton League can help you solve with the Clean Water Challenge. For almost 50 years, the Isaac Walton League of America has helped people just like you test the water in local streams, clean up pollution, and protect healthy waters. Today, the Isaac Walton League has an ambitious new goal: engage volunteers across the country to test 100,000 more streams for pollution. You can protect clean water in our community by joining the Clean Water Challenge. To get involved, visit iwla.org. That's iwla.org.
My grades were bad. I would get D's and C's.
I appeared to be doing good at my school life, but if you would see me at home, it would have been a completely different story.
I mean, it was just rough focusing on school when your mother is somebody you have to take care of. It got worse and worse and worse throughout the years.
There are students who need somebody.
They can trust someone, and it could be the first person they've ever trusted in their life.
Communities in Schools is lowering America's dropout rate by helping more than 1.3 million kids every year get whatever they need to succeed in school.
If something was going on at home, we would go just stop by Miss Liberty's office and talk to her.
Communities in Schools vouched for me when everyone else had lost hope.
You can help change the picture of education right here in your community and across the nation. Visit communitiesinschools.org.
I hear people say we can't save every kid, but I think that we can.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get ready for our Politics and Pints with Donald Trump Jr. Everyone is talking about it. Be with me on September 12th as we talk about the election, politics, and all things Trump. It's huge. Politics and Pints with Donald Trump Jr. September 12th, Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood. Get your tickets now at 1210WPHT.com. That's 1210WPHT.com.
The very first thing you taught me was to be fair. No cutting in line. Play by the rules. Play by the rules. Don't pick on the little kids.
It's important. It's the right thing to do.
It helps create the world we want to live in. Well, there's something I need to tell you. Kids aren't the only ones that should be fair. Mommies and daddies should be that way too. Every time you go to the store, you have a chance to be fair. To do the right thing.
To make a difference in someone else's life.
It's easy. It's not expensive. And it makes a huge difference. Just look for the Fair Trade certified label on products in the grocery store.
It means that farmers are getting a fair deal.
That their kids get to stay in school. That they can look forward to a brighter future. And we're getting great products that were grown with care. Now that's fair. It's good for our family.
It's good for our neighborhood.
It's good for the whole world. Buy fair, be fair. Visit befair.org to learn more.
I'm glad we had this talk.
When I grow up, I want to be a new pair of blue jeans. When I grow up, I want to be a kid's first computer. When I grow up, I don't want to be a piece of garbage. And if you recycle me, I won't be.
Give your garbage another life. Recycle. Learn how at iwanttoberecycled.org. Brought to you by Keep America Beautiful and the Ad Council.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
As a combat wounded veteran, I know how hard it is to come home and build a meaningful life. I'm LaToya Lucas, and I'm a veteran. When I was in Iraq, our vehicle was hit. A rocket-propelled grenade exploded right under my seat. Traumatic brain injury, a fractured pelvis, severe burns. They didn't think I was going to make it. I had to learn to live with the scars, both visible and invisible.
DAV helps veterans like LaToya get the benefits they've earned.
They help more than 1 million veterans every year in life-changing ways.
With DAV on my side, I was able to pursue my dreams. If my story can touch a heart, it can change a life. My victory is overcoming my wounds so I can help other veterans.
LaToya Lucas, may your victories inspire many more. Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
I'm Shanola Hampton. Every day, millions of people face hunger. Today, I will share with you some of their experiences. I'm stuck between paying for medications or paying for food. John from Maine. After paying my bills, I can buy groceries. It's sad to say, food comes last. Alice from Oregon. I thought pantries were for less fortunate people, but anybody could be less fortunate in a day or even a second. Claire from Virginia. The Feeding America network of food banks helps provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. No one should have to worry where their next meal will come from. Together, we can end hunger. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
Hi, I'm Judith Light. So there you are. It's flu season, and you're over 65 like me. You're having another busy year. So much to do, so many roles in life to play. But you feel like you might be forgetting something serious. Your annual flu shot. And before you know it, it's too late. It's not just the aches, fever, and chills that last for days and days. The flu can be life-threatening, especially if you have chronic conditions like diabetes and heart disease, which can worsen with the flu. Being active and healthy alone won't protect you. The immune system weakens with age, making you more susceptible to the flu. If you're over 65, ask about your vaccine options, including one made specifically for us. An annual flu shot is the best way to help keep the flu away. Visit the National Council on Aging at ncoa.org/flu to learn more and talk to your doctor or pharmacist about vaccine options for people 65 and older. Again, that's ncoa.org/flu.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Thanks, Rich Santaro, who said Mama's.
Yes, Mama's on Belmont. That thing had to weigh 12 pounds. Not me, the steak sandwich.
By the way, speaking of that talk, Thomas wrote us last night, and he said, can you please do something about the high schoolish attempt at humor on the morning show?
Oh.
I try to listen, but it's so much like Beavis and Butthead that I changed the channel. We'll stop. We'll get more.
Never me.
Yeah, right.
Hey, if you're looking for riveting radio, Mark Levin will be up in about 12 hours.
Oh, boy.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Weather sponsored by Express Employment Professionals.
Overnight, clear conditions, 59 the low. Nice to be able to give the air conditioner a break. Mostly sunny tomorrow, high 83. Saturday, warmer and partly cloudy with a high of 86. And mostly sunny on Sunday as well. So it's going to be a great weekend. By Monday, we might see some showers in the afternoon.
If your supply chain demands a flexible workforce, hire with Express Employment Professionals. With contract and full-time workers from Express Employment, you get the staff you need and manage contingent labor costs. Learn more at expresspros.com. That's expresspros.com.
Yeah, how do you make it look so easy on the court and get so many back-to-back wins?
It comes down to court domination. With over 900 lawyers nationwide and $15 billion recovered, nobody works harder than Morgan & Morgan in the paint to get the wins. No more questions.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Proud sponsor of the Philadelphia 76ers. Offices, Philadelphia.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, at Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
This is Larry Sinus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Guess what, people? Wendy's has new saucy nugs. You heard me. Wendy's nugs now come in 7 saucy flavors. Buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, spicy ghost pepper. You can literally hear your taste buds after every bite. I'm serious. Listen to mine. Okay, that's just me playing with sound effects. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location.
Man post deep in the bowels of a hidden bunker, somewhere under the brick and steel of a nondescript building, we've once again made contact with our leader, Mark Levin.
Hello, America. Mark Levin here. Our number, 877-381-3811, 877-381-3811. Let me ask you folks a question here. And it's this. There's a threat against Donald Trump's life yet again in Arizona. On the border. It's been reported by the media, Fox, others, the Daily Mail, by the sheriff's office. Online, somebody was threatening to kill President Trump. So they put out an all-points bulletin and a manhunt. I don't know the status right now because I'm on the air. Now, all that said, about 6 weeks ago, there was an assassination attempt, and the president was shot in the head. You're shot in the ear, that's part of the head. He could have lost the entire right side of his skull if he hadn't turned his head. Now, I want you to think about this. It's as if it never happened. It's as if it never happened. Because when you listen to this Democrat convention, the only thing you get out of this convention is a horrendous conga line of hate speech against Donald Trump, trying to create him, turn him into something that he's not. He's not a racist. He's not anti-democratic. They are. He's not any of the things they're portraying, but they'll do anything. They're desperate to win. So they hide her, and they lie about Trump. Trump isn't going to eliminate Social Security. He said over and over and over again he's going to defend it. He's never, ever proposed eliminating Social Security. Joe Biden did. He doesn't want illegal aliens to get into Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, which will surely destroy them. They do. And so it goes on and on. The things they say about him. Now, when he was personally attacking Kamala Harris, he was attacked for personally attacking her. Racist, misogynist, you know, the usual tripe. The party of racism and misogyny. And, in my view, he wisely decided, let's stick with the issues and pound away on the issues. I'm going to talk about their character, but I'm not going to get in on these side things. And that's what he's been. He's been extremely disciplined, extremely effective. Extremely effective. But the media, the Democrat operatives and surrogates, they don't stop. They lie about him. They lie about what he wants to do. They lie about how the economy was under him. But this dehumanization campaign by the networks, by MSNBC and CNN, by Mediaite and Media Matters, Drudge. This endless dehumanization campaign. You can go on those sites right now. You'll see what I'm talking about. By these leftists who write for these websites. By these leftists who pose as hosts and news reporters on CNN and MSNBC. By these leftists who write for the bloodlust New York Times and Washington Post that helped cover up the Holocaust. If they help cover up the Holocaust, do you think they give a second thought to what they're doing to Trump each and every day? Each and every day. This media, they have no governor. By that I don't mean some little governor on top of it. They have no governor, like on an automobile or something. They have no governor. They have no moral compass. None. They have no morality, period. And neither do the Democrats. Neither do the Democrats. Listen to this. Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi is a bleeding hemorrhoid on the body politic. She and her husband have enriched themselves. She's treated like a queen. She's destroyed San Francisco. She's destroyed California. And now she's helping to destroy America. But I want you to listen to this. This is what I'm talking about. Cut 3, Mr. Producer, on MSNBC today. Go.
We have to defeat a person who is a threat to our democracy of the kind that we have not seen. At the beginning of our country, Thomas Paine said that times have found us. Declare war, establish a new nation. Abraham Lincoln took up that charge to keep our country together years later, decades later, and now the times have found us to save our democracy. That is what we are here to do.
There they go again. To save our democracy, we must defeat Donald Trump. And those head cases out there, wow, I can save democracy by eliminating Donald Trump. Do you really think she cares about what happened 6 weeks ago, Mr. Producer? I don't either. I don't either. In fact, I don't think much of the media cares. Much of the Democrat Party cares. I really don't believe it. I don't believe it. They keep saying what they're saying. And they're not going to stop. September will come, and then we're going to have this sentencing hearing in Manhattan. The whole thing is a setup to help them create another campaign issue. If I'm the president's lawyers, I file motions before that hearing for writ of mandamus with the Supreme Court, or a stay, or a number of potential motions to force that judge, that acting state judge, who's trying to influence and has been trying to influence a presidential campaign, to force this case out of his hands. And I'm sure they're thinking of that. His lawyers are actually quite good, very good. We had Tom Blanche on this program. He was a very sharp guy. Very sharp guy. But the things they say about him, and you had a conga line of propagandists every night in this convention. Their focus is almost exclusively on Trump, which is fine, but what they say, he's a racist, he's a misogynist, he will destroy our country, he will destroy our democracy, on and on and on and on. They create a hate for him. A hate for him. I don't know what surprise guests they're going to have at the convention. I don't care. I'm not watching it. This poor Mr. Producer has to watch it for me. He volunteered, by the way. He's a glutton for punishment. That's it. That's what he is, right, Rich? Now, he's actually one of the finest people I've ever met. But he'll watch it, and somebody will pop out of a cake, not literally, figuratively. Oh, look, it's Beyonce. Oh, look, it's Taylor Swift. Oh, look at it. Oh, I'm voting Kamala. I'm voting. Really? Oh, and already the media, as I said, oh, it's a historic speech. Why? Because she's a woman and she's black. But what about what she said? Doesn't matter. It's a historic speech. Oh, okay. Thank you. Just wanted to... I'll be right back.
Mark Levin.
Live and local, plus me, Mark Levin, 1210 WPHT.
We don't care who you vote for in the upcoming election. You know why? Because this is not a political ad. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group meet with people every day wondering if they should be doing something different with their money because it's an election year. At Retire Ready Financial Group, we want you to know where your money is, how it's performing, and if the market does go down, how does it affect your retirement? We call it a portfolio snapshot, and we do it at no charge. Our goal is for you to have confidence as you enter retirement, confidence to spend, and confidence that you won't run out of money. Let's vote those election worries right out of your retirement. For your complimentary portfolio snapshot, call 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or go to retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you constantly searching for an extra energy boost? As we age, our bodies produce less of the natural fuel needed to combat fatigue. Discover Rescue Orosine. From Rescue Natural Supplements, Rescue Orosine helps enhance energy production at the cellular level, supports a healthy heart, and maintains optimal blood pressure. Plus, right now, our exclusive radio listeners can take advantage of a special offer. Buy one bottle of Orosine, get another completely free. All that you have to do is use the code FUEL when placing your order. To place an order, visit res-q.com or call 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. Don't miss out on this limited time offer. Remember, use that code FUEL at checkout. Again, mention the code FUEL when you call or use it at res-q.com to get that second bottle of energy-boosting Rescue Orosine totally free.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, I'm Matthew, a theater major at Hillsdale College. Here's Hillsdale President Dr. Larry Arnn with a Constitution Minute.
The great Abraham Lincoln described the Constitution as a picture or frame of silver, built to guard or protect an apple of gold. This apple of gold was the Declaration of Independence and its principle of equal rights for all. This principle of equal rights, Lincoln said, clears the path for all, gives hope to all, and by consequence, enterprise and industry to all. There are many today who seek to limit or distort this great principle by employing a distorted definition of equality, an equality of condition or outcome, regardless how people live their lives. This distortion, if generally accepted, will lead to an America less prosperous and less free.
To learn more and get a free pocket constitution, visit constitutionminute.com.
This Constitution Minute was furnished by Hillsdale College.
Listen up. The Mark Levin Show is on the air.
I am ready to start the show.
Free speech lives here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Oh, well. So Donald Trump has just announced that he's going to have a special guest tomorrow at his rally in Arizona. I have no idea. I don't have any inside information. Who could it possibly be, Mr. Producer? Any dancers or singers you can think of? Kid Rock would be great. I love Kid Rock, as a matter of fact. But no, I don't think it will be a dancer or singer. One could only wonder. There's a big rumor about Robert Kennedy Jr. Since I don't deal in rumors, you're aware of it. It's out there. But it would be very interesting if that's who it turns out to be. Kamala would have Beyonce or Taylor Swift. Shiny objects, more shiny objects. And if it turns out Trump would have a Kennedy. Now, what do you think about something? Again, I have no idea, but let's just have a little fun. I'm an old Reaganite. We talk about uniting, right? Imagine me, an old Reaganite, a fierce supporter of Donald Trump, and if, big if, Robert Kennedy joins in support of Trump, you will have had, under one roof, Reaganites, plural, a Kennedy, and Trump. Now that, to me, sounds like uniting people, doesn't it to you, Mr. Producer? Trump had the Teamster president speak at the Republican convention. That Teamster president was prevented from speaking at the Democrat Party convention. Why is that? Think about it, America. There's a big to-do now. A Palestinian group, which is anti-Semitic and anti-Israel, is complaining that it hasn't had an opportunity to speak at the Democrat convention. It's interesting, it hasn't even sought, it did not, at the Republican convention. And the Democrats, we don't want them to come out front, we don't want them to speak. Why? We have secret meetings with them. Kamala met, for crying out loud, with the mayor of Dearborn, Michigan. He's a Jew hater. He hates Israel. He wants to boycott Israel. And he left that meeting feeling very positive. We've got to keep this under the covers. We can't do this openly. Well, these Palestinian groups, they want to speak. No, shh. You're screwing things up. Wait till after the election. Wait till after the election. Then we'll come out of the cave. Out of the closet. Yes. Then we'll come out of the closet. That's right. Just give it a little time. All we need are 75 days. You can make noise outside. That's fine. As you know, Kamala has made it clear. She believes that's free speech, and she's very excited about your hate speech out there. She agrees with you. She's going to talk to you about a boycott. She's embracing this. But she's meeting in secret. Shh. Stop demanding an opportunity to speak. There'll be plenty of chances to speak after the election. Not now. I still need the Jews. I want Michigan with the Palestinians, yes. But I need Pennsylvania where there's more Jews than Palestinians. But don't worry, I'm with you. Did I pick the Jewish governor of Pennsylvania? No. Even though he tried to un-Jew himself, it didn't matter. I didn't pick him, did I? No, that's true, you didn't. Did I pick the most radical governor in America? Yes. Who embraces and funds an imam who celebrates October 7th? Yeah, you did that. Look, you have to trust me, says Kamala. Trust me. We can't come out yet. No speeches. I mean, we might have Beyonce or Taylor Swift. We can't. No speeches. Didn't I refuse? Didn't I boycott Netanyahu's speech? Yes. How many more signals do I have to send you? Didn't I stab him in the back after he left? Yes. Didn't I use the Hamas Health, whatever, Institute statistics, whatever that is? Yes. Joe Biden is a schlub compared to me. I know what I need to do. Am I not the best friend CARE, a Hamas front group, has ever had? Yes, that's true. Way back when I was DA, Attorney General, Senator? Yeah, that's true. Just keep it down for now. Keep it down. Just a couple of months. That's all. Just a couple of months. We can't have you speak at this convention. I need the Jewish votes. I need the Jewish support. Trump gets the Jewish support in Pennsylvania, it's all over. Some of my biggest donors are Jewish. Come on now. We don't want them to dry up, or worse yet, to back Trump. So please, stop. Stop with your screaming and yelling. Stop burning the American flag. There can be plenty of that. Wait till after the election. Trust me on this. I'm a flipper, but that's just for the public. You climate change folks, I'm with you. There will be no fracking. Open border folks, there will be no border. Trust me on this. I know what I'm talking about. The river to the sea crowd, just hang in there. Just give me your votes. You deliver me the presidency, I will deliver you Israel. I promise. I promise. Okay, you can keep making noise. But I prefer you do it outside the convention hall than inside the convention hall. And by the way, notice they're doing it on day 4 mostly. Not day 1, not day 2, barely day 3, but day 4. Day 4. And her surrogates, they're telling the media want to know, why aren't you supporting the Hamas supporters like we do? Well, we are working with them and we're talking to them. They're talking to them. The Republicans aren't talking to them. Republicans want nothing to do with them. That's what I mean. Kamala, please come out of the closet. Please come out from under the covers. Please reveal yourself. She'll do her best not to. So this whole thing with the Palestinians, they're back-channeling this thing. Don't worry, I've got your back. We're going to screw Israel. Don't worry about the Jews. I'll take care of that. I'll be right back. The cracks in our economy are widening by the day. We've got a labor market that's cooling faster than expected. Unemployment jumped to the highest since the end of 2021. The market could be in free fall any day as investors panic over a potential recession. Now, some bank stocks are getting hammered as fears of a downturn grow. Even the Fed is talking about rate cuts to prop things up. In uncertain times like these, you need a solid plan for your wealth. That's where gold comes in. It's been the ultimate safe haven for as long as we've used money. And when it comes to gold, I trust Advantage Gold. They're a top-rated American gold company and can help you protect your hard-earned money. Call Advantage Gold now at 800-900-8000 for a free gold investment kit and to see if you qualify for $1,000 in free silver. Don't wait. Call 800-900-8000 today. That's 800-900-8000. Tell them Mark Levin sent you. That's 800-900-8000. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Overnight, clear conditions, 59 the low. Nice to be able to give the air conditioner a break. Mostly sunny tomorrow, high 83. Saturday, warmer and partly cloudy with a high of 86. And mostly sunny on Sunday as well. So it's going to be a great weekend. By Monday, we might see some showers in the afternoon.
High school football is back. High school football is back. And so is the Friday Night High School Football Scoreboard Show. Join Daryl Dobis, James Bailey, and Matt Dents. Friday nights 10 till midnight for a rundown of all the big high school games in the region and expert analysis. The Friday Night High School Football Scoreboard Show. Friday night at 10. Only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Weather sponsored by Morgan & Morgan.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 35 years, we've grown by offering our clients more offices, more lawyers, and recovering more than $20 billion. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. Right now, stop by United Tire and say you want to trade in your tires, and you'll get $100 off 4 new tires. No promo code needed. And you'll get United Tire's no-fault road hazard coverage for free. That includes free maintenance like rotation, flat repairs, and more. That's 2 amazing deals. Nobody beats United. All other promotions apply, like manufacturer rebates. United Tire completes for you. Go to UnitedTire.com to find the locally owned United Tire location nearest you. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
No one is happy to discover that the air conditioner is broken, and it always breaks on the hottest day of the summer in the middle of the night. That's why so many homeowners have Oliver's Peace of Mind membership. For as little as $13 a month, Oliver maintains your home's cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical systems all year long. Membership also includes annual inspections, exclusive discounts on repairs and replacements, and priority emergency service. Call Oliver today or visit us online at oliverheatcool.com.
Hey, this is Mike Quick. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business and your point of sale system isn't helping you sell more, earn more, or work less, you need to talk to my friends at PDQ Signature Systems. PDQ has everything you need for success. PDQ POS is the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS system available. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, Joe Flynn and his team will create a custom game plan that will help your business succeed. Visit PDQPOS.com.
New Jeeps from $269 a month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Drive a new Wrangler, Grand Cherokee, Compass, or Ram truck from $269 a month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. 2024 Compass, 4-cylinder auto, $269 a month. 7,500 miles, closed in lease, 39 months with $2,269 due at inception. Total payments $12,491. MSRP $35,340. VIN number RT175028. Residual $19,083. Tax and tax extra. Not valid with trade-in. $599 doc fee. Ends 8/31/24.
An American Heritage Cash Reward MasterCard helps you tackle that to-do list. Get up to 3% cash back at home improvement stores, groceries, and pharmacies. And when the chores are done, treat yourself to a well-deserved vacation, earning 2% cash back on travel, hotels, and ride shares, and 1% on everything else you buy, including back-to-school supplies. Apply today at AmericanHeritageCU.org/credit cards. Subject to credit approval. Insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
La 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 la.
Oops. Ever had your singing lessons cut short by icy water?
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Say goodbye to those cold notes with Navien tankless water heaters. With Navien, you'll hit all the right notes without the surprise chill. So keep singing and let Navien keep the hot water flowing. And get ready for the encore when you get your utility bill.
Talk Radio 1210
Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
Where relationships matter.
When Mark Levin was a kid, his teachers didn't like his snide sense of humor. Today, they still don't like it. Call Mark Levin now at 877-381-3811.
You know, ladies and gentlemen, I pretty much tell you everything. Not everything, but most things. It's been a hell of a month, hasn't it, Mr. Producer? So I had a heart procedure. Went very well. Nothing to fear. Then I had norovirus. I don't recommend that. And the other day, I had cataract surgery. And so we joke in our family about the so-called golden years as you get older, like, what the hell's happening? And so around Labor Day weekend, I'll probably take a few more days, just because a little rest and relaxation. I don't take many vacations here. And even around Labor Day, I'll be going down to interview President Trump in Mar-a-Lago. Now, I know he does a lot of interviews, but he asks for me to do these special interviews, long-form interviews, and this will be an interview that is scheduled to air on Fox Saturday and Sunday of Labor Day weekend. So that'll be fantastic. And we do have a surprise there, and you'll see when we do it. And as he said, we have great chemistry, and we do. And one of the reasons is I don't keep interrupting him. And I don't keep bothering him. Everybody wants him on TV. Everybody wants him on radio. I don't try to pressure him to do anything. And I know he appreciates that. Furthermore, when it comes to legal analysis and constitutional and political analysis, he is very, very curious about what I think and what this audience thinks all the time. So we have a special relationship with President Trump. We don't abuse it here, as I have a special relationship, and you do, with me. And this is a very, very important thing. Now, I want you to remember something that I've told you before. I want you to write this down. Better than write it down. Maybe you should do it. Seriously. It's easy to do. Go to marklevinshow.com, click on Audio Rewind at the top, and pick your favorite podcast platform to download my podcast. Now, my podcast is the radio program, but truncated with less other information that's not related to the substance of the show. And I'm going to be starting a brand new half-hour podcast with certain special partners that we're working on right now. Not corporate partners, mission-oriented partners. And I've decided I'm going to do 40 of those a year. Where do I have the time? I don't have the time. But life is short. You never know when you're going to get hit by a bus or whatever. And that's become quite apparent to me. So I am going to do that. So I want you to go ahead and download these sites. So go to marklevinshow.com, click on Audio Rewind at the top, and pick your favorite podcast platform. Or you can go to your favorite podcast platform and just search Mark Levin Show and download it. It's all free. Plus, the radio business is in, should I say transition, Mr. Producer? You have individuals and companies buying radio stations, and even though the radio license is a public service license, the station or the network of stations, in the case of Soros as an example, is going to be used to advance a political agenda. So you never know what's going to happen to this show. I know for a fact that you out there who listen to this program are strong listeners. That is, when you turn on your station, you want to hear this show. But if that's not the decision of the corporations or a corporatist, you still need to have access to the show. So I encourage you to listen to your radio stations, our loyal affiliates. But if one day, having nothing to do with me, something happens, I want you to be able to listen to the program, and we will build this into the biggest, not just radio show, but radio/podcast show. And we're working on that right now, with all the power of Cumulus and Westwood One behind us. That's why I extended my contract for 5.5 years. We're a big team here. We've got the resources, we have the technology, we have the platforms. You can also go to marklevinshow.com, as I said, which is the mothership. Now, we have our own YouTube channel. So everything is there as well. You can find all my full podcasts and the latest radio program. You can find my interviews. We have specials on our YouTube channel. So how do you do that? Go to youtube.com at Mark Levin Show. Hello, that's simple. youtube.com at Mark Levin Show, or search Mark Levin Show in YouTube. That's Mark Levin Show in YouTube. So you have these in your back pocket. So you'll never miss the show. We'll never miss each other. This is a marriage made in heaven, you and me. And it always will be. This fall, Americans will head to the polls with critical issues at stake. Your liberty, your way of life, your economic system, war and peace, whether the border will be secure, parental rights, the massive national debt, whether Social Security and Medicare will be saved. Everything's on the table, everything. It can feel overwhelming. But what if there is a way, one of many, for you to unite with others who share your values in our beloved nation? There are millions and millions of us who love this country. Well, we have one fantastic organization I want to remind you about, AMAC, AMAC. And by joining AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, you're joining over 2 million patriots who are committed to the country, this country, that we love. Visit amac.us/Levin, amac.us/Levin. And for just $1, folks, this is huge. Trust me on this. For just $1 for the first year, $1, you can become part of this powerful movement. You say, okay, that's great. What else? Let me tell you what else. AMAC not only stands for the values of its members and fights every day to protect our individual liberties. As a member, for $1, you'll enjoy over 100 huge discounts and benefits from businesses that share your values. Plus, you'll receive a subscription to the bi-monthly AMAC magazine. And these products and services are products and services you need and you use all the time. You can check them out, amac.us/Levin. Go look, amac.us/Levin. $1. Now, why is AMAC offering all of this for just $1? For several reasons. This is a call to action. Now is the time for us to join our energies, to join our forces, number one. Number two, by buying these products and services in bulk, there are over 2 million members, and I am a member. They're able to bring you these fantastic discounts and benefits. $1. Your voice matters, and together we can make a real impact here, folks. Visit amac.us/Levin, amac.us/Levin. Join today for just $1. $1? $1, America. In what ways does the Democrat Party love America? Can you list them? I can't list anything. It's always attacking America from the very earliest days. Slavery. Slavery is not what the Declaration talks about. Slavery is not protected by the Constitution, despite what anybody might think who is illiterate when it comes to the Constitution. Slavery was actually abhorred at the Constitutional Convention. They tried to eliminate it right there in the Declaration, but a handful of states said no. They tried to eliminate it at the Constitutional Convention, but a handful of states said no. They needed to unite it. They were fighting the British, and later they were fighting the French. They needed a united country. They did everything they could to leave it to their children and their grandchildren to fix this. They put a date certain when there could be no more slaves brought into the country. Abraham Lincoln himself, who did a hell of a lot more for African Americans than Kamala Harris, he said, the framers of that Constitution, the men who wrote that Declaration of Independence, they couldn't have written that Declaration and that Constitution if they wanted slavery to survive. They couldn't and wouldn't. And he understood it was left to their progeny. It was left to Lincoln. It was left to the abolitionists. It was left to the majority of America to eliminate it. And the bloodiest war in American history was not World War II. It was the Civil War. No nation has ever fought a war to end slavery. None. That is a civil war. No nation has ever fought a civil war, a war within its own borders to end slavery. This nation did. In the bloodiest war in our history. Over 700,000 casualties. World War II, there were over 400,000 casualties. Over 700,000 casualties in a nation of about 24 or 25 million people. Every family was touched. Every family was affected. The Democrat Party was the party of the Confederacy. It's so easily broomed. It's so easily brushed over. But the parties changed. No, they didn't. Woodrow Wilson, Democrat. Franklin Roosevelt, Democrat. Lyndon Johnson, oh, the great civil rights leader, he was no damn such thing. Democrat. And now they substitute civil rights with what I call civil rights Marxism. That is, it's no longer about justice, equality, not in the sense of economic equality, which is an impossibility, of course. Equality, equal access, equal opportunity in the sense that you're not discriminated against based on some physical feature, and so forth and so on. Equal justice. Now equity, Marxism. Redistribution of wealth, Marxism. And Donald Trump's onto something. They keep saying, forget about the past. We're about today. We're about actually the future, not even today. Forget about the past. We don't want to talk about the past for you. We don't want to talk about the past. That's Marxism. You can't learn from the past. Forget about the ancients and the philosophers. Forget about the founders and the framers. Forget about all things written and all things done in the past. Those were unjust societies. Feudalism, capitalism, white dominant societies, other type of dominance. The world begins today, and we're in charge. And we get to make the world the way we want to. We get to re-engineer society. We get to rejigger human beings. We get to do all these great things. Forget about history, meaning forget about knowledge, experience. Forget about all of it. We're about the future. That's what they've been saying during this convention. We're about the future. Joy and hope. Dumbest damn convention in history. I'll be right back.
Mark Levin.
Radio 1210 coming up at 9 o'clock. Sterling every damn night.
Two legends, one can. Jack and Coke, the #1 cocktail in the world, is now available in a can. Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey mixed with Coca-Cola, or Coca-Cola Zero Sugar, are available in a can. Is there any better time than summer grilling season for a cold Jack and Coke? Jack and Coke in a can. Born for the backyard. Available at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store. Go to finewineandgoodspirits.com. Please drink responsibly.
Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old No. 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
40 days to lose up to 40 plus pounds with NJ Diet. It only takes 40 days to lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds. NJ Diet uses your hair, saliva, and blood work to personalize supplements that will target your hormonal imbalances so you can lose that weight. Then NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep it off. Call Dr. T, 855-5NJ-DIET, or go to njdiet.com. 40 days up to 40 pounds, 40 days up to 40 pounds, NJ Diet.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you recently had an HVAC tech at your home to fix your unit and he wanted to sell you all types of upgrades? Look, if your AC unit is acting unruly this summer and needs to be fixed, we'll send out one of our technicians to do one thing: fix your AC. And if we do think you need a new one, we'll have one of our factory-trained install teams put in a new state-of-the-art train cooling system to keep you cool. Visit us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinecans.com.
For eligible individuals 18 and older only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
How are your hearing aids sounding now?
A little tinny.
Okay, 2 seconds.
With Jabra Enhanced Select's premium package, better hearing doesn't happen in a doctor's office. It happens at home, all done remotely from initial testing to adjustments.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. So much better. You get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional support you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. And if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week, no charge. Oh, you people are wonderful. Our premium package includes hearing aids, 3 years of follow-up care, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage, and a 100-day money-back guarantee. I hear better than I ever thought possible. Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to jabraenhance.com/try. That's JABRA enhance.com/try. jabraenhance.com/try.
I'm going to let you in on a little wireless trick that can cut your cell phone bill in half every single month. Other major carriers want you to believe you need unlimited data so they can overcharge you. Here's the fact. Most of you are buying way more data than you'll ever need and you'll ever use. Pure Talk, my cell phone company, only charges you for data you actually want. Listen to this. For $25 a month, you can get unlimited talk, text, and 5 gigs of data plus mobile hotspot. Do you know what you can do with 5 gigs of data? You can browse the internet for 135 hours or watch 10 hours of video. Stop overpaying for wireless and get 5G coverage with Pure Talk. Dial pound 250 and say the keyword Mark Levin. Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team will make switching easy. There's no contract. There's no activation fee. And you can keep your phone and your number. Dial pound 250, say Mark Levin, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month when you sign up with Pure Talk.
Good looks, charm, smarts. It all adds up to the Mark Levin Radio Show.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Radio Free America right here, my brothers and sisters, right here. Well, we're not afraid to say the truth. We're not afraid to confront the enemy. We're not afraid of anything, come what may. And well, folks, the Praetorian Guard media are at it again. Instead of reporting the truth, they're acting like Pravda, protecting their base, the Marxist Islamist base. As you all know, they covered up for Woodrow Wilson, who got a stroke and was feeble and couldn't function for the last 18 months of his presidency. They covered up for FDR. Yes. He ran for re-election for a 4th term as he was dying. The New York Slimes even covered up the Holocaust, as did the Washington Post. Millions and millions of European Jews were being slaughtered. Their screams were not reported by the American media. And well, now, you know, they're running cover for Kamala. At Blaze TV, we don't cover for anybody. We stand for you, the American people. We provide news and entertainment for people who love America and the American way of life. We believe in free speech. We believe in a true freedom of the press. We believe in the American people and providing them with information and knowledge so you can make decisions. But we can't do it without you because we have no sponsors on Blaze. It's all subscription-based viewer support. We depend on you, our audience. Please join us today. Start a 7-day free trial. That's right, a 7-day free trial. Go to levintv.com/Levin. Wow, that's simple. Levin, spelled like Levin, but it's Levin. levintv.com/Levin. And get $20 off your first year of Blaze TV. That is fantastic. Get the unvarnished truth from our great shows. We run shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. You can wake up with us. You can go to sleep with us. We're going to be there with you as long as you want us to be. Holidays, non-holidays, weekends, weekdays. It's very, very cool. You'll be able to watch my shows, of course, and you'll be able to watch shows of other fantastic hosts. We all have different personalities, but we all have love of country in our hearts. It's very entertaining, it's very informative, and it's very not corrupt media. Get the unvarnished truth. Get our great shows, our outstanding hosts, and of course, me on Levin TV. That's levintv.com/Levin, LEVIN TV.com/LEVIN. Grab that $20 off. Immediate access, immediate. To my show, all the other shows. Join us today. I think you'll say, gee, why didn't I do this before? This is Radio Free America. Blaze TV is TV Free America. Check it out. $20 off. We haven't raised the price of a 1-year subscription in the 9 years that I've been doing that. 9 years. The Power Hour is next. I'll be right back.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit EasyOutRealEstate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhaus Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the car czar from Colonial Hyundai. Over the last few weeks, we've watched the best of the best go for the gold. Here at Colonial, we sell the best of the best, providing a gold standard car buying experience, proving to be the fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. When it comes to selection, Colonial makes it fast. With over 200 vehicles in stock to choose from, we have just what you're looking for. Palisades, Santa Fe's, Elantras, Tucsons, Ioniqs, gas, hybrids, and EVs. Colonial Hyundai makes it easy to fit a new car into your budget. We have over 80 vehicles in stock right now with prices under $30,000. Drive one home today for as low as $199 per month. Colonial continues to be recognized for offering the highest trade-in values in the region. In fact, I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. All this makes shopping at Colonial better. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
Offers include all rebates and incentives. Vehicle must be purchased at dealer listed price. See dealer for full details.
Giving blood is easy. It only takes about an hour, and a single donation can help save up to 3 lives. Donate now. Call 1-800-RED-CROSS or redcrossblood.org.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. At the Democratic National Convention on this final night, Vice President Kamala Harris is set to formally accept the nomination for president, the first woman of color to be nominated by a major party. Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren tells delegates,
Kamala Harris can't be bought, and she can't be bossed around.
CBS's Ed O'Keefe.
She's set to focus on her family's immigrant story. Her mother's from India, her father from Jamaica, and promote her middle-class upbringing in California's Bay Area, where she'd become district attorney and then attorney general. California Senator LaFonza Butler has known Harris for almost 15 years and says the convention's focus on joy is on purpose.
She never backs away from a hard choice, but she always chooses to do it together with others, and that's what brings her joy.
Harris's speech is expected to take on tough issues like immigration and possibly Israel's war with Hamas.
GOP presidential nominee Donald Trump is in Arizona while running mate Ohio Senator J.D. Vance stopped in Valdosta, Georgia. He says the Trump-Vance ticket will keep drugs off the street and the border secure.
Our message to illegal aliens who've come into this country by breaking our laws is yes. If you came into this country illegally, Donald Trump and I are going to work to send you home because that's what is required.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says some changes could be coming if Vice President Harris wins the presidential race and Democrats hold on to their majority in the Senate.
Senator Schumer says he might start with changing the filibuster. Previous attempts to do so were nixed by Senators Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema, both of whom are retiring. So if Democrats maintain the majority, the filibuster could likewise be retired. The result would be just a simple majority to pass legislation in the Senate, no longer the 60-vote threshold required under the filibuster rules. Senator Schumer says busting the filibuster would allow a Democratic majority to pass 2 voting rights bills first, and then, he says, a bill to codify abortion rights in federal law. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
The Canadian government moves quickly to end an unprecedented rail stoppage. Labour Minister Stephen McKinnon has ordered the country's 2 top railroads to enter binding arbitration after they failed to reach a contract with the Teamsters.
We wanted to give these negotiations the absolute possibility of concluding successfully. We see little prospect of that.
A second ex-Memphis officer accused in the fatal beating of Tyree Nichols during a traffic stop is changing his plea. Emmett Martin and 4 other officers were indicted last September on federal charges. They're also charged in state court with second-degree murder. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
Talk Radio 1210's Huge Politics and Pints with Donald Trump Jr. is Thursday, September 12th. Be there as Dom Giordano talks to Donald Trump Jr. about the election, politics, and all things Trump. Thursday, September 12th at Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood. Your tickets include a copy of Letters to Trump by former President Trump. A cash bar will be available. Get your tickets now at 1210WPHT.com.
You may be ready for retirement, but is your money? Learn how to make your money work overtime. Tune in to The Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen. Saturdays at 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Rhea. Keep the summer vibes going with Lexus of Cherry Hill during the Golden Opportunity Sales Event. They are proudly celebrating 35 years in business. Over 300 new and L-certified pre-owned Lexus to choose from, and the all-new GX has arrived. Being veteran-owned, family-operated, and a 6-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence winner, Lexus of Cherry Hill provides luxury customer service. So go talk to Tony and his team to set yourself up with some of the best deals of the year. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Great news! There's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Get over $500 in value and savings when you have mobile and Fios with Verizon. Save $300 annually on your Fios internet bill. Plus, for a limited time, get a $200 gift card when you sign up for a Fios 1 gig plan and use it to pay your Fios bill. That's like getting 3 months of free Fios home internet. Don't miss out. Offer only available when you visit your local Verizon store. So stop by your nearest Verizon location for details and to learn how you can switch and save big today. Offer ends 8/31/24. Must keep Fios service in good standing for 65 days and register for gift card per offer terms. One offer per eligible Verizon account. 3 months free based on Fios 1 gig plan rate of $64.99 per month with auto pay and Mobile Plus home discounts. New or existing postpaid mobile customers who add and keep a Fios 1 gig plan save $300 a year when enrolling in Mobile Plus home discount.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world, protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Get your laugh on with me, Chris Jericho, and the Talk is Jericho podcast. We've got Guns N' Roses Hall of Famer Duff McKagan and his joke of the week every Friday, plus regular visits from the hilarious Brad Williams and special appearances by everyone from Gabriel Fluffy Iglesias, Mark Maron, Dennis Miller, Cheech Marin, Kevin Nealon. If they're funny, they're on Talk is Jericho. So listen to and follow Talk is Jericho now on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
He's here. Now, broadcasting from the underground command post, deep in the bowels of a hidden bunker, somewhere under the brick and steel of a nondescript building, we've once again made contact with our leader, Mark Levin.
Hello, America. Mark Levin here. It's the Power Hour, Hour 3. Our number is 877-381-3811, 877-381-3811. Mr. Producer, actually 23. Governor Josh Shapiro at the DNC yesterday, rather than use it as an opportunity to give truly a great speech, a great civil rights speech, a great humanitarian speech, a historic speech, Josh Shapiro has demonstrated that he's nothing but a Democrat Party political hack. There's nothing they can't say or do where he won't fall in line. I told you a little bit about this guy the other day. I was raised most of my time as a young man in a place called Cheltenham Township, right outside of Philadelphia, right on the border with Mount Airy. And Cheltenham Township was in a county called Montgomery County. It's almost like every state has a county called Montgomery County. But in any event, at the time it was a largely Republican county. Now it's a largely Democrat county because of the movement in demographics and so forth. Nonetheless, the township next to Cheltenham was called Abington Township. That's where Jake Tapper grew up. By the way, Bob Saget, too, as well as others. My township, we had Reggie Jackson, Mr. Producer. And for a period of time, we had Benjamin Netanyahu and his brother, who went to my high school as well. Nonetheless, Josh Shapiro started out as a state delegate elected from the township of Abington. He went from that to being elected a commissioner from Montgomery County, the county. Became the chairman of the board of the commissioners. There were 3 of them. And there were 2 Democrats and 1 Republican. Now he springboarded from a commissioner in a county to attorney general of the state. And then he moved from attorney general to governor. He moved very quickly up the ladder. He's been governor for about 4 minutes. He ran against a terrible Republican candidate. Terrible. I didn't endorse him. He said a lot of stupid-ass things. And he got creamed. That is the Republican. And so there's Josh Shapiro. Then suddenly Josh Shapiro's considered for vice president. That was all window dressing to hang him out there. One of 2. Do I pick the Islamist? That is Tampon Tim and his Islamist buddies, or do I pick the Jewish guy? Even the Jewish guy is buckling to our demands, two-state solution, and all the rest of it. But no, I better not, says Kamala and her crowd. Besides, I have a Jewish husband. I can always show him off. So Josh Shapiro literally has done almost nothing for the Jewish community in Pennsylvania. Not that he should. You know, you represent all Americans. Okay, but this is the way the Democrats play. It's identity politics. And Donald Trump, he sees problems, he tries to address them, whether it's the black community, the Latino community, the Asian community, the Jewish community, America as a whole, the inner cities, the rural areas, the farmers. He loves the country, he loves the people of the country, whether they voted for him or not. What he cannot stand are politicians, quite frankly. So there's Shapiro. Does he give a speech renouncing Tlaib and Omar and AOC and Bernie Sanders? No. He actually gives a speech at the convention for Kamala Harris, who boycotted the prime minister of the only Jewish state. That's what an a-hole this guy is. A-hole, apple hole. What do you think I meant? And Trump, of course, is the leading voice in America on behalf of Jews and Israel and against anti-Semitism. He's not only the greatest president in many respects, he's certainly the greatest president as far as Israel's concerned and the Israeli people. So here's Josh Shapiro yesterday. Cut 23, go.
Donald Trump, a man with no guardrails, wants to take away our rights and our freedoms. And listen, while he cloaks himself in the blanket of freedom...
Hey, jackass. Hey, schmuck. The hell are you talking about? He wants to take away our freedoms and rights. What are you talking about, you moron? Did we invite him on the show yet, Mr. Producer? We haven't heard back. Try again. Try again. We want to talk to Josh Shapiro, Philadelphia, all of Pennsylvania. We want to talk to Josh Shapiro. He's everywhere. He's on airport radar. He's on sonograms. He goes everywhere. I want to talk to Josh Shapiro. I know he's scared of me. I know. I want to talk to Josh Shapiro. Let's keep trying every day for the next week, Mr. Producer. Go ahead.
What he's offering isn't freedom at all. Because, hear me on this.
I love the way they keep saying, hear me on this. Kamala, hear me, hear me. What's this hear me stuff? You're yelling into the damn microphone. How can we not hear you? Go ahead.
To tell our children what books they're allowed to read.
Oh, really? See, the guy is a pathological liar, too. It's not just Trump, it's conservative governors, it's school boards that actually care about children. Books are being removed that are pornographic. Books are being removed that are not age appropriate. Books are being removed that are graphic about sex, deviant sex. And they call that book burning. And they call that removing books. This is how the Democrat Party rolls, ladies and gentlemen. So Trump wants to take away your freedoms. Trump was president for 4 years. Did he take away your freedoms? Did he take away your democracy? Isn't it the Democrats who are monitoring you? Isn't it the Democrats who put up disinformation boards run by the government? This guy's another schmo. Go ahead.
No, it's not. And it's not freedom.
Shut up, you idiot. We're done with him. Unless he comes on the show. Then we want to hear him out. Seriously, I want to hear him out. And we'll be respectful. I'm always respectful of guests. Be more than happy to have him on. We want to hear him out. Not just in front of a bunch of clapping seals. No. Pennsylvania deserves better than this. I'm a Pennsylvanian. I'm a Philadelphian. We deserve better than this. The cradle of liberty. Talks about freedom. He talks about liberty. Where's his party offering liberty and freedom? Where? How? When? But it's this contradiction of who he is and what he used to believe and his party that I want to pursue with him. And I want to pursue with him on a very intelligent level. But I suspect he'll hide, as they all do. Now, I'm not going to overwhelm you with clips of what took place at the Democrat convention. Why would I? It's dinner time, and I don't want you to throw up on your shoes. But it's a propaganda operation. Even him says nothing specific. They talk about the future. Well, what do they want to do in the future? They don't tell you because they can't, because they know you'll vote them out. I just want to take your health care. What's the big deal? We want to run the hospitals. Excuse me? Oh, yes. We want to run the hospitals. Donald Trump, who's out there, is being questioned by friend and foe alike every single day. He's traveling the country. Goes into black neighborhoods, Latino neighborhoods. He goes into rural neighborhoods, inner city neighborhoods, suburban neighborhoods. He's all over the country. Guy's got enormous energy. You know, the funny thing is Kamala is not. He is. They tried to use his age against him. They really can't, can they? Well, here he is on Fox this morning. Cut 11, go.
They mentioned my name. I read where, and frankly, I watched where you said, your group said, you said specifically, I think they mentioned me 297 times. They mentioned the border once. They mentioned crime twice. They don't mention the economy because the economy is horrible. They defrauded the people of our country with the job numbers. You saw that. 818,000 fake jobs they put on the rolls. They thought they could keep it. They thought they were going to keep those numbers until right after the election when they could announce a revision.
By the way, before we go on here, I heard one supposedly friendly host say that the Bureau of Statistics, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, BLS, that they do this all the time. No, they don't do this all the time with such a number like this. I've been around a long time. I don't ever remember anything like this, and they say it's been 15 years since they did this. 818,000, that is way off for the government, way off for the government. There were leaks coming out that there was going to be a big change in excess of 600,000, that it would be put out. But no, it wasn't political. No. It wasn't political. You know, ladies and gentlemen, I didn't just fall off the tuna truck, or should we say the tuna boat. That's right. Things don't just happen. Not like that. So employment stinks in this country right now. Inflation is through the roof for the things that matter to you. Food, clothing, housing, energy. Through the roof. Oh, no, it's not. We're really... Yes, it is. You know it. I know it. There's a lot of joy by politicians in Washington. There's a lot of joy by bureaucrats in Washington. They're all doing fine. There's a lot of joy by the special interests and the lobbyists. A lot of joy by the so-called NGOs that have received billions of dollars of your dollars under the Inflation Reduction Act. They're very joyous. By the way, do you know that van they had outside that convention center, Mr. Producer? 8 abortions? I'm sitting here thinking to myself, seriously, okay, you're going to get an abortion. Why would you do it in a van outside the convention center, Mr. Producer? What is that? Is that sick? That is sick. I've always wondered, what do they do with the little baby's body? What do they do? How come we know so little about abortion? Other than it's a reproductive right. Certainly not of the babies. I'm just curious. What do we do with the baby? Why won't they show us? Why won't they tell us these things? Where's Frontline? Frontline. Where's PBS? Where are they? That's what they exist for, right? I thought, where's the Discovery Channel or the Science Channel? So many channels, so little information. Show us. What do you do? What do you do when you have an abortion at 8 months? What do you do with that baby? That baby could be 6 pounds, fully formed. What do you do with it? I think they incinerate it. That's what I think they do. Like it never existed before. Up in smoke. I can't stomach it. It's not even a religious thing with me. It's just a question of rationality with me. I can't stomach it. Particularly when we're talking about the later part of the pregnancy. That is just completely unjustifiable to me. I understand exceptions and that sort of thing, but you don't have to agree with me. I'm just giving my opinion. Now, Hakeem Jeffries. Oh, the great Hakeem Jeffries, who's known for nothing except defending his anti-Semitic uncle. Oh, yes. As we've played here and demonstrated to you. But you MAGA Americans, make America great again. Tens of millions of you. Patriots, veterans, cops, firefighters, military, teachers, plumbers. That's right. Electricians, taxi drivers. You're the worst. You're the scum of the earth. Cut 24, go.
But for far too many people in our great country, they are struggling to live paycheck to paycheck. And as a result, the American dream is out of reach.
Like I said, folks, they act like they're not running the executive branch. They don't have the president, the vice presidency, the massive bureaucracy. They act like their policies haven't been instituted. Kamala Harris is the vice president. She's got the second biggest office in the United States. By the way, where's Kamala right now? Does anybody? Nobody knows where Kamala is. Nobody knows where Biden is. You know, we still have a government. We still have enemies. We still have a military. Where is everybody? Where's Biden? Oh, he's in California somewhere. Oh, good for him. Where's Kamala? Well, she's holed up in a motel, getting ready for a surprise guest. She's got a great speech, mostly anti-Trump, about hope and freedom and equality and tomorrow and the future. And all right, go ahead.
Here's the thing. Extreme MAGA Republicans...
Shut up. I don't need to hear from you. I don't even know what the hell an extreme MAGA Republican is. An extreme Make America Great Again. Don't you believe in that, Hakeem? Make America great again? No, you don't. The fundamental transformation of America. We may be MAGA, but you guys are MAGOTs. That's right. I said it. I'll be right back.
Mark LeBear.
Free speech lives here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Furnish your new home or replace that old furniture with Bucks County Estate Traders and their massive Labor Day sale. Everything store-wide is 20 to 50% off. High-quality name-brand furniture, mid-century modern, vintage, and more. Plus artwork, lighting, and decorative pieces for every room in your house. More than 15,000 items in stock. Bucks County Estate Traders has it all. Save big August 29th through September 3rd at their showroom in Hatfield or buckscountyestatetraders.com.
Labor Day signals that fall is fast approaching. Apple picking, fall leaves, and chilly nights are on the horizon. With Legacy Box, you can cozy up and watch something special this fall. Your family's home movies. Legacy Box is the simple, safe, all-inclusive solution for preserving your family's memories trapped on videotapes, film, even photos. After 10 years in business, Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer. They've helped over 1 million families relive their wedding days, babies' first steps, and family road trips. Just fill Legacy Box with your VHS tapes, film reels, or pictures. Legacy Box digitizes it all by hand right here in the USA, and then sends it back on a thumb drive or the cloud. Future-proof your recorded moments today so you can gather the family and begin the trip down memory lane. Plus, for a limited time, they're offering 55% off. Go to legacybox.com/value to get 55% off. That's legacybox.com/value.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too. Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and experiences connect through conversation, and it feels good.
This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too. Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together. Start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
President Trump says Newsmax is terrific. Mike Huckabee says he's tuning in like millions of Americans. Newsmax is now the fastest growing cable news channel in America. Watch Newsmax on cable, streaming, or on the free Newsmax app. And Newsmax has announced it plans to go IPO soon. For a limited time, eligible investors can even buy preferred shares in Newsmax, and they come with a 7% dividend. Get the details about Newsmax's planned IPO and shares. Just go to newsmaxinvest.com. Forbes says Newsmax is a news powerhouse. Get Newsmax shares. You can even buy shares with a credit card at newsmaxinvest.com. Whenever making an investment decision, you should consult your attorney or financial advisor. And investors are responsible for conducting their own due diligence regarding investments and for all tax and other risks and obligations. Don't miss out. Find out more at newsmaxinvest.com today.
He's passionate.
Just pathetic.
He's funny.
Get off the phone, you big dope.
And you always learn something. Mark Levin is on the radio.
Every weeknight on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Notice this Democrat convention is loaded with billionaires and multimillionaires. The Obamas, Pritzker, Oprah, black people, Jewish people, white Protestant people, billionaires, people who all made it in America. So why do they hate the country so much? Here's Oprah, who pretends to be an independent. Cut 26, go.
We know all the old tricks and tropes that are designed to distract us from what actually matters. But we are beyond ridiculous tweets and lies and foolery. These are complicated times, people, and they require adult conversation.
You know what, ladies and gentlemen, I am tired of being talked down to, aren't you? I mean, I would compare my IQ to any of theirs. I would compare my academic record to any of theirs. Any of them. I don't need to be talked down to by Oprah Winfrey or Bernie Sanders or any of these people. What makes them so special? They've succeeded in America wildly. Wildly. More wealth than they ever imagined. And then they lecture us. And they lecture you. People are having a hard time making ends meet. I'll be right back. This fall, Americans will head to the polls with critical issues at stake. The economy, global conflicts, border security, parental rights, our national debt, and a hell of a lot more. It can feel overwhelming, but what if there was a simple way for you to unite with others who share your values in our beloved nation? Well, there is. By joining AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, you're joining over 2 million patriots who are committed to the country we love. Visit amac.us/Levin, and for just $1, you can become a part of this powerful movement. And as a member, you're going to enjoy over 100 discounts and benefits from companies that share your values, plus receive a subscription to the bi-monthly AMAC magazine. Why is AMAC offering all of this for just $1? Because this is a call to action. Now's the time to stand up, protect our values, secure the future. So visit amac.us/Levin, amac.us/LEVIN to join AMAC today for just $1. And let's stand together.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano, and yes, you knew it. We're headed back to the Summer White House. Mulligan Shore Bar in Wildwood will be there next Friday, August 30th, for our last fling of the year. Great guests, always great food and drink, and even better people. No better way to start the Labor Day weekend and celebrate the end of summer and maybe continue it. Be there next Friday, August 30th, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I am Judith Krupnik, president of Cherry Hill Volvo. I drive an absolutely fabulous XC90 hybrid, the best of both electric and internal combustion. It's really an incredible Volvo. We are offering a $15,000 discount when leasing any 2024 XC90 hybrid in stock. If ever an XC90 was on your list, now is the time to visit Cherry Hill Volvo. $15,000.
Two legends, one can. Jack and Coke, the #1 cocktail in the world, is now available in a can. Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey mixed with Coca-Cola or Coca-Cola Zero Sugar are available in a can. Is there any better time than summer grilling season for a cold Jack and Coke? Jack and Coke in a can. Born for the backyard. Available at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store. Go to finewineandgoodspirits.com. Please drink responsibly.
Whiskey specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old No. 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Sub-Zero, Wolf & Cove. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
The Labor Day mega sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Purchase a qualifying Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliance package and choose 3 years of additional warranty or a rebate up to $2,500. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Navien tankless water heaters, the proven leader in condensing technology. Request a Navien because you deserve the best in endless hot water delivery. Learn about Navien's condensing tankless water heaters and find a Navien contractor at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Count on Navien.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
The YMCA is just a starting line, for the true self blooms only when we find our purpose, what makes us tick below the surface. My why is diversity in unity, a safe space in my community, living with sincerity, giving every day my everything. With my why, I stand strong, seen and supported all along. It's a million faces in a mirror and everyone belongs. Find your why. Learn more at ymca.org for a better us.
Today. That's 800-312-9970.
Driving liberal elites crazy with a dose of common sense. This is the Mike Levin Show. The Mike Levin Show.
Broadcasting live from the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
Mike Levin, the thunder on the right. Call him now. 877-381-3811.
You know, Katie Pavlich on Fox is fantastic. They have a lot of fantastic people there. She's one of them. And she reports that the Republican National Committee scores voter integrity win in key swing state of Pennsylvania. The RNC scored a major legal victory in Pennsylvania this week, boosting ballot integrity. Why is it that the Republicans have to sue for ballot integrity against the Democrats? Oh, well, there's nothing going on here. Move along, move along. All the elections are very, very honest. Oh, yeah. Chicago, Philadelphia, New York. Yeah, we know. And so what happened in Pennsylvania? RNC Chairman Michael Whatley, this guy's good, shared the news on Tuesday. The RNC is engaged in election integrity battles in states across the country. Recently petitioned the Supreme Court to stop illegal immigrants from voting. Wow. I guess they're fighting the Democrats on that, too. Republican attorneys general have signed on to the effort. But what happened in Pennsylvania? A Pennsylvania judge affirmed that incomplete mail ballots without required secrecy envelopes will not be counted. So they had to sue for that. And so that's good. That's just one more election integrity thing, right? That's important. What else happened? Well, something else happened, too. Our friends at the Free Beacon are reporting it. And it went all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court in a 5-4 decision. You got to scratch your head and say, why 5-4? Why is it 9-0? Well, what happened? Reuters, the U.S. Supreme Court today revived part of an Arizona voter law requiring documented proof of U.S. citizenship to register to vote. Is that controversial? Can you show us that you are a citizen so you can register? No, I'm not going to do it. Now, we've talked about this for years. You have to have an ID for 1,000 different reasons related to federal welfare benefits and getting a driver and all that. But when it comes to voting, for some reason, the Democrats don't want voter ID. They say it's racist. And we've had people who interview people in the inner cities who say, that's not racist. As a matter of fact, it's racist to say it's racist. We know how to get a voter ID. The justices in a 5-4 ruling, by the skin of their teeth, agreed to reinstate a provision of the law after a federal judge blocked it in response to legal challenges by Democratic President Joe Biden's administration and Democrat advocacy groups. Wow. The decision comes before the November 5 election in which Democratic Vice President Kamala Harris is facing off against Trump. Arizona's Republican-controlled legislature adopted restrictions on voter registration in 2022. You have to be a citizen to vote. Oh, my God, that's racist. Oh, sorry. The law requires applicants who submit a federal registration form to provide evidence of U.S. citizenship to vote in presidential elections or vote by mail in any federal election. This was not controversial 20 years ago. Now, oh my God. Wait a minute. You're going to ask somebody to demonstrate that they are who they say they are? Yes. Well, that's clearly racist. Why? It applies to white people, too. Because I said so, that's why. Without proof of U.S. citizenship, applications from voter registrants who use a separate state-created form are rejected in their entirety, and officials who fail to do so face a minor felony charge under the law. Now, the Supreme Court's ruling revived the restriction related to the state voter registration form, but kept intact a judicial decision blocking the provision that sought to tighten limits on the federal form. Chief Justice Roberts joined with fellow conservative justices, as they put it, Brett Kavanaugh, Clarence Thomas, Sam Alito, and Neil Gorsuch, to grant Republicans' request in part. Though Thomas, Alito, and Gorsuch indicated they would have granted the entire request, of course. But there's John Roberts, always cutting the baby in half. And there's Kavanaugh, flip-flop, flop-flip. But listen to this one. Liberal justices, a.k.a. left-wing justices, Sonia Sotomayor, Elena Kagan, and Ketanji Brown Jackson, along with Amy Coney Barrett, would have denied the entire request. Amy Coney Barrett. I've been warning you about her, the first to do so. Now she's gone. She jumped ship. She's out there to make a reputation and legacy for herself. That's right. When Republican, then Governor Doug Ducey signed the legislation in March 2022, he said the measure balanced voting accessibility with election security. The Biden administration sued the bloc, the Arizona law, in July 2022, claiming it is superseded by a 1993 federal law called the National Voter Registration Act. That law says that states must register voters for federal elections after they submit the federal registration form, which requires a declaration of U.S. citizenship under penalty of perjury, but not documentary proof. Oh, that's a good one. I swear, I'm a citizen. I swear I'm a citizen. Oh, okay, that's good enough. You have a document? What, are you racist? And it goes on. So the Democrats are challenging all these integrity issues. The Republicans are fighting better than they ever have, quite frankly. But this is the problem with the electoral process, ladies and gentlemen. And you know what Chuck Schumer said today? Is he a weirdo or what? And you got him on the stage and this guy Waltz on the stage. It's like a padded room in an insane asylum. These guys are bouncing around, hopping around, davening, throwing their hands in the air. They're hunched over. They're weird. And there's Schumer. All four walls, all four. All four. An Islamist imam. There's Schumer, all four walls. Now think about that. Think about that. Sick. Is it not sick, Mr. Producer? It's so sick. You know, the cracks in our economy, they're widening by the day. And we're all sitting on the edge of our chairs over this election, are we not? We know what's at stake. Now we have a labor market that's cooling faster than was reported by almost 1 million jobs that were not created. Unemployment has, in fact, jumped to the highest it's been since the end of 2021. Bidenomics. The market has been up and down, and more down than up. Some bank stocks, they're getting hammered. Even the Fed is talking about rate cuts to help prop things up. You know, in uncertain times like these, when the government's out of control, when spending's out of control, when the Marxist Islamists are on the march, when they're talking about nationalizing various industries, well, you better watch your wallet or your purse. You need a solid plan for your wealth. That's where diversification comes in. That's where gold comes in. It's been the ultimate safe haven for as long as there have been human beings, for as long as there's been money. And when it comes to gold, I trust Advantage Gold. That's the company I trust. I've dealt with the others. They're a top-rated gold company in America. They can help you protect your hard-earned money. They will stand side by side. Call Advantage Gold now. Here's the number. They're there right now. 800-900-8000. Give them a shot. Give them a call. 800-900-8000. They'll give you the free gold investment kit, which is very, very informative, and see if you qualify for $1,000 in free silver. But don't wait. It's not going to get better by waiting, by closing your eyes and covering your ears. I encourage you to call them. 800-900-8000, 800-900-8000, 800-900-8000. Tell them Mark Levin sent you. Now, performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professionals. Yeah, these days it's getting very worrisome. As a matter of fact, I think tomorrow I'm going to buy more gold, Mr. Producer. Seriously. I always put tangibles aside. I always do. Gold. Not so much silver. Gold. Some gemstones. Just so you have it. Just in case. I'm being serious. Just in case. You know, all this aside, it doesn't take much to disrupt your life. Talk about the food chain. What if you and your family didn't have food for 3 days, Mr. Producer? Just 3 days. What if there was a run on food? What if there's price controls on food that destroy the food supply chain? And then the government is in charge of rationing the food. Is that so far away? I'm asking you. When you have a candidate for president who talks about gauging, a.k.a. gouging, those of us who know how to speak the actual language, gouging, just by throwing around the term gouging, she's telling you she has the power to fix prices on food. Now, can you imagine the impact that has? Start at the grocery store and work your way back. What's going to happen? Less food at higher prices. That's what's going to happen. The destruction of the food supply chain by government interference, by politicians. Is that really that far-fetched when she announces something like that? Of course not. You might whine and complain about your health care, but what if you didn't have it? What if you had to go to Washington for health care? How do you think that would work out in your communities all over the country? Did you know that the federal government determines how many doctors there are, Mr. Producer? Did you know, first of all, they determine how many medical students there are? Did you know this? You heard it from me a few years back. The federal government determines how many medical students there are going to be. And ultimately, they decide how many doctors there's going to be. Why? Well, they control Medicare and Medicaid and other government-run programs. They give grants, contracts to these various colleges and universities, so they tell them what to do. Can you believe that? Don't we need more doctors? The government has monopoly control over health care. Ask your doctor. They're always yanking out their laptop. Have you noticed that, Mr. Producer? They always have to enter information. Yeah, they got this and that. You know where it goes? To the government. If you're on Medicare or Medicaid or any government health program, the VA, they have a whole file on you. They know all about you. They know where you itch. They know if there's something on your skin. They know if there's something in your elbow. They know the whole thing. They know what medicine you're taking. You have to keep track of it, don't you know? It's unbelievable. So these things can happen. The pandemic was a perfect example. Look at the iron fist that came down. You shall wear a mask. You shall stand 6 feet from everybody. We learned there's no science to either. Doesn't matter. You shall close down your elementary schools. Well, that's going to hurt our students. Doesn't matter. You may not congregate in a group of more than 4, or we will send you to jail. You may not hold church services. You may not do this. You may not do that. The abortion clinics are open. The alcohol stores are open. But the churches are shut. Who made these decisions? Where did this power come from? In the blue states, the iron fist was unbelievable. Even some of the red states, but especially the blue states. Like Waltz, this guy from Minnesota. He was known as the Hammer. Not really, I'm calling him that. Oh, yeah. The cops in Minnesota actually had paintball guns. Did you know this, Mr. Producer? No, seriously, if people were sitting on their porch and they're not supposed to be, and they weren't paying attention, they wouldn't follow orders, they shot paintballs at them. And they arrested people. And they had a snitch line. Oh, Minnesota. Josh Shapiro talks about freedom. Trump's going to take your freedom away. No, Waltz took your freedom away in Minnesota. Took your freedom away. Minnesota. I'll be right back.
Mark Levin.
Coming up at 9, Sterling every damn night, WPHT.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this summer with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you.
Show of hands, who's thinking about cold weather right now? Okay, exactly, no one, right? But you know who is? Horizon Services. That's because we believe in heading off problems with your HVAC long before they become problems for you. And right now, if you buy one fall furnace tune-up, you'll get a free AC tune-up in spring. That's right, buy one service, get one for free. So you never have to worry no matter what time of year or how miserable it is outside. Book now at horizonservices.com.
Land Rover is more than a luxury vehicle. It's a lifestyle. Range Rover, Defender, and Discovery, 3 exclusive brands, each with distinct characteristics that reflect unique driving needs. To ensure the finest ownership experience, every new Range Rover, Defender, and Discovery vehicle is covered by a 4-year or 50,000-mile limited warranty, 24-hour roadside assistance, and more. Visit one of 4 convenient locations: Land Rover Willow Grove, Westchester, Wilmington, and Harrisburg, part of Piazza Premium Automobiles.
People are talking about Window Nation. One customer said,
"We couldn't be happier. This was a great experience."
Window Nation is about value, and this August, they're giving you a great value during their anniversary sale. Buy 2 windows and get 2 free. There's no limit on how much you could save. Plus, pay nothing for 24 months. Act now and get an extra $250 credit. Hurry, sale ends August 31st, so schedule a fast in-home estimate right now at 866-90-NATION or at windownation.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
If the turmoil in our country has taught us anything, it's that we need a source of news that tells us the truth. We need a network unbound by ties to the powerful elites. We need a network where censorship is a thing of the past. We need Levin TV on the Blaze TV network. As we see all these fumbles to cover the number of suspicious circumstances surrounding the Democrat Party 2024 nominee, we are and will be deciphering the facts. And in the midst of the corrupt media covering for every misstep, we at Levin TV on the Blaze TV network will be here to uncover their constant lies. But we can only continue our mission with your support. Your help enables us to delve further into investigative journalism, expand our lifestyle content, become more independent from big tech. So right now, go to LevinTV.com, LEVIN-TV.com, use code Levin, get $20 off a year-long subscription to Blaze TV. That's LevinTV.com, code Levin, LEVIN, get $20 off a year-long subscription to Blaze TV. Join us today.
Be quiet now so he can educate you. Whether you like it or not, Mark Levin is on the radio.
Free speech lives here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
going to let you in on a little wireless hack secret that can cut your cell phone bill in half every single month. Other major carriers want you to believe you need unlimited data so they can overcharge you, a.k.a. rip you off. Here's a fact. Most of you are buying way more data than you're ever going to use or need. Pure Talk, patriotic company founded by a veteran, right here in the United States, that hires patriots as employees. My cell phone company, they only charge you for data you actually want. Now listen to this. For just $25 a month, you can get unlimited talk, text, 5 gigs of data, just as well as a mobile hotspot. You know what you can do with 5 gigs of data? You can browse the internet for 135 hours, stream 1,000 songs, or watch 10 hours of video. So stop getting ripped off and overpaying for wireless. Get 5G coverage with Pure Talk, the best coverage. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword Mark Levin, and you're in, like magic. Pound 250, say the keyword Mark Levin. Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, they're going to make switching easy, painless. There's no contract. There's no activation fee. They've been doing it for many, many Mark Levin listeners. You can even keep your phone in your phone number. So dial pound 250, say Mark Levin. You'll save an additional 50% off your first month on top of all the other savings when you sign up right now with Pure Talk. Folks, you've heard me talk about it. Don't be afraid. It's pound 250, say Mark Levin. Let's slip a call in here. It's been a while. Let's go to Matt. Montgomery County, Pennsylvania, my old hometown, XM Satellite. Matt, go.
There you go. Big fan, fellow Temple grad also. Go Owls. Almost
Yes,
didn't
sir.
want to interrupt you tonight. You're on a roll with everything. I wanted to concur that Shapiro is the ultimate weasel. He had multiple chances to step up. He didn't say anything at the convention, like you said. He also was supposed to back school choice in PA. He backed down. He's like the kind of person that would get to the front of the line of a roller coaster and then get scared and walk away. Mm-hmm. And you're nailing it. You're nailing it when you imitate him, you impersonate him. Just, I think you're all right. And it's frustrating how people will be asked to vote for a party when they're given no facts, no basis, no statistics. It's a conga line, like you said. I'm in full agreement with you.
He's a phony, fraud, and a fool. That's what he is. Look, I grew up in Pennsylvania. I grew up in Philadelphia, outside of Philadelphia. I grew up in Montgomery County, Elkins Park, Cedar Road, Cheltenham. Spent my whole life there until I, became a lawyer and left. And I still went back to see my parents every single weekend. Every single week. I know what goes on in that state. I know what goes on in Philadelphia. I know what goes on in the suburbs around Philadelphia. The Republican animal in Pennsylvania is the rhino. When I backed Reagan in 76 and 80 in Pennsylvania, I was told he couldn't win. Well, he won in 1980. Josh Shapiro is a fraud. That's what he is. Thank you, Matt. God bless you, brother. We salute our armed forces, police officers, firefighters, and emergency personnel. My mouth broke. Our truckers, our brothers and sisters in Ukraine taking it to the Russians. And I'm Russian, believe it or not. And in Israel. God bless you, folks, and God bless America.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Hey, it's Show to Camera. Right now, stop by United Tire and say you want to trade in your tires, and you'll get $100 off 4 new tires. No promo code needed. And you'll get United Tire's no-fault road hazard coverage for free. That includes free maintenance like rotations, flat repairs, and more. That's 2 amazing deals. Nobody beats United. All other promotions apply, like manufacturer rebates. United Tire completes for you. Go to UnitedTire.com to find the locally owned United Tire location nearest you. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. own Drive United.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
Ship snappers moving from Kensington to Delco?
My uncle used to sell his gallstones at the Bazaar of All Nations out on Baltimore Pike. Had a nice establishment here, 3 different dart teams and 4 leagues, video poker, and hard-boiled eggs, pickled eggs. We keep them right out on the bar there.
See Joe Conklin in Delco at the Media Theater with the City Rhythm Orchestra, Saturday, November 16th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
No one is happy to discover that the air conditioner is broken, and it always breaks on the hottest day of the summer in the middle of the night. That's why so many homeowners have Oliver's Peace of Mind membership. For as little as $13 a month, Oliver maintains your home's cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical systems all year long. Membership also includes annual inspections, exclusive discounts on repairs and replacements, and priority emergency service. Call Oliver today or visit us online at oliverheatcool.com.
Philabundance is the region's largest hunger relief organization, serving more than 90,000 people each week. Almost a third are children. Help feed those in need at philabundance.org.
WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. Tonight is the grand finale at the Democratic National Convention. Vice President Kamala Harris is poised to accept her party's presidential nomination. Javon Price is a California delegate who wants to hear in Harris's speech.
Continue the momentum that we've already started this week with the get out and do something that we heard from the Obamas, and they to all work together and unite as.
CBS's Matt Piper is at the United Center with more on tonight's speech.
We are told Vice President Harris will say, "I will be a president who unites us around our highest aspirations, a president who leads and listens, who is realistic, practical, and has common sense, and always fights for the American people. From the courthouse to the White House, that has been my life's work." She will also talk about her GOP rival, saying, quote, "In many ways, Donald Trump is an unserious man, but the consequences of putting Donald Trump back in the White House are extremely serious."
Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump's focus has been on the southern border, where during a stop in Arizona, he has promised to finish building the wall and calls VP Harris's immigration agenda weak.
You need strong borders and strong elections, and we have neither. But we're going to have very strong borders, and we're going to have very strong elections soon.
The Canadian government has ordered the country's 2 major freight railroads to enter binding arbitration to get trains rolling again. Even the shortest delay will have an impact on the country.
I'm Chris Mavridis in Toronto. Beyond the pain of halting commercial shipments, the government here was already sweating about water safety, since the chlorine used to treat municipal drinking water can only be transported by train. Farmers in the U.S. were worried too. A lot of them rely on Canada for 70,000 tons of fertilizer delivered daily.
Israel-Hamas ceasefire talks resume in Cairo. The Biden administration has sent a top Middle East advisor to participate. CBS's Rami Inocencio is in Tel Aviv with more.
Sticking points, Israel does not want what they're saying a total ceasefire, but Hamas does. Israel wants to keep its troops in Gaza, but of course Hamas does not. And Israel wants to keep control of Gaza's southern border with Egypt. That is the Philadelphia corridor, and Hamas says absolutely no to that.
A big partnership is announced in the ride-hailing world. CBS's Wendy Gillette explains.
You may soon not be having a conversation with your Uber driver on the way to your destination, unless you plan to talk to yourself. Uber has announced a multi-year partnership with GM-owned Cruise to start introducing robo-taxis in some U.S. markets next year. When it launches, Uber users could be presented with an option to choose an autonomous vehicle. Wendy Gillette, CBS News.
This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Josh Shapiro spoke, channeling his inner Barack Obama.
You can go vote, but he gets to pick the winner. That's not freedom.
The more enthusiastic he gets, the more Obama he is.
You know what, Democrats? We are the party of real freedom.
But that vaccine mandate, bro.
The kind of real freedom that comes when that child has a great public school with an awesome teacher because we believe in her future.
It's younger Barack Obama.
It is.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes to storage solutions. And we get the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. So trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com and let's cook up something extraordinary.
If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business and your point of sale system isn't helping you sell more, earn more, or work less, you need to talk to my friends at PDQ Signature Systems. PDQ has everything you need for success, including enhanced mobile reporting, direct integration to delivery apps, 24/7 customer service, and so much more. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ can help. Visit pdqpos.com.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
WPHT, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now, the shame of Philadelphia radio. The time filler on WPHT. Yes, live Sterling every damn night.
Oh, my goodness. Our friend Walter is under the weather. Not feeling that good. So he went out and said, you know, who can I find? I'm going to reach out to my friend Peter Thiel, which I'm very excited about. So I'm Peter Thiel. I'm filling in for Walter M. Sterling tonight. I'm sitting here with a huge mug of freshly brewed my coffee. Let me just tell you something. It looks so rich. Can you smell it? Let me take a sip. Man, that is just so good. It is so good. I am such a fan of everything that that Mike Lindell does. What can't he do, really? Is there something he can't do? I just don't know. Great pillows, amazing sheets. You know, those slippers are rock stars. And delicious coffee. So there you go. That's what's going on. So tonight, there's a lot of stuff going on news-wise, and we're going to discuss that this evening because that's a really, really important thing for us to get to. Because of what's going on in news, we must be on top of it. So tonight, the Democratic National Convention, it's their final evening. This is to go out and show us who Kamala Harris is. And they're doing what they can to make Kamala Harris look like a product. She's not doing media, probably won't be doing media for at least as much as they can. They're going to keep her away from doing any media. Why? She's not good at it. The Democrats learned in 2020 that the best thing you can do is keep your candidate from speaking. If you can keep your candidate from speaking, you are in for a huge win. Democratic National Convention tonight, and I want your thoughts on that. 855-839-1210. It's Peter Thiel in for Walter M. Sterling. Sterling every damn night. And I want your calls, 855-839-1210. This is the biggest job application in the entire world. When you are running for the presidency of the United States, you are running to be our employee. We do not serve the government serves us. And sadly, that has changed over time as time has gone on. And this is not a Republican thing or a Democrat thing. This is just the natural evolution of a bureaucracy in a government. The government says, hey, you know what? These people can't do this. Let's just do that for them. We see this now at schools. We have schools that are serving kids breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Because, quote unquote, some kids aren't eating at home. So you have parents that's sitting there saying, well, why do I feed my kid? I'll let the school do it. I'll let the government do it. And this is highly problematic. It's highly problematic because it's not about liberty. It's about, oh, the government feeds me. Oh, the government does this for me, that for me. Here's what the government cannot do for children. They cannot do for you. They don't care about you. You are a number. You are a part of their cog in life. And because of that, you don't matter to them. Your service to the government matters. And that's important. 855-839-1210. It is 1210 WPHT. Peter Thiel in for Walter M. Sterling tonight. Sterling every damn night. Walter will be back hopefully tomorrow. He's got a bad cold, and he was coughing away. I was on the phone with him, and he was coughing up, seeming like a Guatemalan. It was crazy. So tonight, we're going to hear a lot about what government can do for us. And government doesn't do anything. Essentially, we allow government to be our parent. It's not what they're there for. They're there to make sure that you and I can get to work, streets are safe. We need something called the U.S. dollar. We need money to spend back and forth. Oh, we need criminals off the street. Yeah, we don't want tens of millions, seemingly, of people invading from our southern border. We don't want that. That's why we have a military. That's why we have Border Patrol. But there's a whole line of people who want our country to be remade. We're going to hear a lot. There's a policy that Kamala Harris is going to be doing. And having the bureaucracy tell grocery stores what the prices can be on food items. That's not a good idea. In fact, it's a terrible idea because it will lead to something called food shortages. Price controls and price fixing, if you look at how it's been used around the world. Perfect example is Venezuela. Venezuela, people forget this, not that long ago, 30 years ago, was one of the most, in fact, it was the most prosperous nation in Latin America. It was a growing middle class. You could get food. It was safe. It was amazing. Well, Hugo Chavez took over. And the government started doing more and more. And Hugo Chavez, when things didn't go well, he just said, well, we're nationalizing that company. I have a buddy of mine who's an auditor in the medical field. And his job is flying all over the world to the pharmaceutical facilities of this major pharmaceutical. And I won't say which one it is because I want to protect, I want to protect his identity. So this guy had to go to Venezuela to look at a factory that was owned by this company. And when he arrived, he said it was the most weirdest thing in the world. And this guy, by the way, goes to factories all over Latin America and goes to Europe because he's trilingual. He speaks English, Spanish, and German. So he can go all over the world to different factories. He said when he got off the plane in Caracas, there was not just a driver, there was a bodyguard. And he was told, do not leave the hotel. Do not walk down the street. And as he was pulling up to a very nice hotel right on the main thoroughfare in downtown Caracas, he noticed there were people just looking at the car pulling up. He said it was the most freaky thing he had ever seen in his entire life. Less government, better for us. Hey, do you know who's coming to town for Politics and Pints? Donald Trump Jr. is coming to town. And if you've not met him, by the way, he is by far so nice. September 12th, Politics and Pints, it will sell out. Dom Giordano will be there. I'm sure Rich Zioli will be there. Donald Trump Jr., 1210WPHT.com. Go there, get your tickets now. He's a fascinating guy. So humble and so decent. You will really, really like meeting him. September 12th, Politics and Pints. Dom with Donald Trump Jr. Get your tickets now, 1210WPHT.com. I'm Peter Thiel. I'm in for Walter M. Sterling on 1210 WPHT. Coming up, the Shroud of Turin. There may be something to it. And I'm going to reload some My Coffee in my beautiful, wonderful mug. That's next, right here on 1210 WPHT.
Great sex means great breath. You go to kiss your lover, your significant other, or your spouse. And nothing is a buzzkill faster than bad breath. Do not be the one with the bad breath. I have the solution. It's called Zellman's Mints, Z-E-L-M-I-N-S. Zellman's Mints are not normal mints. Pop it in your mouth, freshens your mouth instantly, and then you swallow it, and it systematically cleans your breath. Imagine that. Pop it in your mouth, then swallow it, systematically cleans your breath. Get the information, ZELMINS.com. Go to Zellmans.com, ZELMINS, ZELMINS. Put in my name, Walter. You will get a major discount. You want to try this? Midnight Misfits have tried it. They have reported back to me that it works. Please let me know if it works for you. ZELMINS.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Can you believe after all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some communities are considering either defunding or abolishing the police? If you agree that now is the time when police protection is needed most, then it's time we stand up and support your local police and the communities they serve. Call 800-JBS-USA-1 and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. That's 800-JBS-USA-1 and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet today.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Sterling, every night, inspired by worthless podcasts.
Hey guys, here's a couple tricks that'll help you when you're growing tomatoes this year.
My name is Peter Thiel, and I'm in for Sterling every damn night. Walter's not feeling well tonight, so thus you get me. Yes, you get me. Hey, the Shroud of Turin, by the way. Now it turns out they've done some dating on it. Now comes back to the time that Jesus of Nazareth walked the earth. Catholic Church for almost 1,500 years has venerated this this cloth and saying that it was the image of Christ. They still can't confirm whether this is the image of Christ or not, but the age of it is obviously very intriguing, that it very well could be his image. There are a lot of people that go through, and whatever they believe in, it could be a religious faith, it could be a political stance, it could be a scientific fact. They often go out and look at things confirming their bias. And going out and looking at this idea of confirmation bias. The Shroud of Turin being found, and being found to be that old, and not some sort of a copy that was made in the Middle Ages, is a very, very intriguing. And it's more than just having faith in a religion. It's an actual sign that that religion may be true and that Jesus may have existed. And, it's not like we have pictures of this individual. A lot of it's on faith. There's a biblical background. There's a background through the church, etc. He's indeed a historical figure. But this historical figure, more and more archaeology comes out and confirms he lived. He walked among us. Now, what your religious faith of Jesus, that's up to you. I'm not here to proselytize my thoughts on that or not. I do find it highly intriguing that this guy, he, very well, this guy could have been, these really could be the burial cloth of Christ. Fascinating. 855-839-1210. It's Peter Thiel. That's my name. I'm in for Sterling every damn night. Walter's not feeling well. 1210 WPHT, the Rich Zeoli station. Don will be upset I said that, but I said it. So there. Rich is a good guy. And I've known him a long time. And it's great to be on this radio station. It's, you go through and you think about this. And you think about some of the significant archaeological finds that go through legend or what have you. But, for instance, Christendom, it's like, I guess nearly 70 years now since they found the Dead Sea Scrolls. 70 years. And they found a lot of the so-called Gnostic writings of the day. But they confirmed a lot of the biblical language that's in your Bible. In New Testament or Original Testament. And it's fascinating. It's an amazing archaeological find. Because there's a lot of confirmation that goes through. Now, do I look at it through a bias? Oh, that's a good question. That's a good question. The phone number is 855-839-1210. Sterling every damn night. Swarthmore, you are on 1210 WPHT.
Yeah, you're a very good fill-in host.
Thank you.
You're an excellent fill-in host. Where were you were you one of the ones when Sterling was on vacation?
No, Walter didn't ask me to fill in for him.
Well, you're the better one of the bunch that I heard.
Well, thank you. It's very kind of you to say.
Yeah, no bells and whistles, just basically brain power, and that's what's going on, and it sounds good.
Well, I appreciate it. What do you think of the Shroud of Turin thing?
It's always been a topic that interests me because there's more twists and turns in that subject than a soft pretzel.
Yes.
But it's too complicated for me to get into now because I have some deep feelings about it. It would take too much time. But I wanted to. May I make another comment about the convention?
Yeah. Yes.
You mentioned at the top of the article. When I found out, I mean, look, if there was any doubt in my mind, even 1%, that maybe I would swing for the Democrats, and I turned on the convention and I saw Al Sharpton, that would cement a big, fat no. Because if there's anyone that has done more damage to America, he's a reprehensible human being, it's Al Sharpton. Can you believe they have the nerve to put him on as a speaker in prime time?
Well, and also since he works as a so-called journalist for MSNBC, it's like if the Republicans would have put Sean Hannity on the stage.
I mean, it's worse, actually. It's the most polarizing thing that really, they have lost it. I mean, any hard-working American of any race, creed, color, or nationality who saw Al Sharpton as the face of the Democratic Party should run for cover, run for the nearest exit. It doesn't take any sense.
No, and I'll tell you, it's I don't have enough time right now. So thank you very much for your call. I really appreciate you calling in to Sterling every damn night right here on 1210 WPHT. I have a buddy of mine that did work for the Al Sharpton radio show, and this is a gentleman who is a black guy. And again, you can hang up on Swarthmore, Andrew. And so it is the idea here about Sharpton. Again, my buddy's black and did work on a show. And he said that Al Sharpton could be one of the nastiest human beings to ever be around. I don't know Al. I have not hung out with Al Sharpton. All I can tell you is that he is he's had reprehensible stuff. He's said a lot of anti-Semitic things, which seems to be part of the whole Democratic Party mantra these days. They're really into anti-Semitism. They love it. They think the world of it. So coming up, more of Sterling every damn night on 1210 WPHT. Peter Thiel filling in.
Hey everyone, it's Donald Trump Jr. Join me and Dom Giordano Thursday, September 12th at the Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood, New Jersey for the next Politics and Pints with WPHT. We will talk all things Trump, the 2024 election, and my father's book, Letters to Trump. South Jersey and PA suburbs are hugely important to electing Donald Trump president. Just head to 1210WPHT.com for tickets right now. Hope to see you there.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
I have a challenge for you. I want you to write down everything that you worry about, from your kids to your bills, from the economy to the election. It would probably be a pretty long list. And when you get to a certain age, you can add retirement to that list. Did you save enough? What do you do about Social Security? Is your money in the right place? And is that 401k going to cause you a tax problem? We all worry about retirement. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, they're offering a complimentary retirement consultation. It's a free meeting to talk through all those concerns. So instead of worrying about retirement, let Spectrum Wealth show you ways to help retire your worries. Call 856-322-8686 or at SpectrumWP.com. And tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
So last year I had the bright idea to dig up part of my backyard to put in a new patio. Little did I know that underground electrical for most of my neighborhood ran through my backyard. One wrong hit of the shovel and bam, lights went out, my hair turned white, and now I can wirelessly charge my smartphone. You know, they say hindsight is 20/20, but 2/20? That's something completely different. Trust me. Call 811 before you dig. Know what's below and help us hit 50 and 5. 50% less damage to buried utilities in 5 years. For info, visit pa1call.org.
Hey, pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course, traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Don't miss Borgata's $1.5 million summer showdown. Now through August 31st, 1,500 winners will earn a share of $1.5 million. Plus, 2 lucky players will win a 2024 Ford Bronco or Jeep Rubicon. Earn entries for drawings held every Saturday, including 2 grand prize drawings on July 27th and August 31st. The $1.5 million summer showdown, only at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Must be 21 or older. Players must be present to win. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Sterling at Night, inspired by Jenna Kim Jones.
I told my husband he could no longer watch Hallmark movies with me this year because he's always asking stupid questions like, haven't we seen this one already?
Sterling every damn night. And you know what? It is that time for a weather forecast, isn't it? Am I missing out on the whole weather thing here as your fill-in guest host? It's give me a second here, and I'll give you a complete look at the weather, and which I think is awfully nice. So hold on. Let me pull it up on the 1210 WPHT weather radar here. Okay, 71 degrees, heading for a low tonight of 62 in Philadelphia, which is awesome. And coming up tomorrow, we'll expect a beautiful high. Hold on. Oh, I have to press the right button here. Expecting a high of like 85 degrees tomorrow. Oh, 83 degrees, 85 on Saturday. So there you go, 71 degrees right now, just beautiful weather. Kick back and enjoy it. Next rain in the forecast for Monday. All right. It's Sterling every damn night. My name is Peter Thiel on 1210 WPHT. We received a call complaining about Al Sharpton at the Democratic National Convention. And Beyonce will be performing this evening. Here is why Al Sharpton was on stage and Beyonce will be performing. Donald Trump happens to be polling much better than most Democrat or most Republicans have done in a long, long time. In fact, especially among black men. And I'd love to hear, if you're an African-American gentleman, a black gentleman, give us a call, 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. So the secret, demographics, and it's more than just states. Obviously, we're in Pennsylvania. And Pennsylvania is a bellwether. Whoever wins Pennsylvania likely is the next president of the United States. It's a swing state. It's those electoral votes are like gold. So for a Democrat to be elected, and Republicans have a little bit of this as well. Democrats traditionally get about 90% of the vote by black voters. Hispanics are much more diverse. Some states, Hispanics, especially Mexican Americans, if you're like in Texas or you're in some states like that, it's like 50-50 among Mexican Americans. Cuban Americans generally vote Republican, a.k.a. Florida, and black voters tend to vote Democratic in big, as a high percentage. So there are two demographics essentially so important for Democrats to have. Number one, that 90% from black voters, which is becoming a smaller group. There's many more Latino voters. Hispanic voters have been growing exponentially over the years. And Democrats have to have a huge turnout. Kamala Harris, who comes from a multi-ethnic family, her father, and by the way, not a traditional African-American experience. Her father and mother were, father's Jamaican, which is obviously black and maybe some Caucasian in the background. I'm not sure. Mother is from India, Indian background, like India, not Native American. And her experience is not the traditional experience that someone who has been in this country for hundreds of years. Many of our black friends have been discriminated against going back in a long, long time. Jim Crow laws, all that sort of stuff. Kamala Harris has no relationship to that at all. None. When she ran for president for the first time for the 2020 campaign, 2019, she was talked about busing in Berkeley, California, please. And she got fact checked. It turned out no, she wasn't. There wasn't forced busing, and there was not desegregation in Berkeley when she was a kid. That being said, her experience is not the experience of most people who are traditionally from that type of thing. So for a Democrat to win, you have to have a huge turnout of black American voters, and they have to vote about 90% for the Democratic candidate for president. The other bellwether is white Catholics. Catholics are about 100 million. If you're Roman Catholic, you represent about 100 million American voters. Now, obviously, there are people who are Roman Catholic who are Latino and black and a wide variety. I went to a Catholic elementary school. The nuns were from India. And they came from the order of Mother Teresa. So I spent, anybody from a wide variety, but there's such a large group of white Catholics. And the only time that, and I look back, going back about 30 some years, that white Catholics breaking for a candidate who ended up winning was Barack Obama. And one of the elections of Obama, he led the white Catholics barely. And the next one he lost barely. But it was so close it didn't go through. So if there's a large break for white Catholics to Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, that's a big thing. So those are the two demographics to look at. So when you look at the what's going on with the DNC, they're bringing out rappers. They're bringing out, and it's to go in and create enthusiasm among the black community. And there is not, they're hoping that Kamala Harris will bring that in. Joe Biden had that, he especially had it in 2020 because they looked at Joe Biden as Barack Obama's wingman. He's the wingman. It's Sterling every damn night. My name is Peter Thiel, in for an ailing Walter. You can reach us at 855-839-1210. 855-839-1210 as I fill in tonight for Walter M. Sterling. And I'm pretty excited to be here. It's lots of fun speaking with you and being a part of what's going on. Of course, this election season is going to be an awful lot of fun to watch. I'm a political junkie. I love it. I watch the conventions. My parents growing up, they watched the conventions like hawks. I mean, we had it on in the house, and we watched those conventions, etc. I've been enjoying a wonderful mug of freshly brewed my coffee, which is amazing. Can you smell it? Wow. Just so amazingly delicious. People forget, Mike Lindell, what can't he do? Sheets. Does amazing sheets. Slippers. Pillows. Towels in my coffee. Delicious. And it is the official coffee of Sterling every damn night. And it takes a little bit of caffeine to be up here with you this evening. And so that's good stuff. 855-839-1210. 855-839-1210 is the Walter M. Sterling every damn night. My name is Peter Thiel. I'm one of Walter's friends. And it's nice to have a chance to fill in for Walter and speak with you, and which I really appreciate the opportunity to go and speak with you and to go through. Obviously, I'm not watching the National Convention tonight because I'm with you. So if you have a report, feel free to call in and mention it. And mention it all the way around. Coming up on Sterling every damn night, because we have a lot of stuff going on. A lot of stuff is in the news, a lot of stuff going in. It's, I want to know. We had another potential guy wanting to kill Trump today. They've arrested him. They picked him up. But he was in the same area of Arizona as President Trump today. And the language against Trump has created this. We'll talk about that coming up. And I may bring up the wonders of my dog that I love very much. It's Sterling every damn night on 1210 WPHT. I'm Peter Thiel, and more coming up.
Well, you're about to have a surprise. That birthday you forgot is knocking on the door. Come on, let's go to the birthday party, remember? And you didn't remember to get a gift. And, there's a neighbor's friend who's moving into a brand new apartment, and you want to stay on good terms with them, so you want to have a little apartment gift. Nothing big, nothing fancy, but it's so important to have one gift in the closet, ready to go for anniversaries, birthdays, showers, events that, I just remembered it, and this is where you get them right now at MyPillow. MyPillow is finally bringing their most popular item ever, the queen size premium MyPillow. Now it's only $19.98. That's the perfect keep it in the closet, have it ready gift, a $19.98. But this one is a brand name product, a MyPillow, that will last for 10 years. It's got a 10-year warranty on it. It's made with patented adjustable fill. It adjusts to your exact individual needs, regardless of your sleep position. Keeps your neck aligned, holds its shape all night, and stays cool. You get the best sleep of your life. It's what I sleep on. But that's not all. You could also get a 6-piece kitchen or bath towel set for $25. What? 6 bath towels for $25? Variety of colors. Yes, think about that. We have to go to that wedding. We have to go to that reception. We've got to go to that graduation. Don't worry, I've got a great gift. And there you have 6 beautiful bath towels for $25. Or you want to get a little crazy just for you? How about a brand new mattress topper as low as $69.98? Or famous MyPillow bed sheets as low as $25, much more. Go to 800-844-0876. Call them. Say the name Walter, That way you get big discounts on all My Pillow product. Call 800-844-0876, 800-844-0876. And remember, the premium queen size My Pillow is now only $19.98. What is it again? 800-844-0876.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano at Batteries Plus Bulbs in Mount Laurel and Northfield. My great friend Roy is looking for help. A handy do-it-yourselfer would be ideal. Great low-pressure part-time job. Customer service is the key. If you're willing to do what it takes to help, you need to talk to Roy. Be part of the team. They power it, they light it, they fix it. Roy says tell them all the time, we fix things, phones and all of that. Give them a call at 856-638-0778. Batteries Plus Bulbs, Mount Laurel and Northfield.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this summer with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Sterling every night, inspired by dumb TikToks.
If you see me pouring water on my head while I'm on live, that means I can't stand my co-host. But if you see me just taking a sip out of the water bottle, that means I may have a slight crush on my co-host. But shh, don't tell them I'm live right now.
Sterling, every damn night. My name is Peter Thiel on 1210 WPHT. I'm in for Walter, who is ailing, and we'll take your calls at 855-839-1210. Let's go to Philadelphia. Jeff, you're on 1210 WPHT.
Pete, thanks for taking my call. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I just want to say, I don't say this for any personal accolades. I myself am a retired Army sergeant in the Pennsylvania National Guard. I served during the Iraq War, okay? From 2003 to 2004, my unit was activated, and I was deployed in February 2003. A month after that, my contract expired. I was not allowed to get out. I was already overseas. There was a thing in place. It's called stop loss. It's a congressional act. It's to keep the military's numbers up. It's been in place since the Civil War. It's a congressional act. You can Google it, because there's people when their units get deployed, they want to smoke weed, fail drug tests, or claim injuries and try to get out. You are not allowed to get out. It's called stop loss. You can Google it. I fell under stop loss. And not that I would have gotten out, but 1 month after I landed overseas in 2003, my contract ended. So for an entire year that I was overseas, I wasn't under contract. But I was forced to be there, and that was fine. But when I see Tim Walz say that he just submitted retirement papers and got out, it infuriates me because it would not have been allowed at that time. And you can Google it. And
yeah, and I know exactly that. I know people who've been in the military. I come from a military family. I have relatives who have served, and you have to apply to leave and to retire. And the whole Tim Walz thing just stinks. And the idea he keeps calling himself a master sergeant is such an embarrassment, Jeff. It's an embarrassment.
It infuriates me as a National Guard veteran to have served. You were not allowed to get out, even if you failed the drug test, because there are those certain people that will intentionally fail drug tests to try to avoid a deployment. They'll say, nope, we will deal with you when you get back home because we need to keep our numbers up. For him to say he just submitted papers and was able to retire, this man must have pulled so many strings to be able to avoid this commitment. It infuriates me. And I don't hear anybody talking about stop loss, which was in place at that time. Peter, it drives me nuts.
Jeff, good call. Thank you very much for calling. I appreciate it. You can join, you can be somebody just like Jeff and call 855-839-1210 and be on Sterling every damn night. I'm Peter Thiel, and for Walter M. Sterling on 1210 WPHT. And yeah, it's stolen valor about somebody like Tim Walz, who, it continues to say he was a Master Sergeant. No, he had been approved for Master Sergeant training, which he did not complete. I will tell you, and you get a promotion in the military, it's a big honkin' deal. I know people who are career military people, and they work and they receive their promotions, and it's a big deal. And quite frankly, is it just me with Tim Walz? I'm going to talk about, I saw this thing with him last night. And, the footage of him with Kamala Harris going to get Doritos. It was odd. It was an odd thing. It's Peter Thiel in for Walter Sterling. Sterling every damn night right here on 1210 WPHT. It's great being with you this evening, and I am thrilled to be here. In fact, when we get back from news, the first thing I'm going to do is load myself up with some amazing My Coffee. I've got, in fact, I need to probably brew another pot. And my house smells great. I mean, it just smells amazing. And again, it's what can't this man do? Mike Lindell, what can't he do? The smell's amazing. The taste is great. Now, I don't make my coffee particularly strong. I'm not, there are some people who like it like tar, like heavy. I like mine just north of tea. It's like, it's stronger than tea. So I'm not necessarily capped in, I want coffee that you can go and just redo everything on. It's, and I know people like that. I used to work with a guy who made his own coffee mix, where he, instead of like just buying it like at Starbucks or wherever, or your local coffee shop that has special roasts, this guy would get like the Folgers or the Hills Brothers, and he would mix in cinnamon, and he would mix in oregano. I mean, it was like a concoction. In fact, you often thought that, after you drink it, would I have to go through that? Don't have to worry about that. My coffee, it is beautiful. Tastes just right every time. So that's going on. Yeah, coming up, I do want to talk about Tim Walz. I'm originally from Minnesota. So I know a lot of people who've been in that state. His pick was particularly odd by Kamala Harris to be the vice president. You're listening to 1210 WPHT. I'm Peter Thiel in for Walter M. Sterling. Sterling, every damn night. News next.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get your child or grandchild ready for back to school and a great upcoming school year. Now's the time to call Kathy Ganna and METC. Get a game plan in place. Call the Motivational Educational Tutoring Company. For over 30 years, METC's tutoring studio, founded by educator Kathy Ganna, has helped people of all ages to grow personally and academically. Call Kathy at 215-493-4200. METC offers motivational SAT prep as well as academic skills and leadership training. Now's the time to get assistance for your child to help them succeed. Visit online at metc.com. Call METC's Tutoring Studio 215-493-4200 or email Kathy directly at info@metc.com. Remember, 1210 listeners get a free 1-hour consultation. Take advantage of this opportunity to help your child get one-on-one help. Call 215-493-4200, 215-493-4200.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. Sticking to the fundamentals and not wavering from the game plan is a great philosophy for football and banking. And for nearly 160 years, our dedicated local PNC teams are in formation to help fans receive sound and reliable personalized financial advice to get them across the goal line. Because, as we see it, a win for them is a win for the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
New Jeeps from $269 a month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Drive a new Wrangler, Grand Cherokee, Compass, or Ram truck from $269 a month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. 2024 Compass, 4-cylinder auto, $269 a month. 7,500 miles, closed-in lease, 39 months with $2,269 due at inception. Total payments $12,491. MSRP $35,340. VIN number RT175028. Residual $19,083. Tax and tax extra. Not valid with trade-in. $599 doc fee. Ends 8/31/24.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. A somber moment on the final night of the Democratic National Convention here in Chicago. Those involved in and connected to gun violence take the stage. Kimberly Monterrubio's 10-year-old daughter, Lexi, died in the mass shooting at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas.
30 minutes later, a gunman murders her, 18 classmates and 2 teachers. We are taken to a private room where police tell us she isn't coming home. Uvalde is national news. Parents everywhere reach for their children. I reach out for the daughter I will never hold again.
Vice President Kamala Harris is set to formally accept the nomination for president, the first woman of color to be nominated by a major party. CBS's Ed O'Keefe is at the convention.
California Senator LaFonza Butler has known Harris for almost 15 years and says the convention's focus on joy is on purpose.
She never backs away from a hard choice, but she always chooses to do it together with others, and that's what brings her joy.
Harris's speech is expected to take on tough issues like immigration and possibly Israel's war with Hamas.
GOP presidential nominee Donald Trump is in Arizona while running mate Ohio Senator J.D. Vance stopped in Valdosta, Georgia. He says the Trump-Vance ticket will keep drugs off the street and the border secure.
Our message to illegal aliens who've come into this country by breaking our laws is yes. If you came into this country illegally, Donald Trump and I are going to work to send you home because that's what is required.
The Canadian government moves quickly to end an unprecedented rail stoppage. Labour Minister Stephen McKinnon.
We wanted to give these negotiations the absolute possibility of concluding successfully. We see little prospect of that.
So McKinnon has ordered the country's 2 top railroads to enter binding arbitration after they failed to reach a contract with the Teamsters. Guatemalan national Rigoberto Roman Mirnado Orozco is charged with helping coordinate a human smuggling effort that ended with 53 migrants dead in a sweltering tractor-trailer in San Antonio. U.S. Attorney Jaime Esparza.
4 have pled guilty and 3 are set for trial on October 21st. We are aggressively pursuing those who are responsible for what happened at the trailer.
There is a new drug offering relief to women experiencing menopausal hot flashes, according to CBS News medical contributor Dr. Celine Gounder.
These reports show that the medication helps to reduce the frequency and severity of hot flashes, as well as improve sleep disturbances that may be related to menopause.
If the experimental once-a-day pill is approved, it would be the second such drug on the market. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get ready for our Politics and Pints with Donald Trump Jr. Everyone is talking about it. Be with me on September 12th as we talk about the election, politics, and all things Trump. It's huge. Politics and Pints with Donald Trump Jr. September 12th, Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood. Get your tickets now at 1210WPHT.com. That's 1210WPHT.com.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in because they are making a profit from you. That's the law. Yet many times a normal day ends with injuries because that business breached that duty because they knew or should have known of the dangerous condition that caused your injury. It happens every day in many ways. Slip and falls where cleaning and maintenance were ignored, falling boxes and items stacked too high, and so many other unexpected occurrences and dangers only known to that business owner. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, let our team investigate and report back to you. The duty to protect customers from harm is the law, and our duty is to protect you after that harm. Visit forthepeople.com for more information, or on your cell phone, dial #law. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
At Gerhardt's Appliances, we're all about summer, so we're on the boardwalk asking you, how can we make yours better?
Oh, okay, bet. Yeah, so I've been blending up my own fruity beach balls and been having major dishes. It's like grade A granola grease.
Okay, well this Bosch dishwasher is on sale for $4.99, and they have the industry's most advanced clean.
Oh, acai. Yeah, that's a great price.
The summer sale is on, only at Gerhardt's, where small business is kind of a big deal.
Wow.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now, the shame of Philadelphia radio. The time filler on WPHT. Yes, live Sterling every damn night.
And my name is Peter Thiel. I am in for the ailing Walter M. Sterling. He's got not just a cold. He could do a show with a cold. He's got a nasty hacking cough. And he called me today around noon. And he said, hey, Peter, because that's who I am. My name is Peter Thiel. Right here on 1210 WPHT, Sterling every damn night. And he said, I don't think I can do the show tonight. Could you fill in for me, please? And Walter and I go back many, many years. And we've worked together on different projects going back 20-some years. And he's, literally one of my best friends. And so Sterling every damn night, Peter Thiel right here on 1210 WPHT. Is it just me? But... and this doesn't bug me that much. Do you think that Tim Walz, his exuberance is abnormal? He's way over the top. It's way over the top, and they keep calling him coach. Tim Walz was an assistant coach. He was not the coach. I'm going to tell you right now, I was a volunteer coach. which, by the way, Tim Wells was as well. I wasn't at a school. I wasn't of a football team. But I don't go around everywhere saying, hi, call me coach. No, of course not. And they keep referring to Kamala. You heard Drew Barrymore refer to her as, quote unquote, America's mom. Okay. She's not a mom. That doesn't mean that she's a bad person. She didn't have children, which is great. It's a great, it's a lifestyle choice. And there are a lot of people who don't have kids, and that's wonderful. They're happy that way, and it's America. You can do that. Her husband, the potential first lady, Douglas Emhoff, it has come out. He has a couple of children from his first marriage. His first marriage imploded when he, shall we say, bedded the babysitter. Betting the babysitter is not good. Generally speaking, I'm going to give you advice if you're someone who has not been married, thinking about marriage, or maybe you are an individual who's married. Here's what wives don't want to ever find out. That the amazing, cute babysitter who's helping out with the kids, that your husband drives her home and has an affair with her. No one wants that. It's a bad thing. This is going back a little while, and I'm not going to say any names, what city, whatever. But part of my radio journey, there was a husband and wife who hosted a long-time, very popular TV show. And they had a few kids. And because they both worked on the show, etc., they had a nanny. And apparently he was unable to keep away from the nanny, and the nanny was apparently attracted to him. And they apparently had some sort of entanglement, romantic, maybe not romantic, I don't know, some kind of entanglement. Well, here's what's happened. He and the wife, the wife found out. The wife said, "Get rid of her. I need you to stop having the affair, etc." And these are people I know, and they're very nice people. And so they ended up. So they got a new nanny, and I'm just gonna tell you. They showed up at a thing, at like an event with their child, because it was like getting your family picture taken, all that sort of stuff. And the nanny's gonna take the child, the young child off to wherever is going through. This nanny was so attractive, I couldn't stop looking at her. Okay, here's the deal. If you have, gentlemen, if you have a problem keeping your eyes off looking at the nanny or looking at the babysitter, find yourself a sweet little old lady. Find yourself a gal that maybe is not so attractive. And that may help keep your marriage together. If Douglas Emhoff, he would have come to me and said, "Hey, Peter, I am really, really attracted to this babysitter. Let's call her Caitlin. I think Caitlin is quite the, and I think she has a thing for me, and oh my God, what am I supposed to do?" I would just say, fire her and hire another one. Fire her. Move along. It's, who was it? Maybe it was Ben Affleck, who's been in the news, obviously, with the Jennifer Lopez breakup. And he was apparently betting the nanny during his marriage with Jennifer Garner. Wasn't that him that did that? I think it was. Correct me if I'm wrong. 855-839-1210. 855-839-1210. My name is Peter Thiel. It's Sterling every damn night. Walter's sick right here on 1210 WPHT.
Yeah, I really liked him, but boy, his breath was awful. Have you had that experience? Don't be that person. Don't be the person with the bad breath. Get ZELMINS, Zellman's Mints. These are not normal mints. Here's how they work. You pop a couple in your mouth, instantly your mouth feels fresher, and then you swallow them. And it goes through your entire system to give you a fresh mouth, fresh breath experience. Essential for social situations, business situations. You're meeting somebody for the first time. Is that what you want them to think you have lousy breath? No! You want to have the best breath in the room. Now you can. These are different. They're not mints. They're something else. ZELMINS. ZELMINS.com. Put in the promo code WALTER. ZELMINS.com. Put in Walter. You will get a discount, and I'll get credit for this, and we'll both have amazing breath. Zellman's.
Can you believe, with all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police? At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you, your family, and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Don't miss our end of summer savings spectacular at Hessert Chevrolet. Get amazing deals on top Chevy models like Silverado and Equinox EV. Now's the perfect time to upgrade. Drive home a 2024 Silverado 1500 LT at 1.9% APR or a 2024 Equinox EV at 0.9% APR. See dealer for details. These offers won't last. Visit Hessert Chevrolet today or check us out at HessertChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for full details.
Your way or no way at Hessert Chevrolet.
Sterling every night, inspired by Eliza Schlesinger.
Going out, also, you gotta dress up if you're gonna go out. Tedious, pointless. Guys, next time you see a girl in a pair of heels, ask her how tall she is. She will give you 2 numbers. She will give you her height and her heel height.
How tall are you? I'm 5'6", I'm 5'9" in heels.
Girls, don't do that. No one's interested in how tall you can be. We're not picking for basketball teams. It doesn't matter. They're just trying to talk to you. After that initial height, it's just mindless statements after that. 5'6", 5'9" in heels. Great. I can go 5 miles an hour, 80 in a car.
Peter Thiel. I am hosting Sterling every damn night. Walter Sterling, not feeling that good. It's 1210 WPHT. You can jump in on our conversation, which is 855-839-1210. And we're talking about celebrities who have, shall we say, had an affair with the nanny, with the babysitter. Of course, our future potential first man, first lady. I mean, it's just unprecedented these days. Historic. Everything is so historic. Douglas Emhoff, his first marriage blew up because he was boinking the babysitter. Not good, by the way. Wives don't like that. So let's go through the list of celebrities who have fallen. They were enchanted by the delights of the nanny or the babysitter. Jude Law. 2005, caught having an affair with the children's nanny, Daisy Wright. Affair became public when his children walked in on them, which is generally not that good, which led to then fiancée Sienna Miller ending the relationship. And by the way, Sienna Miller is one of the most beautiful women in the world. All right, Ben Affleck, we talked about him. He rumored to have an affair, which he's always denied. Jennifer Gardner sort of protecting her child, Ben Affleck, by saying, oh, our marriage has been troubled for some time. Gavin Rossdale. He's the lead singer of a group called Bush, and he was married to Gwen Stefani, who is impeccably beautiful, who's now married to the country crooner, Blake Shelton. And I don't think Blake Shelton's necessarily been a great husband either, so Gwen may not be able to pick really good, nice men. Arnold Schwarzenegger fathered a child with the nanny. And so that's a heck of a deal. Ethan Hawke, he was married to Uma Thurman. And apparently he married the nanny later on. So there you go. Robin Williams divorced the first wife, then married the nanny. So there you go. Mick Jagger, who, I'm hoping at the age of 80, he's been living with this ballerina for a heck of a long time. And she's like in her mid-30s. He's 80. Nothing wrong with that at all. Just basic biology. They have a 5 or 6-year-old. Mick Jagger, not necessarily known for being the greatest husbands, had an affair with a nanny, Claire Houseman, while still with Jerry Hall. Houseman later claimed they had a brief relationship which contributed to Hall's decision to leave Jagger. So Douglas Emhoff, he boinked the babysitter. Kamala Harris, an unusual start to a political career without going into too many details. A relationship with the then married Willie Brown. Willie Brown was a longtime Speaker of the House and California Assembly. He also was a longtime mayor of San Francisco. So, perhaps Douglas and Kamala are like perfect together. They're like peas and carrots. So much alike each other. Just going to tell you. It's ladies, if you can afford a nanny to come in and help you with the kids and do all that, and there's a lot of double income families who have a nanny with their children in the house. They both are high powered, executive type people. that work very, very hard, and they can afford a nanny, and which I think is terrific. But I'm going to tell you, ladies, find an ugly one. Find one that is that's not your husband's type. It's go and hire a grandma, a wonderful grandma. That perhaps is seeing her income crash and her retirement goals crash because of stifling inflation and higher interest rates. That sweet little lady is just trying to get by on her Social Security check and needs a side hustle. So go hire a granny. A granny. Help that woman out. Inflation gets us all. I don't care, it's if you're really, really rich and really, really wealthy, you probably don't notice because you're not going to the grocery store. But if you're like us and you go to Walmart or you go to the Piggly Wiggly or whichever grocery store you go to, you see those prices. And those prices are just insane. And your income is not kept up with it. So if you're people who are blessed enough, maybe you're both doctors or one's a doctor and a lawyer, you can afford that maid. Or you're a kept woman. And, you're involved with charitable work. You're a member of the junior league. And, or at the club, you volunteer. You're a busy volunteering, and the hubby makes a lot of money. Or it could be the other way around, where the wife of the house makes all the dough, and the husband has some make work job. It happens. Never got one of them. My next wife, that's what I want. That is, where you can afford to hire the nanny. Find a granny. Do not. Women, I'm just going to tell you this. And men, for you too, because this is just going to cut you in half. It's going to ruin your marriage. You could end up like Douglas Emhoff and being married to somebody like Kamala Harris. Don't hire a sizzling Instagram model. Don't hire a gal whose other job is on OnlyFans. Find yourself a softic granny just trying to get by. I think that's the way to go. It's Sterling every damn night. Walter is sick. My name is Peter Thiel on 1210 WPHT. We want your thoughts on boinking the nanny. 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. The other thing is that if you have a very attractive babysitter, ladies, when you get home, don't let your husband drive her home. You drive her home. The husband knows knows how to operate children to a certain extent. It's only going to be 10 minutes. Unlike when he takes the babysitter home and it's 35. So there you go. It's 855-839-1210 on WPHT. It's now another question about Douglas Emhoff, and I hate to come across as being a sexist, but here we are. I hope he wears those white gloves that go up to his his elbows as he shows off the flair and what he's doing to decorate for Christmas. And you think, and Douglas Emhoff, and I always found this very disturbing with Jill Biden, is that, Jill Biden was like teaching school, teaching classes. And, instead of doing First Lady stuff. And Douglas Emhoff is an attorney, works for some high-powered legal firm. I want to know, I don't want him practicing law, being married to the President of the United States. I think it's a bad idea. It's a bad look. He needs to be doing First Lady stuff. It's Prince William and Kate come to the White House. I want him hosting a tea with the princess. When the spouses show up, thank God there's a couple of women leaders. There's the leader of Italy, her husband, and Douglas Emhoff. They could go to the track. They could go and have some beers. Do you think Douglas Emhoff likes beers? You saw this video footage, and I'm sure you have, of the Kamala Harris and her husband and Tim Walz and his wife going into a convenience store and looking for Doritos. I'm going to tell you what Doritos are used for. Doritos are likely used as something to do with weed. Nobody really eats Doritos, especially when you're traveling, because you get all that red residue over your hands, unless you're one of these people that carries wet naps with you. Do you carry wet naps with you? If you got the wet naps, that works, but most of us don't. You're listening to 1210 WPHT. It's Sterling every damn night. Walter is sick. My name is Peter Thiel, and coming up we'll have the weather exclusively by moi.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Thanks, Rich Santaro, who said Mama's.
Yes, Mama's on Belmont. That thing had to weigh 12 pounds. Not me, the steak sandwich.
By the way, speaking of that talk, Thomas wrote us last night, and he said, can you please do something about the high schoolish attempt at humor on the morning show?
Oh.
I try to listen, but it's so much like Beavis and Butthead that I changed the channel. We'll stop. We'll get more.
Never me. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right.
Hey, if you're looking for riveting radio, Mark Levin will be up in about 12 hours.
Oh, boy.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Cars Czar from Colonial Hyundai. Over the last few weeks, we've watched the best of the best go for the gold. Here at Colonial, we sell the best of the best, providing a gold standard car buying experience, proving to be the fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. When it comes to selection, Colonial makes it fast. With over 200 vehicles in stock to choose from, we have just what you're looking for. Palisades, Santa Fe's, Elantras, Tucsons, Ioniqs, gas, hybrids, and EVs. Colonial Hyundai makes it easy to fit a new car into your budget. We have over 80 vehicles in stock right now with prices under $30,000. Drive one home today for as low as $199 per month. Colonial continues to be recognized for offering the highest trade-in values in the region. In fact, I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. All this makes shopping at Colonial better. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
Offers include all rebates and incentives. Vehicle must be purchased at dealer listed price. See dealer for full details.
Hey pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is known for being South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. Choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area or have their master jewelers create a one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
When you look at your kids or grandkids, you can't help but wonder. You wonder what their world will be like in 20 years. Then you think about yourself. What will your life be like when you step away from work and into retirement? There are a lot of things you can't control, but with the right planning, there are some things you can. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, our Portfolio X-Ray is designed to show you how you're doing so far and what your monthly income will look like in the future. In other words, they can take you from wondering to knowing. So take control of your financial future. Call today for a complimentary evaluation. 856-322-8686 or at SpectrumWP.com. And tune into The Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
It's here, the summer heat, and it's getting hotter, and that heat's just pouring into your home. Need a solution? Trust PJ Fitzpatrick for the perfect new insulated and vented roof. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and back all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. PJ Fitzpatrick, voted best of Philly, installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free design consultation. Plus, they have special financing if you need it. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we are offering the C40 lease for 36 months for under $500 to qualified buyers. This is a really fun Volvo to drive. We also have a huge selection of certified Volvos. And what about $15,000 off when leasing a 2024 XC90 hybrid? This is an incredibly fabulous Volvo. It's the Volvo I drive. Visit us here at Cherry Hill Volvo for the attention and respect you deserve.
Navien tankless water heaters, the proven leader in condensing technology. Request a Navien because you deserve the best in endless hot water delivery. Learn about Navien's condensing tankless water heaters and find a Navien contractor at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Sterling every night. Inspired by NASA.
Remember when NASA sent a woman to space for only 6 days and they gave her 100 tampons.
It's Sterling every night. Time for the weather. Tonight, expect a low of 59 amazing degrees. Open up the windows. Wow, great sleeping weather. 83 tomorrow, 62 Friday night, Saturday and Sunday. Highs in the mid-80s. No rain in sight over the weekend. It is currently 70 degrees in Philadelphia. I'm Peter Thiel, right here on 1210 WPHT. It is Sterling every damn night. Yeah. Sterling every damn night. It's all good. It's all good in the hood. And by the way, before anyone says that I have something against female leadership, I've had several women bosses, and nearly every of them. In fact, I don't even think I've had a bad female boss. Bad men bosses. Every woman boss I've had has been pretty good. And so I'm not going on from there. But that being said, Douglas Emhoff, the husband of Kamala Harris, got kicked out of his marriage for boinking the babysitter. So there you go. It's just a fact. It's just a fact overall. So I was looking this up. It's because when you become the first lady, even if you're a man, you have to host the spouse of other leaders. Now, most countries live under toxic masculinity with male leaders, but there are certain countries that have wonderful female leaders, like Iceland and Estonia, Denmark. It's we have did I say Italy, Peru, Samoa. So when they come to town, Singapore, Taiwan, So when these lady presidents come to visit the White House, when there's a President Kamala Harris, by the way, she's on stage right now. I can't watch it because I'm with you. And we want your thoughts on this. 855-835-1210. Oh, it's 855-839-1210, 839-1210. You're listening to Sterling on Sunday. Not Sterling on Sunday. Sterling every damn night. I'm Peter Thiel right here on 1210 WPHT. Walter is a little under the weather. Hopefully he'll be back tomorrow. And if he thinks I warbled through this halfway competently, he's still not feeling well, you may get me again. Isn't that nice? Maybe. All right. So we get forth, and I'm curious where you have the two male spouses of the leaders. Will they do a tea then? Does Douglas Emhoff seem like a guy who's going to be rolling out a cigar and, perhaps a bourbon or an IPA or a tequila? What do you think he drinks? We know Kamala Harris drinks. America's wine mom. But what about Douglas Emhoff? Or do you think he's a caretaker? I don't know. Figure that out. 855-839-1210. Listen to 1210 WPHT. I am Peter Thiel in for Sterling every damn night. So that's good. So one of the things that's been tried to work out since October 7th is some sort of a ceasefire between the Palestinians and the Israelis. October 7th, unprovoked attack. Palestinian, led by Hamas. It's really Hamas. The Palestinian people have allowed Hamas to lead them, which is sad and very destructive to them. And there are a lot of Palestinians in Israel. There's a lot of Muslims who live in Israel. And they're fine. They can run for office and hold entire life. You try going into the Gaza Strip and going from there. So the leader of Hamas, Sinwar is his name. To get the ceasefire going, to stop that, he wants Israel to agree not to kill him. All right, here's what Hamas has been telling people for a long time, and people believe it, sadly, is that if you die in the service of Allah, fighting against the Jewish interlopers, you will go to heaven and you'll be cavorting with 72 virgins. Well, obviously, Hamas's leader doesn't believe that. Wouldn't he be just desiring for martyrdom? Wouldn't that be his great goal in life? To have martyrdom? To cavort with 72 virgins? So American, Israeli, Egyptian, and Qatari officials have pursued ceasefire in recent days. Now, here's the deal. There's three good ones, if you can call the Biden administration and Antony Blinken a good one. Israel and Egypt are terrific. Qatar is a country that widely is supporting Hamas. They're not necessary, but they're brought in because they speak to Hamas. The other little note for all of us to keep in mind, having to do with the whole Palestinian thing. And I, by the way, I'm a fan of the two-state solution. I like the idea of the Palestinians having full autonomy, having an open economy, etc. That will not happen with Hamas in charge. Just won't. I have two friends who live, in fact, my friend Dov has been on with Walter on Sterling every damn night. And Dov and his wife and I think they have 5 kids. They live near Tel Aviv. And, he's a reasonable guy. When I lived in New York City, I lived there for about 7 years. He was one of my friends. And he was also close to a guy named David Webb, who you see occasionally on Fox News. He's a Fox News contributor. He's on a number of their shows. And David is one of my really, really good friends. And, I talked to Dov and I talked to a friend named Susan who lives near Jerusalem. And they want nothing but peace. They're all about peace. And Israel is a multicultural country. There's a lot of naivete when it comes to Israel. There are Israelis who are Jewish, who are black. There are Arabs. There are Christians. There are Muslims. The one thing that inside Israel, the biggest turf battle it is at Israel is at the Temple Mount, which is also the home of a Muslim shrine called the Dome of the Rock. And occasionally between the rabbis and the imams, there's a fracas that breaks out. And the Israel government protects the rights, shocking, of the Muslims. And it's had to get in the face of rabbis. Doesn't get talked about that much. It really happens. So, if I was Israel, I would never promise safety to a terrorist. And Hamas is a pure terrorist organization. Just is. You may hear in the background my dog is in the other room snoring. No, you can't hear it. Okay. Yeah, by the way, I'm Peter Thiel. This is 1210 WPHT. It's Sterling every damn night. Walter's out tonight. If you want to be a part of the conversation, I'd love to speak with you. 855-839-1210. 855-839-1210. And it's great to be on 1210 WPHT. And remember, this is coming up here, not that far from now. A Politics and Pints event. And Dom is bringing in Donald Trump Jr. September 12th, it will sell out. Get your tickets now. If you have a friend who's a big fan of Donald Trump, who loves this type of thing, maybe it's a brother or a parent or a child that loves this type of thing, go to 1210WPHT.com right now. Pick up your tickets, because this will sell out. This will sell out. Politics and Pints, Donald Trump Jr. be a part of it. Coming up, more with Sterling every damn night, right here on 1210 WPHT.
I think you deserve a gift. You spent all your time thinking of others, helping others. You did all the packing for the summer, didn't you? Anytime you went down the shore, you did the packing. Well, now it's time to get a gift for yourself. The most luxurious, comfortable, useful gifts are at MyPillow.com. And right now they're finally bringing us the most requested offer ever for Midnight Misfits. The queen size premium MyPillow, $19.98. Well, what? The queen size premium MyPillow, $19.98. It used to be much more. The pillow is made with patented adjustable fill. It adjusts to your exact individual needs, regardless of your sleep position. Helps you keep your neck aligned, holds its shape all night long, so you get the best sleep of your life. But that's not all. Get the 6-piece kitchen or bath towel set for $25. Yeah, 6 bath towels. 6 for $25. It's less than $5 a towel. The brand new mattress topper is as low as $69.98. You get the famous My Pillow bed sheets. Sheets for your bed, $25. Imagine stepping out of the shower and putting on a brand new towel around you. That's the best feeling, isn't it? Then you go to your bed, and it's made with these beautiful new sheets. You deserve it. You've earned it. You deserve it. Don't argue with me. 800-844-0876. That's the phone number, but the only way you get the prices for Midnight Misfits is if you say, Walter. The queen size premium My Pillow, $19.98. It used to be much more. The pillow is made with patented adjustable fill. It adjusts to your exact individual needs, regardless of your sleep position. Helps you keep your neck aligned, holds its shape all night long, so you get the best sleep of your life. But that's not all. Get the 6-piece kitchen or bath towel set for $25. Yeah, 6 bath towels. 6 for $25. It's less than $5 a towel. The brand new mattress topper is as low as $69.98. 800-844-0876. That's the phone number, but the only way you get the prices for Midnight Misfits is if you say, Walter. But do this today. You want to do this. 800-844-0876. 800-844-0876.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Electrical upgrade? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. Hire high-quality, certified pros at Angie.com.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Sterling, every damn night. Inspired by teenage daughters.
My daughter's in college. It's $63,000 a year to send this kid to college. $63,000. Yes, for those of you with daughters, you will not be offended when I say that it is worth every penny to get that miserable human being out of my house.
Sterling, every damn night. It's 1210 WPHT. I'm Peter Thiel, in for Walter tonight, who is suffering from not just a cold, but a hacking cough, a hacking phlegm-producing cough. He called me today, and I swear to you, this poor man was about to just lose a lung. And he felt, in his wisdom, Walter M. Sterling felt that it would be best for him not to be doing the radio show this evening. So he called me up and asked if I would fill in for him, and I am thrilled to do that. If you want to speak with me and be a star, be known throughout Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, parts of New Jersey, and other places, 1210 WPHT has an amazing signal. Of course, on the Odyssey app. The other thing that you can do with this, and talk about awesome, is that you can go and download that Odyssey app, and you're in business. It's like the best thing you can do. It's the best thing I've got on my phone. Love my Odyssey app. You can listen to 1210 WPHT wherever you are. You go on vacation. You go to the famous redneck Riviera of Destin, Florida, or you go to San Francisco and dodge fecal deposits on the street by the homeless people. Yeah, you see, you can do that. And that's what makes the wonders of the Odyssey app so amazing, because you can listen to WPHT and Sterling every damn night anywhere. And I think that's great. In fact, a lot of times I'm listening to Sterling at night on my, I have an Alexa, and I listen to Sterling every damn night on that. And all of a sudden I have to take my dog for a walk. Well, what do? I flip on that Odyssey app, and I log that in, throw in my earbuds, and go on a big stroll listening to Sterling at night. All right. 855-839-1210 WPHT. I can't believe that the leader of Hamas, part of the deal for him to do a ceasefire and give up hostages. And remember, the United States, there's like six or seven, I think it's 7 Americans held by Hamas since October 7th. If Donald Trump was president or George W. Bush was president, this would be leading every news every day. They're not even discussing it. I hope one of the big questions happens when there's a debate between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump is, what have you done, Vice President Harris, to bring back the poor people that are being held hostage? What have you done? It is the State Department. That's one of their big gigs, by the way. You go on, let's just say you go to Mexico or you go to Barbados or wherever you go on your vacation. And you get into trouble with the law. You do something. And a lot of countries, by the way, you can go to certain countries and you always have to be really knowledgeable about the laws. You go to different cultures, they look at things in a very different way. Obviously, Brittany Griner famously was held prisoner by the Russians for months and months and months because she brought some cannabis vapes with her to Russia. It's you go in internationally, you're playing by their rules. You're not playing by your rules. Let's just say you get into a scrape. That's why there's an embassy there. They go through, let's say you go to a foreign country and you lose your passport. Happens much more often than you think. You go to the embassy and they'll help you hook you up to get you back to the United States. It's if you have a sibling or a parent or a child that's gone missing in a foreign country, and you reach out to the U.S. Embassy, the State Department. That's part of their deal. We often look at the State Department as, being, solving world problems and stuff like that, trying to bring peace about, and that's part of what they do. Their main job is those consulates. And you go through and you have a communication with them to get things done. So that's one of the things to always just sort of keep in mind. So leader Hamas doesn't want to be whacked. Wants Israel and the United States to guarantee that. I don't think the United States or Israel should ever accept that. This is a bloodthirsty coward. As Hamas preaches the wonders of martyrdom to go meet Allah, they should live with it. It's 1210 WPHT. I'm Peter Thiel in for Sterling every damn night. Walter sick. Excuse me. A cough. I didn't silence my mic. I apologize. That's my fault. It's on me, not on you. So, yeah. Israel should continue to just level Gaza until there's peace on the table. The other thing about this is that World War II, the United States, if we had not dropped those atom bombs, would have had to level Japan for that war to end. Europe was leveled after World War II. By the way, as the Allies were honing in on Italy, I have an uncle who was a pilot in Italy during World War II. There's some great uncles who were in Europe. No one sat there when everything was going in to get Hitler in the bunker. No one said, "Hey, let's be careful those sweet innocent civilians." You're listening to 1210 WPHT, Sterling every damn night. It's Peter Thiel sitting in.
This summer, excitement starts behind the wheel of an all-electric BMW. Experience the BMW i4. That's confident, quick, and unmistakably BMW. Or feel the thrill of the electric BMW iX with its elevated design and unrelenting performance. This season's excitement starts at the electric BMW Summer Sales Event. BMW, the ultimate electric driving machine.
Visit BMW of Westchester on Route 202 for a personalized test drive today.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you recently had an HVAC tech at your home to fix your unit and he wanted to sell you all types of upgrades? Look, if your AC unit is acting unruly this summer and needs to be fixed, we'll send out one of our technicians to do one thing: fix your AC. And if we do think you need a new one, we'll have one of our factory-trained install teams put in a new state-of-the-art train cooling system to keep you cool. Visit us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinekanze.com.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows, and you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. History is made at the Democratic National Convention here in Chicago tonight as Vice President Kamala Harris announces,
on behalf of everyone whose story could only be written in the greatest nation on earth, I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America.
Harris is the first woman of color to be nominated by a major party. She draws contrast with former President Donald Trump, saying she commits to a peaceful transfer of power and vows to be a president who unites Americans. VP Harris also thanks her husband, Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff,
For being an incredible partner to me, an incredible father to Cole and Ella, and happy anniversary, Dougie. I love you so very much.
Harris vows a new way forward on this final night of the DNC. Former President Donald Trump has spent time in Arizona today, touring the southern border and meeting with local sheriffs. He's touting his promise to finish building the wall, while criticizing Democratic nominee Vice President Kamala Harris.
She will never build the wall. She doesn't want to build the wall. She's only saying if she changes her mind, it's only because she wants to get elected, because who wouldn't want to have a strong border? You need strong borders and strong elections, and we have neither.
Trump will stump in Glendale, Arizona, and Las Vegas tomorrow. The U.S. Supreme Court has partially granted a Republican request to enforce Arizona's proof of citizenship voting law. CBS's Caitlin Huey-Burns reports.
The U.S. Supreme Court today reinstated an Arizona state law that requires proof of citizenship in order to register to vote. And here in Arizona, every vote counts. President Biden won here in 2020 by just under 11,000 votes.
Canada's Labour Minister says now that the government has intervened, he expects the nation's two largest railroads to start rolling their trains again. According to CBS News Detroit's Gino Vici,
Canadian rail companies had previously locked their employees out as of 12:01 this morning as a result of not agreeing to a labor contract. The Canadian government has since stepped in and forced arbitration. The labor contract affects engineers, conductors, yard workers, and dispatchers.
NASA says it expects to announce on Saturday its decision on whether the two astronauts who rode Boeing's glitchy Starliner spacecraft to the International Space Station will need a SpaceX vehicle to return to Earth. The average rate on a 30-year mortgage eases. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
High school football is back. High school football is back. And so is the Friday Night High School Football Scoreboard Show. Join Daryl Dobis, James Bailey, and Matt Dents. Friday nights 10 till midnight for a rundown of all the big high school games in the region and expert analysis. The Friday Night High School Football Scoreboard Show. Friday night at 10. Only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamry here. When you've got kids going back to school, life can feel like it's always on the go, go, go. That's why Tasty Cake has go-to snacks for everyone in your family. Whether it's a fluffy crimpet with smooth icing, a creamy peanut butter candy cake, or a sweet cinnamony pecan swirl, Tasty Cake has something unique for everyone. When it's back to school, go for what they love, Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Homeowners, improve your family's comfort with a Bradford White water heater and enjoy all the hot water your household needs. All day, every day. With Bradford White, you get more than just a water heater. You get our commitment to quality and reliability that you can trust. How you heat your water matters, so don't compromise when it comes to your home or your hot water. Bradford White water heaters are built to be the best because your home deserves it. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more and find an installation pro near you.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Summer is here, which means pool days, beach trips, and yeah, you guessed it, traffic jams. Oh yeah, and heat waves. Don't let summer catch you by surprise. Get the local news you need, no matter what you're up to, with the free Odyssey app. And never miss a beat with alerts on breaking stories sent directly to your phone. Listen today on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now, the shame of Philadelphia radio. The time filler on WPHT. Yes, live Sterling every damn night.
1210 WPHT. Sterling every damn night. My name is Peter Thiel. I'm sitting in for Walter this evening. I hope that you are having a wonderful evening as we're in the process now of cementing having a Democratic nominee ready to go out and rock, getting ready to go out and spend time earning our votes. And in Pennsylvania, we're going to be a big deal. Whoever wins Pennsylvania will be the next president of the United States. Cornell Belcher, he's one of the Democratic strategists that are on MSNBC. And he really doesn't think that Kamala Harris should be doing interviews. He thinks that's a bad idea. He thinks that she's taking it to the people by speaking at events. Well, that's great, but those events are very well scripted. And it's not like during a primary campaign when you're running for here's something called democracy. And remember, nobody voted for Kamala Harris to be the nominee of the Democratic Party tonight. That being said, here we are. Joe Biden bowed out after that atrocious debate performance in June. So, Kamala Harris, official candidate now for 30-some days, has not done one interview. Not even with friendly mainstream media sources who love her, who have been giving her an absolute promotion. They've been redoing this woman's reputation. She's not doing any interviews, and there's a couple of reasons why. Number one, she isn't good at them. Number two is that when Kamala Harris gets stuck on something, she either starts laughing or she comes up with this long gobbledygook, the what has been type of stuff that she's known for doing. It's a word salad thing. The last time she spoke off of script was when the hostages, the prisoners from Russia, came back. And Joe Biden got a little more attention because he climbed on the wrong plane. Well, Kamala Harris gave this speech, and it wasn't very long, and they didn't ask any follow-up questions, and it made zero sense. We're talking about someone who has to be in front of the teleprompter. Has to be in front of the teleprompter. Here's the problem. This woman is running to be president of the United States, and she's running to be our employee. Donald Trump is running to be our employee. Now, you can sit there and say, well, the oligarchs are running the country. There's a lot of truth to be said about that. Chris Cuomo, the other night on News Nation, and you can see this clip on the X. And by the way, you can follow me on X, and I'll send out current event stuff. I'll send out wacky junk. Sometimes I'll do a little video thing as I'm walking my dog. At Peter Thiel. So it's at Peter, and here's how you spell my last name. It's an unfortunate last name. I just go by my real name. That's what it is. At Peter, T as in Thomas, Hiele. So Peter, Thiele. And you can follow me on the X and get how I go out and emote my opinions and my observations of life. Yeah, presidential candidates should be doing lots of questions and answers. The Democratic Party's big thing is that they're here fighting for democracy. Well, the part of the thing with democracy is that you get to vote between two different visions for the country and be able to go out and make decisions of, oh, I really like that, or I really don't like that. And you need to know their position statements, what they believe on things. If you go to, in fact, I did this today. This is the type of exciting work I do, filling in for Walter M. Sterling right here in Sterling at Night, every damn night, right here on 1210 WPHT. I went to her website. Plenty of places to go and donate money to her. Nothing on what she believes on anything. Well, they're coming to work for us. Now, when you're the president of the United States, and obviously we've learned this with Joe Biden, and I think the powers that be probably think they can do it with Kamala. Kamala will do anything to be president of the United States. She'll sell her soul. And if they say don't talk to the media, she'll go, oh, yes. You have to go back and ask the question, who's been really running our country for the last 4 years? And it sure ain't Joe Biden. And they've been lying to us for an awful long time. Joe Biden has a real difficult time even putting a coherent sentence together. If I sit there and read something on social media about what a wonderful man Joe Biden is again, I'll scream. You may not know this, but this wonderful, decent family man, Joe Biden, has not met one of his granddaughters. And it wasn't Little Navy's fault that her daddy was on a cracked out binge and met her mother, was an exotic dancer. Even though apparently now they didn't meet at the strip club. They met somewhere else. And she was born. Well, it's still a grandchild of the President of the United States. In fact, part of the Bidens went out and did this. And this should really tell you what kind of lowlives these people are. Is that when Navy's mother went to court to change the amount of money she was receiving from Hunter Biden, Hunter and his attorney said this, said, we will give you the money as long as you don't change Navy's last name to Biden. Pretty low life stuff there. Not the child's fault. There are a lot of kids who are born in situations that may not be, quote unquote, considered optimal, whatever that means these days. You always hope that every child is born with with parents that love them and are going to be caring for them. Sometimes it doesn't work out that way. And it does not mean that child is less valuable. And if you are the parent and your 48-year-old son on crack impregnates an exotic dancer, it does not mean that child doesn't mean a lot. That child is an important thing. That child deserves to be loved and be a part of her grandparents' lives. And the grandparents should really want that. And sadly, the cracked, addled son of Joe Biden, his whole deal is he's done whatever he can to avoid that in life. So I'm happy that they're gone. I'm really happy they're gone. Because they're crappy people. Low life. 2 of the 3 kids in and out of treatment. The only child that had a redeeming value to him was the son, Bo, who sadly died from cancer. Cancer's terrible. But yeah, pretty low life. 855-839-1210. 855-839-1210. You are listening to 1210 WBHT. You see, this is where I'm at. I'm actually at a point where I'm hitting the wall. You're listening to 1210. I'm Peter Thiel, and this is Sterling Every Damn Night. And coming up, more of your calls at 855-839-1210.
Well, you don't think you have to give any gifts. It's summer, it's August, there's no gifts to give. Coming up, you're going to have kids that are going to have their first apartment, and there's always that thing that happens. Tomorrow, you find out somebody has a shower or a birthday. Oh my God, I don't have time to shop for them. Get a secret supply of great gifts from MyPillow. MyPillow has amazing sales right now. You get the 6-piece kitchen or bath towel set for $25, or the brand new mattress topper. Go crazy, $69.98, or you get the famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25. So please go to mypillow.com, or better yet, call 800-844-0876. Those prices, you only get them if you say, Walter. You only get those prices if you say, Walter. These are for Midnight Misfits. These prices were put together for me and you. MyPillow products, including the premium queen-size MyPillow. Now it's $19.98, less than lunch. Lowest price ever, not going to last, don't delay. Say, Walter, get the discount.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, please go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com. helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Can you believe after all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some communities are considering either defunding or abolishing the police? If you agree that now is the time when police protection is needed most, then it's time we stand up and support your local police and the communities they serve. Call 800-JBS-USA-1 and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. That's 800-JBS-USA-1 and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet today.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you, your family, and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy says $100 million in medical debts will be eliminated for tens of thousands of people. Philly has more mosquitoes carrying West Nile virus than any other Pennsylvania county, according to state officials. Burlington County is giving grants to several organizations, including Virtua Hospital, to provide food for those in need.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more. You've got lots of home projects to tackle. Luckily, the plumbing and electrical experts at Horizon Services are here to help. From fixing leaky pipes to upgrading landscape lighting, Horizon has your back. And right now, get $50 off any plumbing or electrical repair. Same-day service, expert technicians, and a job done right the first time. Need a plumber or electrician today? Visit horizonservices.com and Horizon's help is on the way.
Sterling every night, inspired by Kate Martin.
How I eat my popcorn as possible, and we responded really well. I just made popcorn, and our support staff got stops. I love popcorn so much. Okay, so probably, we box out.
Sterling every damn night. I'm Peter Thiel, filling in for the ailing Walter. Hopefully we'll be back tomorrow night. September 12th is Politics and Pints. Dom Giordano, my goodness, and Donald Trump Jr., 1210WPHT.com, and get your tickets. This will sell out. If you've not met Dom or Rich or Donald Trump Jr., let me just tell you, these are great people, just absolutely great people to be involved with. I met Donald Trump Jr. earlier this year. And so regular, so nice, and it really is a reflection of his father, and he's humble, self-effacing. You'll really, really like meeting him, and Politics and Pints, those events are absolutely fantastic. 1210WPHT.com. Get your tickets today. The other thing that bothers me about the Bidens is, of course, Jill Biden demanded everyone call her Dr. Biden. And you have a doctorate. You have a PhD. Nothing bothers me more than somebody with a doctorate demanding you call them doctor. Have you cured cancer? Have you, are you drilling my teeth? Are you helping me with the gout? I don't know what that is. But at right here on WPHT, we believe in being real. And demanding everybody call you Dr. Biden is just the absolute most insane thing in the entire world. The ego of these people is just over the top. So the Biden family, they're just absolutely nuts. absolutely nuts all the way around. We've also been talking about, and you may have some thoughts on this, now that Ben Affleck is back on the prowl again, that Jennifer Lopez apparently filed for divorce on the day of their second anniversary. Who could have ever thought this thing would have worked in the first place? I mean, just complete, utter nuttiness. Jennifer Lopez collects engagement rings. It's like a hoarder collects old tuna cans and puts them in a corner. I mean, this woman is totally nuts. And he is very insufferable. Now, a lot of people conquer alcohol abuse, which apparently has been an issue for Ben Affleck. Apparently, he'll hit the sauce and he just can't stop. We all have our shortcomings, don't we? Now, seemingly, if you believe the reports, their marriage was over on their honeymoon. At least that's according to the rumors about, because something occurred that bothered Jennifer Lopez. Well, I'm going to tell you a truth. I had an argument with I'm divorced, but I had an argument with my ex-wife on the honeymoon. I know a lot of people that had their first real argument during their honeymoon over something. And generally speaking, and it's because, especially with women, women visualize things. They visualize how the whole time is supposed to, every moment of the honeymoon is supposed to go through, what comes out of the husband's mouth, how the food is, how everything goes. And a lot of times, when you envision things that specific, it's not going to work out that way. And most men, not all, but most men, we don't visualize that stuff. Here's what we visualize: the Eagles winning. We visualize the Sixers finally putting it all together. We visualize winning and going out and being, that type of thing. We don't visualize conversations with people, generally speaking. Now, I'm sure there are men who visualize everything. I'm just talking about the majority of behaviors. And women, from what I have learned, and if you have a conversation, if you want to give me a call here on 1210 WPHT, please do. I'm Peter Thiel. I'm in on Sterling every damn night, filling in for Walter Sterling. 855-839-1210. I personally believe that's one of the, and by the way, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. But I will say that if you're the husband and you have a spouse that has visualized things going a certain way. There's a video joke from a British a BBC TV show. And it's a husband, wife, or boyfriend, girlfriend had gone on a hike. And they saw walked by a farm, and they saw the hogs, and and the wife or the girlfriend wanted something corny like, what a beautiful day to spend with you, something like that. And of course, he went and said to her, wow, I didn't realize pigs got that big. And she was frustrated over that. Yeah, it's not how guys work. It's not how we go through together. So apparently Ben Affleck upset Jennifer Lopez on the honeymoon. And apparently the marriage went down from there. Apparently the peak of their marriage was that Super Bowl ad. That was the peak. And that was acting, because he was acting. That's how he makes his living. And now Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck are selling their love nest. This home cost $68 million, or that's what it's for sale for, $68 million. Mega Millions will be playing in a couple of days. Actually, tomorrow night. And you could make $527 million. The cash buyout's what, about $220 million, something like that. Then you pay 45% in tax. So you're basically down to about $100 million. You cannot afford a home worth $68 million with the complete and utter property taxes and the upkeep of that home. You couldn't do it. You could afford probably a nice $8-9 million home, but not a home that's worth that. That's not how that works. That's a lot of house. And they must have a lot of money, because that's a tough thing to keep up. 855-839-1210. 855-839-1210. You're listening to 1210 WPHT. It's Sterling every damn night. Peter Thiel in for Walter M. Sterling.
Talk Radio 1210's Huge Politics and Pints with Donald Trump Jr. is Thursday, September 12th. Be there as Tom Giordano talks to Donald Trump Jr. about the election, politics, and all things Trump. Thursday, September 12th at Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood. Your tickets include a copy of Letters to Trump by former President Trump. A cash bar will be available. Get your tickets now at 1210WPHT.com.
Cozy Jewelers is the place to go to for exquisite engagement rings. Thinking about popping the question this summer? Whether you buy something off the shelf or go for a custom engagement ring, Cozy is there for you and will make sure you get the perfect ring thanks to Cozy's 5 C's. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and the Cozy touch. This summer, begin a lifetime of happiness with a ring from Cozy. Go to Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square or shop online at CozyJewelers.com. That's CozyJewelers.com. And step up to the 5th C, COZZI.
If the summer heat hasn't convinced you to replace your old windows and doors, then maybe my good friends at Guided Door and Window can help by giving you an extra month to do so at their best prices of the year. Take advantage of Guida's big summer sale and receive 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all expertly installed high-performance triple-pane windows. And 40% off any high-quality door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can easily buy now and pay later with Guida's low monthly payment plans or interest-free financing up to 18 months. Don't wait until fall like everyone else to replace your windows and doors. You need to go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these huge savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires at the end of August. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. As a bank, we pride ourselves on being boring. But the truth is we couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic greater Philadelphia community. For nearly 160 years, we've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for our equally brilliant clients. We have dedicated PNC teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
At some point today, everybody will use a bathroom. But if you're a contractor, there's an excellent reason why right now you could use a lot of bathrooms. It's the Great Bathroom Break at Colonial Marble and Granite, where every vanity you buy comes with a free stone countertop and free sink. Classic, traditional, contemporary, in stock for pickup or ready to ship. Choose a color and style, get a surface and sink, and you're good to go. So get going. Colonial Marble and Granite, the cornerstone of a beautiful home. Restrictions apply. Visit colonialmarble.net for details on their vanity special.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You've heard me talk over the years a lot about FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sportsbook. Well, we have something a little bit different for you. Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then with the YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime. So just visit FanDuel.com/Dom to download America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT. You have to be 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds, terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Sterling every damn night. Inspired by the devil's weed.
Have you been smoking marijuana?
Marijuana is illegal, I know that.
That's right.
For now. In a couple of years, things may change when all the kids grow up and start wearing ties and going to the polls. Marijuana is going to be like liquor, packaged and taxed and sold right off the shelf.
I doubt it, Mr. Shipley.
There's a big difference between marijuana and hard narcotics.
Yeah, but it's only a small step.
And everybody who takes a drink is going to be an alcoholic. We know that's not true, don't we?
Sterling at night, every damn night weather. WPHT in Philadelphia. Heading for a low of 59 degrees. Open up those windows. Perfect sleeping weather. Friday, expect a high of 63, a low of 62. Saturday is going to be at 85. And Sunday, 87. No precipitation is on the dais. So enjoy an amazing weekend exclusively right here on 1210 WPHT. It's currently 68 degrees. 68 degrees. 1210 WPHT. My name is Peter Thiel. I'm sitting in for Walter Sterling. Sterling every damn night. Walter is ill. He called me today. He has a cold, and he was coughing up a lung. And, he was producing enough phlegm that, it was like a river. He sounded terrible. So I'm gracious to be a part of this great radio station's legacy. Thank you very, very much for having me on board tonight. And I really, really appreciate it. As we go through and look at life and go through with the next steps that we will go through and walk through, is that no matter what you're thinking of, It's nothing could be more of a letdown at the Democratic National Convention than Beyonce not performing. That was the big thing, that Beyonce was showing up to perform. I don't even think she was there. I was watching some of the news coverage before the festivities while I was doing show prep to speak with you, and apparently Beyonce was all on the way. That was the big rumor, that she was going to perform. The only celebrity that got on stage was Steph Curry. He plays basketball for the Golden State Warriors. He was an Olympic champion. But other than that, that's what's going on. I kind of thought that the Palestinian rights people would have been a little more aggressive in their protesting. I think the Democratic Party was keeping a pretty good handle on the big, beautiful wall they put up around the facility, trying to keep the Palestinian rights people out. Muslim Women for Harris, they have disbanded, because apparently they don't think that, they think that she is not speaking up for the Palestinian plight. The Palestinian plight. So there you go. That's going on, and that's an awful lot of fun. We're getting ready for football season. NFL will be starting before you know it. It's obviously the Eagles, I think, were in a great place to get back to the Super Bowl this year. I think that this whole friction between the coach and Jalen Hurts is just a bunch of hogwash. And you want to talk about, and we certainly know this here in Philadelphia, with the pain that we've gone through with a lot of our sports. Jalen Hurts, fantastic draft pick. And he does everything right. And, what was he, a second-round pick? This guy came out and played and was ready to go, serious, right attitude, the right stuff. So fortunate to have him on the Eagles. This Eagles team is really quite good. And considering we are in the same division as the Giants, who are terrible, the Washington team, they're still the Commanders, I think they are. Not that good. They have a nice young quarterback. There's a lot of hopes. The Cowboys seem to be in a complete... The Cowboys are not going to be very good if they don't get CeeDee Lamb involved and ready to play, under contract. I just think the wonderful Eagles really are, I think, will win the division, and I think the Eagles will have a great chance to go and return to the Super Bowl to face the Kansas City Chiefs. It's an amazing thing. And you look at the idea of quarterbacks. And it wasn't that long ago, right here, we were talking about Carson Wentz being that guy who's going to be the great quarterback for the next, 15 years. And is he even playing with a team? It's an amazing deal. Jalen Hurts is the real thing. He is the real thing. We have a lot to be proud of there. A lot to be proud of. And I think that's a real important thing. I think the Sixers, because the NBA is going to be here before you know it, the Sixers deal is Joel Embiid is a great player. And Paul George is going to be fine. I just don't know if, just because of the health of Paul George and Joel Embiid, that this team is going to be able to make the run. I wish I could tell you something different. I just don't know, and that's a real important thing for this squad. It's is having a healthy team that goes through and plays throughout the deal. And I don't know what to think about Joel Embiid. I think he's a great player. And, obviously skill set, but just remaining healthy seems to be his deal. So 855-839-1210. You're listening to 1210 WPHT. I'm Peter Thiel. Sterling every damn night. Remember, Dom Giordano and Donald Trump Jr., September 12th, Politics and Pints. It's going to be a great time. If you've not spent time with Donald Trump Jr., he is tremendously nice. And I would tell you if it was different. I've met these celebrities and these politician-type people that are not pleasant to be around. Donald Trump Jr. is amazing. Very kind, very self-effacing. You'll really enjoy it. Get your tickets now, 1210 WPHT.com. And you will really, really, really enjoy that. And the ability to go there and be a part of the event. If you did not catch the news earlier today, is that there was a manhunt for a guy who had threatened to kill Donald Trump. And this is like a convicted sex offender. He had DWIs, driving under the influence in Wisconsin. Guy driving drunk in Wisconsin. Hard to believe that would ever occur. And apparently he was all loaded up and had threatened to kill Trump, was in the same area of Arizona that Donald Trump was in. There was a big worry they did take this guy into custody. It seems like, by the way, when Donald Trump was shot, right here in Pennsylvania, seems like it was like a year ago, doesn't it? It's what? 5-6 weeks ago. The news cycle seems to go at such a quick pace. Sometimes it's really, really difficult to keep up to date and to keep things in place. I was talking to a buddy of mine, and I've worked in talk radio going back to the 90s. And it used to be when there was a big news story, you could ruminate on it for 2-3 days. In fact, I have a buddy of mine, a syndicated talk show host, and I won't say his name, but someone you know. You've seen him all the time on Fox News. And this guy's lone thing that he used to say is that if there was a big news story, he would wait till day 2. Day 1, he would, would really not talk about it that much. He'd reference it. He would sort of digest what was going on, then really break it down on day 2. Well, in talk radio, you can't do that anymore as a host. You've got to be on top of it immediately because you will be behind everything. And that's how everything has changed. It really has. It is Sterling every damn night. I'm Peter Thiel, filling in for the ailing Walter M. Sterling. We'll be back hopefully tomorrow with you. We are going to wrap up that show. We're going to wrap it up. And again, thank you guys so much for listening. I really appreciate it. I know Walter does as well. You are listening to 1210 WPHT Sterling every damn night.
There's nothing quite as magnificent as getting ready for bed and slipping into your bed that has brand new sheets and a new pillow. It's exhilarating and relaxing at the same time, isn't it? Well, you've asked for it, and MyPillow listened. They're finally bringing the most requested offer ever. Get a premium MyPillow queen-size pillow for $19.98, less than $20. What I say, $19.98. MyPillow is made with patented adjustable fill. It adjusts to your exact individual needs, and you'll get the best sleep of your life. Now, there are other items from MyPillow that I can't believe the prices. They're going to go away soon. I don't know why they're doing it. They're crazy. Get a 6-piece kitchen or bath towel set for only $25. What? Yeah, 6 bath towels for only $25. The brand new mattress topper. Yeah, you put that on top of your mattress and it feels like you're sleeping in heaven. $69.98. Get the famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25. Where the heck do you get bed sheets for $25, especially ones of this quality? Please go to mypillow.com or call. Why don't you call 800-844-0876? That is a line just for you. Other hosts don't have that number. This is a Midnight Misfit line. I insisted on it. I said my listeners aren't going to call some call center. They need to call somebody just for them. 800-844-0876. Use the promo code Walter and get the discounts. 800-844-0876. You got to do it today. Do it today. This is going to stop. I swear any moment I'm going to get an email saying stop it. 800-844-0876.
Make your home renovation dreams come true with Emmons Remodeling.
We handle everything from concept to completion, delivering beautiful, functional spaces for you and your family to enjoy.
Our seasoned designers and construction experts ensure your project is completed on time and on budget.
Give us a call today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
This is Jordan Lundy.
And this is Len Lundy. Lundy Law has won billions for our clients.
But more importantly, we've won the trust and confidence of thousands of people injured in motor vehicle crashes, slip and fall accidents, and work-related injuries.
My son and I hope we never meet you because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com for a free consultation.
Labor Day signals that fall is fast approaching. Apple picking, fall leaves, and chilly nights are on the horizon. With Legacy Box, you can cozy up and watch something special this fall. Your family's home movies. Legacy Box is the simple, safe, all-inclusive solution for preserving your family's memories trapped on videotapes, film, even photos. After 10 years in business, Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer. They've helped over 1 million families relive their wedding days, babies' first steps, and family road trips. Just fill Legacy Box with your VHS tapes, film reels, or pictures. Legacy Box digitizes it all by hand right here in the USA, and then sends it back on a thumb drive or the cloud. Future-proof your recorded moments today so you can gather the family and begin the trip down memory lane. Plus, for a limited time, they're offering 55% off. Go to legacybox.com/value to get 55% off. That's legacybox.com/value.
Sterling every damn night, inspired by Cher.
Cher once told me, if it doesn't matter in 5 years, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And I was like, thank you, Cher. Truer words. God, I wish Cher had told me something.
Sterling every damn night is 1210 WPHT. I'm Peter Thiel in for Walter, who is under the weather. He's coughing up a lung. He's got he has spasmodic coughing, and he figured, you know what, that's probably not good to do a radio show. So Walter called me and said, "What are you doing tonight?" And I said, "Well, I'm picking my belly button lint, thinking about my grooming, my manscaping." And he said, "Well, good, that's perfect. You can fill in for me tonight." And so that's why you are stuck with me. This evening, Kamala Harris was formally presented as the Democratic standard bearer. And we'll go through. Apparently, we're not going to see a lot of interviews with her, which I think is terrible. I think that if you're running for president, you should do as many interviews as possible. And I don't care if you're Democrat. I don't care if you're Republican. I don't care. You should be available for the interview, mainly because the vast majority of people will never meet a presidential candidate as they're going through. This last time around, and I work in media, so it's I'm probably around these people a little more often, but not that often. Local radio, you do get involved. The only presidential candidate I met personally this year was Nikki Haley, who was terrific, very, very nice. And so I enjoyed meeting her. She couldn't have been more pleasant. I got to meet Donald Trump Jr. this year. That was great. Again, you are running for president. You should be doing lots of interviews, meeting lots of great people, and just doing what it takes to sell yourself and your ideas. The other thing is looking online. What is the policies? You should be able to go to the website of the candidate of your choice, whether they're running for senator, congressman, mayor, etc., and see what their vision is. And as of right now, as of today, Kamala Harris's website does not have any position papers on it. And I think that's a bad idea. I think that we should know what's going on. You're asking us to vote for you. That's great. It's America. We can vote for you if we want to. But let us know what you're standing for. That is a key part of quote-unquote democracy. If I hear another member of the Democratic Party say they're fighting for democracy again, I'll scream bloody murder. A couple of reasons. Number one, we now have a candidate running for president that no one voted for. In fact, one of the things that was brought up for about 30 seconds when Joe Biden announced that he was going to withdraw from being the presidential nominee, was one of the things that was floated, and I was at home at the time, so I was going from MSNBC, CNN, OANN, I was going to Newsmax, I was going to Fox News, News Nation, and MSNBC and Fox News had people on there saying, well, there can be a quick primary and pick up. And that changed seemingly in like an hour and a half. Because like an hour or two later, Joe Biden's campaign put out a statement that he was endorsing Kamala Harris. And everybody fell in right away, except for Barack Obama and Michelle Obama. It took them about seemingly about a week. It may have been like 3-4 days, but it was about a week. And that's a tell. That is a huge tell. Because basically what they're saying is that, you know what? We're not that excited about her. We're not excited about her at all. And with that being said, that's, it's not a good thing. Not a good thing whatsoever. So you have to go, and you have to, again, it's the Obamas. It's widely believed, and I don't know how true this is or not, but there's a lot of Obama people in the White House. And Trump struggled with this early in his presidency. You have to have they say staffing is policy and having the right people in the right place. And obviously, Joe Biden has not been running our government in the last several years. I want to know who is, by the way. A lot of people say it was Barack Obama. I have a buddy of mine, just retired Republican congressional member. And this guy was saying, no, it's Bill Clinton. It's Bill has been in Biden's ear. That very well may be the case. May be the case all the way around. I don't know what the whole deal is. By the way, thank you very much to Andrew Torres, who's been our producer tonight, done a yeoman's job having to put up with me. I appreciate his work. I appreciate Sterling every damn night. I appreciate everything that has to do with 1210 WPHT. I look forward to seeing as many of you as possible out at the Politics and Pints event. Get your tickets now at 1210 WPHT.com. 1210 WPHT.com. And because these tickets will sell out, I guarantee it. And if you've not been around Donald Trump Jr., he's fantastic. Really, 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 really a nice guy. Very regular. And that's it. You're listening to Sterling every damn night. Peter Thiel filling in for Walter M. Sterling, 1210 WPHT. Thanks for listening.
A great way to enjoy day. Sterling every damn night.
With NJ Diet, you can lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. They have customers that have lost 37 pounds, 100 pounds, and over 120 pounds, and they've kept it off. You'll have more energy, and you'll probably see better lab results. NJ Diet uses your hair, saliva, and blood work to provide you personalized natural formulas and supplements so you can lose the weight, and DNA testing will help you keep it off. Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. Go to njdiet.com.
If it's been a minute since you've considered an Infiniti, well, it's time to take another look. Head over to Infiniti of Westchester today and secure rates as low as 4.99% on Infiniti certified pre-owned models. And this month, take advantage of amazing offers on new Infinitis during our end of summer event. Don't wait. Visit us in-store at Infiniti of Westchester today, or visit us online at infinityofwestchester.com. Philly rides with us.
What's better than saving? Saving with certainty. Open a First Harvest Credit Union 7-month certificate online and earn 5.25% APY. Visit firstharvestcu.com/online exclusives to learn more about this online-only offer. Want more reasons why we're a better place to grow? Check out our other savings options, like our growth savings account with amazing rates. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for over 84 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Alcoholics Anonymous. The only requirement for membership is a desire to stop drinking. There is a solution. You can find us at aa.org.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy says $100 million in medical debts will be eliminated for tens of thousands of people. Philly has more mosquitoes carrying West Nile virus than any other Pennsylvania county, according to state officials. Burlington County is giving grants to several organizations, including Virtua Hospital, who provide food for those in need.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm Michael Toscano. History was made tonight at the Democratic National Convention. Let's go to Chicago.
Vice President Kamala Harris makes it official here in Chicago.
I accept your nomination.
She spoke of her history in government and as a prosecutor.
To be clear, my entire career, I've only had one client, the people.
Harris is the first black woman and first person of South Asian descent to accept a major party's presidential nomination, and if elected, she will be the first female U.S. president. Matt Piper, CBS News, Chicago.
During her speech, Harris said she and President Biden are working around the clock to get a hostage and ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. Former President Donald Trump is on a campaign swing through battleground states with his Thursday stop at the southern border in Arizona. CBS's Caitlin Huey-Burns is there.
He was flanked by Border Patrol officials and also family members of people who had been killed by undocumented immigrants. And this is all to make a point that border security is a top issue in his campaign.
2 trials show promising results for a new menopause drug. CBS News medical contributor Dr. Celine Gounder, editor-at-large KFF Health News, tells us it's called Elinzanet.
Most women can take hormone replacement therapy for their menopausal symptoms safely. Many women do want alternatives. And for some women who have a history of cancer or heart disease or stroke or blood clots, they really do need alternatives.
It's a once-a-day pill that works without hormones, and it greatly reduces the number of hot flashes. Florida is one of the most popular states in the U.S. for tourists, but you might find something missing now as you check out the attractions there.
Florida's tourism marketing agency has quietly removed the LGBTQ travel section from its website. The Visit Florida website is a public-private partnership between the state of Florida and the state's tourism industry. Several Florida cities, including Key West and Fort Lauderdale, have long been top U.S. destinations for LGBTQ plus tourists.
CBS's Jim Krasula reporting. Chicago police say the insects which somebody apparently placed in the breakfast buffet of the Indiana delegation for the Democratic National Convention Wednesday morning were mealworms. Mealworms can look similar to maggots, which is why the early report said people there thought they were maggots. Police say multiple girls or women entered the hotel and put the insects onto tables with food, and at least one person got sick. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Looking for a career path with flexibility, great pay, and benefits? Go to progressive.com/careers and apply online today.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano, and yes, you knew it. We're headed back to the Summer White House. Mulligan Shore Bar in Wildwood will be there next Friday, August 30th, for our last fling of the year. Great guests, always great food and drink, and even better people. No better way to start the Labor Day weekend and celebrate the end of summer and maybe continue it. Be there next Friday, August 30th, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
They say money doesn't grow on trees, but at First Harvest Credit Union, we can help you grow your financial future with our growth savings account. You can earn as high as 3.5% annual percentage yield while enjoying flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com or your nearest branch to get details and open a growth savings account and watch your money grow. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for over 84 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Talk Radio 1210 wants you to know when you give stuff to Goodwill, you give job skills to people who face challenges. So donate stuff, create jobs. Visit yourgoodwill.org. Your help is needed to donate blood. It's safe, easy, quick, and a single donation can help save up to 3 lives. Visit redcrossblood.org. And if not me, who? The Travis Manion Foundation honors veterans and families of the fallen nationwide by training them to become mentors to youth, find healing, and unite communities through service. Get involved at travismanion.org.
Do you have $10,000, $20,000, or $30,000 in debt? Then listen to this. You may not be required to pay it all back.
I was drowning in debt.
I had over $36,000 in debt.
If I would have just made the minimum payments, it would have taken me 59 years to pay off.
Whether it's credit card, medical, or personal loan debt, National Debt Relief can help significantly reduce what you owe. In fact, debt relief payments can be 50% less than your monthly credit card payments. That's right, half as much as you're paying now.
National Debt Relief reduced my debt by over $27,000.
With National Debt Relief, you have a powerful team that knows how to talk to your creditors.
National Debt Relief, they got me out of debt.
More than 550,000 Americans have used National Debt Relief to reduce their debt. Call 800-649-6464 to see if you qualify to settle your debt for a fraction of what you owe. 800-649-6464. That's 800-649-6464.
Fantasy freaks and geeks. What's cracking? It's your boy James Coe, back with my brand new project, the Sleeper King Football Podcast. Look, I get it, okay? There's a lot of fantasy pods out there, but we're going to keep this one light. 15 to 20 minutes, 4 to 5 times a week. And man, we are going to pack it with all the info you need. Season long, weekly projections, and of course, sleepers. Follow and listen to the Sleeper King Football Podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Now on Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, Coast to Coast AM.
Coming Tuesday, I feel better. Even my old man looks good. Wednesday just don't go. Thursday goes too slow. I've got Friday on my mind. Gonna have fun in the city. Be with my girl, she's so pretty. She looks fine tonight. She's all the sight to me. Tonight, I spend my bread tonight. I lose my head tonight.
Live from the gateway to the West, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Up next, psychic Barbara Jean Lindsay joins us to talk about her near-death experiences and how people can access their own psychic abilities when we come back. Now, here's this huge story again from LifeLock. There's about a 75% chance that your Social Security number has been exposed in a national public data breach. The company that provides background checks has confirmed that the personal information of nearly 3 billion unsuspecting people was exposed, making this breach one of the biggest ever. Personal information may include Social Security numbers, names, and addresses. It is so important to understand how cybercrime and identity theft are affecting our lives, with lots of places accidentally exposing your personal information. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points a second for risks to your identity. And LifeLock detects and alerts you to potential identity threats that you may not spot on your own, like loans taken under your name or crimes committed by thieves pretending to be you. If you do become a victim of identity theft, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Terms apply. Now, it's easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock. Join now. Save up to 40% off your first year with promo code GEORGE when you call 1-800-LifeLock or head on over to LifeLock.com. And when you're there, use promo code GEORGE for 40% off.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Josh Shapiro spoke, channeling his inner Barack Obama.
You can go vote, but he gets to pick the winner. That's not freedom.
The more enthusiastic he gets, the more Obama he is.
You know what, Democrats? We are the party of real freedom.
But that vaccine mandate, bro.
The kind of real freedom that comes when that child has a great public school with an awesome teacher because we believe in her future.
It's younger Barack Obama.
It is.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now. Coast to Coast AM on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you. Master psychic, author, speaker Barbara Jean Lindsay experienced a near-death experience in 1989 that awakened her psychic ability. She'll talk about that. She teaches people how to access their own innate psychic ability in order to navigate the earth plane and make correct decisions. A couple of her books include Dying for the Light and Seized by the Sekhmet and Egyptian Goddess Revolution. Barbara, welcome back.
Hey, thanks, George, for having me. Wonderful. It's like a birthday gift. Yesterday was my birthday, so you're part of my birthday week.
Well, happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you.
Did you celebrate?
I did. I went with, my fiance gave me breakfast in bed. Is that just a wonderful way to start, right?
Did he cook it?
He did. He did. And he's a good cook.
Oh, that's great. Let's talk about this near-death experience you had in 1989. What happened to you?
Well, I was a single mom with 3 kids, and I woke up that morning being really, something was wrong, not quite right. And I was studying about psychic abilities at that time at a local school. I went to the school and they kicked me out because they said my energy was too erratic and it was messing up the energy of the school. So they kicked me out and I had nowhere to go. And I was starting to get a little bit afraid because it didn't feel right. Something was changing within me. Things seemed a little bit out of sync in time. And so that evening I went to a women's retreat, healing event. And as I'm walking up to the event, someone gave me an inhaler. They were told to give me one, and I did need one. I was having trouble breathing. And as I walked into the building on December 4th, it was really cold. Everyone taking off their or sweaters and coats. And I then dropped down to my knees and then to the floor with excruciating pain in my chest. And they lifted me back up, and when they did, I full body channeled a being from Egypt who said in a very deep, loud, male voice that he was here to kill me because I had information that couldn't be given at that time. And so then he collapsed both my lungs. I flatlined, went to the ICU. Long story, I was in a coma for 3 days with the collapsed lungs. And when I went, I had last rites. They said I probably wouldn't make it. My oxygen levels were really poor. And as I was fighting for my life in the ICU, I popped out of my body and went up to this beautiful, liquid, dark, undulating water of love and became in this love, kind of like an initiation in a way of returning home again. It felt so much love that I had never felt that degree of love before, and I'm a mom, and I'm a very loving kind of person, but it was so much love. It was like it transcended my idea and aspect of love, and I became one with all the love and the intelligence of that, because it was alive, it was moving, I was it was me, and we became one. And when I became one in that consciousness, my mind expanded, and then the next moment, I was on a spaceship. And I had never been on a spaceship that I had known before. And I met a guardian there, a big, tall, white, 8-foot, square shoulders, big hood, never saw his face. He telepathed to me as I sat in kind of a dentist-like chair that I was there to meet some people that wanted to talk with me. So then he kind of waved his hand, and on the outside of the spaceship was a glass door, and the glass, it's kind of more like a glass window, stood 9 or 10 beings. I didn't ever count them. And they said I could call them the council. So I talked with the council back and forth, and they said they would teach me through experience. So then the next experience I had was with the Mother Earth, and how beautiful she was and how alive she was and how we needed to take care of her. And I was a part of her. She was a part of me. And my heartbeat and the mother beat of this planet are the same. Our heartbeats are the same. We beat together like a First Nation Native American drum, like that of a drum. And I never knew I had that connection. I thought I was a good organic gardener and loved plants and had a green thumb, but I never knew that she was alive, number one, that she was feminine, and that we were connected. So I worked with her for a while, and then the next experience I flew out of the ship, and this is when people say, hey, can I have some of what you're having? Or, but that wasn't it at all. And I flew out of the ship and flew over thousands of acres of green forest with no humans, no buildings, and until I kind of became one with the forest itself and the aliveness of our forest. And later on in life, I had some more experiences with the forest themselves and with Sasquatch later. That's much, much, much later. And so then I went on from there. They taught me, I went up to a Greek temple. I explain it in a lot of detail in the book, but I go into a circle of beings that are square-shouldered beings, white hoods, no faces, same thing, wearing the same outfit, and they were undulating kind of a guttural sound as they're looking at a column that has white smoke coming from it, and inside outside was a hologram of the earth, and they were humming to her this chant. Not a chant, it's just more like a guttural sound. A tone would be the best way to describe it. And so I held hands with them and became one with their synergy and the tone. And they said that I could call them the Watchers, and that they were there to protect our planet. They have been doing it forever, and they will always continue to do that. And that I could always come back there whenever I wanted. So then from that, I went up to like an ambassador's party. Would look kind of like a Victorian spaceship. It had black and white checkered floor, had music and all these people dressed, and I was one of the shorter ones. I do remember that. And I was with my guardian, and he kept me very close to him. And I met the first being on this galactic party. It had a huge ceiling that opened up to the stars, and everyone was having such a good time, like old friends meeting up with one another.
And this is all through your first NDE?
The first NDE, yeah. And I remember it like it was yesterday, George. It's still like, you know, I'm really lucky to have all the memory. I know people that have had NDEs and only remember parts of it. But for some reason, I don't know why, I was just given all of it, like a download, and I haven't forgotten it since, you know.
Why do you think this Egyptian entity wanted to do you in?
Well, that's what took me to Egypt for those. I went back twice, and I never found out the reason for that. I still haven't found out that reason. I'm still searching for that. I've never found out why, unless he was there. See, I never told this part of the story on your show before, and during that time, it was at a healing center where the women were psychics and healers, right? So they could read energy. There were master teachers there and healers there, and they could read the energy. And what they told me was they saw me go through all of this transition and transformation while I was at the healing center. And they said they saw, as he was coming after me to kill me, that actually the being Thor, like the Marvel comics now, but this was back in 1989, came and slayed the other being, and with lightning. And there were five of the women that saw this happen, and they saw it psychically that this would happen to me. And so he saved me and saved my life. And I do have a lightning kind of a bolt going up my arm and around my shoulder and into my chest from the defibrillators, but also it could be from Thor or from that entity protecting me. We all have beings that protect us from our lineage somehow, our ancestral lineage, or our bloodline, or, you know, we all have our stories that come all over. We stand on the shoulders of our ancestors that have all of their many stories that we bring to us in this lifetime. And I also think we bring these protector beings, or these beings that are here to help us and to aid us. And I really, I studied about Thor, but I have a couple of Thor, I have some Thor objects that my children gave me, but I didn't go into that as much as I really wanted to delve into Egyptian culture and history.
What got you out of the near-death experience, Barbara? I mean, if you were on death's door, what turned it around?
If they don't know, the doctors couldn't tell me, all right? So I'm a total walking miracle. Well, what really did it, they say, the most was the defibrillators at that time. And the doctor was there. He had forgotten his glasses. He was a pulmonary specialist who just happened to come in the door, and the nurse grabbed him and said, "Come on in." were going to lose her. And I was 36 years old at the time, and he ran in there into the room and started the defibrillator. And 5 years later, when I had the courage to talk to him, he said the most electrical charges he had ever put through someone, because he figured, what the heck, because I was going to die anyway.
That's dramatic as all get up.
It is. It took me a long time. It's been like 35 years. Now I can actually watch a movie, and if they have the defibrillators on it, I can be in the room, and it's okay. So I'm neutral to it. But when I first saw that, after I got back, oh my gosh, I was like going through it all over again. So it took me some time to acclimate to that trauma and drama of it. But, you know, I also have 3 loving children and a lot of really good friends that helped me through it as well.
Now, you've had a lot of synchronicities. I don't use the word coincidences, but you have a lot of synchronicities in your life. But tell me about this connection with Billy Meyer from Switzerland. How did you run into Billy, the UFO expert?
Yeah. Well, at the time, I wanted to learn everything I could know, number 1, about Egypt, but number 2, about UFOs and ETs, because they were not in my life before. I had never heard of it, never thought of it. It didn't come into my mind or play in my reality at all. And so when I needed to learn everything I could learn by 5 o'clock, and at that time there was the internet, the big thing was fax, was a big technological wonder. I don't know if you remember those, George. But the fax machine was a big thing, and there weren't a lot of computers. We were just beginning the computer, you know, with the ring, the dial-up, and the whole thing. So there wasn't a lot of information like there is an information at your fingertips now. So I needed to find out what this was about. So I went to a conference in Washington, D.C. I came back, and I happened to have a client who wanted me, I'm telling you the long story, she didn't want to go to firewalking classes by herself, so she asked me if I would mind going with her. I went with her to the firewalking classes. I didn't know it was a teacher's class, but I went to it ended up a 2-week class, and I ended up doing a firewalk every night, including a 108-foot firewalk, and became a teacher for firewalking. And at this event, I met a gentleman who's kind of like the Tony Robbins of Switzerland, Germany, Italy, France. And he really liked me at the time and asked if I would like to go to Switzerland and teach empowerment seminars and teach about empowering yourself and mind over matter. So I said, sure. And so I went. And when I did, I was in Gommiswold, Switzerland, at his beautiful home. And I happened to be talking with his wife. And I said, I really want to meet Billy Meyer. I understand he lives in Switzerland and somewhere. And so she said, well, let's find out. And she got on the phone, and she spoke German and several other languages. And she got on the phone, and she says, here's Billy Meyer. So
She just got him right, just like that? She got him?
Yes, yeah. And I was blown away, and I was a little bit nervous. So I picked up the phone, and he had an interpreter, too. And he said he wanted to know who I was and what I wanted and everything. And he said, can you come over tomorrow morning? And I said, yeah, I can. So his compound isn't too far. It was about a half hour, maybe 45 minutes from Gommiswold. But it was snowing, and so we had a neighbor take my husband at the time and and he brought his 10-year-old son. And we went, and we had directions to his compound, to Billy's compound. So when we went way out into Neverland, is what I called it, out in the forest, and then you come across this very technical-looking gate with intercom that we pushed, and they let us through. And so when we went through, it was a one road, not very wide, and there was big embankments on each side of snow.
Now, when you met him, Barbara, was this before or after he lost his arm?
It was after.
Okay.
Yeah, it was after. And when we met him, he had just been shot at again. And so his family did not want him to meet me at all. So what they did in order to please him is once we went down this road forever, it seemed, we came to a big circle. And when we got to the circle, it had been cleared out. To the right was a beautiful, the Silver Metal Airstream trailer. And so we just sat there for a minute in the car, and no one was outside. So I finally said, well, I think we've waited enough. So I went and knocked on the door, and they said to come in. So I came in, my husband came in, and the other gentleman and his son. And it was kind of like a 50s diner-like inside there. And they had the booth that you slide into. So we were directed on an intercom to slide in on the booth, and that Billy would be with us shortly. And so I know they could hear everything we were saying, you know. And so he came on the intercom, and he told us that, unfortunately, he could not come out because he had just been shot at the 2 weeks before for, I think he said, the 12th time. And he said, I know, can you imagine that? The 12th time.
Well, he did not trust you, or what?
He didn't trust anybody at that point. I think he would have come out, but his family wouldn't let him because they didn't know me.
Hold on for a second, Barbara. We got a break coming up, but we'll be back.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app, is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
Coast to Coast AM on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey everyone, it's Donald Trump Jr. Join me and Dom Giordano Thursday, September 12th at the Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood, New Jersey for the next Politics and Pints with WPHT. We will talk all things Trump, the 2024 election, and my father's book, Letters to Trump. South Jersey and PA suburbs are hugely important to electing Donald Trump president. Just head to 1210WPHT.com for tickets right now. Hope to see you there.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire the largest injury firm in the world for your injury case? Let me count the ways. Your case will be handled by your lawyer, a paralegal, and a case manager who's always in the office for you when your lawyer's in court. There's also a 24-hour hotline if you ever have a question or a problem. We've collected over $20 billion and won a lot. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Kick off the season with Philadelphia Fall Arts Fest, free and open to the public on September 21st. Join us and connect with over 50 arts organizations from across the region with festival-style performances, fun activities, and ticket giveaways. Plus, you'll score incredible ticket deals to our upcoming season. Philadelphia Fall Arts Fest at the Kimmel Center on September 21st. More information at ensembleartsphilly.org. That's ensembleartsphilly.org.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You close, where you can stay forever. You can be sure that it will only get better. You and me together through the days and nights. I don't worry 'cause everything's gonna be alright. People keep talking, they can say what they like, but all I know is everything's gonna be alright. And no one can get in the way of what I'm feeling. No one can get in the way of what I feel for you.
You're listening to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We'll take calls with Barbara Jean Lindsay next hour here on Coast to Coast, and she will do readings. We'll need your name and a question, a specific psychic type reading, nothing mediumship, nothing about the dead, just a psychic question. But she'll do readings next hour for you on Coast to Coast. And of course, ParanormalDate.com keeps growing by leaps and bounds, and Tom is going to tell you how you can sign up.
It is very, very simple. If you're looking for that person to have a cup of coffee with, hang out with, people that think like you do, all you need to do is go to ParanormalDate.com. We've completely updated ParanormalDate.com right now, so it's got a new, clean look, lots of new features that's designed for you to find that special person. So head over to ParanormalDate.com. Now, if you're looking for somebody a bit more mature to hang out with, say 60 plus, we've got you covered there too. You can head over to ParanormalDate.com/seniors. Those are folks that are 60 plus. They think like you do. You can hang out with them as well. So you've got both, ParanormalDate.com and, of course, ParanormalDate.com/seniors.
Thank you, Thomas. And now here's a way to keep your immune system up and ready.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age, can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and AdaptoStem together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Malay, how will I feel after taking AdaptoStem and ImmuStem?
The ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect. But I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put AdaptoStem along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at healthylooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Malay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with AdaptoStem and ImmuStem and your free gift Relaxol is only available at healthylooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at healthylooking.com. That's healthylooking.com.
If you're looking for protection for yourself or your family or the people you care about, look no further than Hero 2020. For several weeks now, I've been talking about Hero 2020 and Hero Aerogel. In this, both of them are our number one picks for non-lethal defense that will save your life or maybe somebody you care about. You don't need a permit or a license. They're small, easy to use, easy to carry, concealed wherever you go. The cartridges are pre-built so you can reload them in seconds. And every kit includes practice cartridges, targets, and free training, which is important. The irritant inside is military grade, trusted by police for decades. It's the real deal, and it stings people bad. The Hero 2020 shoots projectiles that explode into a cloud of a powerful irritant, and the Aerogel covers your attacker in burning sticky gel, which they can't get off that easy. Get a Hero for yourself or your family. It's the perfect gift to keep them safe. This is how you get it. Go to hero2020.com, and that's the number 2020, just like a year. Hero2020.com, and use coupon code George when you're there for a great discount. That's hero2020.com.
Hey, Clementon. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT. Talk Radio 1210.
Hello, George Norrie back with you with Barbara Jean Lindsay. We were talking about her near-death experience. She is a psychic. Let me tell you briefly, those of you who might not know the name Billy Meyer, he is an expert in Switzerland who for years has been taking UFO photographs that seem to be uncanny. Some people have said they're not real, they're fake, but a lot of people say, no, it's the real deal. And anyway, she was setting up trying to meet him. And Barbara, let's get back to that story. Did you ever get to the point where you met him?
I didn't get to meet him in person, but he was right there. I could feel him there. But what he did is he answered some of my questions because I told him I had had this experience and I wanted to know. I was a seeker of truth and I needed to know what's going on. And I had seen his work and his photographs, and he told me himself that he didn't want to do it. He was happy with his life before. He was a farmer. He liked what he did. And for him to get the camera and to start taking the pictures with one arm, it's an extraordinary story. And I feel really privileged to have spent some time with him. And afterwards, he sent one of the girls out of the other room, and he gave me his book of time and space and signed it personally to me as a gift. And at that time, I needed some hope, and Spirit gave me him as the hope. And so I know he is very controversial, but my experience with him, he was very respectful. He had a good sense of humor, and he was happy to have someone all the way from California and Switzerland, too, and he told me to continue my work. So
So at what point did the psychic ability for you really start to kick in?
From the moment I opened my eyes in the hospital, from that very moment when I woke up out of from my sleep, basically from the coma, I looked at life so much differently. Life was so much bigger. I had a small worldview, more of a mother. I lived in Sacramento, more of a Sacramento, U.S. view of the world, not aware of the world itself, that I was now a cosmic citizen, and that what happened was people would come into my room and I'd start to talk with them and I would start to read them in the hospital. I would say, how's your Uncle Charlie? Or I can tell you're really sad. Your husband will be fine. But my readings, I was out of control reader. I didn't know how to control it. And so it ended up, my room ended up the party room at the hospital. The nurses came, the doctors would come and hang out even and talk to me and ask me all these questions, and I would give healings and people would come in. At that time, I think more of my energy was from there than here. And so people would just come in my room and start crying and that sort of thing. So I think I had more of the other side in me then. And now, after the years, I'm able to control it. I had to learn what it was and how it was in me and how to control it. And I learned how to control it through becoming more self-aware, through meditation, through reading teachers and healers and traveling the world, that sort of thing. So I was still being continued to be taught through experience and doing readings. That year, when I got back, I divorced my husband. I closed my art gallery and my design business. I moved to Marin, and I dedicated my life to doing healings and readings for people. I've been doing that for 35 years. So
how accurate did you get in the beginning?
I was good. I think I was good. I don't know. I don't know if I could answer that. Well, it made some differences because the word went around the hospital that there was a psychic out in the room, and and she could help you. My focus now is always to help people. That's what it's about. Not to tell them what to do, but to show them the doors or show them some different alternatives like that so they can help themselves, right? So it's more like that.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever figure out what this Egyptian entity wanted with you?
I never have.
Still to this day?
Still to this day. If anyone out there gets a hit, or gets an idea or gets a vision or a dream or something, I'm still open. I'm still very open to finding out. I've had other psychics look at it, and it's a closed door. It's like a closed door, and they can't get to it.
Was this the basis of your book, Seized by Sekhmet?
Well, that's why I went to Egypt because I wanted to travel and see the world that I was a part of, and it was a part of me, right? So I went traveling, and I wanted to go to Egypt, but it wasn't to see Sekhmet. In fact, I didn't know who Sekhmet was. I didn't know anything about her. And so I ended up going to her temple in Karnak, and I'll set it up for you. I walked into her temple. She has a beautiful, beautiful temple there in Karnak and Luxor, along with her partner, Ptah, who's the creator of life.
Mm-hmm.
And she had a beautiful son named Nefertum. Anyway, I didn't know anything about her at all, okay? So you get 5 minutes alone with her. So I walked in to her temple. She's standing there. She's very slender. She has a goddess, a lioness head with a sun disk and a Uraeus, a snake, coming out. She's holding a lotus scepter in one hand and an ankh in the other. And my eyes were starting to adjust, and the light was coming in. They have a skylight that shines light down on her. And I walked in, the lights were really dark. I started to get to see her, and I thought, oh, she's really beautiful, how beautiful she is. And that's when I had her experience. She actually stepped out of her rock statue. I think it's dorite. It's made out. She stepped out of it like I would be talking to anyone. She stepped out of the statue, and then she lowered down a golden steps. She motioned to me. Everything was in telepath. She motioned to me to come and step on the ladder or the steps, so I did. And and it looks kind of like, I know the hieroglyph that looks like that now. But so I stepped on the golden steps, and then a fire circle circled around us, and then it started to fill with dark water. And the dark water kind of reminded me of the dark water when I had the NDE, okay, because I was in a dark, warm water. But when she did that, her eyes locked on me, and that's why I call it Seized by Sekhmet. Her eyes beamed onto me like lasers right into my eyes and into my head, and she said to me, "You are powerful. You earned it. Don't ever forget this. Don't ever bow down to anyone, ever. Do you get that?" And what she kind of told me telepathically is, I'm a real loving, kind, generous, compassionate person. And she said, that's not working for you anymore right now. I was in a very abusive relationship for 14 years. Not all of it was bad, but 14 years, and I needed to get out of that relationship. And so part of her work is about duality, war, and healing. She's the goddess of both, of that balance and balancing the scales of that.
So you're saying she helped you?
She helped me so much. And what's so interesting is she did it until I got it, and I broke my tooth. I cracked my tooth. It's still cracked. I still have trouble with it until I got it. So she sees me. She shook me like you would like, wake up, girl, wake up. You don't.
Have you had any issues with your heart since then?
No, nothing.
You get checked out by a cardiologist and all that?
I do, but I know Daniel Brinkley said I would have 2 to 3. He thinks 3 more NDEs before I finally die. That was my conversation with him when I first met him, and he really said, you need to write your book and you need to get out there. He was wonderful. So, and I know he was on your show just a few days ago.
I was just talking to him a few days ago.
Yeah. And so after she sees me, when it was done and she felt like I got it, then the water went back, the fire disappeared, I stepped off the steps, and then she stepped back into her statue. And what I learned later, and then someone had to help me out of there. I don't remember anything. I stayed in bed and cried for like 3 days. I had that much, I think, of pain and suffering in me that I had taken on from the world because I'm a sensitive, and an empath. And she helped me with that as well. So I got a tremendous healing from her. And a few years later, I needed to know more. So I started to learn about her and about Egypt, and then I also went back the next year, and I was afraid to go in there after that, And so I went back, and when I went in this time with her, she purred. She didn't come out of her statue. I think I didn't need anything that dramatic, right? Because I was on my path. I was on task. I was doing well. I had went through divorce, going in the middle of divorce, and I was living by myself, and I was probably the happiest I'd been in a very long time. So what she did to me is she said she was really proud of me, and she purred, kind of like this purring sound. And
but to this day, you have no idea why this entity contacted you.
I have no idea. But what I wanted to know, if it happened to me, it had to have happened to other people. So that's why what gets me through a lot of things is meditation. I really try and keep a real strong meditation schedule. That's what works for me. Everyone has to find what works for them, right? And so in that, I was told in meditation to write a book about her. And so I went on Facebook at the time and wrote in, is there anyone else out there who's had any experiences with her? I'd like to maybe write a book about it. And then I closed Facebook and thought, oh my God, I don't know how to write a book about that. I don't know anything about that. So I opened it up hoping I could erase it, but people started writing, yeah, I have a story, I have a song, I have a dance, I have this experience with her and that experience. And that's how the book came into form. And I thought it needed to be a really beautiful book. So it has a lot of amazing artwork about her and her life. And so that's my kind of give back, my thank you to her, is so that people can be more aware of her. And there were so many people that showed up, musicians, artists, dancers, mothers, lawyers, PhDs, I mean, all a very vast, eclectic group of people have had experience with her. And I did find out there was one man, I haven't met him, I think his name, I shouldn't give it without his permission, he had the same exact experience I had. And he had had it before. So I'm still trying to get in contact with him. I haven't had very good luck. But I keep thinking he might hear my story and want to contact me, you know?
He had your same experience with this entity, this Egyptian?
Yeah.
Huh.
He did. Same thing. So I thought, what's the odds of that, right? And
What do you think this entity's mission is?
Well, she's a duality. She's about chaos. She gave me, as a woman sometimes, women always are, this is bad, because this is the way I was raised. Okay, I can only speak for me. I shouldn't say women in general. But as a woman, I was a healer, and I was there for service. That's the way I was raised, right? Because I come from the South. I won't go there. Okay, so with it, I had never given myself much permission to destroy. That's the other aspect of her. That's the war aspect. That's where all of the pharaohs used her for war, because when she does something, she does it 100%. So she's known as the Neteru for war because she can make plagues and she can and her power is untouched. She's the most powerful one. And that's one of her names, the most powerful one. And so what happened, her whole story, we only have a few minutes.
No, we don't. We're going to go to a break right now, as a matter of fact. We'll be back, though, with more in just a moment on Coast to Coast.
Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to coasttocoastam.com.
Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is known for being South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. Choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area or have their master jewelers create a one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never involved in an accident, we mean it. But if you are injured in an accident, we'll work quickly and tirelessly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Giving blood is easy. It only takes about an hour, and a single donation can help save up to 3 lives. Donate now. Call 1-800-RED-CROSS or redcrossblood.org.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm Michael Toscano. The 2024 Democratic National Convention is over, with Vice President Harris making her acceptance speech in Chicago as the party's presidential nominee. Harris reaffirmed her commitment to Israel.
I will always stand up for Israel's right to defend itself, and I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself.
But Harris also said she and President Biden are working hard for a ceasefire in Gaza.
At the same time, what has happened in Gaza over the past 10 months is devastating. So many innocent lives lost.
Harris's speech came on the 10th wedding anniversary with Doug Emhoff, and they will take a brief break before returning to the campaign trail. The state of Arizona has gotten partial approval from the nation's highest court for one of its contested election laws. CBS News legal contributor Jessica Levinson.
A divided U.S. Supreme Court allowed part of an Arizona law requiring proof of citizenship prior to registering to vote to go back into effect. This is a win for Republicans who had challenged a lower court judge's decision, who had pushed pause on this entire law.
But the court did allow it to register, to use those when registering as appeals continue. The Canadian government ended the strike against the nation's railway companies, calling for binding arbitration between two freight companies and the Teamsters Union. CBS's Lindsay Reiser has more.
The economic impact of the railway shutdown could have cost Canada more than $250 million per day and impacted the rest of North America. Imports of goods like wheat, fertilizer, and meat would be held up until the railways came to an agreement, but it looks like crisis is averted for now.
CBS News has confirmed that a second former Memphis police officer charged after the fatal beating of Tyree Nichols will change his plea in his federal trial. CBS News legal analyst Thane Rosenbaum tells us the plea is not the end of that former officer's legal problems.
The moment one of the 5 police officers accepted a plea deal and pleaded guilty to some of the charges, the other 4 defendants must have feared that he would testify against them, which was part of the deal he struck with the district attorney. When that happens, invariably other defendants fear that the chance that they will be found not guilty diminishes, so they wish to strike a plea deal of their own.
Updated COVID-19 vaccines are on the way. The FDA has cleared them for adults and kids as young as 6 years old. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get ready for our Politics and Pints with Donald Trump Jr. Everyone is talking about it. Be with me on September 12th as we talk about the election, politics, and all things Trump. It's huge. Politics and Pints with Donald Trump Jr. September 12th, Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood. Get your tickets now at 1210WPHT.com. That's 1210WPHT.com.
40 days to lose up to 40-plus pounds with NJ Diet. It only takes 40 days to lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40-plus pounds. NJ Diet uses your hair, saliva, and blood work to personalize supplements that will target your hormonal imbalances so you can lose that weight. Then NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep it off. Call Dr. T, 855-5NJ-DIET, or go to njdiet.com. 40 days up to 40 pounds, 40 days up to 40 pounds, NJ Diet.
I am Judith Krupnik, president of Cherry Hill Volvo. I drive an absolutely fabulous XC90 hybrid, the best of both electric and internal combustion. It's really an incredible Volvo. We are offering a $15,000 discount when leasing any 2024 XC90 hybrid in stock. If ever an XC90 was on your list, now is the time to visit Cherry Hill Volvo. $15,000.
Enhance your home's curb appeal with new doors and windows from Emmons Roofing and Siding.
Our high-quality products offer style, security, and energy efficiency.
And you can choose from a wide selection of styles and finishes from major brands like Anderson or Provia.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us online at callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Talk Radio 1210 wants you to know at Manna, food is medicine. They deliver millions of nutritious meals to those impacted by serious illness in our area. These families need your help. Make a donation at mannapa.org. St. John's Hospice of Philadelphia needs your help. They're in need of the basics. Toiletry, socks, underwear, athletic shoes. Help them out. stjohnshospice.org. And knowing your HIV status helps put you in control of your sexual health. So take charge and find an HIV testing center near you. cdc.gov/doingit. And let's stop HIV together.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Now on Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, Coast to Coast AM.
From the heartland of America and the gateway to the West, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm George Norrie. This is Coast to Coast AM. Later tonight, Bigfoot and cryptids. Here's what's happening. Well, Vice President Kamala Harris has accepted her Democratic Party's nomination to become president and run for it in November against former President Donald Trump. The stage is set. We shall see what happens. Negotiations between Israel and Hamas for a ceasefire continue to hit stumbling blocks, with the terrorist group's leaders holding out for guarantees of safety for themselves, among other demands. American, Israeli, Egyptian, and Qatar officials have pursued ceasefire talks in recent days, but they're not close yet. People taking what is called semaglutide, the popular medication for diabetes and weight loss, are more likely to report having thoughts of suicide compared with those taking other drugs, according to a new study. Christian Weil from myheartbook.com is with us here. This is a horrible thing, Christian. What's going on?
Well, what's going on anywhere? Things we can't quite comprehend some of the things that we're hearing about every day. Now, the patient information for semaglutide already includes a warning to all to be aware of both suicidal thoughts as well as weight gain and the negative impact on diabetic patients. But there's been conflicting evidence, George, about the risk of suicidal thoughts and attempts with other new weight loss drugs besides what we're talking about tonight. CNN reported poison centers logging over 1,500% increase in people in the ER from accidental overdose from weight loss drug Ozempic, which we are discussing here tonight. A new study, which was published in the journal JAMA Network, looked at the reports of suicidal thoughts and attempts in people taking semaglutide, Ozempic, the other name for it, in combination, whether for diabetes or weight loss. Now, in a database maintained by the World Health Organization that compiles adverse events linked to drugs across 140 countries, and the U.S. Food and Drug Administration has been investigating the risk of suicide across drugs in the same class and at a greater increase in risk. A large study published in January in the journal Nature Medicine found that use of semaglutide was linked to a lower risk of suicidal thoughts. Now, that's compared with people taking two different kinds of medications for both weight loss and diabetes, Ozempic, and tonight's second candidate being discussed.
Excellent. Thank you, Christian. Really appreciate your health reports. Christian's website, myheartbook.com. NASA is still busy evaluating the risks involved in returning NASA's astronauts, Suni Williams and Butch Wilmore, who have been stranded on board the International Space Station since early June back to planet Earth. Their write-up, Boeing's Starliner, has been plagued with technical issues that have forced the space agency to come up with several other contingency plans. Now they got another problem that has to do with malfunctioning outfits that they've been wearing. Here's Kevin Randall, the retired lieutenant colonel, with his weekly UFO report for us. Hello there, Kevin.
Hi, George. How you doing?
Okay, buddy. Good.
This is my 200th report, by the way.
Well, congratulations and happy anniversary.
Well, it's not really the anniversary yet, but it's the 200th report, so there you go. Over the last several days, there has been talk of a leaked document that seemed to confirm the UFO crash near Kingman, Arizona. This was the 1953 crash that was revealed in 1973 by Arthur Stansel, an alleged witness to part of the retrieval operation. Christopher Mellon, the one-time former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Intelligence, released an email that redacted the names of those involved, but did say, and I quote, the redacted would be slack-jawed if they found out what we now know, end quote. We are then provided with a hint about what they know. I quote again, we're dealing with a recovered UAP that landed in Kingman, Arizona in the 50s, end quote. I'm not overly concerned with that information. Several have helped me gather additional information, including Rob Zviatek and especially David Rudiak. We're continuing our research. And just on Monday, I reached out to a reporter from a Phoenix television station about what he had learned in his brief investigation, but have not heard back. What caught my attention was the line, and I quote, we now know the management structure and security control systems and ownership of crash retrievals. We also know who recovers landed or crashed UAPs under what authorities. We also know that a still highly classified memo by a Secretary of the Air Force in the 1950s is still in effect to maintain the cover up on UAPs, end quote. And although the leaked email has little in the way of names of those involved at the source of the highly classified memo, we do have the name of Christopher Mellon. There were 5 secretaries of the Air Force in the 1950s, and all of them have passed. Those interested in such things, they were Thomas K. Finletter, Harold E. Talbert, Donald A. Quarles, James H. Douglas Jr., and Dudley C. Sharp. We, inside the UFO community, have long speculated about a highly classified group who is responsible for control of UFO information. Dr. J. Allen Hynek said that nearly all the really hot cases went somewhere else, and that information was semi-confirmed by General Carroll H. Bolander when he said that UFO cases that affected national security were not part of the Blue Book system. I'm forced to note, however, that the email provides us with no real hints of where to search for additional information, and without the names, there is little we can do to corroborate the information in that email. For those who would like to learn what we do know about the Kingman crash, I have a long posting on my blog at kevinrandall.blogspot.com. I note here that there is more to come on the crash because the research continues. Moving into a somewhat related event from just a few weeks ago, Stan Gordon reported on his website that he had received an email from a family in West Virginia telling of a strange encounter on the July 31st of this year. The witness, a minor, reported in great detail the seeing of 2 short, odd-looking, snowy white humanoids that he and several children were watching as they were running around in the evening. Ron Lanham of the Wild and Weird West Virginia Research Group investigated this incident. Lanham provided a little more detail about those humanoids. The witness said that they were like skeleton babies. There is a video of the creatures available on Stan Gordon's website and of the research Lanham have conducted in his interview with the witnesses. He provided precise details on the investigation of that video, and you can find this on Stan Gordon's UFO Anomaly Zone. The title there was a small mysterious humanoid creature photographed in West Virginia, end quote. And I have a more precise link on my blog for those who'd like to take a look at the video, and that's what we have for tonight, George.
All right, my friend, we'll talk to you next Friday. Kevin Randall with his weekly UFO report. What is the nation's food supply like? In a moment, we're going to be talking with Brian Reisinger, who's written a book called Land Rich, Cash Poor. It's about his family situation as being an American farmer. And we're going to talk about that next on Coast to Coast AM. I want to talk to you about rising crime and personal attacks in our cities. Law enforcement simply can't get there in time to stop an attack, so who's going to protect you and your family? My friends at Hero2020.com are in the business of saving lives. Hero 2020 is my #1 choice for non-lethal self-defense. It's a powerful pepper gun with interchangeable cartridges that's easy to load and reload, even if you're not familiar with firearms. Inside is a military-grade pepper irritant that stops and disables attackers. One of my favorite things about Hero 2020 is how small and compact it is. I can comfortably carry it concealed everywhere I go, and while there are a few restrictions, it's actually legal in all 50 states. It's no wonder Hero 2020's patented design has won 2 national awards and is trusted by over 10,000 families in America. If you want to protect yourself, your home, your family, choose Hero 2020. Get 10% off with my code George. Order today at hero2020.com.
Hi everyone, it's MZ from KSCO in Santa Cruz. We produce and maintain the criticalhealthnews.com website that so many of you coast-to-coast listeners have come to respect and rely on for valuable health information that is not available in many other places that it should be. We help sick people get well without replacing one disease with half a dozen others in the process. At criticalhealthnews.com, we use education, logic, and common sense to help people understand that good health and long life are rooted in proper nutrition, not in toxic prescription drugs that cause side effects that are often worse than the original disease or condition. Check out the cool articles, videos, Doc Wallach and Pharmacist Ben recordings at criticalhealthnews.com, where you can also order our premium quality products. Or you can call 855-949-7234 to talk to a real, live, competent criticalhealthnews.com human. 855-949-7234.
Talk Radio 1210.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you. We've got a fascinating program for you tonight. Brian Reisinger with us. Grew up on a family farm in Wisconsin. And, of course, he has hidden stories of rural America. He's a columnist and consultant. He worked with his father from the time he could walk before entering the world of business, journalism, and public policy. He's been published by USA Today, Newsweek, Yahoo News, the Milwaukee Journal, the Sentinel, USA Today, PBS, and he's all over the place. And his latest book is called Land Rich, Cash Poor, My Family's Hope and the Untold History of the Disappearing American Farmer. Brian, welcome to the show. First time for you.
Yes, sir, George. Thanks so much for having me on. I appreciate it.
Looking forward to this. What was life like being a farmer?
You know, it is an incredible place to grow up. It's incredibly beautiful. It's also incredibly hard. I remember waking up in the morning, hearing my dad send the cow dog out to get the cattle in from the pasture with just a whistle, and watching the sunrise. I also remember picking rock by hand, walking through the fields on our own before we had a rock picker behind the tractor. So there were beautiful moments. There were hard moments. You learn how to work, and you really learn the value of living life close to the land.
With the highs, were there also lows?
Yeah, there really were. There really were. You know, throughout our family's history, we've had some incredible hardship, and, you know, we feel fortunate to grow up where we did, but there were tragic farm accidents. You know, my grandpa's brother, as a 2-year-old boy, was run over in the fields. One of a number of family tragedies kind of echoed throughout the generations. My grandpa once broke his back, and my dad had to step up at the age of 8. All kinds of things like that happened to a farm family over the generations.
We at one time were the breadbasket for the world. We produced the highest amount of food. Where do we stand today, Brian?
That's right, George. We stand at a very, very perilous place now. And this is something I discovered as a farm boy who grew up to be a writer and decided to investigate this. And I knew that our way of life was disappearing. I knew that I grew up in a rare place. My father was a rare man and becoming more rare. I didn't know why. And so I investigated why. And what I learned as I did that is I found just how vulnerable our food supply is. Everybody who goes to the grocery store and sees how fast food prices have risen, so much faster than the inflation that everybody's debating, whether they're on the left or the right end of the spectrum, they know that the food prices have been increasing more, and then there must be other reasons for that. And our food supply is vulnerable. And people saw that in COVID when they couldn't find the goods they needed in the grocery stores. And that kind of disaster happens in different ways in different parts of the country more and more than I think many of our leaders realize. And it's something that we'll become more vulnerable to. And it all ties back to the higher prices and the vulnerability, all tie back to the number of farms we've lost in this country and what that does to our food supply.
I had heard years ago that China was buying up American farms like crazy. Is that true?
Yeah, you know, that really is a risk. Now, I want to be honest with your listeners. The amount of farmland that's owned by foreign investors is still fairly small, but the pace is alarmingly fast in terms of how it's increasing. And there is concern about China, North Korea, Iran, foreign adversaries like that getting their hands on our farmland. And as our farmland ends up in fewer hands over the years with the disappearance of our farms, that means it's harder to do. When you go back to the great American tradition of many, many small landowners owning and operating farms, boy, it's hard for the Chinese to come in and buy that. But when you get to a place where farmland is more and more consolidated, it gets easier for them to come in and buy it up like a cheap hand in a global casino.
You have said that over the past century, we've lost about 45,000 farms per year. That's amazing.
It's a staggering number. That's the average number for the past century each year. We had more than 6 million farms at the height of our country's history, and we now have about 2 million. And there is hope in those 2 million, but you really do have to stop and think about the fact that we've lost 70% of our farms in the past century, and that was traced from before the 1920s, when our number of farms in this country was still growing, till the 1920s it began to fall, all the way up until 2020.
Now, when you say we've lost 45,000 farms, does that include the mass amounts of acreage that goes with it, or have we consolidated them?
It's a great question. It was different things over time. For the longest time, the amount of land was actually remaining about the same as we lost farms during the Great Depression and other things. When we got to the 1950s, it began to be less land, and that number, which had been pretty stable, began to fall. And what we found at that time is that there was major real estate development pressure. So there had been economic upheaval in the Depression and other forces that were driving, farms to go bankrupt. But the amount of land began to fall more so when we got to the 1950s, when the economy was growing. And there was all this pressure for residential development and commercial development to come in and get this farmland to be able to expand for cities and airports and things like that. And so a number of farmers who found they weren't able to make it would sell their land, and we began to lose farmland. Now, it's stabilized a bit more again. The amount of farmland out there stays roughly stable, but now it's more subject to consolidation, to your exact point, where we have maybe roughly the same amount of farmland, but it is consolidating into fewer hands.
Brian, you talk about the hidden history of farming. What is that hidden history?
It is an incredible thing to have found, and I have to say that one of the strokes of luck that I had in writing this book, although it touches on some difficult things I wish hadn't happened, one of the strokes of luck was the way that my family's history traced that hidden history. And I'll give you some examples. As we wrote the book, we went from the early 1900s, when my great-grandpa and great-grandma fled pre-World War I Europe and came to America to find a better lives for themselves, and traced it all the way up to modern day, through now when my dad is farming and my sister is actually working to take over the farm with him. So tracing that 100-year history, I found that nearly each decade there was some kind of a hidden history beneath the surface that has driven the disappearance of our farms. Now, in the early 1900s, that was the subsistence farming that people were doing to survive. In the 1920s and 30s, it was actually the fact that when the Great Depression hit in 1929, a lot of people don't realize that actually farmers were in a depression for a decade earlier. There had been a crash in ag country in the 1920s that began economic devastation a decade before it hit everybody else on Black Thursday. Over the years, and we can get into each of them as you like, but over the years there was the shift from rural to urban of our population. There was what happened in the farm crisis and the way that the government's decisions wiped out farms by the droves. There was the impact beneath the surface that people didn't realize of globalization. There was what happened during COVID to our food supply chain. And so I found era after era some kind of a story beneath the surface that we really hadn't been told that contributed toward the disappearance of our farms. And I found that lined up with my family's experience. And that's really what wove the book together.
What has happened with genetically modified foods?
Yeah, that's a great question. Something that is one of the biggest issues here, in addition to the cost of food and in addition to the reliability of food, is people kind of questioning what's for dinner. As we get more additives in foods, as we have genetically modified foods, and I'm here to tell you, I think that it's a mixed bag. To some degree, there is concern that is valid about the fact that we know less and less these days about where our food comes from, and especially after COVID, people want to know more and more, and that is why having more farms in more corners of the country making a living producing food where you can buy it not only off of the national market, but you can also buy it from someone you know down the road would be a good thing. And so there are very serious, real concerns. At the same time, there is science that is worth us being open to around gene editing. I'm not talking about the cloning of Dolly the sheep here. I'm talking about finding ways to make small adjustments to crops so they can be grown in more parts of the country, for instance. That's more similar to what happened with hybrid corn, which decades ago made it possible to grow more corn, a higher yield. So science can be part of the solution, but we also have to know what's for dinner, and that's part of the problem in this country. We don't always.
What has been the backlash on chemicals from things like Roundup and glyphosate and things like that?
Yeah, there are major environmental concerns that people have about those things. There's also a practical need that farmers have around, to some degree, being able to control around pests and weeds and so on. And so there's absolutely been use of chemicals that has gone too far and that has contributed toward concerns about our water and so on. There's also a need to balance that with the farmers have to be able to withstand, pests, insects, weeds, and that sort of thing. And, again, I think that's one where the science is mixed, and we have to really have our eyes wide open to be able to navigate it.
Your father got sick while he was farming, didn't he?
He did. Each generation on a farm faces a moment where they have to step up. And my dad got sick when I was 14 years old. He had some internal bleeding. And as it turned out, we found out later a small amount of cancer the doctors found when they went in to operate. Now, he was laid up for a number of months. I was 14 years old, and my mom sat me down and had a talk with me that many farm parents have with their children, which is that it was time for me to step up and do more. I've been working with my father since the time I could walk, as you mentioned. But we had a good family friend who was able to come out and help milk cows in the morning and the evening and was able to do the heavy work. But, he had a family of his own. And my mom said to me, Ed has a family of his own. He has a job of his own. He cannot run this farm full time. You have to do this. And so I did. And it's one of the things I'm most proud of. It's also one of the hardest things I've ever done. And each morning I got up and did chores for 2 hours before school. And I would walk up to the house and I would see the sun, long risen by the time I was getting back to get ready for school. And I would just wait for my dad to come back. And it was a couple of months before he did.
All right, we're going to take a short break, Brian, and come back and chat more about your work, Land Rich, Cash Poor. Next hour, we'll take phone calls with you right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Always on your phone? Then you'll be happy to know the Coast website is now optimized for mobile users. Just point your iPhone or Android browser to coasttocoastam.com and enjoy.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our Timeshare Exit Information Kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444.
Hey, Philly. In the city of brotherly love, the only thing we love more than our teams is great savings. And with unlimited welcome from Verizon, you can save big, even if you're on a single line. For a limited time, single lines start at just $50 a month when you bring your own phone. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, that's a savings of $15 a month. And when you switch now, you can save on the things you love, like Netflix and Max, all on the most awarded 5G network. Now that's a real win. There's never been a better time to switch to the network America relies on. But this offer won't last long. Visit your local Verizon store to switch and save big today. $180 BYOD promo credit and $360 local promo credit applied over 36 months. For new customers with one new line with your own 4G, 5G phone on unlimited welcome plan required. Additional terms apply. Auto pay and paper-free billing required. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. $10 a month for each MyPlan perk. Additional terms and conditions apply per perk.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
When I grow up, I want to be a new pair of blue jeans. When I grow up, I want to be a kid's first computer. When I grow up, I don't want to be a piece of garbage. And if you recycle me, I won't be.
Give your garbage another life. Recycle. Learn how at iwanttoberecycled.org. Brought to you by Keep America Beautiful and the Ad Council.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
On a string, sitting on a rainbow, got the string around my finger. What a world, what a life, I'm in love. I got a song that I sing, I can make the rain go anytime I move my finger. Lucky me, can't you see I'm in love? Life is a beautiful thing, as long as I hold the string. I'd be a silly so-and-so if I should ever let it go. I got the world on a string, sitting on a rainbow. Got the string around my finger. What a world, what a life, I'm in love.
Premier Networks presents Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We'll take your calls next hour with the American farmer Brian Reisinger, Land Rich, Cash Poor. That's the name of his book. His website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com for you. Lots more to talk with him about when we come back in a moment on Coast to Coast AM as well. Tom is joining us for a moment to talk about the Paranormal Podcast Network.
Absolutely. It's the iHeartRadio and Coast to Coast AM Paranormal Podcast Network. We invite you to listen. We've got some really cool shows up there. If you listen to podcasts on your phone, you just need to download the iHeartRadio app. George, if people listen on their PC, they can go to iHeartRadio.com. And in the search on either of those, just put in Coast to Coast AM. All our shows pop right up. And if you want to make it really easy, just go to coasttocoastam.com, and Lex has everything laid out for you. We hope you enjoy listening. It's the iHeartRadio and Coast to Coast AM Paranormal Podcast Network.
Thank you, Thomas. And here's something for you to build up that immune system.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive Stem Cell Wellness Kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and AdaptoStem together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Millay, how will I feel after taking AdaptoStem and ImmuStem?
The ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put AdaptoStem along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Millay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with AdaptoStem and ImmuStem and your free gift Relaxol is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code GEORGE for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
Suffer from anxiety, depression, or PTSD? An increasing number of Americans do, even as Big Pharma touts the effectiveness of drugs that work as long as you keep taking them and suffering. Introducing Vibe, a revolutionary device that's smaller than your smartphone and uses pulse resonance frequency to achieve study-backed results on par or in many cases better than traditional drugs. Magnetic frequency therapy from Vibe. Eye-opening study data, hope, and vibes now for only $249 at NoDrugTherapy.com.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Real people, real stories.
So I had an appointment with the surgeon, and he told me what all he was going to do, and it was just absolutely horrendous. I came home, I started on Carnivora, and I called and canceled my surgery, and she said, "Are you going someplace else?" I said, "No, I'm taking care of it myself." She said, "Okay," and my problem on my skin went away.
I have bruising that's all over my arms. 3 weeks after I was on the carnivore, I noticed, I'm looking at my arms, and I said, gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, and I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be the carnivore.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com. Use coupon code GEORGE to get 15% off your order.
Coast to Coast AM on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you. Our special guest this hour, Brian Reisinger. He'll be with us next hour as well to take calls. His book is called Land Rich, Cash Poor. Brian, if you had that one wish about the American farmer, what would that wish be?
That wish would be that we could find a way for the 2 million farms that we have remaining in this country to be growing entrepreneurial businesses again. When my great-grandpa got here, farming was a hard life, but it was filled with opportunity buried in the land. And now that's less so. So many of the farm families that are operating these 2 million farms, unless they're on the larger end of the spectrum, are working construction jobs, pulling factory shifts, pouring concrete, working multiple jobs in addition to running their farm. And it's only supplemental income for them. And if we could find a way for people's desire to know where their food comes from and the greater safety, sometimes the better prices, more options that could come with all of that, could be a real boon for the consumer, but it could mean a resurrection for the American farmer. And that's what I worry about most, is seeing farms slip away year after year and trying to find a way to do something about that.
Has the push for gluten-free hurt farms at all?
That is a great question. And I think that anything that limits the amount of stuff grown out of the ground that's used in our food is not necessarily a good thing. Now, that doesn't mean that people who have a specific allergen to gluten or anything else shouldn't have options. They absolutely should have options in our food economy to have something that works well with their body. So there's a certain amount of that I want to allow for. But I do think that some of the overall push and some of the desire to have foods that are, say, artificially made or modified, foods that don't come from animal products, foods that don't come from things growing out of the ground, that are manufactured in a factory, that overall push, I think, is part of an overall problem we have, where we don't always know where our food is coming from, and part of a problem that we have where it is making it harder and harder for farms to have places to ship their food and fiber and sell it to make money, and that's contributing toward the problem. I think that in general, we're better off when we're eating things that are grown up out of the ground or that are raised on the land when we're talking about meat. And so I think there's a real value in people getting back to those basics. There's a reason that human civilization survived on that for centuries, and there's good reason to continue with it. And I think it's something that can help people with having something more natural in their bodies.
Is this push to veganism hurting farms at all?
Yeah, I think it is. And again, I want to be respectful of people's beliefs. If someone has a reason that they don't want to have meat in their body for a philosophical reason or for an individual health reason, I want to allow for that in this country. But I do think it is going too far. I think that there's an anti-farm sentiment out there that people don't realize what it's doing to our farms. It's a natural thing to raise and consume animals, and it's part of a circle of life. Now, I grew up on a farm where we would see calves born. My dad would get up in the middle of the night, take us down into the barn, and we would see calves born when there was a cow that was having difficulty in labor, and he would help pull that calf, and he would, swipe its nose clean and help it take its first breaths. We love our animals, and we also know that our animals have a purpose. That's a circle of life. That's a very natural thing for people. It's been part of mankind's existence for centuries.
Some of these big farms, I just am amazed at how they can pump out the foods that they do. I was at the food store a couple days ago, Brian, picked up a carton of strawberries. The company was called Driscoll. I don't know if they were in California or if they were made and planted in Mexico, but they must have had hundreds of boxes, and that was in just one store.
Yeah. It's really incredible, George. There are things about our food system that are a modern miracle, and then there are things about our food system that maybe aren't so good. And the reality is right now we have a situation where of our 2 million farms that are left after having lost 45,000 each year on average for the past century, a lot of our food is produced by a small number of large farms. And so we do depend on those farms, and some of those farms got that way just because of natural economic pressures and because of the need to support multiple generations of a family or what have you. But there is something to be said for the fact that we don't need to rely on a small number of large farms to supply our food when we could have a large number of farms of all sizes, small, medium, and large, supplying our food. It would give us more choices. It would give us more ways to have food be affordable, particularly during times of disaster when our supply chains get shut down. Having more ways for food to get from the farm gate to the dinner table would help us keep prices down and have our food supply be reliable. It could allow people to know more where their food comes from. It would allow farmers to have more entrepreneurial opportunities. So there's something to be said for finding a way to spread out where our food comes from in this country so that we can keep it affordable and avoid disaster.
What percent of the farms are done with the large corporations as opposed to the individual farmer?
That is a great question. Now, here's something that's interesting that I think people maybe don't realize when we hear the debates over larger farms. 96% of our farms in this country are still family operations.
Wow.
Now, and the number of them that are not family operations, to your point, they may be corporate owned, they may be have different types of investor models and things like that. So those farms are out there. But many of even the largest farms in this country are family operations. Now, they're large family businesses, and they may have boards and they may have other types of investors, but they're still family operations. Now, here's the thing. The small number of very large farms that supply a lot of our food, if you set them aside, it is still around 9 in 10 farms that are small and medium-sized farms in this country. They're just not turning a profit, and they're the ones that are slipping away. Those are the ones that when people think of Charlotte's Web, when people think of farm stories of families growing up on the land and the people who own the land are the ones operating it, those are those farms. And those are the farms that are at risk of becoming land-rich, cash-poor and slipping away year after year.
It's dramatic, isn't it?
It really is an incredibly, incredibly heart-rending thing to see. In recent years, there was a time period in my home state of Wisconsin where we were losing 3 farms per day. And we saw that, among our neighbors. My dad is still farming, and my sister's working to take over the farm, and we're so fortunate to have made it through. COVID almost knocked us down for good, but we made it through. And we were looking around in the years before that and during, and we saw farms getting auctioned. I remember picking up the phone, talking to a woman whose son I went to school with, and I was trying to talk to her about rural issues, and she said, I don't know what I can tell you because I don't know how many more days we're going to be here. And sure enough, They were selling their farm before too long. It is a tragic thing to see, whether it's the auction where you go and the farmers turn out to try to buy a cow to support their neighbors, or whether it is an individual sale to someone else, whether it's a bank foreclosure. It's happening every day in this country.
I had a 114-acre farm near Springfield, Illinois, back in the 90s. It was a horse breeding farm, but I was sharecropping with a neighbor who didn't have the money for all the acreage, and I didn't have the equipment for the farming, so we just did a deal, and it worked.
Yeah. There are a lot of people who want to get into farming. That's the incredible thing. There's a whole new generation of people who want to get into farming. It is so difficult to do if you can't find a way for land access. What you did there is an example of a way for someone who didn't necessarily have the land to do it to be able to find a way to do it. That is so hard to do. When we talk about the concept of land-rich, cash-poor, what we're talking about is the fact that farmers who own their land own something that's incredibly valuable, but it is harder and harder to make a living on. So each year, because of these economic forces, some of which we've talked about, it gets harder to grind out that living every single year. The good years are not as good, and the bad years are a little more devastating each year. That's what it means to be cash poor. You can't really make a living on that land over time. But if you were to turn around and sell that land, you lose everything else. You lose your job, your home, your community, your heritage. It's everything. Each generation is raised to hold on to that. And so that's the dilemma that people face. And when you add to that, for a farm family that doesn't own their land, the financial burden of trying to find a way to purchase that land is so incredibly high that it makes it even more difficult for those farms to be profitable. So I'm glad you were able to do that there in Illinois. It also illustrates, how often it is that people aren't able to find fortunate opportunities like that, and it contributes toward just another way that we're not allowing the next generation of farmers to take root.
And one of the great feelings in the morning is walking through a field of corn stalks. It's strange, but it's got an eerie, great feeling to it.
It really does. Growing up close to the land, walking through the fields like that, my dad and I, one of my best memories is not only the cornfields, but also driving down in our valley where our farm first began, where my great-grandpa first found our living here in America. And we would drive my dad's pickup, and we'd rumble up onto the hillside, and he'd get out and he'd kneel down, and he'd take the hay in his hand. He'd just cut the hay a day or two before. He'd take the hay in his hand, and he'd look up at the sky, and he would be feeling whether it was dry enough to bale it or chop it, and he'd be looking at the sky, and he'd be trying to figure out whether it was going to be rain or sun that was going to be coming for the next day or two. And being that in close touch with the land and with the atmosphere and trying to make a decision, as a kid, I thought he could predict the whims of the weather, and he couldn't, of course, but it was something that he almost did need to be able to do to make the right decisions on how to make sure that our farm can make it each year. And it was really to your point, it's a magical thing to grow up getting an opportunity to be part of something like that.
What do you recommend a parent do with their little kid where they don't have a farm, but they live in suburbia, but they have a little backyard and they can grow stuff? How do you get the kid involved that way?
Yeah, it's a great question. It is an outstanding thing to have a garden in your backyard, whether it's, a few vegetables or whether you've got a whole plot back there. That's an outstanding thing. There's also opportunities with urban gardens where, because more and more people want to know where their food is coming from, and then unfortunately there's fewer and fewer farms to supply it unless we do something about it. There are urban gardens where people are able to go to community spaces and garden. The other thing that I think maybe isn't as obvious of a choice, but it's not that far out of people's reach, is to have your kid go work on a farm. The reality is that because we do have 2 million farms left, even though we've lost 70% of them, there are farms in all corners of this country. And, perhaps there's someone in your family that you know, or a friend of the family, or someone you get to know in your community. You want it to be someone that you trust. But, boy, sending your kids to summer camp at the farm, there couldn't be anything more valuable. And, my parents, for many years, they weren't able to have a child until I came along, and then my sister a few years later. For many years, when they were struggling to have children, they had a lot of family, friends, relatives, cousins of mine who, when they were young kids, came out to the farm, and there's no better summer camp to learn about work, to learn about values, to learn about the circle of life.
I used to grow a lot of tomatoes as a kid, and one of the reasons I did it is because I got a kick out of looking at those tomato worms that would come by, those big green things.
Yeah, they are strange creatures, aren't they? Tomatoes is a great example. You think about a tomato that you buy from the store or that you get in a restaurant, unless they get it from a local farmer, and then you compare that to a tomato that you bite off the vine, and the taste is just a revolution when it's a tomato that was grown in the ground by someone that you know. The flavor to it is so different.
It's a moth, isn't it, when it starts?
Yeah, yes, it is. And the transformation those animals go through is an incredible thing. I remember when I was a little kid, I was shorter than the tomato plant, and I used to walk up to those things at eye level and just be in awe of them.
They kind of look right back at you.
Yeah, they do. It feels like they definitely know you're there.
What about the suicide rate of farmers, Brian? Why is that so high?
Yeah, I appreciate you asking about that, George, and it's a very personal issue for so many of us. Farming is consistently ranked as one of the top professions in suicide, and the reason for it is this. The pressures that farms face, where if you keep your land, you can't make a living, and if you sell it, you lose everything else, is really an unanswerable choice. And when you combine that with the way farm families are raised, you're raised to get up and get the work done and keep your head down. And it's not a cruel upbringing. My dad had us picking rock by hand in the fields because the rocks needed to be picked, not because he was cruel. He was a kind, supportive father. But when you're doing that as a kid, you learn to keep putting rocks in the bucket and moving forward, and you don't talk about your problems. And so when you combine the economic devastation going on and that unanswerable choice of, continuing to fail to make a living to support your family or selling everything in return, when you face that choice and you're raised to just keep working and not complain, there's an incredible weight of failure that people feel. And the reason that I say it's a personal thing, if you don't mind my saying, is, this is actually something my dad talked to me about in the book. We start the book in the opening pages after we had sold our dairy herd, and we're still farming. We changed our farm operation to be able to continue to farm in another fashion, but we sold our dairy herd, and that's like a death in the family for farm families. And my dad was having those dark thoughts, and I'll be so grateful that he came out of that. But we did talk about that, and I could feel that looming over us. And he walked off into the sunlight, and he began thinking of his grandkids and the fact that he had to teach them things, and he repeated it to himself over and over, and it brought him out of that dark place. But I could feel that specter, and we know farmers just right down the road who succumb to that. And it's a really tragic thing that's happening in farm country, and it's contributing toward our country's, I think, a national mental health epidemic, really.
Did he pull himself out of it on his own, or did he have to seek some professional help?
That's a great question. In our case, there was a support system that he had. He didn't end up going to counseling, although I always recommend people do it. I myself have gone to counseling and therapy for other issues, and I know many people who have. And once you start talking about it, you realize how many people are out there who do. In my dad's case, there was an organization called the Farmer Angel Network, and they actually began right down the road from us because there was a farmer who, unfortunately, his problems were so deep that he lost hope and he took his own life. And he inspired, in his death, the formation of the Farmer Angel Network right down the road in Sauk County, Wisconsin, where I'm from. And so really we are the epicenter in some ways of the farmer suicide crisis. Well, we had some family friends who were part of that Farmer Angel Network. And when we were preparing to sell our cows, they were coming out and they were talking to my dad, sitting there discussing with him, both during and after the sale of the cows. And so my dad had talked with them, felt that peer-to-peer farmer support. It had also helped us, and the death of the farmer down the road helped us understand how important it was that we all talk. And that's why that moment when he walked up from the site was so singular to me, because I can remember standing there talking to him and feeling that fear in the pit of my stomach, kind of like a knife coming up through it. And the talks that he had with us, the talks he had with the Farmer Angel Network, encouraged him to think about the next generation, and it saved his life.
That's great. Brian, we're going to come back and take phone calls with you in just a moment on Coast to Coast AM.
Never miss a detail on a show or a guest. Sign up for the Coast Zone email newsletter, available for free at coasttocoastam.com.
Radio 1210 wants you to know the YMCA is a starting line for your community, for your purpose. Give every day your everything. Find out more and join today at ymca.org. Remember, you're not alone. There's a new national hotline for mental health distress, 988. Call or text 988 and you'll be connected with trained counselors. Find out more at imlistening.org. And Philabundance is the region's largest hunger relief organization, serving more than 90,000 people a week, almost a third children. Help feed those in need at philabundance.org.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in an accident and would like to know the value of your case, it's easy. Go to forthepeople.com and go to verdicts and settlements to see cases just like yours. You may see numbers that are much higher than what your lawyer is telling you. You see, all lawyers are not the same. Some may only handle a few injury cases a year. This is all we do. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Labor Day signals that fall is fast approaching. Apple picking, fall leaves, and chilly nights are on the horizon. With Legacy Box, you can cozy up and watch something special this fall. Your family's home movies. Legacy Box is the simple, safe, all-inclusive solution for preserving your family's memories, trapped on videotapes, film, even photos. After 10 years in business, Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer. They've helped over 1 million families relive their wedding days, baby's first steps, and family road trips. Just fill Legacy Box with your VHS tapes, film reels, or pictures. Legacy Box digitizes it all by hand right here in the USA, and then sends it back on a thumb drive or the cloud. Future-proof your recorded moments today so you can gather the family and begin the trip down memory lane. Plus, for a limited time, they're offering 55% off. Go to legacybox.com/value to get 55% off. That's legacybox.com/value.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm Michael Toscano. The nomination phase of Campaign 2024 is now over, and the race to November's election is fully engaged.
Vice President Kamala Harris accepts her party's presidential nomination.
Fellow Americans, this election is not only the most important of our lives, it is one of the most important in the life of our nation.
She spoke for 40 minutes, and it caps off the party's 4-day convention.
Let's get out there, let's vote for it, and together let us write the next great chapter in the most extraordinary story ever told.
Matt Piper, CBS News, Chicago.
As Democrats left the convention hall, pro-Palestinian protesters met them with calls for an end to the war in Gaza. The Republicans were active as well, hitting Harris on border security. Former President Donald Trump campaigned at the border in Arizona, while running mate Senator J.D. Vance spoke in Georgia.
Come through the right channels, because as soon as Kamala Harris is booted out of office, and it's going to happen in just a few short months, as soon as Kamala Harris is booted out of office, we are not open for business to illegal aliens or to the Mexican drug cartels anymore.
Inflation is a major campaign issue, and high interest rates play a role in that. Bankrate senior economic analyst Mark Hamrick says we probably will see a cut in those rates next month.
The safest bet for September now is a cut of 25 basis points, and that would be felt down the interest rate spectrum, affecting things like credit cards.
Federal Reserve Board Chair Jerome Powell may offer clues about what to expect when he makes a speech at an economic symposium Friday. Whoever wrote about neither snow nor rain nor heat affecting letter carriers from doing their job probably never experienced heat waves like we're getting now. Aaron Hawley spoke about that with Juan Munoz, local union president for post office employees in Corpus Christi, Texas.
Does your truck have air conditioning?
Some do, some don't.
Munoz says no AC in some vehicles, lack of water supply, and
start times actually got pushed further to start later in the day, which puts us in the heat longer.
Are all contributing factors, he says, put postal workers at risk.
It's hot.
Even some residents are worried about the safety of postal workers who deliver their mail.
They could start maybe a community collection for a water spot for them.
And it's not letting up there in Corpus Christi. Dangerous, record-challenging heat will continue to bake western and central Texas and western Oklahoma during daylight hours. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Thanks, Rich Santaro, who said Mama's.
Yes, Mama's on Belmont. That thing had to weigh 12 pounds. Not me, the steak sandwich.
By the way, speaking of that talk, Thomas wrote us last night, and he said, can you please do something about the high schoolish attempt at humor on the morning show?
Oh.
I try to listen, but it's so much like Beavis and Butthead that I changed the channel. We'll stop. We'll get more.
It's never me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right.
Hey, if you're looking for riveting radio, Mark Levin will be up in about 12 hours.
Oh, boy.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
New Jersey Governor Bill Murphy says $100 million in medical debts will be eliminated for tens of thousands of people. Philly has more mosquitoes carrying West Nile virus than any other Pennsylvania county, according to state officials. Burlington County is giving grants to several organizations, including Virtua Hospital, to provide food for those in need.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Now on Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, Coast to Coast AM.
To talk to George Norrie, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
This hour we'll take your calls with Brian Reisinger as we talk about his work on a farm, Land Rich, Cash Poor. That's the name of his book. Your calls when we come back. Well, listen up. This is huge. There's about a 75% chance that your Social Security number might have been exposed in the National Public Data Breach. The company that provides background checks has confirmed that the personal information of nearly 3 billion, that's with a B, unsuspecting people exposed, making this breach one of the biggest ever. Personal information may include Social Security numbers and addresses. Now, it's important to understand how cybercrime and identity theft are affecting our lives. Lots of places can accidentally expose your personal information, and that's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points a second for risks to your identity. LifeLock detects and alerts you to potential identity threats that you may not spot on your own. Loans taken out in your name, crimes committed by thieves pretending to be you, and if you do become a victim of identity theft, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Terms will apply. Now, it's easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock. Join now. Save up to 40% off your first year with promo code GEORGE when you call 1-800-LifeLock or head on over to LifeLock.com and use promo code GEORGE again for 40% off.
President Trump says Newsmax is terrific. Mike Huckabee says he's tuning in like millions of Americans. Newsmax is now the fastest-growing cable news channel in America. Watch Newsmax on cable, streaming, or on the free Newsmax app. And Newsmax has announced it plans to go IPO soon. For a limited time, eligible investors can even buy preferred shares in Newsmax, and they come with a 7% dividend. Get the details about Newsmax's planned IPO and shares. Just go to newsmaxinvest.com. Forbes says Newsmax is a news powerhouse. Get Newsmax shares. You can even buy shares with a credit card. at newsmaxinvest.com. Whenever making an investment decision, you should consult your attorney or financial advisor. And investors are responsible for conducting their own due diligence regarding investments and for all tax and other risks and obligations. Don't miss out. Find out more at newsmaxinvest.com today.
Coast to Coast AM on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And welcome back, George Norrie, along with Brian Reisinger. Brian, nothing's more precious than the look on a little kid's face when they go to a farm and pet animals. You know what? It's amazing.
That's absolutely right. We have little calves here that when kids come and get the chance to visit the farm for the first time, they're encountering life in a whole new way, and in a way that really used to be very common across this country. Almost everybody used to farm at one time, and it's a good thing, and it's okay that we don't have everyone growing their food and breaking their backs to do it. But the fact that there are still farms here is something that it just has a connection that people have when they get out here, and it's a precious thing.
It really is. Where do people get your book, Land Rich, Cash Poor?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for asking. It is available in bookstores nationwide. It's also available online on Amazon, so people can look at Amazon or wherever else they buy their books online and check out Land Rich Cash Poor and get it there. You can also contact your local bookstore, and they may have it. If they don't have it in stock, they can get it for you.
Our friend Tony Lyons published your book at Skyhorse, right?
Yeah, that's right. Skyhorse was willing to have me really tell an honest story. And, what's so great about them is national distribution through Simon & Schuster. And so it is an opportunity for a simple, humble farm boy such as myself to get our story out there to the whole country. And I thought it was so important to do that because the hollowing out of rural America is affecting every American dinner table with higher prices and insecure food supply and more. And to have the privilege to talk about our way of life and how it's slipping away was just such a rare thing. And I felt so happy and so thankful to be able to tell that story honestly.
Well, let's go to the phones. This hour's going to fly by. Mark in Baltimore gets us started. Hey, Mark, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, George. I appreciate that. Mr. Reisinger, you're such a great guest. I love farms. I used to visit farms through elementary school field trips, and it fascinated me to be able to milk a cow, to pet an animal, and to learn how it's so expensive and such hard work cultivating and toiling the land for the food that their families and all of us eat and benefit from. It's part of the fabric of America, and I cannot thank you enough for what you do. I buy my food from the small farms, not the corporate entities. That's how I help support them. And I just wonder, through schools, do they still take field trips do they take the young kids out to the farms so to pick their interest and help stimulate those that might grow up to be farmers also?
That is such a great question. I really appreciate your love of farms and you're asking about that. You're asking about a fundamental thing, which is exposing our kids to places where their food comes from, places where they can learn about the circle of life, they can learn about living close to the land. And I'll tell you, it doesn't happen as often as it used to, and I do think it needs to happen more. I think it's a fundamental thing that people in our country are missing. When I was a kid, we used to have kindergarten class out to our farm every year. It started when I was in kindergarten, and my parents just kept on doing it. It was an annual field trip, and like you said, they got to pet the animals, they got to spend time in the land, they got to walk through the barn, they got to see the hard work. And I think that you're touching on something that's really important, which is we're not only losing the farms that feed us, but we're also losing a part of ourselves because it's so wrapped up in America's idea for itself that we're losing something really fundamental when we are losing our farms and when we aren't taking time to educate our children by sending them out there and letting them see it for themselves.
I'm in St. Louis right now, Mark, and I get a kick out of Halloween where we've got a couple local farms that grow pumpkins, and it's so cool just being out there in a pumpkin patch.
It absolutely is. There's a local farm in my area, I'll just say, that grows fruit and pumpkins and things where you can go out and pick them yourself, and there's nothing like that opportunity to get lost in a place like that.
All right, great. Thanks for the call, Mark. Let's go to John in Wisconsin. Welcome. John, you're on with Brian. Go ahead.
Hello, George. Hello, Brian. Several brief comments, please. Brian, thank you and your family for your contribution to farming, and thank you for for the book you wrote, which will help others understand the culture of farming. I'd like to share a brief story how my friends in north central Wisconsin are able to stay in business with their farm. My wife and I recently moved back to the Milwaukee area, where I'm originally from. Prior to that, we spent 10 years on a farm in north central Wisconsin. We have no kids or grandkids, so we became part of the family and part of the culture. We did not work the farm, but we were very much part of the everyday operations. And this is the fourth generation operating this farm. They milk 300 cows a day. They have another 150 animals they raise for beef cattle, and then they do custom combining to generate other revenue throughout the year in crops. But the expenses continue to go up, and the margins continue to shrink. And they didn't have the ability to take on a lot more payroll. And the family made a commitment to carry on. So 5 years ago, they made the investment of installing a robot barn. And the robot now automatically milks 150 cows twice a day with zero labor. As we speak, Brian, they're adding 2 more robots, which will mean all of their cows will be milked robotically. Now, I'm never in favor of robots replacing humans, but here's an example where it's keeping this family in business. And, you know, the fourth generation is running it now. They're young kids with kids of their own, and they have to make it happen. They're making the investment. I'm so proud of them. I'm so thankful I was part of their culture for 10 years, and I just salute all the farmers, and all of the milk that goes from this farm goes to cheese. So I encourage everybody in north central Wisconsin to eat cheese 24/7. Brian, thanks for all you do, and George, thank you for taking my call.
Okay, you're welcome. It's a great call there, Brian.
Yeah, thank you so much, John. I appreciate you sharing that. It's good to hear from a fellow Wisconsin boy here on the show. And, you know, you're touching on so many things that are so important. One of the things that you're touching on, it might be shocking to some listeners. I know it was shocking to me when I first was learning about it a few years ago, the role that robotic milkers can play. But it is a real thing. And it is something that's installed into a barn that allows for the automated milking of farms and of cows. And it's not something that is only for the great big farms. A 300-cow farm that John was talking about now is kind of average to smaller. It's a farm that you can make a living on. It's good, but as he said, it's getting tighter. And these days, you know, many farms are so much bigger than that. The thing that's really interesting about those robots is they are something that many economists consider scale-neutral technology. That's something that we lost in our country. There's many things, economic, social, political, and technological, that are mistakes that our leaders made at different points. One of the big mistakes is they stopped focusing on making sure that as much of our technology as possible was scale neutral. Scale neutral means that a large, a medium, or a small farm could afford it and use it in a practical way on their farm. Robotic milkers, even though it sounds like something out of a science fiction novel, is scale neutral, where small enough farms are able to afford it. And it's something that is able to save a lot of farms, and it's an example of where if we make the right choices about our technology, we can begin to save more of our farms. If we continue to make the wrong choices about our technology and not have enough of that scale-neutral technology, we're going to continue to have more and more farmers waking up every day and one day finding they've been left behind and they can't keep up and innovate no matter how efficiently they run their operation.
I'm going to guess, Brian, you're a Green Bay Packers fan, aren't you?
You got that right. We all bleed green and gold in Wisconsin.
Well, I happen to be a Detroit Lions fan, so how about that?
Well, that's all right. You know, all of us in the Midwest can get along over our sports rivalries.
Remember those great Thanksgiving Day games?
Yeah, absolutely. Those are some of the best.
They really were. Let's go next to who's up? Jeannie in Austin, Texas. Hey, Jeannie, go ahead.
Hello, George. Hello, guest. I feel kind of mixed about this guest. I do appreciate that, you know, you're advocating for the small farmers. My grandparents did raise their own animals and chickens and vegetables, all of that. So I did grow up surrounded by that. But I have been a vegetarian for 17 years, and I didn't really agree with you at all when you said that the vegan, or I'm not vegan, I'm vegetarian, but either way, you had said that it's gone too far. I think that's ridiculous. I feel, in my opinion, you know, I've learned a whole lot about what happens on the big farms and even on some of the smaller farms. And like, you know, I know that the dairy cows, when they have male cows, they're taken away, sent to veal farms, and they're not treated well at all. I think, you know, for me, though, it's about health. my mother died of breast cancer. I came up with stage 3 breast cancer, and I firmly believe that me being a vegetarian saved me. I've been in remission now for 3 years, but I have the genetic disposition. And so for me, it is about compassion. It's about information and learning more about how the animals are on big farms and how on the corporate side, how bad they're treated, how bad they're slaughtered. And also, George had a guest on not too long ago, and he was talking about the geoengineering that's happening with the weather modification, all those chemicals falling on the lands. And I feel like our government has failed farmers in that there have been corporations that have leaked poison, whether it's radio. I don't remember the farms in the states that it affected a few years ago. I just saw a documentary on HBO, and it was a few years old. But turns out on the Midwest or East Coast, there was some manufacturing company that basically just contaminated the lands and all those cows, and it was just the saddest thing to see those smaller farmers, like they didn't have the money to sue, like they were trying to fight. And I don't know. I mean, it's just I on one end I appreciate, congratulations on you getting this book out. I like a lot of what you said, but I just know how animals are treated on farms now after watching documentaries and becoming enlightened 17 years ago. And I'm for myself, my husband eats meat. My whole family. I'm a Latina, and all my family are traditional Mexican people who eat meat. I'm the only one that doesn't eat meat, but for 17 years, and I will never eat meat again, and I will never drink milk ever again. But anyway, I want to just listen to the show. Thank you all for giving me this opportunity to speak.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, well, thank you for that call, and I appreciate your honesty. First of all, I want to say I congratulate you on your successful battle with cancer, and I'm so sorry for the challenges that has presented in your life, and I'm so glad that you were able to come through that. I also want to say that I respect your view and everybody's view to have their own perspective on the food that they want to put in their body. That is one of the most fundamental things in this country, is to be able to make those kinds of choices for ourselves. And so I do absolutely respect that. I think that something that we as farmers, my parents and my grandparents, great-grandparents, all of us, it's a way of life to raise food and fiber, to raise crops and to raise animals. And so we hope that people will come to us with an open mind, that when they're open to meat and when they're open to those kinds of products, that they know that they can trust us. And so I respect your right and everybody's right to make their own decisions about that. And I also hope that a good many people will be open to, our way of life, providing, food for our economy, something that is really important to our farm. And I think to a lot of farms that I know is that people know the way that the animals are raised, and people can trust the way that the crops and the products get to them. That's something that we lack in this country. A lot of people don't get the chance to see that. And I think it's something where people who are vegan or vegetarian and want to be conscious about what goes into their bodies, I think that's something that they can have in common with people who do eat meat, who want to also know where their food comes from. Now, what I can tell you is this. Our government has tilted the scales over and over against small and medium-sized farms, and has tilted it towards certain types of operators. There are large farms that do things right, and there are large farms that do things wrong, and there are large and small and medium-sized farms that do things right and wrong. What I can say is that the farm I grew up on, and so many of the farms that I know, they know their animals. My sister and dad, when my sister was coming up milking my dad, they had a cow named Bat, and she was a blind cow, and my sister would lead her out of the barn every day out into the wide open spaces so that she could roam and eat just like the rest of them. They had personal relationships with their animals. So that's the kind of farm that I grew up on. It also, I will say, is although there are farms out there that we see that are problematic and are bad apples, the large majority of our farms in this country are still small farms. It's about 9 and 10 farms that are still small farms. And so many of those folks are going to have that same kind of personal relationship with their animals. That's what I hope for. And I think and hope it's the kind of thing that people can appreciate whether they eat meat or not. Hopefully they like seeing farms out there that care about their animals in that way. And that's the way I think it should be, but I know it's not that way everywhere.
Generally, Brian, what is the net revenue of a small farm after they pay their expenses?
Well, that's a great question. It can vary widely. What I would say is that a farm has a large amount of assets, so large amount of land, large amount of machinery. So you might have a farm that on paper is worth $1 million or $2 million or what have you, but that's, again, it's only worth that if you sell it, and it's not worth that day to day. Day to day, you're really grinding out a living. And so what you'll see is that most farms, they will usually, they'll be able to support the wages of maybe a worker. They'll be able to support the wages of maybe the younger generation coming up through who isn't owning it yet. And then you'll have the owner who's able to maybe take, an owner's draw to satisfy their $60,000 or $70,000 of expenses per year. And then after that, when that's all done, you'll be lucky if there's maybe a couple $1,000s at the end of the year to put away in the bank. Many years there are a lot of farms that break even, George, or that slide many years, year after year, into slight loss, and they're able to continue going because they've got equity, but it's not going to last forever.
Is the government still providing income to farmers not to grow?
Yeah, that's a good question. That is something that happened historically in this country. The way that it is done now is a little different than the way it used to be. There are conservation payments where there is value in parts of the land being allowed to be overgrown, to be set aside for certain types of years, and it is true that there are payments for that kind of thing at times. It's not quite the way that it used to be. Back in the Depression years were the first time when our farms were dealt really their first death blow, and we started losing farms by the droves. And one of the things the government did, they intervened, and they began paying farmers just not to farm, just leave your land idle. And that was in a big mass way because they were trying to drive down the amount of production in an effort to bring the prices up for the farmer. Now, they were doing that at the same time that they were euthanizing animals and other things like that. So basically, they're trying to bring down the supply of food in this country to bring up the price for the farmers. Now, that was a strange thing for a lot of people, and it was a tragic thing because there were also a lot of people starving. And so it's very hard to design policies that can make sense in that way. We don't do it that way in this country anymore, but there are still times where, for one reason or another, be it an environmental reason or a conservation type thing, where there are farmers who are incentivized to not do that. But by and large, farms are working their land, plowing it with crops, and trying to care for it as best they can.
All right, we're going to take a short break and come back and take Brian's final calls. The name of his book, Land Rich, Cash Poor. His website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com. Those of you on hold, just hang there. We'll get right to you. Jim in Madison, Wisconsin. You'll be one of the first we pick up when we come back, and we'll get to the rest of the calls as well. Our special guest is Brian Reisinger, who's written that book, Land Rich, Cash Poor. We will be back in a moment on Coast to Coast AM, and if you need to email him, you can do so through his website.
Don't forget to watch our TV show Beyond Belief with George Norrie. Simply go to beyondbelief.com.
When it comes to your home or business, Bradford White knows hot water is not optional. It's essential each and every day. That's why Bradford White makes water heaters that are built to be the best. With innovative features like our exclusive Microban antimicrobial technology that helps protect and keep the tank clean and extends the life of the water heater for top performance 24/7. How you heat your water matters, so choose the proven reliability of Bradford White. Learn more at bradfordwhite.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-515-6608. 800-515-6608. 800-515-6608.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/Secure Our World for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous, because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
I lived alone and was having problems with my landlord. He's a creep. One night I'm watching TV and I hear my landlord letting himself in. Hey, get out! You can't keep coming in.
I'm just here to fix your fridge and spend some time together.
Get out! I'm reporting you.
Don't make a federal case of it.
A federal case? Sexual harassment in housing is against federal law. If you are harassed, file a complaint with HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Yo, Roy is Ford. What? We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Knight in shining armor, and I love you. You have made me what I am, and I am yours. My love, there's so many ways I want to say I love you. Let me hold you in my arms forevermore. You have gone and made me such a fool. I'm so lost in your love. And oh, we belong together. Won't you believe in my song? Lady.
To talk to George Norrie, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
And we'll be back with Brian Reisinger and take final calls as we talk about the plight of the American farmer. Next hour, we'll be talking about Bigfoot with Rob Carnifel on Coast to Coast. Make sure you're part of the program. Have you signed up yet to become a Coast Insider? It's a great deal at 15 cents a day.
I love being a Coast Insider. I travel a lot. I can always have my shows. I download them on my podcast and never miss a thing. And every show I learn at least one thing.
Hey, this is Buck. I'm a Coast to Coast Insider, and I'll tell you what, it's a great thing for me. Here in West Virginia, we get inundated with snow. But it doesn't matter as long as we have our provisions. I've got 5 years of coast-to-coast programs to play.
A couple ways you can sign up to be an insider. You go to our website, coasttocoastam.com. Right at the top of the homepage, it says Insider. Click that and you're in. The other way is all of you download our Coast to Coast AM app from your app store. Put it on your phone, and through the app you can sign up and you get 2 weeks free that way, so take advantage of that. If you live in Canada, you can become a Coast Insider now as well, so take advantage of that. Now, here's something for you to stay in shape.
If you're looking to lose some weight, learning the science of weight loss versus just counting calories is the true secret to Weight Magic drops and capsules. Here's product creator Dan Putnam to explain how insulin management is the key.
Everything for weight loss has been focused on eating less calories. What a lot of people don't realize is one of the most important things controlling insulin levels. When we eat, it's going to first go through the liver, then it goes to the muscles. Anything more than that, then it goes into the fat. If there's insulin present, the body's thinking that you just ate. So the body has a mechanism that it actually shuts down the energy in the fat. So you have to be able to control that insulin, or it's going to be very difficult, almost impossible to burn the fat.
Dan, so tell me about Weight Magic drops.
We have these absolutely amazing Weight Magic drops. The concept of this is control insulin, make body insulin sensitive. Also, it has an exact diet to control your insulin levels. So by using these drops, by following this diet, it's putting the body into the fat-burning mode.
Dan, Weight Magic capsules help resolve a problem most overweight people have going against them. What is that?
Their core body temperature is less than the people at their ideal weight. That is your metabolism. So just in summary, we've created the Weight Magic drop to help control the insulin, also cleanse the liver, and then the Weight Magic capsules to increase that metabolism. Not uncommon for somebody to lose a half a pound to a pound a day. So it really is the perfect duo for fat loss.
Buy George's Weight Magic drops and capsules now and shed those pounds. Order now at healthylooking.com or by phone at 800-595-7490. Free shipping with promo code GEORGE. That's healthylooking.com or 800-595-7490. George's Weight Magic from healthylooking.com.
And I know you're going to want some after hearing this. This is an amazing story.
We've got Stephen and Malachi Gregory in Nelson, New Zealand.
I understand that Malachi, who's 8, almost 9 years old now, was suffering with not just 1 or 2 warts, but I mean a significant outbreak of warts all over his body. So significant it impacted his ability to really function.
Yeah, he was having trouble even holding a pencil to write. It was Ty's book, actually, that got me thinking about it.
I'm not surprised. It is an amazing immunomodulator, and so I can see that it would work.
And so at what point did you see that there was actually improvement? It's really going to work?
Well, look, we really started to notice it around 12 weeks. You can see these things actually getting smaller and smaller and then going down to where they're just little red marks. The whole things are gone. And we're talking about one the size of a walnut. I thought, no way that's going to...
Wow.
It's just been miraculous. To see him get into a pair of shoes.
Yes. How wonderful.
It's great to see him so happy and confident.
Absolutely wonderful.
Our friends that have seen it, they're just blown away.
Ty, this is awesome.
Yeah, this is awesome.
Another amazing story. Why? We're talking about Carnivora. Call them to awaken your immune system and protect yourself now. Call 1-866-836-8735. That's 1-866-836-8735 or visit carnivora.com. Carnivora. Carnivora.com.
I was just chatting with my granddaughter, and she was raving about Dynavite. Her dog Rocky had been struggling with allergies and shedding, and she started adding Dynavite to his food. He now has the softest coat and isn't itching. I trust Dynavite because they've been around for more than 20 years and have helped over 1 million dogs. They're so confident in their product that they will let you try it for free. Just go to Dynavite.com/radio. That's DINOVITE.com/radio.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
And we're back with our final segment with Brian Reisinger, George Norrie with you. Let's go back to the phones. First-time caller Jim in Madison, Wisconsin. Hey, Jim, go ahead, sir.
Good morning. I have two questions.
Okay.
First, our soil isn't just dirt. It's a complex ecosystem with microbes, insects, plant roots, etc. Are there changes that could and should be made with our current agricultural methods in order to restore, protect, or improve the health, well-being, and quality of our soil ecosystems? Second question, to what extent is the amount of our arable land being reduced because some of it is being converted to use for renewable energy?
All right, go ahead, Bri.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for those questions, Jim, and good to have another Wisconsin boy on the program as well. To the point of your first question, it's a great question, and this is an area where I think there's actually an opportunity for a large amount of agreement and solutions where it seems that there's long been controversy. Sometimes, and I think it's not correct, but sometimes there's a view that farmers and environmentalists may be at odds, and that's mainly the interest groups in this country. That's mainly the people that are directing the national conversation in this country, and the people that pit folks against one another. The reality is that farmers are original conservationists, and they and environmentalists have a lot of things in common. They want to have soil that is healthy, that can yield to high crop yields, and we want to have abundant water and all those things. There's a lot of areas of agreement where we can reject some of the false choices out there and try to make a difference. And you're absolutely right. Soil is one of them. And there are a lot of practices going on that are somewhat known in the farming community, maybe not as prominently as they need to be and need to be adopted more. And I think that it's good for the public to know about them too. There's planting of cover crops. There's planting of rows of trees and other types of vegetation that can be brought into fields where there might be just a little bit less of ground being plowed, but you're very naturally injecting nutrients back into the soil, preventing erosion, those kinds of things. When we didn't have any practices to do that, we got the Dust Bowl in the 1930s, and we got gully erosion in the upper Midwest at that time as well, and that devastated our food supply. The reverse is true now, that we have better practices, but we can continue to improve those practices, and they are natural ways to have more of our food be something that we know and can trust, and it's something that people who care about the land, whether they're farmers or whether they care about the land from an environmental standpoint, can get behind. So that's a great question. As far as the amount of our arable land and the impact that that's having, I have to be honest with you, I don't really fully know. I do know that overall, our overall amount of farmland is roughly stable. It was falling in the 1950s. George and I talked about that a little earlier in the program. It was falling in the 1950s for a number of years, and it's not that it doesn't bounce around some, but it's one of our more stable numbers. The bigger thing that's happening is that more and more of that farmland is becoming concentrated into fewer and fewer hands, whether that is, certain operations buying up neighboring farms and becoming bigger, whether that is foreign investors coming in. It's still a relatively small amount of land owned by foreign interests, but it is growing rapidly, and it is something that has become a huge concern from the standpoint of China or other adversaries getting in there and being able to purchase our land at an incredibly high rate. That's a thing to be worried about, even though the overall amount is small. It can change quickly, and it has been.
All right, back to the phones we go. Let's go to Jay in Mission, Texas. Hey, Jay, go ahead.
Mr. Neuer and Mr. Reisinger, good morning.
Morning, Jay.
It's a very important subject you're talking about there, and part of that, the water. Down here, we're on the Rio Grande Valley, we're called, and so we share the water with Mexico. And for years, decades even, I understand that Mexico has been remiss, failing to pay back their share of the water. And we have a joke among ourselves down here that, they always cut loose water when we're getting ready to have a hurricane in the area so that they don't flood when we don't need the water. Anyway, I've noticed how our farmland, our orchards, and our fields are disappearing also. I think it's because of maybe the lack of water, and we're getting a bad deal with water from Mexico. I don't see our elected officials standing up for us enough, not demanding that we get our share of the water. Well, since they have been getting their water, our farmers have been suffering. They've been watering their crops, in turn increasing their cash, and they're developing more and more of their farms. You look in the grocery stores in the produce section, how many of that stuff comes from Mexico?
A lot. What do you think of that, Brian?
Yeah, that's touching on a number of really important issues. Water is central to life, and it is central to our country having a farm industry and agriculture sector that can survive and that can supply food to our country. And I think one of the most important things that you touched on is what can we have our elected officials do? Having proper agreements where people have the water rights that they need, where water is not being treated like a private resource, but as a public resource that can be utilized by everybody to the degree that it needs to be, and that we have plans for how to replenish it. There are aquifers under the ground that are supposed to be filled with water that replace the water that we have. In many parts of the country, those aquifers are being taxed, meaning that they're not able to stand up to the amount of supply that's needed, and they're being drawn down. There are places where we have waterways that the water isn't being harnessed in the way that it could be in a sustainable way. And this is a real problem. And we need our elected officials to stand up and look at how do we balance the economic and cultural and recreational needs that everybody has for our water. It's one of our most precious resources. And, there is work done by state governments to try to form compacts with other states to try to figure out how to deal with waterways that go across state lands, so there's room there. But there is also a need, where it's relevant, to talk to our elected officials on the federal level as well. I'm so glad you're raising that issue because it's crucial.
Sure is. Let's go to Wayne in Tacoma, Washington now. Hey, Wayne.
Good evening, Sir George and Brian. I really appreciate what you're doing, Brian, for the family farmer and getting this book out. I know 97% of old farms and ranches are family-owned, and really they're the heart of this country. But what I'm seeing is a lot of control of the money they get through large corporations. For instance, there are basically 4 corporations, giant corporations, that control 90% of all the grain traded throughout the world, not just in the U.S., throughout the world. It's amazing the power they have. Now we have 4 giant food retailers that control about 65 to 70% of all the food sold in this country. And I'm thinking, like the old idea that the car companies own petroleum stocks and the petroleum companies own car stocks, and they have their hand in each other's pocket. And so they have an advantage of not giving us the 100 or 150 mile per gallon car, because there are some people that have actually done this. You know what I'm saying, Brian?
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate the question. I appreciate what you're talking about there. It is something that is really crucial, and we explore it in the book, which is the way that the American economy has been transformed. So there was economic upheaval that led to the disappearance of farms. There were policy decisions our government leaders made many times without us knowing what the impact was going to be, or even knowing they were making those decisions. There were social things, there were technological factors. One of the things that also occurred is that the American economy really began to shift toward big. And it's true across all kinds of sectors that surround farms, but also other small businesses, where so many of our industries are dominated by a few large companies. And that is a natural progression that has occurred in this country, where we have allowed our economy to be dominated by so many large players. And what that does is it makes it so that small businesses can at times have difficulty being able to compete, to your point. And the farmer has been the little guy in this economy for a very long time. Even some of the larger farms are actually little guys from that standpoint. But certainly more than 90% of our farms that are small farms, and to your point, 96 to 97% of them being family farms, they're the little guy in a very large world, and that is absolutely a part of the challenge. There's no question about that. But I do think it's important to know that that is something that surrounds us in so many facets of our economy, and it's a tricky thing to try to work through, and it's something that creates economic pressure. There's no doubt about that.
On the international line, Don's with us in Alberta, Canada. Hello, Donald. Go ahead. Don, you with us? Well, he's disappeared on us. Let's try Tom in Riverside, California. Hey, Thomas, go ahead.
Hello, George. Hello, Brian.
Hey, Tom.
I've been listening to the thing, and it all kind of plays into everything else. The industry's been sold off to foreign interest, and the governor, the woman governor up in, I think it was Wisconsin, she was complaining about a few months ago, I was seeing on a video about the Chinese coming in and buying so much land and water rights and so on. And so I think we used to, in this country, it seems back in the 50s and so on, I know there was always corruption, there's always been, but we seem to have so much ingenuity, so much organization and education and ingenuity, and we need to augment with our technology, like the automobile industry and the industry, steel industry. We lost the steel industry. Glass is still there. I've worked in a glass plant for years, and I think it's pretty much still there, the original Owens and so on. But if we just did some of that, and we should be able to solve housing for a lot of these homeless people. I know they want to live where they're comfortable, so that's a point, and that involves real estate as well. But going back to the farm, my parents both came from farms in southern Indiana, and were raised on farms. My grandpa was on my dad's side was a beekeeper. He drove the school bus in the afternoon, and farmed 100-acre farm and raised pigs, cows, chickens, all of it. And even when he moved in after the war into town,